season on the Travel Award race for the entirety of the season. He had that third place finish in Lille, also rocking that Medicham with the Sableye. Pretty cool.
Back-to-back Medicham, absolutely love to see that. Along with another blast from the past in the form of that Diggersby. Being able to have that mud shot can get really good consistent damage, and you have some nice coverage with a Fire Punch for those pesky Fortress that are running around. Yeah,
if you want a reliable Licky counter, look no further than Diggersby, because you resist heavily that Shadow Ball and those rollouts, so it could be a very viable meta option. Of course, he's going to face a Mind Joke. He's the local hero, is one of the many Italians that made their presence felt here. We also had brand new Italians into the competitive Go scene that made their first day too. And a Mind Joke is no stranger to they do it. He's at almost every tournament. It is always a threat to do very well. Here he's running a team that I believe it's fairly similar, if not the same as Paulasha actually, because running that Shadow Politoed with the Clodsire, and of course Sucker Punch Furret makes an appearance once again.
Yes, I absolutely love to see the Sucker Punch Furret, particularly with that Swift and Trailblaze. Swift for that really nice neutral coverage, but that Trailblaze you were just mentioning that can be good into a lot of different Pokemon. Not only gets damage on the board, but also gets that guaranteed attack boost. And the same way we've seen on Pokemon like Primeape get attack boost, sometimes the Furret can really benefit from that as well, being able to have more damage on those Sucker Punches to chip away at opposing Pokemon.
Yeah, we even saw earlier on stream, I believe it was Visa Potentia facing against Paulasha, where in the end game he had a Furret with Trailblaze versus a Sableye, 2 shields for each part. He just boosted all the way through, and Furret has already won a couple of championships earlier on the season. He was gone for a bit, but maybe back, because these water types are still around, and Trailblaze needs to be hit on those water types.
Yeah, it can be all systems go when Furret gets the ball rolling, but we're going to see the leads coming out, and it's going to be the Empoleon versus the Shadow Sableye.
Of course, this matchup depends on charge attack priority. Usually Empoleon who does win that. No access to Drain Punch on the Sableye from a Mind Joke. Empoleon does win the charge attack priority, both going for the move. Pulls up the first Protect Shield out of the Shadow Sableye. I'm
always in awe of how quickly the Empoleon can get to these Hydro Cannons. A wise shield on the Sableye side of things, it can retaliate with a foul play. Of course, a shield has to come up on Coxie outside as well, wanting to keep this Empoleon into the game for as long as possible, not taking devastating damage from a foul play.
And to be able to get a 0-turn switch into the Politoed, the charge attack priority was very useful. Here comes the Drill Peck from the Empoleon. It's going to deal neutral damage into this Politoed. He's able to endure one of them, so he's going to no shield. And these Mud Shots are adding up.
It is, of course, that Shadow variant as well, so its defenses are a little bit more vulnerable, but it's going to be able to still retaliate with this Weather Ball connecting down into the Medicham that is exposed on Coxiac's side. But then Medicham can start farming up with all of its damage as well. Those Psycho Cuts, as you mentioned, able to get to charge attacks nice and quickly.
Medicham will be able to endure another Weather Ball. I don't think a third one will be able to KO. It might be quite close, actually, so he does have to throw its move just before another Weather Ball comes through. So fast, this Politoed, but Dynamic Punch coming through, no shield, and it's going to get rid of this Politoed.
Yeah, it doesn't want to risk it, so unleashing some of this energy and dealing with that Politoed so quickly. But now the super effective damage from the Shadow Claws comes through. Thankfully for the Medicham, it had enough energy banked to be able to go for the Ice Punch here.
This reverse farm will be so valuable for the Sableye. Now it will have energy to deal out into the opposing Pokemon. Gets a very hefty Shadow Claw down, has a lot of energy. Here comes the Licky though. No Drain Punch in this Sableye, but Foul Play still does heavy damage here.
This is nice for the Licky though. In contrast to the Medicham, it's going to be able to take these Shadow Claws much more comfortably. Of course, Foul Play still doing a sizable chunk with the rollouts now connecting into the Altaria in this guy. As the adaptation comes through, energy banked on Licky and Empoleon's back in play.
And of course, with that chip damage, this Empoleon is already in Flamethrower range. This Altaria will be able to endure several of these Drill Packs, but it's going to look forward to maybe prevent some of this HP to go down. It maybe wants to go towards Sky Attack because this Empoleon is already so low. Will Cockshack try to put a protection? He does not. He trusts his Licky to claim the end game.
Yeah, really banking on Licky towards the end as the Empoleon goes down. Dragon Breath trying to do its best, but you can see how negligible that damage is that's coming through. Instead, Altaria has to lean into its charge attacks with this Sky Attack. Obviously, Coxiac able to let this come through. No protects on this Licky at this time.
And of course, Licky trying to build up as much energy as possible. Chooses to throw the Shadow Ball, maybe even predicting a potential catch on the with the opposing Sableye. Shadow Ball is going to come through. It comes with the shield from the Altaria, shielding the heavy-eating move, and now it's going to race to another move. One turn away, one Dragon Breath away, but Shadow Ball is loaded, but it's not thrown. Cockshack maybe considering, no, we still think that Licky can get this done.
Yes, really trying to get Licky to deal with this opposing Sableye in play, going for that final shield. You've got the Shadow Ball, you go for it here, but it looks like coming through, the Shadow Claw gets the knockout.
I believe this was so close, Lou, because that
Ooh.
Altaria did not have a move banked. So that means if Licky is able to endure that last Shadow Claw, it would have back-to-back Shadow Balls. So even though we were saying, oh, maybe Kokshak is good. No, Kokshak almost got that win there. That was a game of margins.
That came down so close. You could see all of that energy on Kokshak's side as well, you know, not only within the Pokemon, but within the player. He was ready for that victory as well, but it just slipped away. That Shadow Claw just got the edge onto that Licky.
Kokshak, ever so expressive, has a stern look on his face, trying to figure out, how do I defeat a Mind Joke in his home country? This must be, if there's same type attack bonus for Pokemon, there has to be for Pokemon Go trainers as well. Let's see if a Mind Joke can close the job, or can Kokshak continue his dream season and reverse sweep right here for the last slot, I believe, in our top 16.
That's the thing. This is going to be our last match of coverage here on day one at the Turin Special Championships, and it's certainly shaping up to be a highlight of the event so far. A Mind Joke staying so composed, wanting to really represent Italy in day 2 tomorrow. Kokshak, again, an incredible veteran of the competition, wanting to make sure that his name is still on that leaderboard tomorrow, on our roster and on our standings.
And I reckon the reverse farm that a Mind Joke got with that Sableye was so valuable. It was able to get so much energy to throw, to put into that Licky and the other Pokemon on Kokshak's team. So Kokshak has to pay some attention, because even though he has 2 normal types, the Sableye is so dangerous.
It certainly is, and we've seen how relentless it can be as well with those Shadow Claws, farming up all the energy. Even if the Shadow Claw isn't doing too much to the Licky, the foul plays are still putting in a sizable amount of pressure. And there's also Pokemon on Kokshak's side in the form of that Sableye and the Medicham that do not appreciate those Shadow Claws coming through.
And it makes it extra hard when a Mind Joke has such a safe pick into a Kokshak's team that is that Shadow Politoed.
True.
It has super effective Mud Shot into the Empoleon, that it's the only thing that walls its energy, and versus everything else, either super effective coverage or very nice neutral damage.
And we have to credit the damage that the Weather Ball was able to do as well. You know, you're also running that Shadow variant, you're doing that little bit of additional damage as well, and into Pokemon like the Licky that can be an absolute wall that you have to take down. Every little bit of damage helps, and those Weather Balls were putting in some work.
We got some lock-ins here very soon. We're gonna have the Sableye lead from a Mind Joke once again into that Altaria. This is a fairly neutral matchup, but let's not forget the Sableye has access to the super effective coverage move, Power Jam.
Yes, these trainers are ready, as it is possibly one more game for a Mind Joke to take through to the next day. Altaria going for the Sky Attack and forcing an early shield here on a Mind Joke side.
And now that the first Protect Shield has been pulled, Sableye can play a bit of a baiting game here. Will it go straight for the hard-hitting move?
Oh!
Goes for the Power Jam, but it's caught, predicted by Kokshak. That Power Jam is heavily nullified because Licky adores to take charge attacks.
Yeah, Altaria evades taking that Power Gem. Instead, the Licky able to eat this up. But now it's going to face down against the wrath of this very angry Politoed. The rollout's coming through, farming up lots of energy like Licky loves to do. Not going to be able to go for the shield here. Instead, letting this Weather Ball come through.
Weather Ball coming through is going to put a significant dent into the Licky. Licky throwing the Shadow Ball right away, fearing that the Politoed will reach another Weather Ball. This is going to put a significant dent into the Shadow version of this Pokemon.
Yeah, where Licky has previously kind of lent into its defenses while farming up this energy. I think it now has to click that offense button to deal with this Politoed. Now it's going for the Body Slam, however, a Mind Joke possibly wanting to utilize a shield here, or instead letting it go. But no, the shield is here. Politoed is here to stay because you've got that Weather Ball, you've got all of that energy, and a Mind Joke wants to unleash this.
A Mind Joke decided that the extra farm would be viable for this Politoed, choosing to throw the last party move on the Licky. Isn't quite able to farm it down, and he's without Protect Shields for the remainder of the game. Kokshak, on the other end, has 2 Protect Shields and an Empoleon. Empoleon proves to be such a great generalist, especially behind 2 Protect Shields. Here comes the Ice Beam trying to peel away the first Protect Shield out of Kokshak, pulls the Protect Shield right away.
I mean, if the Protect Shields can keep the Altaria in play, avoiding these devastating Ice Beams, it's in a prime position to start Dragon Breathing down this Politoed. It's exactly what we see. It's got some energy in play, and now against the opposing Altaria, both of them Dragon Breathing, taking this battle right up into the sky, but the Sky Attack comes first from Kokshak's side team.
And of course, since the Power Gem was thrown by Sableye, that means that it doesn't have quite as much energy to keep up with this Altaria. First Sky Attack coming through is gonna pace so fast to the second Sky Attack. I don't think this gets a knockout, but it's going to put this Altaria dangerously low.
Yeah, will connect down across the sky into the opposing, the shiny form there of the Altaria, as the energy is up on a Mind Joke side of the field as well. Here we go, Jox, another one of these Sky Attacks swooping across the field.
Kokshiak trusting Empoleon to get the job done in this endgame. Shield advantage. We're going to try to get the Metal Sound down.
Ooh.
Can the Mind Joke reach a flamethrower, at least a Sky Attack? Sky Attack chip, so vital here. But Kokshiak with the move counting. He knows it's only a Sky Attack, does resisted damage, and now Empoleon has so much energy. I believe it's going to be able to outpace the Sableye. Sableye not quite at a move, and it's already in Hydro Cannon range. Kokshiak's going to tie this series up one apiece.
Look how unfazed this Empoleon is. It literally, as you said, was able to count down every moment, was not fearing a flamethrower coming through, and is in a prime position to even out the score for its trainer.
And for you guys at home, I feel like you're having a treat here, because this type of matchup only comes in day 2 usually. I believe both these trainers have been in the echelon of getting medals and more medals, and you're getting that in day number 1. What a treat.
Well, you just mentioned the accolades, so let's check them out here, Jox. Kokshiak here has been the Warsaw Regional Champion all the way back in 2023, as well as having an outstanding array of different Top Cut finishes at EUIC, has been able to get top 32 and top 16, and also this season in Lille, a top 4 finish.
And of course, here, he wants to replicate that Warsaw success. He did come quite close in Lille, getting at 3rd place finally. Though a Mind Joke here with 2 top 4 finishes and of course 2 top 8s. A Mind Joke's best position so far has been 3rd. And people, I feel like if you're not following every single stream, you would think, man, a Mind Joke has to have won a tournament. He plays so many, he gets so far usually, but no, not quite. But if we've seen anything this season, that a lot of these trainers that are grinding the circuit have won their first medal. The likes of Stone Collection, Arrow, for example. They play so many tournaments, they got their first gold this year, and a Mind Joke wants to add his name into that list.
I think it's about time, right? A Mind Joke has so much consistency. You can see that from his accolades, but there's so many medals he's able to take home, so many top cut finishes, but he is missing that elusive gold. Even a silver would be appreciated, but particularly in Turin, you want to go all the way if you're a Mind Joke. Both of these trainers getting ready, however, because for one of them, at the end of this match, Jox will be going home.
What a better place to write history than your own country, a few miles away from your own house, or kilometers since we're in Europe. But in the back of that Shadow Politoed, a Mind Joke trusts. It's so safe into Kokshiak's team. I feel like it's the prime position for it to shine. Of course, Shadow Sableye also putting a ton of work for a Mind Joke. Let's see if he can pilot them into a win here versus Kokshiak, or if Kokshiak will continue his dream season.
Let's get into it. Losers finals here. The last game of today's coverage. It's going to be the Tinkaton versus down against the Altaria.
And this is such a good play by a Mind Joke. What a great prediction, because it's obviously very good into the Altaria as a Fairy type, into a Dragon type, but also Licky doesn't really want to face this Fairy Steel type because this Gigaton Hammer hurts.
Oh, and look at that. That's a big amount of damage into the Altaria. Not enough to pull it from the skies. However, it can still go for these Dragon Breaths. Even though they're doing negligible damage, this is the one that you want to go for. Trying to get this Flamethrower down onto the Tinkaton. But no, a Mind Joke can see it and goes for the shield.
A Mind Joke reading that potentially Kokshiak is weak to this Tinkaton in the back. So choosing to invest a Protect Shield in it. Goes for another Gigaton Hammer, not trusting that the Bulldoze would be enough to KO. Gets the KO here. Altaria did pull a Protect Shield, but this Tinkaton is so healthy still.
Yeah, at the expense of a lot of energy, but as you said, the HP preservation has been masterful on a Mind Joke side. Now we're going to see the Politoed come in. Again, just going for these weather balls, but this one strong Empoleon isn't going to worry about this at all. The Superstar that even score for Kokshiak is now in play to go for one of these Drill Pecks in retaliation.
And this is very good for a Mind Joke, because it's thanks to both charge attacks being thrown, the switch cogs are being misaligned. That means this Tinkaton can potentially avoid the Empoleon into the end. And here comes the Licky safe swap. Tried and true, being so reliable for so many trainers. Not before this weather ball comes through. It's going to put a nice chunk into its HP.
No need to worry about a shield at this point in time. You can just keep going for these rollouts, farming up a lot of energy, and now you've got this Shadow Ball in play. A Mind Joke actually opting not to shield this.
And of course, he knows that the Tinkaton can now get a line into this Licky. Of course, the chip damage made by the Politoed means that Gigaton Hammer range has been reached. Gigaton Hammer is already loaded, but he's choosing to overfarm as much as he can. Shadow Ball is going to come through, but a Mind Joke knows that Tinkaton is so bulky that it can endure.
Yeah, Tinkertown really doesn't mind anything that this opposing Licky Licky can throw its way. But we're going to see the switch come in here, the Empoleon in the position. But no, it's not going to be the Gigaton Hammer coming through. Instead, it's going to be this Bulldoze.
And I feel like that mud shot damage from the Politoed added up so much. Look at that Bulldoze damage, even though it's a non-state type attack bonus move. It does a significant chunk into the Steel type. Here comes the Empoleon just before getting knocked out, gets up off a parting Hydro Cannon.
And the feisty little Furret is now in play for a Mind Joke, going for these Sucker Punches, trying to get some knockouts. Looks like the Empoleon has gone down. It's now just the Licky Licky you have to contend with.
Interesting here that the Mind Joke chooses to go for the Swift. I think Cockshack sees the writing on the wall. He's trying to potentially concede this matchup because this Furret is so healthy. Here comes the Shadow Ball, recognizing that the Mind Joke got him this time. A Mind Joke is able to seal his place on the top 16 in his own country regional. Is it this time this weekend?
Furret is able to close it out with the Sucker Punch, and that secures a Mind Joke into day 2 of the competition here in Turin.
Of course, a Mind Joke bringing a side of relief because, honestly, you don't expect to face someone like Cockshack in the losers final. You're expecting him to face him maybe in the winner's semi, trying to get into that grand finals, that winner's finals. But of course, that's how the bracket rolls sometimes. Here in Europe, the field is so stacked that sometimes you viewers back at home get to see some treats of matchups here in the losers finals on day number 1.
And look at that energy, the celebration, the joy. Against it, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got
Buongiorno, Pokemon trainers and enthusiasts, bug catchers and swimmers, hikers, and ace trainers, and welcome to the Pokemon Go Special Championships 2026 in Turin, the last European event of the season, and we cannot wait to find the next champion here in the Pokemon Go division. My name is Leonard König, and I'm joined by my crazy caster crew consisting of Lou the Pikachu, Jox, and Farid Anise.
I can't quite believe that it's the last day of the last event here on the European side of the schedule, but we've had some insane battles and I'm really excited to see what comes next.
Definitely, it was super hype. We are just in the Forever Forward season. As of this week, how did you guys think did it affect the meta?
I think for me it was great seeing a lot of the new moves coming into the forefront. You know, Ninetales with that Energy Ball, also Jumpluff being back with Energy Ball respectively, and Mantine with the Twister. That was always great to see.
Definitely, but we have had so many different formats already over this year. Let's reminisce a little bit about the tournaments we have had.
And of course, it all started in Frankfurt where Martin Inadequence won. The next weekend is going to be NAIC, the last international championship, the last chance to get points for that coveted spot on the World Championship stage in San Francisco.
You're exactly right, Jox. The last chance to get points, the championship points that are not only prestigious but also valuable because you can secure your spot at Worlds.
350 points for first place can make all the difference. We have players that are fighting for the title where you get a direct qualification, players that are fighting for a travel award, as well as players that are looking to secure their place in the top 65 spots here in Europe to try and qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim. Let's remember that if there is a direct qualification, that invite will cascade down so we can have even more European trainers there in summer.
Yep. And if you think you're pretty safe with your qualification for the World Championships, there is still a reason to play on, because if you accumulate enough points, you can get a travel award.
Exactly, these travel awards are a great way to enable our trainers to be able to get to a certain international or world championship. You can get different sponsorship prizes here depending on your leaderboard placement, and this can be a really great way to unlock a next Pokemon memory for these trainers.
Definitely, but we have talked a lot about points. There are goods to be gotten as well here at the Special Championship in Turin. There are some prizes on the line for these trainers. All of the trainers that are still playing now, they've already gotten some prizes, but
of course, every trainer wants that golden ticket, but along with that comes some booster boxes, some booster packs that you can rip open with your friends after a tournament, maybe stash them for later. There's some cool art around for these new sets, and I can't wait to see what these trainers pull. Maybe post that on social media, #PlayPokemon.
Would love to see that, actually. We don't have that too often. But let's focus for the moment on the upcoming battles that we're going to see today. So many great trainers still in this tournament and some newcomers as well.
Exactly. We can take a look at the winners bracket here as well to see which trainers are currently undefeated in the tournament so far. Honestly, I'm not sure which of these matches is going to be the greatest. They're all going to be epic, but my eye is certainly on number one there, Padaman versus Kufe. Honestly, Padaman, one of these trainers who has been exceptional back-to-back EUIC champion, could possibly even be the Turin champion at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, he's simply sublime. But my eye is on Neza Beethan. He's our reigning champion from the previous event. And at this point, he is half man and half Celio. I cannot wait to see how far he goes today.
Okay, you of course have your eyes on these already existing champion, these pros, fan favorites, but I have my eyes on the losers bracket because so many new players want to make their names big.
Of course, we have some newcomers like Sinja X facing against Paul Lasha. Paul Lasha, who is the reigning Seville champion. Actually, the reigning Turin champion as well. We haven't been in Turin for a few years. We're back, and she's trying to renew that title. Of course, Arceus Aurelius, what a story. He flew in last night, or the Friday of the last night, to get his last championship point, trying to get that qualification for San Francisco. Of course, a mind joke. What a loser's run is that. He made it his first day 2 of the season, and he went down on his first series, and he had to win 7 series in a row to make it to day 2. What a story, what a comeback.
That is so impressive, but also just as impressive as, for example, Andy Rushi, who made it to the winners finals in his first ever tournament here on the big stage, then had to face Pataman, but still made day 2. But we have been looking at the teams of these trainers, and we've made quite some predictions on which Pokemon could carry these trainers all the way to the victory, to the gold medal. And what do we have here? You said half man, half Celio for
Yeah, I think he's brought it before, he's brought it again. And Celio, I quite like Shadow Celio as well, but Celio in general just has such great coverage. Powder Snow received a buff a couple of seasons ago. Body Slam gives you great pacing, and then Surf for that harder hitting water type damage.
I'm actually backing Chris. If you usually look at the leaderboards and we have those golden tickets behind the turns, Chris is surrounded by golden tickets. He's having a dream season himself. The first season he invested heavily in playing. He's doing so well, but he's still looking for that coveted golden ticket. And I'm back in Primate, who's been such a stellar safe swap for him to lead him all the way.
To no surprise as well, I am of course backing Padaman, but it's not just because of the trainer, it's because of this Shadow Mightyena, a Pokemon I was really inspired to see in play yesterday, particularly when we see Furret running around with that Sucker Punch. Having Mightyena as a Dark type, having that same type attack bonus does give it that little bit of extra edge on damage, and combined with the fact that the Shadow form and its attack gets a boost, it can be really formidable. Poison Fang as well, some really nice neutral coverage, but honestly, it's just a force to be reckoned with.
Shadow Mightyena, it's giving Shadow Caesar a little bit, yeah? But I am, of course, looking at a mind joke here. The Shadow Politoed, really innovative pick. And I thought for a second it was Alejandro on the picture there, but he has really impressed with his run yesterday. You said it first, Jox. First round already in the losers bracket, and then a crazy run afterwards. If you love these stories, if you love the battle, the mechanical skills of the players, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. You will find all the action there. And of course, also follow all of the channels that we are having. We are on X, we are on YouTube, we are on Twitch as well.
And we want to see the social posts as well. This is our last opportunity to feature you at home here on the stream. So if you have any pictures of Pokemon that you've enjoyed in the Forever Forward meta, make sure to post them. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Keep on track with all of our channels because we'd love to get you involved as much as we can.
So you know where to watch it. You might want to know how to play these tournaments. So if you haven't attended one before or haven't seen one before, we're going to show you how these tournaments run. And afterwards, we're seeing you at the desk.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And we're ready with the action here at Day 2 at the Turin Special Championships. Honestly, after Day 1, I know how epic Day 2 is going to be. We have some incredible Pokemon trainers battling out to become the final trainer on the European 2026 calendar.
It's so incredible, right? We have been here from the start, from the very first season that we have these European broadcasts, and I want to say the level of plays, it has increased so much. I remember when I was super impressed back then that people could actually count, and now people are doing the craziest sorts of technologies to find their ways to win a battle.
Honestly, the fact that the game and the community has grown so much over the years, like you said, it's such a heartwarming and wholesome experience to be a part of, and it's only going to get better. We're coming into the 10th year of Pokemon Go as well, and being able to have more memories to look forward to is always an interesting thing looking ahead.
Yeah, we love those memories in motion, but now we're forever looking forward. And the next match that we can look forward to is going to be one of 2 great players. We've almost seen it already at the EUIC. It is Patoman versus Gaifia. Both of these are Championship Sundays. And well, it was one of Gaifia's biggest runs ever. Of course, Patoman won that European International Championship. I think it was 2 years ago. It was absolutely phenomenal, breathtaking tournament. Now we're going to see this on the winner's side of the bracket. First match in day 2. What a blessing.
That's the thing. I always love seeing these trainers in action. I love seeing the Pokemon the trainers bring to the tournament as well. Day 1 brought us a lot of really interesting insights to how the Forever Forward meta is starting to shape up. And this is what trainers thought was going to be the core. Eventually, we'll be able to take a look at what's been successful. But for me, it's really been about this top row. The Licky Licky we saw everywhere. The Ninetales also in a lot of teams, not necessarily always brought to the match. But one thing I love to see is the way that these Embers stack up that energy ball so fast. Altaria, for me, though, that was the superstar yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that also explains why we see Ninetales on so many teams, but we rarely ever see it in play, because number 1 most used Pokemon was Licky Licky, and then Altaria, as you can see it now. It's the most popular Pokemon in day 2. Those are 2 really good answers against Ninetales, and without Overheat, Ninetales doesn't really pack the punch anymore to get some use out of the bad matchups, right? Because if you're throwing an Overheat, Shadow boosted, same type attack bonus boosted Overheat into an Altaria and then swap out, that's still a lot of damage that you're doing. With Weather Ball and Energy Ball,
it does make it difficult for sure, and a lot of these water types were running around as well, although when we're taking a look here at the top 12 in day 2, the only one I can really see here is the Empoleon. Those Metal Sounds getting to the Hydro Cannon really strong, paired up of course with the Sea King right by its side. It's a little sneaky on the side there.
How much of a water type is Seeking really?
Seeking.
Peck, Icy Wind, Drill Run.
That's true. The coverage is not, raining down on anyone's battlefield, but it's certainly crushing a lot of hopes and dreams.
Yeah, but I mean, water is a phenomenal defensive typing. We all know that. They're known for their flexibility, quite fitting to water actually.
That's
because
true.
water is, I would say, quite flexible.
Yeah, definitely very agile, very patient as well. It takes its time.
Yeah, definitely. Even though the pacing of Seeking now is much faster now that the Drill Run change happened in Forever Forward. However, also the damage of Drill Run has been reduced. What is your opinion on that? I felt like yesterday we saw quite a lot of Drill Runs that barely missed out on a knockout.
We talked about this a little bit. A lot of these moves that have, reduced damage but also reduced energy cost are making them a lot more accessible, and it's great to be able to see new Pokemon jump into the fray because they have access to these moves a little bit more easily now. But as you say, sometimes the damage is just a little underwhelming. In some situations, you might think that's got to be a KO, and then it turns out not to be.
Yeah, that's a surprise for sure. We also have a little surprise for you after our stream here. The Go Fest in Chicago is happening, and we are going to basically connect the 2 streams. Yeah, there's going to be a great stream. We're going to probably raid over there. So I think at 5 p.m. in our time, 10 a.m. CT, if you ever played me in Grassroots, you know that I don't know my time zones, so bear with me on this one. But it is going to be an absolute fest, quite literally. It's going to be an amazing stream, and I cannot wait to watch it when we're
There's
done
always
here.
a lot of great memories at these events, right? You can go not only connect with members of the community, but catch some amazing memento Pokemon to have in your game to be able to look back on and reflect on those core memories. And there's always such great activities at these events as well.
Most of these events carry 1 or 2 costume Pokemon. Which one is your favorite?
I think my favorite one ever, I really enjoy all the Pikachus that you get in the different outfits as well. And every time there's ever any event to unlock them, I love the Rockstar Pikachu, for example.
Oh, yeah.
That one I did get in a shiny, and I was very proud about it.
For my favorite is the Rockstar Snorlax. That's actually, but I traded the only one I had to my mother because she found it so cute. But that's the price I'm willing to pay. But now our players are already settled on stage. Patoman, probably the GOAT of European Pokemon Go. Only thing he is missing out on is the World Champion title versus Kaifir, a trainer who's also very well known. Every time he comes to a tournament well prepared, he is going to be a threat.
And I love the team that Kaifir is running here. I had the pleasure of speaking to him in an interview yesterday, and he really talked about how he likes that Guzzlord can be back and that Corviknight is still a reliable steel type for his playstyle.
Definitely, and now there is Psyduck.
Yeah, we got the little Psyduck, but it's not in the team. It's just the sidekick by Padaman's side, enabling a lot of his success. The beautiful Mightyena is here in play, but also one other Pokemon that I think has been really strong in this tournament so far has been the Forretress.
Yeah.
Those bug bites can absolutely tear through opponents.
And that is a really interesting part, because Kaifir is rocking one off-meta Pokemon, and that is the Guzzlord, a Dark type, and it looks fairly strong into all of the 5 Pokemon that Patoman has here. If the Forretress was to be a Volt Switch Forretress, Guzzlord would have had a favorable matchup. However, Shadow, Forretress, Bug Bite, each of those Bug Bite does, I don't know how much damage to a Forretress. It just chomps down rather quickly, and that's usually Guzzlord's job.
Yep, that's true, but Guzzlord is going to have a little bit of a back day if you are going to have the Fortress in play. However, the rest of Kufia's team as well has a lot of utility. You have that Ninetales pressuring with the Emble, the Shadow Ninetales as well, to be able to deal that additional little bit of damage, as well as the Sableye. Those Shadow Claws can stack up so fast, and Foul Play is not a move to underestimate at all.
No, and Drain Punch either. We saw a Drain Punch unshielded on a Shadow Alolan Sandslash yesterday. The double super effective hit just knocked out straight up. Everyone was really surprised about that no shield there. Let's see how well Kaifia fares versus the Shadow Fortress of Pataman. Both trainers are smiling at each other. Actually, it's mainly Pataman who is smiling because he knows he has been successful already. Kaifia has a lot more to prove, wants to get his first gold medal so badly. In the lead, we're going to see Shadow Mightyena versus Shadow Kanto Ninetales. And depending on the defenses of the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Shadow Mightyena can actually Sucker Punch down with 2 shields.
Well, the Purple Flames are on the stage to get things kicked off here. Mightyena switches up. We're going to see the Altaria. A fantastic adjustment from Pataman here as the Weather Ball comes through.
That's not what you want to happen when you play versus Pataman in the first round of the day. Immediate catch on the first charge attack, but Kaifia farms up a lot more energy, gets the energy back and brings in the Empoleon. Now Empoleon is behind in energy. We'll take a Flamethrower.
Yep, Flamethrower is going to be the great charge attack here. Looks like Kaifia is going to let this come through as well. So Empoleon taking a serious chunk of damage, but look at the energy it's able to rack up from these Metal Sounds. Already pressuring with 2 Hydro Cannons in play, and it can now go for one of them.
Kaifia knew exactly how much energy he needed to still outpace to the second charged attack, so he has the Drill Pack ready. Can just throw it immediately, and no! He is a little bit too late. One more Metal Sound Sky Attack is being deployed from Pataman.
Yeah, Pataman trying to get this Empoleon off the field, but not today. So Kaifia going for the shield here, keeping it in play with all of that wonderful energy it's got. And now it has the potential to find its mark on the Mightyena, but Pataman, knowing this is one of the key Pokemon with the energy banked, needs to shield.
Is Pataman thinking that Kaifia is not going to bring the Guzzlord? Because that one's coming in now. Yes, there is a Poison Fang. That one is still going to do decent amounts of damage, but Kaifia has some damage with Dragon Tail, and also Shadow Mightyena is so fragile to begin with.
That's true, and of course Guzzlord has a lot of bulk behind it as well. These Dragon Tails absolutely stacking up into the Mightyena, but it is able to get to another one of these attacks. Poison Fang will follow through.
Question is, how good is this Shadow Kanto Ninetales going to be against the Stunfisk in the back for Pataman? How good is Pataman at managing its HP? Now the Shadow Mightyena, do you need to actually shield this brutal swing, or are you going to hang on comfortably enough to deal some more damage with Sucker Punches?
It does manage to hang on. Pataman letting it come through, banks it with the energy it had. As the Altaria can farm down here, that Guzzlord is gone.
Oh, that's a very bold bring-in from Kaifia, trying to farm down the Altaria. Knows he cannot make it, swaps in the Empoleon. One Metal Sound to deny all the energy from Altaria. Now Pataman needs to make a decision. Do you bring in the Shadow Mightyena again, or the Stunfisk brings in Shadow Mightyena? Can you get to a charge attack? Takes 1, Ember takes 2, falls down, but there's so little HP on Kaifia's side.
That's the power of the Shadow Ninetales, though. The Ember's taking down the Mightyena, but this is a full HP Stunfisk coming in for Pataman with 1 shield remaining as well. Weather Ball does come through, however, does about a quarter damage there, and now you can just keep going with all of these Thunder Shocks trying to get there. You've got your energy up. You're ready with the Mud Bombs.
Oh, there is double Energy Ball on the side of Kaifia. One needs to knock out here or bring it in fast Ember down range. How much damage is this going to do? Is this enough? That's a huge chunk of damage. Both trainers are embering down, and we are going to see a tie here in the first game of the day.
Oh my goodness, that came right down to the wire at the end there. Both the trainers had so much energy up, but there were still shields in play.
Wow, Pataman also identifying that he cannot just throw a Mud Bomb here, because then he's going to be behind in fast attack damage. Both trainers are absolutely on par. Great catch immediately from Pataman. Great snipe with the Metal Sound from Kaifia in the end game. Knowing the energy management there. Well, it was what a fest already to begin this.
So many back and forths throughout these trainers. You know, Mightyena being in a great position in the lead, switching out, Altaria coming in, being able to deal out lots of damage with those Dragon Breaths. But at the same time, as you said, Leo, Kaifia able to come in with that Ninetales, apply that pressure with the Embers, get the retaliation onto that Mightyena, and then be in a great position. The Guzzlord, I think, was a really great Pokemon coming in, particularly considering Pataman did not bring the Fortress, but it did give Pataman a little bit of trouble. I wonder if Fortress could be an adaptation for the next game.
Definitely, Fortress always has a place, even against Pokemon like Corviknight, where your Bug Bites are double resisted. It's a one-turn fast attack, so it still adds up a little bit time after time. And then Corviknight also cannot hit it back super hard. You're going to debuff with the Rock Tomb, so the Pokemon does have some merits in those matchups. Also against Empoleon, if you really want to force switch, there are instances in which you can do it with 2 shields.
Well, we're going to jump into the next game here of this winners round 1 on day 2. Oh, looks like we've got the Empoleon out against the Ninetales. This is nice for the Empoleon if it can get to that Hydro Cannon fast.
Yep, you are going to get outpaced to Weather Balls, but you can take a Weather Ball, no problem. Hydro Cannon is always going to threaten at least almost a knockout, so if you puts up a shield.
Yeah, no hesitation there. Shield goes up for that Ninetales. It's gone for those Embers, got some energy up. It can either try to unleash them now or be banked for later, but Kaifia happy to go straight away for this Weather Ball. And as you said, Padaman letting this go through, Empoleon can take one of these.
The question is, can it also take 2? Because then Kaifia can force a shield later on, just before Patoman can reach the second Hydro Cannon. Oh, Patoman expecting a catch here. Kaifia knows it, so he swaps in the Empoleon now after not throwing the Weather Ball.
And there's so much energy banked on that Ninetales for later. Empoleon now in a prime position to be able to take this Flamethrower. We saw this in the previous game as well. It's going to be able to take one of these, but wants to try and get to that Hydro Cannon pressure as quickly as possible. At the same time, it can go for that Drill Prec. That's going to do some decent damage into Altaria too.
Yep, neutral damage there, even though the Metal Sounds do not add up as much as you would hope for. Also, the Drill Pack, that's negligible damage and shows why Altaria is probably the Pokemon to beat in this tournament, but Kaifia barely outpacing Altaria, throwing another Drill Pack.
Yeah, Altaria can easily take another one of these, but Padaman wants to keep that shield in to preserve it up, maybe trying to go for this Dragon Breath farm down, get as much energy up on Altaria as possible, but Empoleon with those Metal Sounds is so quick to pace, so Altaria does have to unleash one of the attacks.
Great counting again from Padaman. What else would you expect throwing the Sky Attack just right before Kaifia would get to the next Drill Pack? And now Kaifia is going to go in for the farm down, but Padaman has overfarmed so much. A Sky Attack will be unleashed. That is going to deal a decent chunk here, so the HP advantage should be on Padaman's side.
It would be nice to get more Dragon Breaths down onto this Guzzlord, but with the limited HP that the Altaria has left, it's going to have to get out of there and let Stunfisk try and carry this.
The big question for Kaifia is now, does he want to switch in this Shadow Kanto Ninetales that has so much energy to hit this Stunfisk with super effective energy ball damage? We have seen how much it did in the last game. If you connect one of those, you can start throwing Weather Balls.
Oh, and Padaman lets it go through. There was one shield remaining, but Stunfisk hangs on just in the red. It's got the pressure to go for these Mud Bombs, but Ninetales gets there first. Here comes the Weather Ball. Will Padaman keep Stunfisk in the game? Yes, decides to protect it up, maybe to now pressure with this Mud Bomb energy in the next turn.
But Padaman not throwing the Mud Bomb so far, just right before Kaifia reaches back-to-back Weather Ball. Again, energy management masterclass. Kaifia puts up a shield. Will have to throw immediately, otherwise Padaman is going to reach another Mud Bomb soon. No, he waits for one more turn. Also denies a catch with that throwing before the Stunfisk reaches the Mud Bomb.
Yeah, there's nowhere for Stunfisk to go here. It's going to have to take the Weather Ball and go right back into its Pokeball. Padaman has the opportunity, though, to bring this Empoleon back in. One Metal Sound is all it takes to be able to get to its charge attack, but look at that switch. Guzzlord's here.
Guzzlord is going to take this resisted Hydro Cannon to the face, still going to deal a reasonable chunk of damage, but you are now barely not outpacing even to the next attack. Brutal Swing is going to be caught by Patoman. Now the question is, can this Guzzlord hang on to Metal Sounds, or can Kaifia bring in the Ninetales to snipe with a Weather Ball? What is going to happen next?
Let's see the Metal Sounds coming down. You want to keep that Hydro Cannon for when the Ninetales comes back in, but it looks like Guzzlord is able to get the edge.
Guzzlord farms down this Empoleon of Patamans, takes it out. It cannot deploy the energy. No Hydro Cannons are going to be thrown, and Kaifia gets in the lead 1-0.
Honestly, that game felt so fast-paced. It was back and forth, energy switches, lots of energy bank to come back in. And you can see what Padaman was trying to do there in the end, going for those Metal Sounds, trying to get rid of the Guzzlord, so you had the Hydro Cannon pressure onto that Ninetales. But Ninetales also was in a position with energy.
This is maybe the first time in this tournament we are really seeing the Shadow Kanto Ninetales shine.
True.
This was a true masterclass. Both of these charge attacks have been used with absolute nice precision, you know? You're playing the Empoleon matchup, going down one shield, and then you're threatening the second knockout with a Weather Ball, anticipating a catch on the opposing Altaria, then charging up more energy, knowing the Stunfisk of Pataman looks so good into your team, swapping out the Ninetales with more energy, and then offloading all of these energy balls, dealing so much damage. Kaifia shows that he does know what he's doing.
I think you make a great point there. The Ninetales has been such a superstar for Kaifia here, and I think it's also scaring away Pokemon like the Forretress from even coming in to deal with the Guzzlord, because those Embers are hitting hard and the Weather Balls are stacking up so quickly as well. If you get that wrong alignment, Padaman goes on the back foot very early on. I like the Altaria in play from Padaman. I think it's done really well with its pressure, but For me, it's always getting to the Guzzlord a little bit too late. It hasn't got a lot of HP remaining. It doesn't have the breathing room to go for those Dragon Breaths and try and chip away at the Guzzlord more successfully.
I think its main target has to be the Shadow Kanto Ninetales as well. I think this is really where you want to put the Altaria to just soak up all that energy, not really caring about Weather Balls. I think this is maybe because Kaifia always plays it in the lead, so he can swap out if the Altaria is there. He does not use it as a safe swap, and there we are. Butterman predicting exactly that, bringing in the Altaria in the lead. So the Ninetales, will farm up one Ember and then swap out.
Yeah, this is what Padaman wanted to see in the lead. Already got a little bit of energy up, and now it's going to be the battle of the water types as the Seeking adjustment from Padaman takes to the stage.
Seeking is such a great answer to the Empoleon as a late swap-in, because you know you're going to hang on to Metal Sounds and a few Drill Packs. So therefore, you can just swap in late. You're going to get outpaced either way, and then you can offload on Drill Runs.
Yeah, the Peck isn't doing too much, but these drill runs, like you say, are going to be a threat to the Empoleon, so it could force some earlier shields from Kaifia here. As you can see, however, though, those Metal Sounds also stacking up in return and applying pressure to the Seeking, so Padaman has to go for the shield, keep it in a position where it can whittle away at this opposing Empoleon, maybe try and burn through these shields and leave the endgame more exposed for Kaifia.
Padaman throwing yet another drill run. Kaifia might be happy with this situation, might be happy to take it because the timer is so low already. Knocks out the Empoleon clean in one drill run. Now let's see how this continues. Kaifia bringing in the Kanto Ninetales, but another drill run is being thrown. Seeking trying to get that MVP status here.
Honestly, the Seeking is not messing around. It's trying to apply pressure to this Fire type on the opposing side. Kaifia lets it go through, but Ninetales is still able to keep it in the game where the ball is now ready to go. This is not obviously going to do too much to the Seeking, but with a low HP, it could be putting it in a very precarious situation.
Now Kaifia making sure that he still has some energy after the Seeking feigns, so he can maybe throw one more Weather Ball in the process of this game. Swaps out into the Guzzlord as he sees the Shadow Mightyena. Has one Weather Ball stored. The question is, how does Padaman play this now? He knows that there is still the Kanto Ninetales that can clear the debuff from Poison Fang. Kaifia lets this first one go. This is very dangerous when it comes to HP.
Yeah, the defense drop as well, not going to be beneficial. Look at these sucker punches. They may not be very effective, but you could be fooled by how much damage they're dealing to this Guzzlord. Padaman going on the defensive now, going for the shield as the Guzzlord has its chance to go for the Sludge Bomb.
Keep in mind, Guzzlord is not a Dragon Claw running Guzzlord, therefore it does not threaten the Altaria with heavy charged attack damage here. And Padaman slowly but surely winning the HP game in this. He's going to deal some more damage with Sucker Punches. It's resisted, but look at how he's shredding through this Guzzlord.
So much energy up on the Mightyena side. However, there are no Protect Shields remaining, so this time Guzzlord is going to be able to find its mark. It can go and unleash this brutal swing and deal with that Mightyena.
Yep, and there's some stinky breath now here, Dragon Breathing down the Ninetales and the Guzzlord before they can do anything. Altaria with almost full HP, just asserting so much pressure from its Pokeball.
I was about to say, Altaria we barely saw in that match, but it was in the lead. A perfect call for Padaman, forcing that Ninetales to have to switch off and not get the energy stored up like Kaifia has been able to utilize in the previous games. For me, the Mightyena then put in so much work, really dealt relentlessly with that Guzzlord, and then enabled the Altaria to come out at the end, just go for those Dragon Breaths. But we also have to credit the Seeking. I think that was a great adaptation by Padaman. Being able to go for those drill runs into two Pokemon that could deal super effective damage to just meant the pressure was constantly being asserted onto Kaifia.
Yeah, Seeking did so much work, and I just love how Padaman plays this Seeking Shadow Mightyena combination, because usually when you're seeing a Shadow Mightyena, you know, okay, my opponent is going to give it 2 shields. That's basically always, quotation mark, what's going to happen.
It steals them.
But we've seen multiple times that Padaman isn't shy to throw a shield onto his own Seeking, to let it get this utility out, to let it debuff your opponent's attacks or throw ground-type charge attack, which is super strong against most of the Pokemon in the meta right now, and then bring in the Shadow Mightyena when everything is a little chipped.
That's true, because Mightyena can clean up really nicely. Those Sucker Punches come and hit really, really hard. I really like the way that Padaman led out with the Altaria. It certainly was a great lead in the face that you had the Ninetales here. I wonder if that's going to be something Padaman's going to try and run back, and if Kaifia can adjust accordingly, because if Altaria is in the lead, you do have some options.
You need to be really bold to try and pull this off once again versus a player like Padaman. You have done this in game 0, in game 1, and then in game 2 as well. In Game 2, you got hard counted. The question is, what are these trainers predicting? Is this going to be another Shadow Catcher Ninetales? No, this time, Sableye enters the field for the first time versus the Altaria.
This little Sableye is also running Drain Punch. That's something that if it gets the energy up, the Mightyena in the back for Padaman is going to have to watch out for. Look at these Shadow Claws pacing so quick to all of that energy. Sableye able to go for the foul play.
A big difference between Shadow Mightyena and the Shadow Caesar is that we are rarely seeing the Shadow Mightyena in the lead for Patoman so far, but Sableye without Power Gem is not too likely to get a shield out of the Altaria in the first charge attack.
Yeah, Altaria can breathe a little bit easier. It says, I'll take all this damage and put the pressure on the Sableye to help my Mightyena partner out in the back. As Mightyena comes in with the Sucker Punches, though, weakened up by the Altaria, these Sucker Punches can do a lot of work to the Sableye. But as you said, Leo, Padaman is going to have to potentially invest some shields into this Mightyena.
Okay, if he gets a shield from a Drain Punch, doesn't want the defense boost, swaps out immediately into the Guzzlord to take this energy and the fast attack damage from Shadow Mightyena.
Mightyena doing exactly what it did in the previous game, applying that pressure to the Guzzlord, going for these Poison Fangs as well to really weaken up the Guzzlord on the opposing side. Once the defense drops it down, just look how much increased damage the Sucker Punch is capable of dealing. And look at that, there's another one on the way.
Gaife really wanting to threaten the knockout with the Sludge Bomb. Therefore, he farms up so much energy, but that allows the Mightyena to get up to another attack. And now it almost runs through this Guzzlord already. Still has a shield. Patoman could use it to get out with so much HP on the Mightyena. No, decides to let it go. Values the shield more. Brings in the Seeking. Seeking with energy advantage now.
That's the thing, Seeking gets that cheeky peck off, and when Sableye joins the field, it can keep pecking away at it, getting all of that energy up. It's not going to worry too much, considering you have that shield preserve that Mightyena was happily able to gift it.
Oh, that is super interesting here. Does not want to throw the charge attack, but wants to pack down the Sableye. Kaife trying to swap out of here, potentially clearing a debuff later. And now Patoman, he is playing the mind games with Kaife. Am I debuffing you? Am I hitting you for super effective damage? Goes for straight drill run. Kaife shields.
Yeah, the shield going to keep that Empoleon in the game. We saw how much damage the Durons are capable of doing. Empoleon able to take one of these, but buying the way that the energy is being stacked up on that Seeking means they're going to keep coming through thick and fast. Another one is going to be able to get the KO.
Gaife now is going to be outpaced to another drill run. Wanted to get the double drill pack, puts his phone down already. Patoman already celebrating on the back of a Seeking, riding to victory. Takes out the Empoleon and packs down Shadow Sableye.
The fish outpaces the penguin, able to get to that charge attack and get the victory. Padaman victorious, still undefeated in this Turin Special Championships.
Who would have thought?
I would have thought.
Patoman going there again, so far in the tournament, one match away from another medal. Patoman is on a crazy run for forever, basically.
Honestly, he's just one of the greatest trainers of all time. Yes, not every trainer can be on top of their game every single event, but right now Padaman is shining bright, particularly with that Mightyena, a Pokemon that we were talking in the pre-show as being one of the great partners of Padaman, one I'm really excited to see, and I think I just proved why.
Yeah, Shadow Mightyena is incredible. It deals so much fast attack damage, and I will just keep on comparing it to Shadow Caesar, okay? So Shadow Caesar sometimes had the ability to boost its own attack with Trailblaze, or sometimes when you got lucky with the Night Slash. But this Pokemon is a little more persistent. It is going to try and debuff your defenses, knowing that if you have very defensive Pokemon, the percentage debuff is going to hit really, really hard. It's not going to carry over those debuffs into the next game, into the next Pokemon that it's facing, but it still has similar effects.
It certainly is, and this was also a nice setup here with the Altaria versus the Ninetales, giving a little bit of momentum to Padaman. I have to say, Kaife, the way that he was able to play this Guzzlord throughout all the games was really admirable, particularly earlier on. It really was able to put a lot of pressure onto Padaman and force him to have to make adaptations and risk certain areas, but by the end of it, Padaman had it figured out. You were able to get the damage down with Mightyena. Ninetales, however, I think did have a beautiful showcase. You could see how quickly it was able to pace to these weather balls, and that put a lot of pressure on Padaman in return.
100%. I think that Kaife needed to find a different solution for the Seeking, and I don't really feel like it's super easy with his team. The Seeking hits the Cradley for super effective damage. Empoleon, for it is really, really tough. Corviknight might have a better shot, but getting debuffed with Corviknight also feels really, really lackluster. we have seen how much damage a Drillrun does to the Ninetales, and the other Pokemon also have some issues, so Seeking was really the MVP for Pataman.
I also like the Sableye adjustment from Kaifia though, however. Coming in with those Shadow Claws, really, really nice damage on the board. But honestly, the way that the Sucker Punches from Mightyena were able to just keep steamrolling through it meant that it wasn't able to get going. You want, if you're running that Shadow Claw on the Sableye, to keep constantly applying pressure with things like the Foul Play, being able to maybe land a Drain Punch on that Mightyena, but it just was not able to get that utility and flexibility out there on the field.
Yep. Seeking Masterclass from Padaman. We knew this Pokemon was going to be buffed a little bit with the changes for Drillrun, but who would have thought that it is going to be this incredibly good? When I saw the teams of players, I thought, oh wow, that's spicy, that's cool that Seeking is now seeing play, but now in day 2, it feels like it's everywhere.
I think it was a previous format we saw Tonton Batus running the Seeking as well, and that was kind of always the Pokemon and the trainer that I kind of connected together a little bit, but now it looks like everybody has been able to, you know, take a little bit of a dip and find that Seeking for themselves.
I think back then it was even a Poison Jab Seeking.
Ooh,
So that dealt a lot of fast attack pressure as well there with the Poison type damage. Some very good against some Fairy Pokemon, but now I think Seeking has developed and it's now so fast-paced, it's incredible.
I think the water types really have been so impressive. They kind of always are in Pokemon Go. There's always some water types out there that are kind of a staple on a lot of teams. But the Empoleons that we're seeing running around, the Seekings, as well as I think in day 1 we had a lot of the Quagsire as well that was quite prevalent. I think seeing a lot of this typing means you always have to have some kind of adaptation to it. And that's why we do see a lot of the electric types with Stunfisk, for example. We even saw a Morpeko yesterday as well, being able to hit with that electric Aura Wheel before it transitioned over. And now we also have a lot of these jump ups with the Energy Ball, even the Ninetales with the Energy Ball, because you have to find a way to deal with water types because you will come up against them.
And you mentioned Morpeko, it has Aura Wheel. Speaking of Aura, we have a winner's interview ready with Pataman Farid. Take it away.
Thank you, Lou and Leo. I'm joined by not just the #1 seed in Europe, but current #1 seed in the world. Winner of our first game here on day 2 of Turin, it's Pataman. Pretty good victory. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty comfortable about this position. I wasn't really planning to go to Turin because I had other important events, but I had the feeling I needed to have the chance to win a regional because actually, I mean, yeah, I won 2 international in UIC, but I don't win a regional since 2023, which is really long ago, you know? And also I came here just to help my brother, maybe, also he's trying to qualify for Worlds, you know, so I just wanted to give him some help with the matchups, also giving myself the chance. So yeah, that's all. I'm feeling pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah, you mentioned championship points. I know you and your brother have both been playing in the Go Battle League, and you can now get championship points from the Go Battle League. How did you finish? What was your final score for the last season?
So I thought it was top 4, but it's top 6 in the world with 3,505, which is kind of nice. So yeah, that's good.
I mean, it's very, very impressive. And so you've had success at international championships. You've had success in the Go Battle League. You're looking for regional success this season. What was it like preparing last night against a player that you know also has time to prepare specifically against your team?
So, I mean, Kavji is a really good friend of mine, to be honest. We used to play in the same team. So it was a pleasure for me to have this matchup in the first match of the day. And I knew it wasn't gonna be super, it was gonna be a really tough matchup. Maybe not because of the teams, but because of the opponent, because Kavji is a really good player. I have a lot of respect for him. We actually played in the 2025 UIC, which was the one I won first. So I have a really good memory of that. And yeah, I hope he can get further in the tournament.
And we didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this event. We obviously had the Forever Forward update happen earlier this week. You have built a team that's a little bit spicy. Talk me through how you came up with some of your picks.
So I wanted to play Shadow Mightyena since Birmingham. When I went to Birmingham and I was walking into the venue, I didn't pick up the Mightyena last night for the team because I didn't really find a good team with Mightyena. And I was man, I needed to play Mightyena to win this tournament. Actually, it wasn't that good at the end because the teams were a bit prepared for it. Not necessarily for it, but for other dark types or stuff. But right now, I think it was a really good pick for the meta because no one is preparing for Mightyena, you know? So yeah, like no fairy types right now. Not a lot of shadow booked by Fortress as well. So yeah, I think it was really good.
I think a lot of players are already keeping an eye out for you, but now having to also keep an eye out for some of these exciting picks like Shadow Mightyena makes it even more exciting for us to watch. I'm sure we're going to interview again. Best of luck for the rest of today. Otherwise, casters, back to you.
How cool is that? Just casually coming to a tournament because you want to support your brother in his hopes and dreams to qualify for the World Championships, and then you're again one match off of a medal, still on the winner's side of the tournament, undefeated. That's just Padoman for you.
I love being able to see like trainers and maybe siblings or family members who are all working together to be able to go on this incredible Pokemon journey. And we actually did get to show Padoman's brother on the broadcast yesterday as well. So great to showcase him, great to continue watching Padoman. But for now, we're moving on to our next epic match.
Fantiga Firan versus Nessa Beathan, our most recent champion, bringing the champion Sileo with the champion mustache. But Fantiga Firan, he has played a lot in the recent tournaments. He has been grinding. Finally, his first big success, day 2 on the winner side. This is something that other trainers always dream of. He has made it true for himself, and he's rocking one of the coolest Pokemon ever, Poliwrath.
Yes, honestly, the water types here are so exciting to see. I know that we've spoken about Poliwrath a little bit yesterday, but I want to talk a little bit about this Kingdra as well. Kingdra being that shadow form as well, going to be a little bit more on the offensive. Very good to know. Those Shadow Starmies.
I learned that the hard way.
Oh, that's unfortunate, but a good tip for future Pokemon battles for sure. I think the other thing I really like about the Kingdra is the fact it's running that Dragon Breath. We've seen Altaria utilize Dragon Breath to great success, but also if you can find its mark onto some of those dragons or just find a way to start steamrolling up a lot of that energy as well, it can put the Kingdra in a really great position.
Yeah, the thing with Kingdra is that when other dragons are really strong in the meta, I think it suffers a little bit from it because it takes super effective damage. It deals out super effective damage as well, but it is just not as bulky. If you compare one Dragon Breather to Altaria, most of the other Pokemon, they will lose those matchups. Guzzlord may be an exception, but still, it is so incredibly tough. Also, only having Swift as a viable option versus a Altaria is not going to help you, so I think Nessa Beathan wants to avoid that. However, that's why it's so great to pair it with the Celio, because Celio really does threaten Altaria.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, Kingdra's matchup against the Altaria may not be so good, but the Celio with that Powder Snow is going to be able to apply lots of pressure. So we're going to want to make sure the alignment is key for Nessa Beathan there. But for the Antigua, we want to hopefully see that Poliwrath in play. It's going to be the Altaria we just spoke about, however, facing down against the Sableye of Nessa Beathan.
That's a rather neutral lead for both trainers, especially since there is no Power Gem on the side of Nessa Beathan's Sableye. So we're going to not see a shield against the first fall play. Sky Attack is being thrown here. No defenses boosted on Nessa Beathan's side, so he shields this.
Yep, Sky Attack just coming down, raining onto the opposing Sableye here. But look at all the energy that is up on Nessa Beathan's side. We're going to see the Stunfisk come in to take the foul play, though. A great adjustment on Fantiga's side.
Great catch on this bulky Stunfisk, takes actually a decent amount of damage there, and now immediate swap into the Bug Bite Shadow Fortress. It deals so much damage, doesn't matter how bulky you are, Bug Bites are gonna chump.
Yeah, they just are consistent damage constantly coming through. So formidable. All that energy up on the Altaria side, and also now banked for later as Fiantiga brings in the Fortress of his own.
Full-on farm down. Nessa Beathan now is bringing in his own Stunfisk, so we are reversing the scenario, throwing a discharge into the Shadow Fortress, and now Nessa Beathan decides it's time for Shadow Sableye to really shine. Brings it in, throws a Drain Punch, and that one takes a shield.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get the damage, but regardless of the shield, you cannot stop the defense buff coming up, and that's something that you need in the face of all these Bug Bites.
Oh, now the question is, are we going to shield this up?
Oh,
yes, is going to put the defenses back to neutral. Would not have taken too much damage from this. Now another Drain Punch is being thrown, trying to threaten a knockout with a foul play, but it is going to be the Drain Punch again. Can you reach another charge attack with this now?
So much effort from the Sableye, but to no avail. Even at 2 defense boosts up, the Bug Bites are absolutely intense. They're able to deal with that Sableye, and now the Stunfisk free to come back in.
Yep, that is going to be super effective damage. The debuff is going to stick onto this Stunfisk. Yes, it has more HP still than the Altaria, but with debuff defenses, this is going to be tough. Swap in, Flamethrower being thrown immediately. Nessa Beathan still has a little bit of energy, but is that going to be enough? Fiantiga is on the brink of winning game 1.
Yeah, just a few more Dragon Breaths, I think, are going to seal the deal. Fiantiga able to be victorious in this first game over Nessa Beathan.
takes the win with the Fortress versus Stunfisk and the reverse matchup there.
Yeah,
so
that was cool.
It's very nice to see who wins these even games when no player really has a matchup edge. That was such a neutral game.
It was, but I do think that Fiantiga was able to get the advantage with his Fortress finding its mark down on the Sableye on Nezabethan's side.
Yeah.
The Bug Bites just constantly coming through, put so much pressure on, and the bulk of the Fortress just enable it to stay in the game. With those shields as well that Fiantiga was able to invest into it, the Drain Punches were not able to hit its mark, and that would have been a complete switcheroo if the shields had been down.
It is funny that you don't really see too many games lost when 2 Drain Punches have been shielded, because usually that's the super bait attack that doesn't really deal a lot of damage, just there to boost up your defenses. Even though the damage to energy ratio has been buffed a little bit, it's been a little better, but still, getting both of those shielded and still losing the game, that must be tough. Let's see how the players adapt to this result in game 1.
Yeah, trainers are getting ready. I wonder if we're going to see some adaptations from the leads. Fiantiga could always opt to bring the Sableye on his own side as well to go for those Shadow Claws and just apply a little bit of pressure. As well, when you take a look at that set, again, you have that Drain Punch, you have the Foul Play, and I think the Foul Play is the fact you can pace them so quickly. They're just consistent damage that can really just put a lot of pressure onto Nezabethan's side.
Let's see what the trainers decide to bring in this game towards match point for Fiantiga. Nezabethan needs to come back from this, but if there is one trainer who can do it, it's gonna be Nezabethan. He has been accomplishing so many great things in the last few years of Pokemon Go competition. So is he going to overcome his opponent, who is so far having a fantastic run here in Turin?
Looks like Nezabethan's made a decision, locking in, ready to try and keep the undefeated streak in this tournament alive. Coming into the leads, however, it's going to be a Fortress and a Fortress.
That's going to be a fun one. We're chomping down each other. It is, of course, resisted, however, still dealing decent amounts of damage. And you can see Nezabethan is rushing to that Sand Tomb while Fiantiga, he's trying to reach for that Rock Tomb. Different approaches.
Wants to maybe have that in a different position for later, but once again, we're going to see the Sand Tomb come through. That'll do a decent amount of chip, getting the defense drop. We're going to see the switch come through, and now Sableye. This is the adaptation from Fiantiga coming in. These Shadow Claws getting up to that Foul Play.
I love this play from Fiantiga. He knows there is no hard answer to the Shadow Sableye. It's absolutely safe on his side of the battle, so he can just take the debuff, swap out immediately, and then land a Foul Play. So I think the advantage already is way on his side.
Honestly, seeing a double Fortress, you think it's going to be a very slow and steady play of pace at the beginning of the game, but the Sableyes have really shaken things up. Now we're down into a second mirror of this game, Sableye versus Sableye. The Shadow Claw's really doing some damage, but a shield has come through from this Drain Punch.
This would not deal any damage at all, but now the question is, can you get farmed down or not? He knows. He is laughing about it himself, knows, hey, I tried to not get farmed down here, reach another attack, but it still did not work. Nezabethan now with a ton of energy to unload onto this Altaria.
Yeah, not only do you take down the Sableye, but as you said, all that energy is primed, ready for this Altaria. The Foul Play will come through and connect to a significant amount of damage, and now it's Altaria's race with these Dragon Breaths to try and get up a charge attack of its own, but not before another Foul Play is going to come through.
Fiantiga keeping his shield so far, knowing this won't threaten a knockout, so he's already pretty low. Another Foul Play is going to be thrown. You have to shield at some point, or are you letting this go, fully farming down with the Fortress? No.
Wants to keep Altaria in a position where it can use that energy later on, goes for the switch, banks the energy, and now Fortress in play. Fortress can go for the Sand Tomb, apply a lot of pressure to the opposing Stunfisk.
Fiantiga is really on top of his game, swapping out this Altaria, predicting that the Stunfist would already come in, trying to use the energy he has saved up from the first matchup. Nezabethan now throwing the first discharge, knowing it would be very close to knocking out already here, so Fiantiga has to shield this weak attack.
Fiantiga, I think, trying to take advantage of the defense drop that happened onto that Stunfisk, really trying to capitalize on as much potential as possible. Tries to go here for another one of these Sand Tombs, even though it's not going to get the damage. Obviously, we're going to be able to see that buff come through against the Bug Bite. It's going to try and do what they do best, one after the other. You have to take this attack though, however, so can Altaria with the Dragon Breath close up the game?
This is coming down to the wire. This takes out the Fortress. You are basically in flamethrower range. Now the question is, can Altaria farm down the Shadow Sableye? Yes, it takes it down. It does have the flamethrower. Can Nezabethan hang on to Flamethrower plus the Dragon Breath. This is going to deal some damage, but is it enough?
Let's have a look. Altaria has been waiting for this moment, building up to it throughout this game. The Flamethrower connects, but the Stunfisk is just able to hang on. Can the Dragon Breaths do it?
Oh, which Pokemon is going to faint? Tell us! Which one is it? And Altaria goes down. Nesabethan wins game 2, ties up the score in a nail-biter of a match.
Such a valiant effort from that Altaria, but it just was not to be. The Stunfisk able to get the edge with that final little Thundershock. So much grit and determination from Nesabethan's side. You saw how long it took him to figure out the matchup coming into this next game, and it looked like all of that extra effort, all of those extra seconds were worth the reward.
There's so many different factors you will have to take into account into this matchup. First of all, the switch time as potential catches, but also the different amounts of debuffs and buffs that your opponent can apply. Sableye buffs its own defense. Then your defense will be dropped by the Fortress, your attack can be dropped by the Fortress. You have to have a plan for every possible scenario. In this case, for Nesabethan, the plan was just to completely ignore the Sableye defense debuffs and hope that another 5 Shadow Claws will be enough. Farmed it down fully, came out with almost max energy, and that helped him win the game.
There really was that swing of momentum when the Sableye was able to farm down the opposing Sableye on Fiantiga's side, and losing that Pokemon and gifting Nesabethan so much energy. Just mentioned that Sableye was in such a dominant position. When Altaria came in, yes, it could take those foul plays, but I don't think it wanted to take them as quickly as they were dealt out, and that was very detrimental. But coming into this Game 3 of Winners Round 1, let's see who will be advancing forward, still undefeated. Fortress for Fiantiga, Stunfisk for Nesabethan.
That is a rather neutral matchup, but a little bit of momentum on the side of Fiantiga because he can control the switch. However, how important is switch really in this matchup with so many neutral Pokemon?
Well, the Mud Bomb's going to come through, connect, start chipping away at the opposing Fortress here, but Fortress has a ground-type charge attack of its very own to deal back. Of course, we know that the Sand Tomb will come through. Stunfisk going to be able to take this, but critically, it's all about that debuff.
Fairly surprised to see no Shadow Sableye from Fiantiga in this matchup so far, because it has no hard answers on the side of Nesabethan, but maybe that's why he is over preparing for one in the back. Fiantiga puts down a Protect Shield. The question is, can he Bug Bite down, or will he have to throw another charge attack? Yes, he will. Just right before knocking out that Stunfisk, has to throw the Sand Tomb.
Perfect awareness. It looks like Fiantiga was like, that was close, or I wish I didn't have to give away this energy, but as you said, had to do it in order to stop the charge attack coming back its way.
Oh, and now so much fast attack pressure from that opposing Fortress. Tries to reach for the Rock Tomb. Does not quite get it. Nesabethan with a full Bug Bite down.
Nesabethan able to constantly, in these mirrors, get the advantage on the counterpart, farming down, getting up all this pressure energy. This is not what Fiantiga wanted to see. Once again, Altaria is coming in to try and clean up, but this Fortress on the opposing side has that Rock Tomb ready.
Rock Tomb is going to be shielded up. Fiantiga really puts it all on this Altaria. Swaps in the Stunfisk. Of course, Stunfisk is going to be outpaced by that Sableye. It's been on the field already for a little bit, but it has 2 shields up.
Sableye coming through with that foul play. It's just going to be so difficult for Fiantiga to come back through this. Stunfisk valiantly trying to get the damage out on the board, but as you said, 2 shields remaining on Nesabethan's side. So even if you didn't already have some good positional play, you have the defensive capabilities as well to wait out this match.
Nesabethan does not throw immediately, throws on the charge attack priority. I doubt that this can knock out from this range. Question is, will Nesabethan afterwards start shielding or shield another time? 1 HP on the Stunfisk. Is that what Fiantiga needs to get into this game back again, or does he need a bigger miracle?
Well, that shield has been preserved on Nesabethan's side, so you do manage to land the discharge, but now it is such an uphill mountain for this Altaria to climb. But Dragon Breath does get so much damage on the board.
Did this just put the Sableye into farm down range? But Nesabethan wisely has kept 1 shield to take out the Flamethrower that is going to be thrown by Fiantiga. But now Fiantiga is wondering, am I outpacing to 2 Flamethrowers? Can I connect this and then farm down the Shadow Sableye? We are in the end game now. Can he outpace? Both trainers are reaching for their attack. A Sand Tomb is going to be thrown first, but that is not going to deal enough damage.
Yep, Sand Tomb does come forward through his Fiantiga, not looking too happy with his endgame state, but if that Flamethrower is able to come through, then this could be what gets Altaria back in the game. Look at that, Altaria reaches for it. There's no Protect Shields remaining on Nesabethan's side. satisfied anymore.
This is a fast attack endgame. Both Pokemon are down on energy, but the defenses are debuffed. There is going to be a Stunfisk. Fiantiga throws the Stunfisk in to clear that debuff. Can he farm down the Shadow Sableye from Beathen or the Shadow Claws? Enough. Which Pokemon is falling first? It is going to be that Shadow Sableye, or is it Altaria? Shadow Sableye goes down. Fiantiga Firan wins game 3.
On the edge of my seat every single turn in this game. The end game's coming down to such epic fast attack pressure. The trainers can't believe it. We can't quite comprehend it. What an epic set to behold.
The Titan has fallen. Fiantiga Firan making a name for himself. What a performance.
Ooh.
Getting back in this game, saying, hey, I need to go 2 shields down here. And I somehow need to play with my Altaria, need to get those flamethrowers off, and of course also saving this Stunfisk. Stunfisk really the MVP of this matchup, living the foul play with 1 HP, then being able to swap out later on, clear the debuff on Altaria, which was also really important, and then, oh my.
Honestly, what a comeback. I think you could see it in the trainer's face as well, and as Beathen was confident, there was that moment where, as you said, the shield had to be sacrificed, and unfortunately one Fortress took down the other. And for Fiantiga, it almost looked like disaster. He was almost resolute. The victory had slipped out of his fingertips, but then that Stunfisk holding on, saying, not today. I've got your back, trainer. I'm going to be able to pull through on this, and it really was able to pull Fiantiga back into the match. But not only that, Fiantiga was able to capitalize on it very quickly in such intense situations, was able to identify that win condition.
I think Fiantiga's Stunfisk also said it to Fortress, to its buddy Fortress from the team, saying, hey, I know you got fully farmed down from the opposing Shadow Fortress. I got you.
Yeah, I will redeem you.
Yeah.
I will make sure I've got your back. I'm going to get revenge for you, and that's exactly what happened here amongst these Pokemon. Obviously, we know the Altaria put in some work as well, but critically, throughout this game, in this game 3, we saw a few of these mirrors as well. The Fortresses going down against each other, and this was the moment that looked for disaster for Fiantiga. You can see it in the trainer's face as well. That was not the end game of that turn that they wanted to see.
Yep, fully bug biting down here, not reaching that Rock Tomb. And there he thought the game was over, right?
Yeah.
You think sometimes these are the moments when I'm playing versus a 2-time champion, never going to come back from this. But there he realized, if I clear that debuff with my 1 HP Stunfisk, this clutching Stunfisk, I can maybe Dragon Breath down the Shadow Sableye, and he took the game that was in the palms of Nessa Beathen the entire time away from him, carrying him onto the next round in the winner's bracket.
And it was just so close at the end. I mean, Shadow Claw and Dragon Breath, 2 of the best fast attacks in the game. And seeing them kind of duke it out towards the end there as well was absolutely sensational. But Altaria, just with those extra speedy Dragon Breaths, being able to get the edge. Poor Sableye did put up a valiant fight.
Also very, very interesting to see that Fiantiga, when he had this super safe Shadow Sableye, I mean, there wasn't even a normal or a dark type on the team of Nessa Beathen, he decided not to bring it. And then the next round is already starting. We're going game after game after game. Stone Collection versus Anikor.
I am particularly excited for this one. Not only has Stone Collection been featured beautifully on the broadcast with that adorable little cast form, but also that Primeape has been absolutely running rampant, being able to go for these Rage Fists, being able to get up so much attack pressure. But Anikor running a really innovative team, and I had the pleasure of talking to Anikor a little bit yesterday as well, sharing some Pokemon memories, and I'm just so looking forward to seeing what this trainer is going to be able to unleash.
Yeah, I want to see some more Hisuian Electrode action.
Oh yeah.
And how well it performs versus a cast form, because that is a really good typing advantage. However, might not be able to match that cast form. If you're looking at Hisuian Electrode's typing, this team looks sublime for it. I think we're going to see it every game.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of the Pokemon that Anikor has championed coming into this day 2 of the competition. Was very proud to have got the Hisuian Electrode in, and I'm looking forward to seeing the way it's going to counter against these water types, and the Quagsire as well, definitely not safe.
It hardwalls Tinkerton, it hardwalls Quagsire, it hardwalls Cast Form, it's neutral into Sableye, it's neutral into Licky Licky, and Primeape has Ice Punch at least.
Yes, it does give you that little bit of coverage there, being able to hit it on that grass side of things. But the Thunder Shock stack up, the Energy Ball, as we've seen showcased by Pokemon like Jumpluff and Ninetales so far throughout this tournament, can be really formidable. The other thing I like to see here is the Fearow. Fearow, I think, was one of the Pokemon that was on the tip of everyone's tongue coming into this forever forward meta, and it has been quite underwhelming. So it's great to be able to see it here in day 2, showing that it is still a Pokemon you can't count out.
It's a great answer to Sableye, which we don't have too many in the meta. Yes, there is Licky Licky, but Licky Licky also doesn't really... It's not a Trevenant versus Noctowl situation, right? And
yeah, that's true.
Fearow can take a foul play no problem and then threaten with Drill Peck and Peck combination there, but Anikor, I think, is the player who's going to dominate this matchup. He's going to tell Stone Collection how this match is going to be played. He has multiple options. Every time you have a Pokemon that is as free, typing-wise, as your Hisuian Electrode, you can basically dictate the game. You can say, hey, I am either going to try and get some energy on my Hisuian Electrode with some farm down or with some swapping in and out action, or he's going to try and lead it, try to force switch, and then win with the other Pokemon in the backline. And Stone Collection, he's gonna have to try and predict where the Hisuian Electrode is, or try to overcome it neutrally. Maybe find the Licky onto it, or have the Shadow Primate, because the only Pokemon that can really deal with the Electrode are the bottom 3 of Stone Collection. Shadow Sableye, Licky, and Shadow Primate. Bringing Primate and Sableye onto the same team, that's very little bulk.
Well, the trainers look like they're having a good time. A little laugh across the table before they get ready for this match. Licky versus the Fearow out in front in the leads.
It's already a good start for Stone Collection because Fearow does not love this. Anikor, immediate catch. We're starting strong in this matchup, taking a Body Slam. Still neutral damage, but you have saved energy on Fearow, and you got a free rollout.
Too cool for school, the Blastoise in play here, going down against this opposing Sableye. We're going to be able to take these Shadow Claws, but critically being able to get straight away to these Hydro Cannons. We've seen this on Pokemon like the Empoleon. They're able to hit hard, they're able to hit fast. Look at that damage down on the Sableye already.
I think you can never be too cool for school, Lou.
You can if you're this Blastoise. It's going to challenge everyone's perceptions. But now Sableye in a position where it's going to try and get a foul play down. Anikor happily able to let this go through. Looks like Blastoise is going right back to the library as the Fearow comes back in.
Definitely, Fearow is now going to shield up this foul play. It's already at a Drill Peck, and this looks like a decent farm down in the back. Of course, lurking. This is an Electrode. Stone Collection will not get the chance to swap out. He is so far behind on energy now to Drill Peck stored, but Stone Collection is up a shield.
Yeah, the Drill Peck able to come through here. Stone Collection not having to utilize the shield here as Licky does have that in very impressive bulk. Can take one of these attacks, but look at that Fearow. So far, so furious. Able to get to another Drill Peck so magnificently.
Now Stone Collection puts up the first shield. Wants to try and outpace a little bit. Body Slam is just slightly faster than Drill Peck. Avoids another catch. Throws a Shadow Ball though, because you have to get some damage down on this Hisuian Electrode. The thing is, I don't even think Tinkaton has the worst matchup into Hisuian Electrode.
Well, that was a huge amount of damage the Shadow Ball did coming into the Hisuian Electrode. It's not going to be able to take another one of these. So Anikor going on the offensive here, going for that Energy Ball, trying to pressure the KO on the Licky, forcing one of these pressure shields to come through on Stone Collection's side.
Stone Collection is now throwing a Body Slam here, and this might either knock out, so you are putting everything on Fearow on the side of Anikor, or puts it in farm down range for the Tinkaton, because Tinkaton, if it lays down the hammer, might be able to knock out the Fearow, but he is just realizing there's going to be enough energy on the Electrode.
That's the thing, the Electrode's not out of it yet. Now the Licky in a position where it's having to deal out a lot of its energy onto the Electrode to get it away as the Tinkaton comes in, facing down against the Fearow.
But I think Fearow, with one shield up against the Tinkaton, has a splendid time pacing super fast to these drill runs, and that is going to deal over half. So Stone Collection is going to have a hard time coming back to this.
Certainly will. I mean, Fearow's been in the garage, it's got the drills with Drill Peck and Drill Run, it's got all the utility options in this matchup here, and now being able to apply pressure with these drill runs into the Tinkaton puts it in such strong position. Look at that, it's got to another one, charging up so fast.
That is going to be the next drill run deployed. Last Pokemon standing from Stone Collection's side is this Licky with very low HP, getting packed down. 1-0 Anikor, and this was one of those games where it was closer than it looked.
Yeah, it really was in that contention. Great to be able to see all of the unique Pokemon showcased on Anikor's side, particularly considering the lead was really detrimental. Fearow in the face of these rollouts coming through from the Licky is not what Anikor wants to see, but it actually stayed in for a couple of turns, was able to get that energy up with Peck, and then you just saw how quick it was able to steamroll with Drill Peck and Drill Run into all of the Pokemon on Stone Collection's side.
Stone Collection needs to now collect himself.
He does.
Calm down a little bit and find a game plan that suits him there, because, you know, when we talked about the Hisuian Electrode before, it looked like this was going to be the centerpiece of Anikor's strategy, but he decided to use it as a backup, a Pokemon that is looking so threatening that Stone Collection will throw all energy and shields against the Hisuian Electrode, and then swept with the Fearow. Let's see how this game is going to go. Also, Blastoise, absolutely huge in this game. Took a Body Slam to the face, didn't really deal too much damage, and then took out almost an entire Sableye. Very strong performance.
Yeah, it certainly was a wall, and with that Hydra Cannon was able to get the deal damage into the opposing Sableye. But we're now going to see the Firo back in play once again, down against this Tinkaton, almost picking up game 2 as they ended game 3.
Now, Stone Collection would win probably the zero shield scenario there. You don't get knocked out by one drill run, but a Gigaton Hammer on this Firo would deal a lot of damage. However, maybe Firo is trying to, Anikor is trying to catch again, swaps in the Blastoise. Stone Collection answers with the Sableye rather fast.
And I think that Tinkaton was able to get to the Gigaton Hammer, but it's now banked in the back.
Yeah.
So that's something to bear in mind for later. Once again, Sableye is going to have to take this Hydra Cannon directly, but it's in a position where it can take it. You can preserve your shield on Stone Collection side and look at the energy that is racking up. I think that's almost at 2 foul plays.
Yes, however, Anikor is already at the second Hydro Cannon by swapping in the Blastoise aggressively on his side. He's going to be outpacing that Sableye. Great counting from Anikor. The question is now, can Stone Collection let this go and try and farm down the Blastoise? He does not have a lot of fast attack pressure, so I think it's almost impossible to avoid another Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, this Blastoise isn't waiting around. It's going for another Hydra Cannon. So chill, so nonchalant in this battle at the moment, forcing Stone Collection to have to consider, do I want to take damage? Do I want to use a shield? Looks like Stone is still keeping these shields in his back pocket, wanting to utilize them maybe on the Tinkaton at the end, trying to get more Gigaton Hammer Havoc off on the field.
Stone Collection going for the full palm down, has to throw in a shield here as well, and that is so painful in the face of a Firo and Hisuian Electrode with all of those heavy hitting charge attacks. But Stone Collection knows he has a plethora of body slams stored on his Licky, starting to unleash.
Also, that Blastoise stayed on the field for so long. 2 shields remaining on Anikor's side as well. Now Firo's here in the match. Is a shield finally going to come through on Anikor's side?
Wait a minute, this is almost starting to look good for Stone Collection. Anikor is not yet at his next charge attack, can't reach the drill pack and has to perhaps throw in another shield here. Keep in mind, Stone Collection still has a Gigaton Hammer stored on the Tinkaton. Stone Collection trying to overwhelm his opponent with sheer bulk. And now an immediate swap in from the Hisuian Electrode. Is this going to be the moment for the shining star of Anikor's team? Is Shadow Ball plus Gigaton Hammer enough to take out the Electrode?
Well, we saw in the last game how much the Shadow Ball can do, particularly with a couple more rollouts. Another Shadow Ball is going to threaten the KO.
A Wild Charge is being thrown. Stone Collection has so much energy on the Tinkaton still. Also does have a shielder. He can overfarm just a little bit of energy. Defenses are harshly dropped. Throws in a Gigaton Hammer. This looks like Stone Collection might be able to outpace this Firo to the 2 drill runs that it needs.
And those shields Anikor was protecting so diligently at the beginning of the game have already been utilized. So all the Pokemon are going to be exposed to the Gigaton Hammers that Tinkaton has been able to reach to. There's no hope for Firo here.
Blastoise looked incredible in this game, but the Pokemon of Stone Collection were just too bulky. Stone Collection with the full rollout down. Yes, Body Slam is not the hardest hitting attack, especially not coming from a Licky. But if you're just facing a Hisuian Electrode and a Firo, you can basically throw whatever you want.
Exactly, they're not always the bulkiest of Pokemon, in contrast to the Blastoise that put in some work in that match, but it almost felt like when the Blastoise went down, so did Anikor's momentum. The other 2 Pokemon just weren't able to hold their own against all of the energy that Stone Collection had been able to build up. I think banking that Gigaton Hammer right at the beginning of the game meant that as soon as it came back in, there was immediate pressure on the board.
Yep, the Tinkaton was so important there. It's so interesting that usually you look at teams and you say, okay, there's 2 bulky Pokemon and 1 Shadow Sableye. So the game plan is always going to be use shields on your Sableye and let the bulky Pokemon sponge the damage, and then you win the game with the Sableye. No, Stone Collection says, hey, I'm going to deal some damage with Sableye. Sableye is going to set up my Licky to farm down a Blastoise and then unleash body slam after body slam into a Shadow Ball on the sweepers on your side of the field.
They were really working so well together, helping each other out to identify that end game win condition. And that's what a lot of our top trainers are so versatile at doing. They're not just looking at the Pokemon across them on the field, they're thinking about the whole team composition, trying to theorize, looking at the leads, what Pokemon could be in the back, and what they need to utilize that success. All these split-second decisions are so important.
Do you think Anikor is going to switch up strategies? So far, we've always seen Electrode, Firo, and the Blastoise, or is he going to go for the same old, same old?
I would almost bench the Electrode. I just don't think it's exerted as much pressure as needed. The Firo has been impressive, but we're going to see the Firo. It looks like it's actually going to be the same 3, Firo, Blastoise, and Electrode, but Stone Collection has shaken things up. We've got the Primeape in play.
This time around, Stone Collection needs to swap out immediately and brings in the Licky Licky. Now, Licky Licky has a little bit of energy advantage in this last matchup, so that actually might be an advantage for Stone Collection that he got to swap out first.
Yep, already able to get that Shadow Ball down onto the Blastoise that's doing its best to get to that Hydro Cannon. It's already got it primed, can apply that pressure straight away back onto the opposing Licky Licky, but the rollouts really not doing too much of the Licky Licky in return. It's going to be all about these charge attacks.
But this is double Hydro Cannon range. Stone Collection is going to throw another Shadow Ball. The question is this enough to knock out, or is Anikor going to get to this Hydro Cannon to keep the switch momentum? Lives on almost 1 HP, but gets off the Hydro Cannon. Now Stone Collection lets this go and decides that his fate is going to be Primeape versus Fearow.
Blastoise knew the score, though. It had to hang on to get that one last Hydro Cannon off. It actually gets out of there in the back for later. Anikor not letting it go down, allowing Fearow to come in, start pecking away, and getting up all of this energy to apply pressure to the Tinkaton that had been so difficult to deal with in the previous game.
This was an insanely good team read from Anikor, saying, okay, I will not get you some energy advantage on that Primeape, because then you're going to Ice Punch my Fearow. I will swap in the Fearow aggressively, and I think you have Tinkaton in the back, so I can start drill running that one, and in the end game maybe have shield advantage because I'm outpacing so much, and use that with my Electrode to throw attacks at your Primeape.
That's the thing, Stone Collection had to use one of the shields here on the Tinkaton. That's one less shield for the Primeape to utilize as the Shadow Pokemon, so it is going to be a little bit more exposed if Anikor can keep this pressure game up. Another one of these drill runs coming through from the opposing Fearow here. That's going to apply pressure to the opposing Tinkaton enough to even get that knockout.
Question is, how bulky is your Shadow Primeape? Stone Collection has to use the last shield now immediately. Tries to farm down with the Karate Chops. Neutral damage on this Fearow, but Fearow is packing so incredibly hard. Anikor swapping out Fearow immediately for that Hisuian Electro. Doesn't want the lose condition of getting outpaced to multiple attacks. Now, the first Ice Punch is going to be thrown. This is not a bait. Anikor is not calling it. How much damage can you do?
Let's see the Ice Punch land. That's super effective. Takes it right down into the red, but Fearow and Blastoise have really been the ones setting up Anikor for success. All Electrode has to come in now is deal the damage, try and get the KO, but there goes the shield.
Last shield is being used in this entire game. Stone Collection does not have one anymore. And a Wild Charge is going to be thrown. The 3-0 triple ball flex from Anikor. All of these Pokemon are still there. He's using the power of friendship to defeat Stone Collection in the winner's round. Anikor advancing even further.
Incredible to see such innovative Pokemon shining on the stage. I love how Anikor trusted his gut and stuck with the Fearow, the Blastoise, and the Electrode the whole way through that set. Even though there were some dicey moments, he knew it was the right call coming down against Stone Collection.
It looked like an almost impossible to beat strategy, right? Stone Collection found a way in Game 2 to overcome it with Tinkaton's Gigaton Hammer, such a powerful attack, just ignoring resistances basically. But in the end, Anikor found the way to make this work. He had the Fearow onto Primeape alignment then, and Blastoise, while it is not as bulky as other Pokemon, it's still reasonably bulky. Hydro Cannon is just so incredibly efficient. Got away with double Hydro Cannoning the Licky Licky there and won the game with the additional pack damage.
And it was bulky enough to be able to hang on. Remember, at one point it was on just a slither of HP, but got critically to that final Hydro Cannon to start swinging the momentum. So I think, honestly, just perfect plays on Anikor's side. Great to see the Pokemon synergetically working together, and the team spirit and camaraderie between these trainers as well. Such a beautiful sight to behold.
Yep, they are friends. I've heard that they are sharing a room for this event together.
Okay.
I think that was also where the Benta came from at the end of the game. And now you can see how the cool Blastoise is taking these body slams like a champ. Here, a drill run finish. You know, a flying type that conveniently beats a steel type is always something shocking to me.
We have seen a few upsets throughout this tournament so far, some scenarios that we would not have expected to encounter, but one of them for me was definitely seeing this really chill, relaxed Blastoise just go all out on the offensive. Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, it looks so unassuming, but actually it's here to get a job done.
Flipping the switch, flipping the script, and now Tinkaton. Yes, a Gigaton Hammer is going to get very close to knocking out a Fearow, but you're going to get outpaced so incredibly hard. And then in the end, you're forced to use some shields that you need on your Shadow Primeape. If you have Shadow Primeape and Tinkaton on your team, if you're forced to shield your Tinkaton, that's trouble.
It certainly is, but I also think the Electrode would have been in a lot more trouble if it didn't come in right there at the end game. Seeing how much damage the Ice Punch did, the fact that it hadn't taken a lot of damage already in the match enabled it to stay in the game. It could have been very different possibly if that Electrode was able to be completely walled out. I love the adaptation that Anacor was able to show, though. As you said, the Tinker Tongue adaptation by Stone was genius in that second game, but Anacor was able to kind of clock that, make adaptations, and not allow Stone Collection to get away with it the second time.
Definitely, and that's just, you can see how good Anacor is as a trainer. He identifies this Hisuian Electrode not only as a good core breaker for the entire tournament, but also for this matchup, knowing, hey, I can rely on this offensive Pokemon exerting a lot of pressure on you, so I can use my other Pokemon to the maximum potential. I know that you are not going to use a shield on your Licky just to force the switch, so my Fearow is not sitting on your Primeape. No, you will have to take it. You will have to lose switch, because otherwise my Electrode is just running through you. So he did not use this offensive threat as his primary win condition, but he used it to set up the other Pokemon on his team.
And I think as well the Primeape, I think would have hoped that the Fearow maybe had been dealt with before it was able to come out in the end, because those Pecks were really stacking up, particularly being that Shadow variant. You're a little bit more defensively soft, and so the super effective damage was just able to start steamrolling through. It just made it so difficult for that Primeape to get going. I think previously in the tournament we've seen it out in the leads a lot more commonly, going for those Rage Fists, getting the attack buffs, and then starting to apply pressure from the beginning, whereas Stone Collection was kind of utilizing it as the end game sweeper, would clean up the mess that needed to be dealt with. But unfortunately, the mess was kind of on that side of the field. Primeape was the one who had to kind of put all the pieces back together.
Yeah, but it was also in the lead versus Fearow, and that was already GG, good game. But we are all gamers here, we all like to play some games, we're all having fun with our friends, and you can not only play all the different titles here, you can not only compete in Go, the trading card game, and in the video game, but you can also play some mini games. I have been there on the floor with some of these trainers. Check it out. Oh, hey, 500! Welcome, guys. I am here at the fun area at the Special Championship in Turin. We have a plethora of really amazing games here. And this is the Sandshrew Ski Ball. I have two amazing trainers, Kaifir and Stone Collection, next to me, and they're going to throw some balls now. Kaifir, you go first. Each of you got 2 balls to throw. That is a 100. Go ahead, do one. Okay, we do 2 in a row. And, oh, that is a 200. All right, 300 points. Kaifir, are you happy with the result?
Absolutely not. I'm quite depressed about the result, actually.
Okay, I think you're going to be fine. Stone Collection, please throw the ball. And that is almost a 500, 200. You can still tie this up. Oh, both trainers are at a 300. Do one more. Fast. Okay, Stone Collection goes first. 300, and this is another 100. Only 400. That is not too hard to beat. Kaifir, you can do it. 400! Kaifir wins in Sandshrew Ski Ball versus Stone Collection. We're all having so much fun here at the Special Championships in Turin, and we're going right back to the broadcast.
And of course, not only the battles on stage like Anacor and Stone Collection were having so much fun out there, but you can have so much fun in the venue in this Turin Special Championships. It's all about having fun. Even if you go out a bit early, you could have a lot to do in the venue.
It's quite nice the way that these events have evolved, going out there and playing all of those games. And Leo was actually pretty good at them, and he was telling me backstage how he was recording and just threw it and he thought, I'm nailing these perfectly. Maybe this segment should be all about me. But right now, let's focus to the players that we've got, because we've seen some brilliant games already, and we've got so many more still to come.
And of course, all these trainers have a lot to play for. They're still fighting their way to be the Turin Special Championship event winner. Of course, we have 2 of the best in the business right now. We have Philbeck, that is kind of trying to renew his title. He was the Bologna Special Championship champion. He went undefeated last year against Chris. You might have seen his name for the entire year on top of the leaderboards, but he's still chasing that golden ticket.
Yeah, but he definitely has the potential to get it, and he's been so consistent this season in general. He's got a really flexible team. He'll be up against Philbeck. As we said last season, Philbeck did not drop a single game. He is looking to keep that success going. He's still on the winner's side of the bracket, and him and his Shadow Primate look to be really, really strong this weekend.
Also, Philbag opted for the Stone Edge coverage on that Shadow Quagsire, trying to adjust into the flyers coming into the meta. It was so clutch for him in day number 1. Of course, Chris also running that Primate, the regular variant, but let's see if he can put it to use here. We have a very positive lead for Chris, though. Dalter into the Kanto Ninetales.
We are seeing so much success from this Altaria, but the Shadow Primate that comes in does have access to Ice Punch, so the Altaria is going to dip out straight away into that Seeking. Seeking now running the fast attack Peck, which does super effective damage. Primate gets its first Rage Fist boost in, and so Chris is going to try and bring that attack back down with this Icy Wind, even though it goes shielded.
Of course, this Primate already has another Rage Fist loaded, ready to go back to the singular attack stage, trying to raise it once again. This Karate Chops will add up, but can the Seeking endure?
Seeking is going to start to put on a lot of fast attack pressure, and the question will be, can it peck the Shadow Primate down before the Shadow Primate reaches another attack? Yes, it can. This is a good position for Chris because he also might be able to get a drill run against the Ninetales or the Azumarill that comes back in.
And of course, this Ninetales is in a tough spot because it does have to come back into the water type that has ground type coverage. This will do super effective damage. Kanto Ninetales, since it's the regular version, can endure.
I think a lot of players approaching this meta have been talking about the way that Ninetales can hit back against water types with that grass type coverage, but Seeking seems to be the more flexible pick that we're seeing so far. Access to Drill Run, hitting back against fire types as well as Empoleon steel typing. On the field now is looking at Azumarill, counter-swapped by that Univan Stunfisk. And this is actually a pretty neutral matchup because the bubbles and the ice beams from Azumarill do add up, and the discharge, although super effective, doesn't do a massive amount of damage.
Philbag is hoping that the Azumarill can pull some weight versus the Univan Stunfisk and have enough to spare to deal with that Altaria later. Univan Stunfisk, though, can endure this ice beam and will take it comfortably.
Yeah, Chris very much in the driving seat here because Univan Stunfisk and Azumarill will go toe-to-toe, but Ninetales really doesn't have much play against the dragon typing of Altaria. So Chris just needs to keep things clean in this matchup, probably use a shield again if he needs to.
This Univan Stunfisk pacing so fast to another discharge. This will not put, KO the Azumarill, but it'll put it quite low, maybe in Sky Attack even, range even for the Altaria.
Yeah, this looks really, really good for Chris, and now the Altaria can come back. He's got a shield available to protect against this double super effective Ice Beam. Sky Attack will be enough to knock out. Philbeg will really try and think, even if I try and catch on the Ninetales, it's likely that the Dragon Breath of the Altaria will allow a double Sky Attack to be reaching. You do see that catch here. Chris doesn't mind because Philbeg's Altaria is, Philbeg's Ninetales is going to go down to the Dragon Breath, but that is a heavy undercharge.
That's such great composure by Chris, because he knows that even though this Ninetales is at max energy, it will not put enough of a dent on the Altaria. Altaria hoping to get the full farm down, have another Sky Attack ready for that Azumarill in the back.
Yeah, already at that Sky Attack, so now it's just a case of Dragon Breathing this down. Altaria always wins charge attack priority against the Azumarill, so as long as Chris throws that Sky Attack once the Azumarill returns, he should be comfortable. I don't think that the switch times are up, so it's not like Philbeg will be able to come in and snipe aggressively with the Azumarill, but it's super close, and he's going to try and do it, but he doesn't actually have the Ice Beam bank. Chris does have time to play the Sky Attack. Philbeg did everything he could in that game, but it wasn't quite enough.
A game of inches. Philbeg was just one bubble away. If that Ice Beam would have been ready, would have been able to throw it at the Altaria. Of course, Chris managing the very comfortable lead, setting up that Seeking to get the damage on the K9, and now gets game number 1 on the board.
Yeah, a good start for Chris there. That gives him the momentum. This is a best of 3 match, 1 more win, and he will progress to the winners semi-finals here in Turin. He would go up against Anacor that we just saw beat Stone Collection. The loser will drop down, and I believe that they will go and play MW22 on the loser side of the bracket.
Of course, Philbeg knows what it takes to get there. He's not very used to losing in Italian soil.
Sorry to correct. I think they might be playing Paula actually from this round. So actually, the winner side of the bracket might be tough, but the loser side of the bracket's pretty tough as well.
That's what you get in this regional level events in Europe. It's almost like an international, it's almost like a world stage. Philbeg, though, he knows what it takes to go all the way, and a loss is not going to put him in distraught. Of course, he's trying to think about how can I deal with that Altaria. Altaria looks so pesky, and if it avoids that Azumarill, it has play into everything on Philbeg's team.
The players look locked in and ready to go. Game 2 is underway. We see the Altaria once more, this time against the Shadow Primate. But as we say, because of that Ice Punch coverage, Shadow Primate does have a comfortable matchup if it stays in. And honestly, Seeking's coming in, but Rage Fist paces so quickly that Philbeg's got an opportunity to chip. And if he wants to, he can dip into one of his own Water-type Pokemon.
Of course, potentially he has that Azumarill in the back to soak in damage. He chooses instead to go into the Quagsire. That Rage Fist chip damage might prove vital because now the Seeking is in Stone Edge range.
Stone Edge is a hard-hitting attack. It's the rock-type coverage that quite differentiates Quagsire from so many other of the water and ground-type Pokemon. But did you see Philbeg there leaning for that Aqua Tail instead? He's probably looking to just try and chip and mud shot down if he can, but this Drill Run will land and start to put Quagsire into a range where Seeking might actually be able to flip alignment here.
I think Seeking will flip alignment, but Philbeg maybe trying to set up his Shadow Primate because now, since the Seeking will be able to pack down this Quagsire, oh, not before another Aqua Tail is reached. Maybe Philbeg does want that switch advantage when he wants to align that Azumarill into the Altaria.
Yeah, there was the option for a catch, but that would have been really costly for Chris if he'd caught that Aqua Tail on the Altaria. Now the Univan Stunfisk comes in against this Shadow Primate, but Philbeg is very comfortable with this because Shadow Primate wasn't his only answer to the Altaria. As you say, Azumarill will be sitting in the back very, very comfortably.
And this Primate oozing with pressure. It has ice coverage for both of the Pokemon in the back that hits for super effective. Another Ice Punch loaded, though the Rage Fist phase comes through. Will Primate endure enough Dragon Breath to reach another Rage Fist?
Yeah, I like this bait from Philbeg. Gives him the opportunity to try and get to another attack before he's Dragon Breath down, but it's going to be really tight, and he does make it. Now this Rage Fist is boosted. Does Chris recognize it's just a Rage Fist? Yes, he does. He's been counting. It's on point. This Rage Fist will do a decent amount of damage, but it's not like the Azumarill can bubble the Altaria down. So Chris is not completely out of it yet.
That's such great recognition because since he can't farm down, this means this Altaria can protect itself from the Ice Beams, and now the Azumarill will try to chip away. It has to reach double Ice Beam to take this Altaria out of the sky.
And now there is the option for Chris to return with that Univan Stunfisk to start to put that electric type pressure because Dragon Breath are doing little to no damage. In comes the Univan Stunfisk. It already has some energy loaded, and he's going to throw on good timing here just before Philbeg reaches an Ice Beam. Azumarill has 2 shields available. Will Philbeg use one? Yes, he will.
Pulls up the first Protect Shield out of this Azumarill. Of course, the Azumarill has that Ice Beam coverage to hit for super effective, but this Nova 7 is oozing with energy. That's so much. Gonna pull the last Protect Shield out of Philbeg. Can this Azumarill pull enough weight to take out both Pokemon in the back?
And this is a tricky position for Philbeg because the catch is not easy when you're using a 3-turn attack like Bubble against the 2-turn attack of Thundershock. So Chris has a little bit more flexibility, and he's got a discharge already ready to go. And there is the catch attempt, but it doesn't quite come off, and now Chris has so much energy. He's in a great position to put pressure onto this Azumarill. This super effective attack will land, and Azumarill is not going to be comfortable trying to take out a Univan Stunfisk and the Altaria. It's on almost no health, and Philbeg accepts that he's not going to be able to take this game. Chris defeats the reigning Italian champion, and he will progress to the semi-finals here in Turin.
Cerebral precision by Chris. That's why he's on top of the leaderboard since the beginning of the season. But he's chasing that golden ticket, and defeating the reigning Italian champion puts such a great stepping stone to get into that. Chris, of course, looking stoic as ever, just aura-forming.
He's very, very comfortable. He knows that there's still a lot of games to play if he wants to get his first ever gold medal here at the Turin Special Championships. Very calm, very composed. I'm sure we'll hear from him in a little bit. What were some of those plays and some of the strategies that you liked about that match?
I actually like the adjustment by Philbeg in bringing in that Shadow Primate. It had so much pressure into the Pokemons that Chris was bringing, but of course that Altaria is so bulky, and it puts so much pressure with that Dragon Breath. The Shadow variant of the Primate can't hang on with that.
Yeah, I really like the way that Chris utilized that Altaria and that Univan Stunfisk with such bulk and generally neutral play, even in negative matchups like the Altaria. The 2 Sky attacks landing, using up the switch timer that's now reduced this year, coming in with the Univan Stunfisk and the amount of energy, the pace that it was generating, gave him so much control of that matchup. And Azumarill, despite being a mainstay in Pokemon Go PvP, perhaps it doesn't quite have the flexibility in this reduced switch timer to be as strong as it used to.
And of course, I also like the showcase of the Seeking, having that pack pressure into that Shadow Primeape, and of course having Icy Wind pressure to maybe reduce the offensive prowess of that Primeape, and also the Drill Run coverage to at the likes of the Azumarill and the Shadow Ninetales.
It's interesting that we've obviously talked a lot this weekend about the reduction of Fairy-type Pokemon. We know that Charm got nerfed in this Forever Forward season, so there are fewer Fairies. That gives a little bit more freedom to Fighting-type Pokemon like the Shadow Primeape. Chris's only resistance to fighting is the flying type of Altaria, but Primeape's access to Ice Punch means that Altaria is not a counter. The peck damage from that Seeking Jox, as you say, that was the best response that Chris could come in and put fast attack pressure whilst maintaining that attack stat with the Icy Wind, keeping it level.
And kind of interesting that Philbag, even though that Seeking came in, he chose to chip it with the Primeape and then bring in his own Quagsire. I wonder if that Altaria was always in the back of his mind and he felt like, I can't waste my Azumarill on the Seeking. But then again, Seeking put so much pressure on that Quagsire, it had to empty the entire energy and pretty much neutralize that Quagsire that's usually such a flexible pick into the likes of Altaria and Unova and Stunfisk, for example.
Yeah, really flexible options for these players and really flexible plays. Let's hear a little bit more about Chris's thoughts on that match. He's down for an interview with Lou.
Thank you, casters. I am indeed with Chris, the fabulous winner from that last match. It's always a pleasure to watch you play. How are you feeling after that victory?
I was feeling super nervous when I finished because Philbeck is such a great trainer. I also wanted to do at least in this tournament top 8.
Okay.
But after this, I can be more calm. Yeah, that's...
Well, congratulations. Some of the pressure can come off your shoulders a little bit now. I mean, it did look very intense at the end of that game too. Can you talk us through those final moments?
Like the last game, I was pretty sure that he could repeat his lead with Ninetales because I think maybe it was his best play. But I was kind of scared when I saw the Shadow Primeape because just with an Ice Punch can almost knock out the Altaria. And I don't know, I practiced as well with Leo. Yesterday at the night, I have to shout out him in this time because we practice a lot.
Yeah.
So I knew what I could do in that situation.
Well, you definitely seem to have a game plan the whole way through. I mean, taking a look at your opponent's team, was there any particular Pokemon you were worried to face against?
In this match, Shadow Primeape was super difficult to manage with because I had to take my Seeking for it. I didn't have like any other counter, so it was my biggest fear of this match.
Well, you managed to counter that fear and deal with the team really well. Speaking of Primeape, you said that Primeape was kind of your MVP on your team. How has it been working for you this weekend?
I have to say, I don't know if he will be watching, but I talked with Boom like a week ago, looking for a solid team because I had no idea what to run in this meta. And they saw he was running the Primeape. I talked with him and I showed that it could be a really nice pick. Also for countering Volion, which I thought that could be also a really good Pokemon for this tournament.
We've seen it a lot this weekend.
I'd say it's my best Pokemon right now.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see it doing so well for you. It is a new meta, as you've said, in this Forever Forward meta at the moment. How do you and your friends, you've mentioned a lot of them that you team build with, how do you kind of approach a new meta? What do you do to prepare for a tournament like this?
I would lie if I say I prepare a lot for the tournaments. I just try to find a solid team, but I almost don't practice anything because, I mean, I think it's good for see how the Pokemons develop like in the matchups, but maybe I can practice with, I don't know, any friend. I can lose all the games, then come here and win all the games, or I mean, coming here, lose while I was winning my practice. So I don't think it's like super important preparing that matchups.
Okay, so you can go on your instinct a little bit as well and just see what happens with the Pokemon ahead. Thank you so much for speaking with us here and sharing your thoughts. Before you go and get ready for your next match, are there any shout outs to any friends or family who have supported you that you would like to give? Any other shout outs to anyone?
My girlfriend Yuma. I know she's watching me right now. My family, for sure.
Brilliant. I'm sure everyone that you've mentioned will be supporting you through every step. Best of luck in your next match. It'll be a good one to watch, I'm sure. Pokemon Trainers, the action here at Day 2 in Turin does just keep going. So we're going to throw it right back to the casters to get started with the next match.
Really calm, really composed from Chris yet again. He says he was very pleased to make top 8. And actually, he's competed in 7 events so far this season. He's made Day 2 in every single one of them. This is his 4th top 8 of the season. He's already got 3 medals as well. So could this weekend be another one for his collection?
We usually use the Mr. Top 8 designation for its Saxon or maybe Niantic. Maybe Chris wants that belt on his waist. Mr. Top 8 here, getting another one here in the Turin Special Championship, and great finish on the regional part of the schedule of a great season for Chris.
Yeah, really strong performance from him, but he's still got a long way to go. There are also players on the loser side of the bracket, and the competition is even tougher down there because they cannot afford to lose again. This is a double elimination format. That means one loss sends you down to the loser side, and the next loss sends you home.
Of course, these trainers have a lot to play for, because we've seen in the past that even though you're in the lower bracket, that doesn't mean that your tournament run is over. Some of the greatest accomplishments in Pokemon Go tournaments came from the early start in the lower bracket and going all the way.
Why don't we take a look at how some of our loser side of the bracket have been getting on? They've been competing on the floor here in Turin, yet to be on stream, and we can see the results of some of those first round matches on the loser side. Paola taking victory against Ginger X, and MW22 taking Andy out of the competition.
Of course, Arceus Aurelius keeping his dream alive, trying to stack up as many championship points as he can to get that qualification, that last-minute qualification for the San Francisco World Championship. And of course, a mind joke, unfortunately, his dream loser's lower bracket run is over, but Amida Maruma is doing so great. He was fringe in the qualification on the LATAM leaderboard. This trainer is from Colombia. On the back of that Shadow Milotic, he put in so much work.
And the winners of these floor matches, they don't yet play against each other. They will play the loser of the winners rounds that we've just seen on stream. So next up, we're going to have Kaufia. He's going to take on Amid Amaruna. And like we say, everything to play for here, because these players, they want to break into the top 8. You get more points, you get more prizes, and also you get the opportunity to fight for medals. Kaufia's had a medal in the past, and he'll want another one here this weekend.
And of course, Kaufia is running a team that has some success in the past. Some of those common cards like the Guzzlord and the Corviknight that haven't been opened for many trends here, but doing very well for Kaufia. And of course, that Cradily. Cradily is such an interesting core breaker because that's playing into that Kanto Ninetales, but also the Flyers that are coming in. And here it comes. It's on the field against the Guzzlord.
As Leo has told us many times, don't be silly, lead Cradily. That seems to be Kaufia's favorite Pokemon so far this tournament and for much of this season. Let's see if it can perform again here. It's up against Amid Amaruna's shiny Guzzlord.
And of course, Cradily is very happy to avoid any of the Pokemon in the backline. There's that Jugong with super effective ice damage and also that Tinkaton. So Guzzlord is going to throw the Brutal Swing, doesn't do that much damage. Kaufia chooses the no-shield, going to throw the first Rock Tomb to reduce the offensive prowess of this Guzzlord.
Now let's remember, Cradily's not quite as strong as it was in its prime since Rock Tomb got a damage reduction, but it does still guarantee an attack drop against this Guzzlord. Guzzlord, on the other hand, it paces quite quickly, so it's able to get attacks off before its attack is being debuffed. This is the second one now, and it is starting to put pressure on the health of this Cradily.
And I'm now thinking about the backline of Kaufia. That Empoleon is looking so strong into that Tinkaton Jugong backline. I'm wondering if the Guzzlord is going to be preserved potentially to try to deal with that Empoleon. It's so low already in the red HP. Going to throw the last Brutal Swing, maybe trying to pick up a knockout. But with the Rock Tomb nerf, maybe not enough.
I think you're a good position here if you're a Cradily. You do get to win, and you get to give such little farm for the next Pokemon that comes in that Kaufia couldn't really ask for more. Clears that Guzzlord off the field, and now the steel types of Corviknight and Empoleon look like they could be quite strong in the back.
And of course, with the switch advantage, he can decide where to put his Empoleon. It's looking so strong into the backline. Maybe Jugong with an energy lead could prove dividends. It has that updated drill run that paces ever so faster now. Gonna put pressure on the steel type.
However, the ice shards are double resisted by this water and steel type Empoleon, meaning there won't be really any fast attack pressure from this Dugong. A shield goes up to prevent the damage from the super effective Drill Run, and now the Empoleon can start to throw these Drill Pecks.
First Drill Peck not coming through and not going to do that much damage to the Dugong. It's such a high stat product Pokemon. Now Drill Run's already low. Look at the pacing on the updated Drill Run.
It's really, really nice, and if Dugong wanted it, could also run Aqua Jet as another attack with good pacing. Another Drill Run going through, and I like this recognition from Calvia. He knows that Drill Run is probably going to be the hardest hitting attack available because the Tinkaton comes in. Now, Gigaton Hammer is an amazing attack, and generally speaking, even when it's resisted, it's the better attack to throw. Against an Empoleon, however, it is double resisted, and there are not many Pokemon that double resist steel. Empoleon here is going to be really tricky for Amidamaruna to take down.
And of course, staying in with that Empoleon, interesting play, trying to maybe bank energy before swapping out. That Corviknight's going to be able to wall this Tinkaton energy. So potentially Kaifia can bank a move because he knows he wins charge attack priority versus everything and switch out. No, it's just instead to get rid of this Tinkaton.
I like this. You get to put the Hydro Cannon pressure on the Tinkaton. If it holds on to this Hydro Cannon, now you can switch into the Corviknight. You don't even need to worry about that. Is there a way that you can not reveal the Corviknight? That would be the dream scenario for Calfia in this game.
The dash Drill Peck's gonna come through. I don't believe it's quite enough to knock out this Dugong, and Amidamaruna will want to throw that Drill Run. I think maybe
Empoleon's about to clutch up. Drill Peck lands it. Dugong goes down. Calfia takes game number 1 without even revealing his third Pokemon, and that gives him great confidence and also great momentum going into game 2 because he has withheld information from his opponent. Amidamaruna might be able to make a prediction, but cannot know for sure what was in the back.
And if you're Amida, you might be thinking, well, that Empoleon put in so much work into my backline. Maybe the Guzzlord needed to be preserved to help my backline endure that Empoleon. But now he has some options that can deal better with that Empoleon. That Galarian Corsa, the Unovan Stunfisk with that electric typing. Maybe they need to come out to contain the wrath of the Steel Water type.
I think you're absolutely right. Galarian Corsola would have had a lot of neutral play into the Cradily and into the Empoleon. It just has the bulk, the Nightshades, they do add up, the Astonishes, they do add up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a pivot there from Amidamaruna. Calfia, on the other hand, he's relatively well known for sticking to what works. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a similar combination of 3, if not the exact same 3 from him. Honestly, a lot of players will tell you, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let your opponent be the one to adjust, and that gives you a little bit of opportunity.
I think trainers, when they reach a certain level, they're opting toward the most neutrality possible, and that's usually what Kaifia opts for. Here comes that Galarian Corsa, maybe try to answer that Empoleon. It meets its target.
Empoleon has the benefit of 2 shields, meaning it can pace really, really quickly to these charge attacks, while Galarian Corsola's Astonishes and Nightshades will just try and gradually chip. They are a little bit slower to pace, which means Empoleon with 2 shields generally has the advantage.
Of course, if it chooses to not use the protections, Corsola will have the advantage because those Astonishes are letting up so much. First Nightshade is going to come through, putting pressure on this Empoleon. Will Kaifia choose to shield this?
He does. Calfia really likes this Empoleon. He shielded it twice in game 1. He's already put 1 shield up in game 2. And you can see just how quickly the Hydro Cannons are adding up. Galarian Corsola just reaching its 2nd Nightshade, and Empoleon almost has 2 more Hydro Cannons banked, also pulling the first shield from Amidamaruna.
First shield used by the Galarian Corsa as already the Nightshade banked. This is going to put pressure on the Empoleon. Kaifia wondering, should he bank Oaks on the Empoleon? He is going to double shield the lead.
Empoleon now charging up. Look at that. There's little to no energy on the Galarian Corsola. And here comes the Shadow Milotic, the favorite Pokemon of Amidamaruna. It's a Pokemon he's used in Lima. It's a Pokemon he's brought to Europe. Let's see how it fares here up against Calfia.
First row back coming through, not even doing 50% to that bulky Milotic. Here comes the Grass type trying to put pressure on it. First Aqua Cola coming in.
The problem with Cradily is that it also has rock typing, which means that these waterfalls and Aqua Tails are neutral. The shadow typing of the Milotic means it does a little bit more damage than the regular variant would do, and Calfia actually allows another Aqua Tail to be reached before he just decides to throw a move. He doesn't have any Protect Shields remaining, but Cradily will hold on to this attack.
Potentially reading a Tinkaton in the back, wants to reduce the amount of farm that it could get. Throws the Parting Rock Tomb into this Milotic. in case he chose to shield. Maruma said Melodic did its work.
Yeah, I like this play from Kaufya. Again, minimizing the amount of farm available to Maruna and actually leaving himself with the opportunity to reach this Rock Tomb. It won't do very effective damage, but it will suppress the attack of this Tinkaton.
And I think Kaufya will be very happy because he has 2 steel types in the back that do very well into this Tinkaton. 5-star trend that was banked is coming through. Gonna pull the Protect Shield out of this Tinkaton.
And now do you pivot hard into your Corviknight? Because this is a Pokemon that walls so much energy, but you can't because you've actually already gone into your Empoleon, so you're giving a little bit of farm already. Corviknight can now come in, and there is not enough health on this Galarian Corsola to really make a difference, even though this Nightshade's going to land. Let's remember that the attacks of the Tinkaton are fully resisted from the steel flying type Pokemon.
Having knowledge of the entire team, I think Kaufya will want to get rid of this Galarian Corsola as soon as possible. Here comes the Air Cutter. I believe is barely enough to KO, might just endure, but this is going to leave the Corviknight quite healthy to deal with that Tinkaton in the back.
And it really has seemed like Tinkaton has had nowhere to go. The Melodic really didn't have much room to maneuver either. This Gigaton Hammer is going to land. It's going to do a decent chunk of damage just because it's such a strong attack, but it's going to take a lot of energy to reach another one. And how much pressure can Corviknight put onto this Tinkaton in the meantime?
This payback is going to be heavily resisted by the fairy type of the Tinkaton, and now the question is, can Kaufya catch a Gigaton Hammer when it's reach, or will Maruma knock out this Corviknight out of the sky? He goes for the catch!
Unbelievable scenes here in Turin. Kaufya makes the match-winning catch that he needed. All of that energy gone to waste against a Credilli with little to no health. It looked like Maruna had finally found a solution to his problem with these steel types, but Corviknight comes out soaring.
This Air Cutter is resisted. Can Tinkaton endure to pull a parting bolt? I don't think it's enough. Kaufya on the back of an amazing catch gets the win, is still alive on the lower bracket.
Unbelievable plays in that game number 2. Kaufya allowed his Empoleon to be farmed down. That gave an opportunity for Maruna to start slamming those Gigaton Hammers into the Corviknight, but he threw aggressively, he threw too soon. Credilli comes in, sponges it. Kaufya takes victory, and he proceeds here in Turin.
Commiserations to Amida because he made such an incredible run. That Corso was the adjustment that he needed, putting so much work into that Corviknight that made it so that the Tinkaton was almost able to take it out. But Kaufya had one last ace in his sleeve, that catch.
Really superb catch there from Kaufya. Goes to show how important it is to know your counts. How long does it take for a Tinkaton to reach a Gigaton Hammer? How long does it take to reach the next Gigaton Hammer? You need to know, is there a difference? When is your opponent going to throw? And that comes with time, that comes with experience, and Kaufya demonstrating that his experience was superb.
And kind of a very interesting showcase of a Pokemon we maybe weren't expecting, but did get a buff recently in the Forever Forward meta. That Shadow Milotic Wrap now does slightly more damage, making it a viable move to throw neutrally in Pokemon that resist maybe that Aqua Tail, and making Milotic a fast move pressure demon.
Really, really cool Pokemon there from Maruna, and he's had a great run here in Turin. Unfortunately, his run is over. Shadow Milotic, I would love to see you return next season, and I'd love for Maruna to come back to Europe and showcase what he's got, because we had some really nice picks there. The Sunglasses Galarian Corsola as well. Nice one to get to watch from home.
I believe this is Amida's first season competing, and he did pretty well in Lima and LAIC, and now that he gets some points here in Turin, it might just potentially bubble in that San Francisco Worlds run. Let's see if it's enough. Maybe we'll see him in San Francisco.
Now, we know that Chris gave a good shout out to Boom earlier as a player that he'd practiced with, and I know Boom is also a good friend of Kaufya. So Boom clearly is a good training partner here for these players competing in Turin. And I can't wait to see these players compete on the biggest stage possible, because all of these players are trying to get championship points so that they can qualify for the World Championships this summer in San Francisco.
So kind of Boom that whenever he's not competing and dominating, is trying to give advice to his friends to do also ever so well. Boom, who has a major absence on last year's World Championships, but maybe he'll make a surprise appearance and take the world by storm.
Yeah, really, really great players available all across Europe and all across the world as well. But the eyes are on Turin. It's the last regional event of the season. It's actually the only event of the Forever Forward meta. This is a great opportunity to look at which Pokemon are shining, because some, if not all of these Pokemon, will be the ones that players will be using at the World Championships. So take note.
Out of all these Pokemon that we've been seeing, I feel like there were a couple trainers trying some stuff out, like Arceus Aurelius, for example, because it's running that old face, that Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, Galarian Stunfisk comes back, but it's actually his Seeking that I've really liked. Seeking plus Altaria in particular have been so neutral, have been so flexible in this meta. He's up against our reigning Utrecht champion in Nezabethan. Nezabethan is a player that has won trophies, he has won medals, and he is currently looking for more here in Turin. He joined relatively late to this tournament. He wasn't decided on if he was going to compete. Arceus Aurelius was actually the same, but Nezabethan has decided to stick with Celio, a Pokemon that he has experience with. He's the only player that we've seen bringing this Pokemon, but it has great play into Altaria with that really hard-hitting Powder Snow that had a damage increase a few seasons ago.
This is a very similar team comp that he used in the Utrecht run, but he instead chose to bench that Gorgas that was old and trusty partner of Celio, opted instead for the firepower of that Shadow Kingdra. Access to Surf in the new Forever Forward meta, it allows it to hit hard on those Steel types.
Yeah, I really like the Shadow Kingdra play. Swift with Dragon Breath is one of the fastest, if not the fastest attack that we are currently seeing so far this weekend, only exceeded by the Mudshot's Weather Ball of Shadow Politoed that we might see from Paula later today. He's up against Arceus Aurelius with Stunfisk back to full power, but perhaps not as meta relevant as it used to be. But I also want to give attention to the core of Licky Licky and Shadow Sableye, as well as the ever flexible Jumpluff. I'm not so sure about the Galarian Stunfisk, but I think the other 5 might be 5 of the best Pokemon in this meta right now.
And kind of interesting, we're seeing the play of these mono water types. We've seen Feraligatr win championships in Indianapolis, backing up Caspian Pike. We've seen Shadow Polito do so well for a Mind Joke for Paulasha, and now the Seeking. The Seeking has been the star of the show. It's been taking the world by storm with that new and improved drill run, reaching it ever so faster, and that gives it great neutral play into opposing water types and those electric types like the Unova Stunfisk.
If I'm correct, there is actually not one single Pokemon typing that can resist the full attack set of a Seeking. Ice and Ground typically was only ever resisted by Water and Bug, but with access to Peck, Seeking's actually putting super effective fast pressure on the Pokemon like Golisopod and Araquanid.
And of course, no Golisopod and Araquanid here, which means that Seeking is so flexible into Nezabethan's team. People have been even trying to use that Empoleon that resists the packs to try to suppress that Seeking, but that drill run coverage comes heavy and fast.
Arceus Aurelius is locked in. He looks focused. He's ready to go. He knows that he needs to approach this game with as much calmness as possible, even though we know there's so much fire inside him. Nezabethan on the other side, always such a cool and composed opponent, and the players look ready to go. Game 1 is underway. We see that Galarian Stunfisk. It's up against the Shadow Sableye.
This is such an interesting matchup because to hit that same type attack bonus Earthquake, the Galarian Stunfisk has to build so much energy, but that allows Drain Punch to come through. This is gonna improve the defensive prowess of that Sableye, being able to endure those same type attack bonus Earthquakes.
Yeah, Drain Punch doing a little bit more damage over the last couple of seasons than before, but if there is a correct shield of this Earthquake, which there isn't, that would have put the Galarian Stunfisk in a really uncomfortable position. Earthquake not going to be enough to take out the Sableye, but in comes the Jumpluff to try and put super effective fast pressure, and it's met by that Celio! Double super effective Powder Snows, and look how much damage it's done already with just a few fast attacks.
Great patience by Nezabethan, banking that foul play before switching out. That gives enough energy to the Jumpluff to throw this energy ball on the Celio. There's no Ice Beam coverage or Aurora Beam coverage on the Celio, so he has to settle for the Body Slams.
Yeah, Body Slams won't do a huge amount of damage to the very, very bulky Jumpluff, but Nezabethan has the opportunity to shield up this Energy Ball and then go for an aggressive full farm down, which would load up a Surf to throw into the Galarian Stunfisk that we've seen already.
And now the question is the energy lead that the jump have got enough to reach another energy ball? It's going to be so good, survives on 1 HP!
Oh, an uncomfortable position for Nezabethan, but Arceus Aurelius is absolutely loving how much work his Jumpluff has put in, up against the Ice typing of Celio, but drawn back by that Water typing that would have been knocked out by the super effective Energy Ball, and we do see a catch here onto that Galarian Stunfisk. It is a foul play. That's not going to be enough to knock out, but I don't think Mudshot will be able to take out the Galarian Sableye. So Arceus Aurelius is going to pivot into a Shadow Sableye of his own.
Shadow Sableye gets a nice amount of farm here. That's going to be very valuable since it's even behind 2 protections. Let's not forget that still is at max energy. And of course, as that Empoleon that has such great shield pressure. Here comes the Empoleon though, trying to place into those Hydro Cannons. Foul Play is going to be loaded and thrown.
Foul Play will do more damage than the Drain Punch, even though Drain Punch is super effective. And let's bear in mind there are no shields available to Nezabethan, whereas there are 2 available to Arceus Aurelius.
And very interesting that this Sableye won charge attack priority to that Empoleon. This Sableye usually doesn't do that, but when it's invested on this attack, it can do that. Indeed, here comes the Body Slam bait, trying to pressure the last protection, and he does get it!
That's a big shield for Nezabethan if he wants to swing the momentum. He catches the Surf! All of that energy goes into this Galarian Stunfisk, and even an undercharge won't be enough to really get much farm because it's such a hard-hitting attack. And now the Drain Punch of that Shadow Sableye will be enough to knock out. Can Arceus Aurelius do it all against the Empoleon that I believe is still in the back?
Arceus Aurelius and Nezabethan dancing around, throwing their best blows at each other. I believe this Empoleon will not endure the Shadow Call down. Arceus Aurelius picks up game number 1.
That is a big win for Arceus Aurelius. He was happy to throw his energy. He'd seen that he'd won charge attack priority. And this is a conversation that I know you at home want to know more about. What kind of Pokemon are you building? How much health do you want? How much attack do you want? Shadow Sableye, generally speaking, has a lower attack stat than Empoleon. Arceus Aurelius has clearly opted for a much higher attack stat on his Shadow Sableye for 2 reasons. The first reason is that Shadow Sableye is in an attack range where high attack can overtake so many common meta threats, from Swampert and Empoleon to Seeking and maybe even some low attack Annihilate as well. The other reason is that high attack on that Shadow Sableye gives it so many breakpoints with its Shadow Claw, where each fast attack does more damage than it would if Shadow Sableye had no attack.
And there's actually no real drawback once you start putting up those Drain Punches, raising your defense, because it means it increases the defensive prowess of that Sableye. And maybe once you've invested on some of those, maybe the investment on attack on your actual stats isn't that bad, because now you get back that defense as well.
Yeah, Shadow Sableye is a difficult Pokemon to build. It requires a ton of Candy XL as well as Stardust. And I believe if Arceus Aurelius actually only has 1 Shadow Sableye, so I'm not sure if this is so much of a specific decision, so much as this is what I've got to work with, but I'm very happy that it was able to win charge attack priority there. And that gives Nezabethan something to think about as he prepares for game number 2.
This might give Nezabethan some information, because if his Sableye is winning charge attack priority versus my Empoleon, that probably means that my own Sableye, unless I have invested in attack as well, might lose charge attack priority in the mirror as well. So that's all something that Nezabethan has to take into account for, because if that Sableye comes in, and here it goes, that Sableye lead in the mirror, this might prove vital. Let's find out if Nezabethan invested in attack as well.
I think there is very little chance that Shadow Sableye for Nezabethan could win charge attack priority against Arceus Aurelius, knowing how high that attack stat is. Empoleon does have a pretty high attack stat, and the first shield is going to go up. It's a correct shield of a foul play, and now there is a big shield decision to make. Do you also shield? Yes, you do, but Nezabethan was throwing the bait, the Drain Punch that guarantees a defense buff to himself.
And this will allow potentially the Sableye to tank this foul play ever so better, both pacing so fast to that foul play. Nezabethan also opted to throw the foul play this time, hoping that the foul play from Arceus Aurelius doesn't KO after the defensive buff of Drain Punch.
Now, for those of you that were wondering, why did Nezabethan throw on charge attack priority knowing that he would lose it? It's because he had calculated that he would hold on to the bow play after a Drain Punch had landed. So he gets to retain alignment. Seeking comes in with a slight bit of energy advantage, but now Nezabethan can work out how he wants to approach the rest of this game.
Of course, just getting the alignment was so key because now you get to align your electric type into the water type. Of course, Seeking S coverage to hit super effective damage with both its moves on the Unnovan Stunfisk.
Let's bear in mind, although the charge attacks are super effective, the Pecs are resisted by the electric typing of Stunfisk, and that means you might need 3 attacks to land from this Seeking against this Unnovan Stunfisk. The advantage, however, for Arceus Aurelius is that Discharge is already debuffed, but it looks like it does enough damage that only 1 more will be needed to take out this Seeking. And there is the catch! Double super effective onto Arceus Aurelius' Galarian Stunfisk. We see Stunfisk v Stunfisk, but Arceus Aurelius is showing the world that he knows his counts to perfection.
Arceus Aurelius fighting for his life, trying to catch resistant move left and right. Here comes the Celio, is going to take super effective damage from this Rock Slide coverage.
Rock Slide isn't going to have same type attack bonus, but it will be super effective against the Celio. Celio is so bulky that you might need 3 to take it out. It's not yet even into yellow health, and now the Surf will come through. This is same type attack bonus. It's a hard-hitting attack. It is super effective. It won't knock out the Galarian Stunfisk, but it'll start to put a lot of pressure onto Arceus Aurelius.
Arceus Aurelius flexing the bulk of that Galarian Stunfisk as the same stats as his Unnovan brother. Of course, Rock Slide's gonna put pressure on this Celio. It barely endures. Can it reach another stuff? Here comes the aggressively with the Seeking, getting that farm down.
Really nicely played by Arceus Aurelius, and he will win charge attack priority against this Unnovan Stunfisk. A shield's likely to go up, so the guaranteed attack drop could be very important to protect against these Thunder Shocks, and the energy head start on this Seeking could mean that, Arceus Aurelius is actually going to let it go, and Nezabethan has gone for an undercharge here. This could be quite important.
This undercharge is so precious because that Galarian Stunfisk is still behind the protection, so you actually need to reach 2 Mud Bombs before an Earthquake comes through, else it's going to win. Nezabethan potentially conceding. No, he's trying to get a bait and gets the shield here.
But I think Arceus Aurelius will reach this Earthquake before the Unnovan Stunfisk can reach the Mud Bomb. It's going to be close. Earthquake is reached, and Arceus Aurelius is going to take this series.
Earthquake, newly buffed, is going to do just enough damage, gets the knockout. Arceus Aurelius defeating the reigning Utrecht regional champion, keeping his run alive. Maybe he's back into his Dortmund form. He wants more.
Arceus Aurelius, he cuts the whiskers off that Celio. Nezabethan, his tournament is over. He had a brilliant run in Utrecht, taking gold. He's had a great run here in Turin, but Arceus Aurelius will be the one who proceeds, and he almost can't quite believe it. His coolness, his calmness, his composure. He proceeds here in Turin, and I cannot wait to see how far he goes.
And if you're Arceus Aurelius, you potentially might be getting so emotional and so appreciative because you came in last minute because you figured, man, I'm so close to getting that slot on the World Championship, so I'm gonna do my last effort. I know in my best form I can tangle with anyone, but now that it's actually realizing it, and he's on, I believe, into the top 8, is he not? Because he lost 1-2 lower bracket matchup. Top 8 assures some prize money that for his efforts, which is nice to cover the cost. And of course, all those championships points, and maybe a last attempt for championships points can turn into championship gold.
Really, really good weekend for him so far. Arceus Aurelius said that he was 65th prior to this event, and it could make all the difference for his hopes of competing at the World Championships this summer. He said this morning, I have the best team in the tournament. I'm confident in my team, and I think that if I just focus and play well, I can go all the way. As you say, he's now made top 8. That gives him a ton of championship points, and providing he doesn't do anything ridiculous, those points will be enough to get him to the World Championships. So he needs to keep his cool. We know he's a very heated player. He's got a lot of passion, but he should be absolutely thrilled with how he's playing so far this weekend.
Look at how much he had to dance around to catch these moves from Nezabethan. He caught the surf on his Unnovan Galarian Stunfisk, and of course was able to catch this heavily resisted discharge versus his Unnovan counterpart. Man, Arceus Aurelius had to pull all the strings to defeat Nezabethan.
so much counterplay, so much switching, so many catches, and they did make all the difference. He says he's got a great team, but actually it's his great plays that really stood out in that match, and there wasn't really much Nezabethan could do. Arceus Aurelius always seemed one step ahead.
Arceus Aurelius is building so much momentum now. He did such a great performance on day number 1, and now he picks up a win versus someone who is in top form, who was on fire. He had 2 medals back to back, but it was no foe for Arceus Aurelius. Arceus Aurelius now has the momentum to potentially go all the way.
And I was speaking to him as well, and he said, he goes, do you know what? I've got that Dortmund feeling. Now, Dortmund was the event that Marcus won a couple of seasons ago, and I said, all right, let's just see how it goes. Take it game by game. But look, he is showing that he is on form, and I think that he could be really, really one to watch on this loser side of the bracket. He can't afford to lose again.
It's kind of interesting because sometimes it's about not only having the right team, and I believe Arceus Aurelius often mentions that he team builds so specifically and caters his team so specifically towards the meta. And the thing that you just said, he built the strongest team in the competition. I've heard him said it several times. But sometimes to go along with it, you need the confidence, you need the presence, you need the talent that he obviously oozes with. But now, if he's combining both of those, that recipe could lead into something more.
Yeah, he does have a lot of experience, and if you at home want to start building your own experience, start building your own career journey in the Pokemon Go scene, then locals are a great place to get started. If you're not familiar with those, then pay attention to this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that guy, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Of course, if you want to do more locals, I believe the window to get championship points out of locals either has finished or is going to finish soon. But for next season, the summer, it's going to start in the summer, right after the World Championships, if I'm not mistaken. So you want to get your hands on as many local championships points as you can. And of course, it's not only about the points, it's also getting to meet your community, make some trades, make some friends along the way.
Yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity to spend time and connect with people that share the same passion. So make sure that you scan that QR code and you can make best friends like me and Jox.
Yeah, that's true. We are good friends.
We are best friends.
Yeah, kind of. Maybe sometimes. Maybe when you're dissing me or something. but yeah, of course, local points are so important. Especially we are in the country where I believe most locals are hosted. Italians are very well known to be on top of the CP leaderboard, and that's partially thanks to those local championship points. Whenever I see the beginning of the season, I'm like, wow, a Mind Joke has already had like 200 plus, 300 plus points. That's because he stacks up those local points. Maybe we'll get to hear about him very soon. But of course, this is not locals. This is the big deal. This is the special event. And now Stone Collection, the Seattle champion, is trying hungry for more, facing against MW, who's having a very good tournament so far.
Yeah, and MW, we've seen him a couple of times now over the course of the last few seasons, and he is showing that he absolutely can take down big names. We've seen him take down Colin before, but can he take down Stone Collection, a player that has won a regional title in the NA series this season already? He will be flying over to NAIC, but not before he tries and puts his name into the medals here in Turin with his cast form pick that comes once again, and both Shadow Sableye and Shadow Primeape to put a lot of aggressive pressure onto the team of MW22.
And that Primeape put in so much work in game one. He was leading it in his winners finals and just ramping up the damage, ramping up the damage overall of those karate chops, of those ice punches, put in so much pressure. That ice punch coverage is going to be vital versus this Mantine, versus this Jumpluff. that are some of the main counters for this Primate.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Shadow Sableye come from Stone Collection. There isn't a fairy type on the side of MW22, and the protection that Licky Licky also gives to Shadow Sableye in terms of bulk makes that such a powerful core in this meta. The players look ready to go. Game 1 is underway. We do see the Shadow Sableye. It's up against the electric ground type Univan Stunfisk.
This is a fairly neutral lead for both players, but of course that Rain Punch can actually change dimension in this matchup normally. But of course, Stone Collection, once that damage hits that foul play, it goes unshielded by NW.
Foul play coming in, and it looks like 2 foul plays will be enough to take out the Univan Stunfisk. Univan Stunfisk's pace is slightly quicker because of the lower energy cost of discharge relative to the Thunder Shocks, so it will reach the second one before the Shadow Sableye is able to reach the next foul play. But MW22 doesn't look to throw it. He goes for that catch onto the bulky Jumpluff. Shadow Sableye now has the option to re-farm up before Stone Collection switches out into the Licky Licky. I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen.
Of course, goes for the re-farm, maybe potentially before the jump up gets to an energy ball, goes for the switch on the Licky Licky. MW sniffs that out, doesn't throw right away, potentially can go for the hard-hitting acrobatics, that's more efficient. There he goes into the bulky Licky Licky.
Now, unfortunately for Jumpluff, acrobatics, you cannot do one more Fairy Wind and throw the next one. So even if you look to go on optimal timing, you'll just miss out on the next acrobatics and need to throw this next energy ball, which won't threaten a knockout, and Stone Collection will know this. He's going to put up a shield anyway, just because he has a lot of energy on that Licky Licky that he wants to take more advantage of, and now this Shadow Ball might put some pressure onto the shield of MW22 instead. I don't think he'll shield it, and he doesn't. It's not going to knock out the Jumpluff, but it will put it into a range where Rollout could take it out, so we do see that aggressive swap back into the Stunfisk. Stone Collection already has a Shadow Ball ready to go.
Shadow Ball ready to go. Going to pressure the first protection out of MW. Of course, it has a lot of energy. Oh, that Mud Bomb throws the Mud Bomb onto the Quagsire. Both players dancing around. The Univan Stunfisk has a bit of energy to boot, so I believe it can pace ever so slightly faster into another Mud Bomb before an Aqua Tail is reached. It could be Shadow Attack priority, but Stone Collection wants to overfarm even more.
Yeah, I think Stone Collection knows that the Mud Bomb isn't going to threaten a knockout on the Quagsire, so he will just farm up more, and now he might go for an aggressive farm down entirely. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, so an Aqua Tail is going to come through. Let's note that this Shadow Quagsire has Mud Bomb instead of Stone Edge, so it's not able to hit any flying type Pokemon. It doesn't have any way to hit back against this Mantine that has now come in, so Stone Collection is forced to spam Aqua Tails. MW22, he's read the team sheets, he knows that Mantine is safe.
MW's ABB strategy, where he got 2 flyers to cover that Quagsire coming in clutch, tanking that Aqua Tail. Here comes the Licky Licky with the rollout pressure, not before the Mantine throws a Twister.
Twister coming in, it won't be enough to take a knockout against this bulky Licky Licky, but it will put it into a range where one more wing attack would take it, and Jumpluff comes in to get the catch against Stone Collection. He recognizes what a good catch that is. He nods to his opponent. MW22 playing really, really strongly in this game 1.
And now the wing attack is just enough to KO that Licky Licky. Both low HP Pokemon for Stone Collection. Throws the Rain Punch, maybe trying to increase, gets the shield off as well. Can the Sableye tank enough in wing attacks to reach another foul play?
I mean, he does end up giving the Mantine a little bit more farm, but it doesn't look like that Drain Punch defense boost is going to be enough to get to another attack, and that puts MW22 in a brilliant position, and I think that he will now just throw this Twister. It's not going to go shielded by Stone Collection, who recognizes that he's been outplayed in this game number 1.
MW has been relying on this ABB strategy. What is this? You let that Univan Stunfisk that's weak to the Mud Bomb Quagsire, but he has 2 flyers in the back that wall its entire moveset. Mantine and Jumpluff both resist Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb. So this means that since both of them are quite flexible, you can pivot one of them in, try to get some shield advantage, or try to pull some strings if you do face that Quagsire lead, and if you're not, and if it's in the back, he's smiling. It's all Millhouse.
Let's remember, we are on the loser's side of the bracket. That means another game win for MW22 will knock Stone Collection out of the Turin Special Championships. Stone Collection needs to win back-to-back games in this best of 3 if he wants his tournament hopes to stay alive.
And of course, Stone Collection is opting for a fairly frail team team with that Sableye and Shadow Primate, and MW do on the other end is relying so much on bulk. I'd say it's only Pokemon that's not on that bulky attribute, let's say. It's that Empoleon. Everything else has a lot of stat prod. So often offensive Pokemons like Sableye can struggle with that because one of their moves isn't enough to pressure a shield or enough damage, but it still has to shield back.
And his Mantine is an interesting pick. It's not one that we've seen a ton of so far this weekend, but it does look like it has a lot of flexible play into Stone Collection's team. Super effective wing attack into the Primate. The Rainy Cast Form, it has electric coverage, but it doesn't have electric typing, meaning it doesn't resist the wing attacks. That Shadow Quagsire, as we just saw, Mud Bomb could be a key decision for Stone Collection here because it will not be able to hit back against the Mantine. Let's see if Stone Collection decides to bring that Shadow Quagsire again. We're already looking at the back lines. He hasn't, but Shadow Sableye in the lead for him once more.
And of course, here's Stone Collection making the adjustment. He brought both of his anti-flyers with the Licky Licky and the Tinkaton. Of course, he's choosing to stay in with the Sableye versus his jump off in the meanwhile. Maybe he's looking to switch out though.
Yeah, and the lack of real anti-flying type pressure means that MW22 is able to lead a flying type and have one in the back, a strategy that would typically be seen as ABA, but isn't really the case when your opponent doesn't have a comfortable answer.
And of course, the Energy Ball pulls the Protect Shield out of Stone Collection, but another one is reached right away. Will it pull the last Protect Shield? No, Stone Collection choosing to tank it instead.
Energy Ball lands and the Fairy Winds will start to add up against this Shadow Sableye. A foul play will be enough to knock out this Jumpluff, and it does go correctly shielded by MW22. Now, both players will reach their third attack at exactly the same pacing, but Shadow Sableye will win charge attack priority. So here comes the foul play, and it looks like another shield could go invested so that MW22 gets a full farm down. The energy from Acrobatics generally lands really heavily, but actually Stone Collection has a Tinkaton that would be able to resist all of the attacks from this Jumpluff.
And here comes the Tinkaton, though it doesn't really have that much pressure, so Jumpluff choosing to overfarm and he's choosing to stay in. Potentially wants to align that Unova Stunfisk, the ground typing, into this Tinkaton.
I'm almost a little surprised. I wouldn't have minded seeing MW22 banking that energy and going into one of his backline. And the fact that he's wasting this energy somewhat against this Tinkaton, let's see how that turns out later.
Because of course the Mantine with the water flying type also resists the entire moveset of that Tinkaton, though that Gigaton Hammer, even when resisted, does significant damage. Now here comes the Unovan Stunfisk, and it's gonna take super effective damage from these Bulldoze. It's a low damage move, so it don't put the Protect Shield. There's no Protect Shield to put up, actually.
I think MW22 is apprehensive of the Shadow Quagsire. He's bringing the Unovan Stunfisk in here so as to retain the Mantine in the back, but actually from what we can see, that Licky Licky, the super effective rollouts, the good pacing, means that Stone Collection looks like he might have the advantage here, especially given how much energy he was able to farm up on his Tinkaton.
And of course, Stone Collection here investing on that Tinkaton. He got the debuff on that Bulldoze throw, and potentially the next Bulldoze might threaten a knockout on this. It goes for the Gigaton Hammer instead. That's actually the correct move to throw into this Mantine. It's going to do a significant chunk, maybe making the matchup easier for that Licky Licky.
Yeah, it is a good catch, anticipating when the attack's going to be thrown, but it wasn't the Bulldoze perhaps that MW22 was hoping for. Mantine does resist Gigaton Hammer, but you can see that with the Fairy Winds and the power of Gigaton Hammer, it's not like Mantine's super comfortable in this matchup, particularly as it's forced to throw a Water Pulse into the Tinkaton, as Twister is triple resisted by the Fairy Steel typing.
And since it's triple resisted, Mantine is indeed forced to throw that Water Pulse to KO the Steel Fairy type. Of course, Licky Licky now can come in comfortably, is at full HP, potentially even go for a full rollout down instead of throwing its energy, so then it can use it on the Unovan Stunfisk in the back.
Yeah, Licky Licky gets a nice farm down here against the Mantine. It will have plenty of energy to throw into the Stunfisk, and it looks like Stone Collection is going to be able to outbulk MW22 in this match. Mud Bomb coming through won't threaten a knockout. You'll need another attack to take down the Licky Licky, but I don't think Unovan Stunfisk will be on the field to see it.
I believe it's so very close to that Shadow Ball range. Another move coming through. Stone Collection doesn't believe that. Actually going for the safer approach with destroying double Body Slam. He's only one rollout away from another one being loaded.
Here comes the Body Slam. There is that one more rollout, as you say, outpacing the Unovan Stunfisk, and it will be enough to get a knockout. It will be enough to get game parity here in this losers round here in Turin. Stone Collection will be now one game apiece as this Mantine goes down. Everything to play for in game number 3.
What a great adjustment by Stone Collection, bringing in that Tinkaton, even though that Unovan Stunfisk puts in so much pressure. But then again, as you mentioned, that Jumpluff won that matchup versus the Shadow Sableye at the cost of shield disparity, but had so much energy that got wasted on that ticket because it was the entire moveset of that jump off.
And I think that that was the key lesson that you at home can take away, and hopefully MW22 reflects upon as he prepares for this game number 3. That energy on the jump bluff had so much space to maneuver in other than the Tinkaton. If you look at this team, that energy goes into every single Pokemon on Stone Collection's team. Now, you cannot afford to throw it into a Tinkaton. You need to go aggressively into the Mantine. We know that the Mantine is relatively safe. It doesn't matter if you want to preserve it for a potential Shadow Quagsire. You don't want to waste that jump off energy that will always be able to go further. Mantine could have come in, you could have thrown Water Pulses, and Univan Stunfisk and that energy from jump up in the back, even if it was a Shadow Quagsire in the back against your Univan Stunfisk, you had 2 energy balls loaded on that jump up, which would have been enough to take it out. MW22 now needs to make an adjustment. We can see the 3 Pokemon that he is preferring as he enters this matchup. Stone Collection, his experience might now shine through as he looks to punish his opponent going into this final game of the series.
And of course here, that Univan Stunfisk did get in line indeed into that Tinkaton, but Tinkaton showing that if it has a bit of energy, some Bulldoze debuffs come into the way, it can make that matchup awfully close. It even was in range for that Gigaton Hammer at the end that got caught on that Mantine, heavily resisted, but that allowed the Tinkaton to stay in because it was forcing the Mantine to throw that Water Pulse and made the job so much easier for that Licky to sweep the end game.
The players look like they are ready to go. Both sides are now locked in. Let's see who comes out for this game number 3. It's the Shadow Sableye once more into the jump up. We've seen this matchup before. Let's see how these players choose to play it here.
Actually, a mirror matchup in terms of the second game that was just played. So let's see if MW can learn from the way he played and didn't get the outcome that he wanted, potentially can maneuver around and try to save that jump off energy, or is he going to play it the same way and expect a different outcome?
So again, he charges up and goes for this energy ball. We know it's not going to knock out this Shadow Sableye. Will it draw a shield from Stone Collection? Yes, it will. Shadow Sableye, Stone Collection believes can do a lot more work, particularly after one foul play has already landed. Jump Up going straight away for this next energy ball. This one is going to go unshielded because Stone Collection knows it won't get the knockout.
Right now, playing fairly similarly, this double foul play is almost loaded. One Shadow Claw short. It's going to pressure potentially the Jump Up. This time, MW chooses to no-shield the Jump Off though.
This is interesting because that Jump Off now, all of that energy isn't going to be offloaded, and it's not like the Sableye is going to be farmed down before it will reach another attack anyway. So Sableye has got so much value out of this matchup, as well as giving Stone Collection the possibility of choosing his alignment as he progresses into the mid-game.
Letting the Sableye go allows it to potentially line up that Licky that into the already chipped Univan Stunfisk. Univan Stunfisk has a bit of an energy lead, but these moves don't put that much pressure onto the Licky. Of course, here comes the Mud Bomb once again. Gonna try to chip it away slowly but surely to maybe potentially help the Mantine in the back to deal with both it and the Tinkaton.
So perhaps MW22 is comfortable seeing the Licky here rather than against his Mantine. But even though Mantine resists both Bulldoze and Gigaton Hammer from that Tinkaton, it's actually not as comfortable a matchup as you'd want. In the 0 shield and the 1 shield scenario, Tinkaton's Gigaton Hammer adds up enough that it still can take victory. So let's see how these players choose to play it, because MW22 is preserving both of his shields, and that might be the reason why.
Another Mud Bomb coming through is going to pressure a shield out of Stone Collection. Stone Collection has a lot of energy. Over 2 body slams on this Licky. Going to throw the first one onto the Univan Stunfisk. Maybe try to pressure a shield. No, all chips are put into the Mantine basket.
Which is interesting because the rollout pressure from this Licky, as well as the body slams drawing shields, would mean that Mantine is in a range where 2 Gigaton Hammers would be enough to knock out. The advantage, of course, for Mantine is that there are no shields on the side of this Tinkaton. And it's no shielded! That is a massive decision from MW22. I can't wait to see Stone Collection's face. He's so surprised, but it does get the drop. So there is still something in there for Stone Collection as he tries to charge back up to a Gigaton Hammer.
That was such a great silver lining for Stone Collection that even though the bait did get indeed called, he got the defense pro going for another try at a bait, potentially trying to pull the shield out of the MW. Can the MW? He does not call this one. Here's the Bulldoze being shielded. Can he get another drop? He does not.
And now we're desperately going up for these Water Pulses. One won't be enough to take out, and Tinkaton is looking to put on as much pressure as possible. But let's remember, Licky has energy banked, and Water Pulse has to be the attack of choice against this Tinkaton, and it wins. I think, was that charge attack priority? The Bulldoze is going baited again. If it gets another defense drop, Mantine might just be taken out immediately by this Licky Licky energy.
No defense drop. This means that potentially the Shadow Ball won't KO. MW trying to go for an undercharge, maybe potentially hoping that this Water Pulse doesn't KO. It does indeed KO the Tinkaton that was already at low health. Here's the double body slam loaded for the Licky Licky, and I believe with that crucial Bulldoze defense drop, it will be just enough to get the win for Stone Collection.
Superbly played by Stone Collection, demonstrating how important his experience is, and it was so close. That charge attack priority tie against the Tinkaton, it demonstrates that the Mantine has a lot of bulk. It doesn't have any real attack investment. Stone Collection showing off his Tinkaton and his Licky Licky. Actually, his whole team there, Shadow Sableye as well. Each Pokemon got so much value as he progresses here in Turin.
And so interesting how well Stone Collection knows this Pokemon, because in day one, he was using Tinkaton even in matchups where it looked like he wasn't the best, but trusting the power of that Gigaton Hammer along with that incredible bulk and typing. And now versus a Shadow Sableye, staying in versus a Jump Up. Usually when trainers look at it, they're saying, oh, super effective Fairy Winds? Surely this is a negative matchup. But if you're investing shields on the Sableye and you win that charge attack priority, it can pull some strings.
Yeah, Jump Up I still think is a great pick. I'm a little undecided on Mantine, if I'm honest. I know it has great typing, it's got reasonable bulk and now access to Twister as part of this forever forward meta, but I'm not sure that I see it really punishing anything other than a Quagsire that chooses to run Mud Bomb, which isn't common right now.
Of course, that Twister coverage, I think it's mainly targeting that Altaria that's been #1 in usage for this day #2 here in Turin. Of course, no Altaria on Stone Collection's team. Instead, though, the defensive profile of the Mantine, resisting the steel type damage from that Gigaton Hammer, also walling that Quagsire, gave it such great flexibility in this matchup. Of course, NW putting on a show, of course, trying to pull all this amazing catch on the jump off. And of course, you're trying to see here, Mantine was so healthy here that was able to get the knockout. Of course, Sableye here also showing its power because it was able to pressure the jump into double shielding, and that made the MW2 going into a massive shield deficit into the backline. And all the energy that he gathered up was walled by this Tinkaton.
Yeah, Tinkaton really showing off how strong it is. Even though the Mantine resists this Gigaton Hammer, it did do a decent chunk of damage. And you mentioned this Twister on the Mantine, perhaps for the Altaria. Unfortunately, Twister, it's not got same type attack bonus. Mantine doesn't have a high attack, and 2 Twisters isn't enough to knock out a very bulky Dragon Flying type Pokemon. So Altaria actually wins the 2-shield scenario there. It just needs to land 1 Sky Attack, and all of the Dragon Breath damage does add up. I'm very interested to see if a player is able to unlock Mantine. But right now, for me, Jumpluff and Altaria are the flyers of choice.
And of course, we saw that Mantine was the only once shown in the top 16 here in Turin, was actually piloted by the MW, and it's been knocked out. And interesting that even though it walled that Tinkaton actually got to flex some of its niche techs, which is if you get that Bulldoze debuff, even if it's called, that makes that Gigaton Hammer hurt even more.
A lot of play for Tinkaton in that last game. Perhaps some more play for it here on stage. We've got Paulasha up against Filbeg, 2 players that have both won events in Italy. Filbeg is your reigning Bologna champion, and Paula is your reigning Turin champion, because we've not played here since her victory back in 2023.
So I guess this is such an interesting matchup, because in theory, they're both the reigning Italian champion if you're specifically talking about Turin. So trying to see who gets the bragging rights here. Of course, Paulasha piloting that Shadow Politoed with Clodsire. Such an interesting combination. Of course, Politoed is a mono water type. We've seen a lot of Seeking, but that Mud Shot coverage from the Politoed allows it to deal super effective damage into steel types and into the electric type Unova and Stunfisk.
And now one of the key questions will be, how does Ninetales fare against a water type Pokemon? We know that Energy Ball will threaten a lot of water type Pokemon, but Politoed doesn't have the ground typing, so it's not going to be double super effective. However, it is a Shadow Politoed, so it will do a ton of damage. To Politoed's favor, Shadow Weather Ball will do tons back and paces quicker than Ninetales' Energy Ball. So I'm really excited to see if we get to watch that matchup play out.
And of course, also a little superstar for Philbag has been that Quagsire with the Stone Edge coverage, going back to its origins, let's put it like that, because that's what it differentiates it in terms of being a Mud Boy.
Here we go, the players are locked in, our champions are ready. It's Shadow Primeape up against Shadow Politoed. Both of these Pokemon paced to their first attack after just 8 seconds, which is 4 fast attacks each. However, Shadow Primeape has a much higher attack stat. That means it will always win charge attack priority.
And of course here Politoed has the advantage of being able to no-shield the first Rage Fist, though if you do no-shield the first Rage Fist, that gives the option of the Primeape to double shield versus this Politoed and potentially Karate Chop all the way down. Palasha maybe reading into that, goes into her Shadow Sableye. This Primeape is once boosted, gonna throw a Rage Fist, brushing the shield out of the Sableye.
Yeah, boosted Rage Fist, although it's neutral into the Shadow Sableye, it will do a lot of damage, but Shadow Sableye is going to start to rack up the Shadow Claw damage. It doesn't even need to throw, but he throws and it's caught onto the Azumarill. Really well played. The problem is Shadow Sableye is so flexible and Azumarill so slow that I still think Shadow Sableye can get a lot of value out of this matchup, particularly as Paula has chosen to run Power Gem instead of Drain Punch.
Power Gem coming in clutch versus this Azumarill. Of course, massive neutral damage being dealt into the Water Fairy type. It can tank one, no problem, but you can see the damage. Another one will come through soon. But of course, Paulasha trying to showcase the catches of her own, catching the resisted Ice Beam onto this Tinkaton.
Tinkaton, the fairy to shut down other fairies, comes in, sponging this energy, absolutely no problem. And with access to Gigaton Hammer, it knows it can knock out a ton of Pokemon. It doesn't care that Gigaton Hammer is resisted by this Shadow Quagsire. It still does the most damage that it can do. And we've seen it against Mantine. Look how much damage a resisted Steel-type attack does against this Shadow Quagsire.
And of course, for Paulasha, it's so useful that this Quagsire does not pack that Mud Bomb coverage, meaning an Aqua Tail wouldn't KO. He has to reach for double, and this means that Paulasha can reach on our Gigaton Hammer, brushing the shield out of this Shadow Quagsire.
That's a pretty impressive performance from this Tinkaton, able to sponge so much energy, so it's got that defensive play that we saw against the Azumarill, but also that offensive pressure, taking a shield away from a Water-type opponent and being able to tank, banking that energy, and now the Politoed comes back in. This Aqua Tail is going to be resisted, and Paula has called it. It's not going to be enough to take down the Politoed.
And this Quagsire has so much energy, though, so I believe he can ever so slightly overfarm. Choose to only do one mod shot extra. This Aqua Tail will be enough to take out this Politoed.
Smartly throwing before the Politoed reaches an attack. Politoed would win charge attack priority. It's got a similar attack stat to a Guzzlord, maybe a little bit higher, and the Shadow Sableye is coming in, having to shield up the Azumarill that comes in to snipe with this Ice Beam.
Viewers, you might want to hang on to your seat because all of these catches might be getting you dizzy. This Sableye did shield and is racing to that fall play. Azumarill still already quite old. This Sableye pretty much took out the entire Azumarill.
Yeah, and I think the Shadow Sableye could have gone for a full farm down there, which would have been extremely scary for Philbeg. There are no shields on either side, and Shadow Sableye has enough energy to take out the Primeape before it reaches a Rage Fist. Paula looks like she is in the driving seat as we go into the end game.
That energy knowledge of the Primeape was only one Karate Chop away from a move, and Paula throwing the fall play right away because he knows Sableye loses charge attack priority. Here comes the Aqua Tail to KO. The Sableye can this Tinkaton Fairy Wind all the way down. It's going to be so close.
There it is. Tinkaton not only doesn't have to worry about fast attack pressure, it has enough energy to throw the Bulldoze as well, and Paula takes this game number 1.
Great win by Paula. And to be honest, great performance by both. They're trying to lever their position, switching around, trying to catch moves, trying to catch their opponent off guard. But Paula, having that energy in her mind, she knew that the Primeape was only one Karate Chop away when the catch was made on the Azumarill of that foul play, and that proved to be vital because she knew she had to throw right away with the Sableye, else that energy would have been gone.
What I'm really, really liking about both of these players' teams is that they pace so quickly to their first attack. We know the Shadow Primeape and the Shadow Quagsire, just 8 seconds to their first charge attack on the side of Philbeg, and 8 seconds for that Shadow Politoed, 10 seconds for that Shadow Sableye on the side of Paulasha. Every time you throw a charge attack, you use up 10 seconds of the switch timer. The switch timer is only at 45 seconds, so after charging up, you usually only need around 3 charge attacks before you can switch. That's why we're seeing so many catches. There's such great pacing, meaning a lot of charge attacks, a lot of potential for pivoting in and out. Can Paula swivel her way to victory in this game number 2? One more win for her, and she will knock Filbeg out of the tournament.
And Paula's team composition is so smart around the potential movesets of that Shadow Quagsire. If Shadow Quagsire does indeed opt for the Stone Edge to have coverage versus the Altaria, the matchup versus Tinkaton and Politoed is a bit more flimsy. So that's what she's banking on. She's banking on that Tinkaton and on that Politoed, trying to exploit that. Here we have a similar matchup that we've been seeing. We have that Sableye to the Empoleon. Charge attack priority can be won by the Sableye, but usually favors Empoleon.
Yeah, Empoleon, I'm expecting to win charge attack priority here, and that's why Paula is not going to throw. I like that Drill Peck is the attack of choice from Filbeg. 2 reasons. You expect it to go shielded anyway, but the other option that Paula might have had is to go for a catch. And if it did, she would likely catch on something that Hydro Cannon is resisted by. Now Shadow Sableye is going to throw its first attack. There is the no shield, and it's not going to knock out the Empoleon. And now we see that catch. The first time Filbeg throws the Drill Peck, but this time the Hydro Cannon comes through, caught by the water typing of Shadow Politoed.
Great awareness by Palasha, realizing that the Empoleon had to get rid of that energy right away, else he would get clipped out of the matchup. Of course, that extra Machop proving clutch into this matchup versus the Primeape. Now with an energy asset can pressure this Primeape shield.
And we have to bear in mind that that Shadow Sableye has a foul play loaded. So Shadow Primeape, even though it resists Dark, doesn't like to take attacks from anything. It wins charge attack priority against this Shadow Politoed, and now this Rage Fist will threaten a knockout. Paula might not want to use her last shield, but actually she thinks that drawing the shield away from the Shadow Primeape could be more valuable to her, and she does succeed in doing so. Filbeg has to find the balance between charging up energy and also bearing in mind that Paula can come in at any moment and hit with this foul play like we see right there.
Of course, this foul play is resisted by the fighting type of this Primeape, meaning that potentially is not enough to knock out, but it will put a significant chip damage into this Primeape. It has already double Rage Fist. It's once boosted already since that matchup versus the Politoed. I'm not quite sure if it's enough to knock out, but it's going to be ever so close.
If it doesn't knock out, you need to go into your Azumarill here. Thankfully, it does knock out. Politoed can come in to sponge the rest of the energy, and that will now put a little bit of pressure on Filbeg. What we do know is that Azumarill is generally pretty good shields down, but not against a Tinkaton. So this double boosted Rage Fist is so important, and I think that this might be a mistake from Paula, because if Politoed had come in to take down the energy, then Azumarill would have really struggled against a full health Tinkaton. Now Politoed's energy has nowhere to go, so its most important play for this endgame will be to try and catch an attack. Let's see if that is an option that Paula leans into.
I wonder if it is even necessary to catch an attack, because this play rough is going to be resisted coming through. I'm not sure if the bubbles add up enough, and as we see by the damage of that Gigaton Hammer, I believe that Tinkaton might be able to pace ever so fast to that KOing Gigaton Hammer. It's so close to reaching it!
Gigaton Hammer does a massive amount of damage. This might threaten a knockout, but definitely would put Azumarill into a range, even if not where it can be farmed down by Fairy Wind. Wow! Azumarill is off the field, and Primeape cannot do enough. Paula takes victory here in Turin. Filbeg, his tournament run is over. What a victory for the queen of PvP.
Paula taking the crown out of Filbeg. You might be the reigning Italian champion, but I am the reigning queen of Torino. I'm keeping myself in this tournament, and I'm trying to go all the way.
Superbly played by Paula, and she is going to progress here in Turin. She is on the loser side of the bracket, so she cannot afford to drop another match. But take it game by game she did, and that was a really, really strong victory.
And look at the focus by Paula. She celebrated so effusively, as she's accustomed as to. She's got many wins in the circuit, of course, but of course, Stone Cold back to her game face. She knows that job is not finished.
Still a long way to go. If she wants success, she will be hungry for gold. She's a champion at heart, and she will want to put her name back onto those regional winners. She's already got one this season, remember, in Sevilla. Filbeg, he hasn't played a huge number of events this season, more than he played last season, but that could be his season over. He has had a great run here in Turin, and I think that he's reminding everyone that Italy is one of his greatest locations to compete in.
And of course, this game number 1 was so exciting. It had us on the edge of our seat, catches left and right. But look at the work this Shadow Sableye put into the Azumarill, brushing into throwing the energy right away that allowed this catch onto the Tinkaton. Tinkaton plus Sableye plus Politoed proves to be the winning combination for Palosha. They use so much pressure offensively and defensively.
A lot of play from that Tinkaton, and it's exactly as you say, the ability to sponge all of the charge attack pressure from that Azumarill came in really, really important. And when Tinkaton was first released and it was running Play Rough and Bulldoze, it wasn't actually the most comfortable against Azumarill because the bubbles would add up over time, and the bulk of Azumarill gave it some play back into the Tinkaton. Even though Tinkaton was generally preferred in that matchup, it was a bit more toe-to-toe than what we saw just there. Azumarill, it got deleted in that matchup. 2 Gigaton Hammers absolutely mauled its way through the Pokemon that we have always seen as the most bulky, the most present Pokemon in Pokemon Go PvP.
It's so impressive because usually you never see Azumarill getting deleted by 2 moves that deal neutral damage, but Gigaton Hammer at such great stat is a Precipice Blades and Origin Pulse clone if you're familiar with the Master League. But in the Great League, it deals so much damage, even when resisted, even when neutral, it two-shot the bulky Azumarill. Tinkaton with Gigaton Hammer is a menace.
Really, really good. And it also has such great typing. There aren't many Pokemon in the meta that have Fairy Steel typing. We know that it triple resists Dragon. We know that Zacian crowned form in the Master League. But here in the Great League, you're just stuck between Mawile and Tinkaton. Tinkaton's bulk, Tinkaton's moveset means that it is absolutely the premium Fairy right now, in my opinion. We've seen it a couple of times already. I can't wait to see how far it goes.
And it's so exciting to see that the team, again, highlighting the team composition out of Palosha because she built around both variants of Quagsire so well. Because, of course, with the new flying types coming into the meta, new and improved, of course, Stone Edge Quagsire looks so nice. But then again, if you're running a mono water type, if you're running that Tinkaton, meaning that you only take neutral from those Aqua Tails, Mudshot don't add up quite enough. Makes that matchup ever so close. And if indeed there is a Mud Bomb Quagsire, there's that Altaria to wall it all over again.
Now, we've spoken a lot about typings. The question for many players is how well do they know them? My question for you is how well do you know them? Get involved with this game and I'm sure you'll have fun. Hey team, we are in the games area at the Turin Special Championships, and we're going to play a little game of our own. I'm joined by Emil, also known as Vampirist, and Marcus, also known as Arceus Aurelius. The game we're going to play is Dual Type Pokemon Challenge, where each player is going to say a type, and then the first person to name a Pokemon that shares each of those types will get a point. We'll play a best of 5. Emil, how are we feeling?
I'm pretty good about this. I feel I know my types of my Pokemon, so I'm pretty good here.
I like to hear that. Marcus, confident?
Oh no, I'm super scared of the Danish Dynamite over here.
Right, I think we are good to go. We're going to say the types on the count of 3. You've got a microphone yourself. I'm going to give you yours as I count down from 3. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1.
Flying.
Articuno.
Flying and Ice. Articuno is correct. 1 point to Marcus. It's best of 5. Don't worry. Still time to come back. We're going to go again. 3, 2, 1.
Poison. Revavroom.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Revavroom is one of the... I think it's the only Poison Steel. There aren't many.
Think of any.
Yeah.
I think I saw this.
There we go.
That was difficult.
One more for Arceus Aurelius, and he will take victory here. You do, you do.
Come back here.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Psychic. Slowbro.
Look at that. Look at that. Arceus Aurelius taking victory in this dual type challenge here in the games area of the special event in Turin. Really impressive. I don't know if we're going to see any of these Pokemon in the stream, but let's get back to the action where you are.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Water.
Fire. Volcanion.
Oh,
hey!
there we go.
This is fun.
We're doing this as just a best of 1. Congratulations,
Yeah,
Leo.
thank you so
But it
much.
was very fun. I think that's a really cool game to play with lots of your Pokemon friends.
Yeah, definitely. And now this is, I think, my first win on stream ever. So
Congratulations.
thank you so much to my mother and my father, of course. Shout out to everyone I know, basically.
Yeah,
Very proud.
I'm sure they will be. It's a great victory to be had.
That is true.
Oh, but look at
Flexing
this.
some knowledge. Pataman versus Fantiga Firan. Again, one of the greatest trainer to have ever crossed the surface of a Pokemon Go stream versus a newcomer, a player who has grinded this season quite a lot and now finally makes it so close to a medal.
within touching distance. And this is the thing, we're at the winners semis at this point in the competition. We've battled it out over a whole of day 1, now into day 2. These are the last couple of matches that separate our trainers from becoming the potential champion at the end of today. Speaking of being a champion, however, Padaman knows exactly what it takes to go all the way, even on the international stage, back-to-back EUIC titles, Worlds finalist, LAIC finalist. There is almost nothing that this trainer cannot accomplish.
I mean, it's just a matter of space here because a regional champion title is missing on that graph. And there is Fjartiga Firan. As we said, he has not had the biggest amount of accomplishments yet, but he's grinding. And he's getting there. This is his biggest accomplishment so far. Winners, semis on day 2, sitting across from Padaman. And so far, he has played phenomenally in this tournament.
And that's the beautiful thing. At the end of this tournament, Fjartiga cannot say that there are no accomplishments there. There will always be the Turin Special Championships to be able to be proud of. So I think that's always a great thing to be able to look back on. Taking a look towards this game, though, as we've mentioned, that Poliwrath on Fjartiga's side is such an interesting Pokemon choice. It can really pack a lot of powerful punches.
Definitely dynamic punches as well. True. Pacing super fast with the Mudshot fast attack. But we're going to see a lead of Fortress versus Fortress. Both are Shadow. Let's see who is going to come out ahead of this one. Might be a charge attack priority issue.
A little bit of slow and steadiness at the beginning, setting this pace of play. Bugby's just going across the field towards each other, but it's going to be Fjartiga that's going to be the first to blink.
That is so interesting because in his match versus Nathan Beefton, he was reaching for that Rock Tomb in the mirror match when both players started with the Shadow Fortress. And now Padaman is reaching for the Rock Tomb while he went for Sand Tomb.
That's where we're starting to see a deviation in the strategies. Very last second shield coming through on Fjartiga's side as well as the Altaria switches in. But now you've got the Poliwrath in play.
Poliwrath has a decent matchup into the Altaria. Of course, you can hit for double super effective damage with the Icy Wind, but Altaria is going to hang on to that. However, after a bunch of very chill debuffs, you take Sky attacks like a champ.
That is very true. The Icy Winds, however, not something the Altaria can take necessarily very well, so it's going to have to watch out for those, as it does take to the Sky here, going for that Sky attack. Again, last second shield coming up on Fjartiga's side.
Yep, he is now already at 0 shield, so has invested quite a lot into his Pokemon. Is standing strong on the HP side. Another shield being put up by Altaria. So very early in this game, we're out of shields, which makes it a lot less options. Oh, wow. Swapping into the Shadow Fortress. Now Fjartiga Firan didn't throw an Ice Punch.
I love that second of hesitation, just seeing, hey, what's switching in? Could there be a catch here? Not using that Icy Wind instead, going for this powerful dynamic punch instead to get the KO down onto that Fortress.
Firan trying to reach for that catch, wanted to swap in this Stunfisk, but no, Altaria takes out the Poliwrath and stands strong, already has so much energy stored, but Fjartiga Firan is going to bring in the Shadow Fortress. Flamethrower is connecting immediately. Now it's 2-1 in terms of Pokemon.
This is what Altaria needed. The Dragon Breath were doing nothing to this Fortress, but the flames are going to engulf it and send it right back into its Pokeball. As the Stunfisk, though, can start retaliating with a little bit of this Thundershock energy. The discharge as well is prime, but Flamethrower gets there first.
And I don't want to claim things too early, but I think at this point, when you know that Padaman has a full HP Stunfisk in the back as well versus the half HP Stunfisk on the side of Fjartiga Firan, this is maybe the time where you need to start thinking about Game 2 and how you can change your strategies, because this did not just work out quite well. The Altaria came out ahead with a swap out after those Icy Winds.
I think that's wise advice, though, Leo, because as you've identified, this game is looking really difficult for Fjartiga to come through, but it is a best of 3, so you can start looking at what information you can still glean from this, how much damage these discharges are doing to the Altaria, for example, and use that information to adapt accordingly in the next game. Altaria taking to the skies once again, hurling up all of that energy and throwing it down onto the Stunfisk.
Playing this out as chill as always, Padaman. Fjartiga Firan knows, hey, I don't need to throw a charge attack anymore. I cannot knock out this Mud Bomb. No one Mud Bomb will take out a Stunfisk.
That is very true. But the Stunfisk closing out this game 1 here in this winners semis, with Padaman having a very convincing victory, feeling constantly in control against Fjartiga.
Padaman is just one of the greats. You cannot give him anything in those battles because he will take it and run away, possibly with a victory, leading 1-0 versus Fjartiga Firan. He now, with his spice pick of the regular Poliwrath, he's used it quite a lot in this tournament, and most of the time
he used this fighting type against a flying type. That is super interesting, but of course, the Icy Wind coverage, the super fast pacing helps a lot in that matchup. Will he bring it again?
Honestly, I quite like the Poliwrath here, and as you said, the Icy Wind great into the Flyers, even better into a Flying Dragon type in the form of that Altaria. So if you can make sure to get that damage on the board, maybe try and force the shields to go down even earlier than they went in this previous game, that could give a little bit of flexibility to the Poliwrath. But at the same time, we saw how fast Altaria was able to pace to those Sky attacks. Yes, we know the Poliwrath can take one of them, but a few of them constantly steamrolling through are going to be really detrimental to its progress.
Yeah, especially Pataman. You know, he's not forced to stay in that matchup forever. He's playing a very neutral team into Niantic here, and he has plenty of options to bring in. The Shadow Fortress is really not getting hard countered. The Novan Stunfisk also doesn't find a hard counter on the team of Niantic here, and so he can just stay in that matchup, farm up energy, shield 2 Icy Winds, and then swap out the Altaria again before wasting more energy on having 2 debuffs.
And you need to find a way through that Fortress as well, because it does take a long time to take down. Looking like we're jumping straight into the second game, however, it's a Stunfisk mirror, a piece of both these trainers, just going for these Thunder Shocks, farming up as much energy as possible as they are flapping around there, getting ready with their Mud Bombs discharges, but it looks like Niantic is going for the Mud Bomb first.
Lou, that's a full mirror match if I've ever seen one. This is
Stunfisk
versus Stunfisk, Altaria versus Altaria, and Shadow Fortress into Shadow Fortress. So this is going to be a true display of skill, or maybe charge attack priority is something that might decide this game.
That would certainly start to deviate where the advantages are going to be gleaned. At this point in time, however, they are literally neck and neck. Mud Bomb discharge coming up once again. Niantic is going to be the first one to go for this Mud Bombs, constantly being the one to get those charge attack pressure down first. Padaman happy to let this come through. Is he going to utilize and retaliate with a Mud Bomb of his own, or is he going to switch out, maybe try and keep that energy? No!
Catches the Mud Bomb here. I was just about to ask, do these trainers even want to fully play out the Stunfisk mirror match? Because if you are winning it, you leave at very, very low HP. Now Pataman, he has wasted this Mud Bomb energy, but now swaps into his own Altaria to answer the Altaria of Niantic. Firan. Now, is this chip damage from the Mud Bomb going to matter in this matchup?
Well, that's the thing. Even though it didn't do a huge amount of damage, now we're facing our second mirror of this game, Altaria versus Altaria, and the Dragon Edges are getting that advantage. You're forcing things to come through here, but it looks like Padaman is taking so much damage. It has to go on the offensive again, go for another charge attack to try and deal with this Altaria on Niantic's side. There we're going to see that first shield of the match come through.
Niantic getting a little bit nervous, saying maybe this would knock me out. Puts up a shield, but Pataman reaches another Sky attack. Niantic shakes his head. He lets this go. Can he stand after this? Still flying kick in the Altaria, swaps it out immediately, tries to go for a bug bite down. Late swap in from Pataman on his own Shadow Fortress. Now Niantic has the energy advantage in this matchup, but he is shields down.
Mirror match number 3 of this game, the Fortresses take to the field, and once again, Niantic is the first to move with these charge attacks. The Sand Tomb will come through, not connect on the damage, but will connect on the defense debuff. Defense
is debuffed. Offense is debuffed. Both of these Pokemon are not allowed to play to their full power. Now, we are going to outpace. Oh, let's a attack go through here. Tries to go for a Centum. It reaches it this time. Not getting knocked out just before the attack.
Really nice here for Fortress on its last little legs, able to come through and get the Sand Tomb down. Being able to get the Nulla defense is going to make things easier for the Stunfisk as it's joined with all of that energy stored up with the discharge.
Very nice energy management on Niantic's side. He knows that this Fortress is going to reach that Sand Tomb relatively soon. That one's swapping out immediately into that Altaria. He just farms it down. There was nothing to be gained from that Altaria swap. Now the Fortress comes back in, throws a Sand Tomb.
I think this is the critical thing. They've reset the defense debuffs that you took on that Fortress. It's able to come back in, go for the Sand Tomb here, and try and bug bite down against this discharging Stunfisk.
Very well played from Niantic here, knowing I don't have to shield this. This will not knock out. You just bring in your Stunfisk, and I just have one shield, so you would have to reach for 2 throws the Mud Bomb here. But we're finding out that Pataman's Stunfisk actually wins the charge attack priority event.
That's good information for this potential Game 3, particularly with the shield that Niantic has as well. There's so much utility on his side of the field. Not only do you have the Stunfisk, you still have the Altaria nice and safe in the back, and that final shield just swings the momentum to even the scores here in this winners semis.
1-1. Fiantiga, he is putting out the performance of a lifetime here, matching Patoman in games in this winners semi-finals. Both trainers still undefeated so far, but for one of those, this is going to change in just a moment.
I think it's always interesting when you have a literal 3x3 mirror of these Pokemon, because then it almost makes you address the fourth Pokemon in the room, the Pokemon trainer that's in the match, and they are going to be the deciding factor on where these increments of damage are going to come through, the switches, the baits, the catches, and that's really what Fiantiga was able to excel at in this game.
I love this metaphor because this makes me think that the trainers just yell their names the entire time when they're playing.
The internal voice does, surely.
that might be it. I might try that at my next
Padaman
tournament.
going, come on Padaman, pull yourself together, you've got a game 3. That's calling your own name.
Yeah, you know what? I can kind of see that. Both trainers, I wonder how confident they are in their game plans and their strategies. Both players found one game where they could outplay the opponent, where they could be one step ahead. Who's it gonna be in the third game? Make a call, Lou.
I think it's going to be... I mean, I always want to say it's Padaman, but I actually think if Poliwrath comes back into this and can get well positioned, then it's going to apply a lot of pressure onto Padaman's side. Almost after game 1, Poliwrath went away scared. It wasn't able to be in a position where it could thrive. But if the adaptation is made and it can get that Icy Wind down on something like the Altaria, that could be big, and it is in the back.
That is a huge lead for Patoman, though, threatening with that flamethrower. Poliwrath as a safe swap, well positioned here because the other Pokemon, they don't want any of this Poliwrath. You don't want to get dynamic punched or icy winded. Patoman possibly predicting that there won't be the Poliwrath. But then again, it's so good against his team.
I mean, this is what Fiantiga wants to see. Gets that alignment with the Icy Wind down onto the opposing Altaria and burning through a shield. But this is the detrimental thing with this matchup. You're forced to go for shields for yourself because of those Sky attacks. And now the Stun Fix is actually coming in. These Thunder Shocks doing super effective damage.
Now that's a big question of matchup knowledge. How many debuffs do you need to hang on to 2 of those discharges plus Thunder Shocks? That's already some decent damage. Both Pokemon hitting each other with super effective damage and the fast attacks still barely tickling.
The attack does go down on that Stun Fisk, however, so it's not going to be as devastating with these discharges. Poliwrath able to hang on, keeping a pressure shield and switching out. Fortress rejoins the match.
Fiantiga bought so much time with that Poliwrath save swap, took a shield as well from the Altaria. Padaman is now going to throw a Mud Bomb into this Fortress. Fortress is, of course, trying to farm up a lot of energy. As soon as the Altaria comes in, you can threaten with a Rock Tomb. So I don't think he's even going to try and throw a charge attack into this Stunfisk. Can he get a full farm down, or will Patoman pivot?
This is the thing, you do have that super effective Sand Tomb locked and ready. However, you want to be able to try and get the damage on the board, particularly with that opposing Fortress now in play. The Rock Tomb coming through. Padaman obviously letting this go through is going to do a sizable chunk of damage, however, and drop the attack.
Oh no. Oh no, I think Fiantiga is reaching for one of those charge attacks again. But the
it?
Bug Bites, yes! He hangs on to it. Sandtube is going to connect, but does not threaten a knockout just yet. However, Patoman is not going to love this.
And that was thanks to the Rock Tomb lowering the attack earlier, meaning the Bug Bites could not farm it down. You were able to get one more charge attack through. Padaman does manage to fell it now. You have a Rock Tomb of your very own, and you're able to get it on this Altaria, but Fiantiga still has that shield in play, utilizes it wisely.
Patoman also hangs on to 1 HP from these Dragon Breath. Fiantiga throws in the Poliwrath, gets a Mud Shot down, a little bit more energy, throws the Icy Wind immediately. Can he take out the last shield of Patoman? Yes!
That Icy Wind pressure is so important to getting through the shields, because if you get to another Icy Wind, that Altaria is going to be unprotected. So it gets into the back. Stunfisk joins the fray. Can it Thunder Shock down? Looks like Padaman's trying, but the Poliwrath is one step ahead.
Oh, it cannot Thunder Shock down, but Fiantiga is just asking himself, how much do I even want this knockout? I don't want to get charge attacked on with the Altaria. Now, there is a little bit of energy advantage on the side of Patoman for this final Altaria mirror match. But will the damage that was previously applied to the Altaria by the likes of Fortress and Poliwrath matter in this endgame?
This is going to be the showdown of the skies as both Altarias are here. No Protect Shields remaining on Padaman's side, so the Sky attack is guaranteed to come through, but these Dragon Breaths are stacking up. Padaman trying to get to 2 Sky attacks back to back, but not to be. Having to go for one now, but is Fiantiga going to be able to get the edge and get the KO?
I think he can feel it in the air tonight in this Altaria mirror match, because Patoman is reaching for the 2nd Sky attack, therefore getting the win, knocking out Altaria and leading 2-1, advancing once again to the winners finals. Patoman is unstoppable.
Incredible plays. Padaman taking to the skies, victorious. Look at that smile. He knows he has the potential to go all the way. And once again, like many times before, the winners finals is where we'll next see Padaman play.
It is just unbelievable how consistent one trainer can be, and it is just such a proof for the skill that is needed for competitive Pokemon Go. Because if a trainer just like Padaman can get to the winners finals basically every tournament, it just shows how consistently better he is than most of the other trainers.
There's a reason why I am his #1 competitive fan. I always enjoy watching his story, growing up through competitive Pokemon and having that consistent top-level play. I always feel like I learned something new from watching his games, and being able to see the way that Altaria towards the end, getting to the 2 sky attacks, making sure that it was in the prime position to take down its counterpart is another thing that I'm going to add to my knowledge book.
Lou, we were discussing beforehand which topic we're going to add to our new podcast, Hot Takes with Lou and Leo, and I think we just found our newest hot take. Padaman is a really good Pokemon Go PvP player.
Yes, definitely one to watch. A superstar, rising consistently. Up and up and up.
But how far can you even rise up? World Championship runner-up, double IC champion, regional champion, and again in the winners finals of this tournament, even though he only wanted to come to help his little brother support him in gaining the necessary points to qualify for the World Championship.
And I think sometimes that's the beautiful thing, though, when you've got family and friends who work together. And Pokemon Go is a community that is very exceptional at doing this. You have your little networks of friends that are able to help team build, practice, particularly coming into this forever forward meta, which is brand new. There's new mechanics that you have to adjust to. There's new situations that you won't necessarily be counted or calced to at this point in time that you have to learn on the fly. And one of the best ways to do that is with the support of your friends and family. And so Padaman, we know, has a great community around him, but also a great family that supports him every step of the way.
And I think he is also part of a great community, right? The other Spanish trainers, his teammates, I think they all profit from having him around, getting the input that they need and they want from this absolute superstar. But you have just mentioned that we are now in the Forever Forward season as of this Tuesday, I think it was. So the meta changed a little bit. We have discussed plenty of Pokemon that have received new attacks, that are shining now, Pokemon like this Kanto Ninetales. However, I would like to ask you, Lou, which one is the Pokemon that didn't get a buff that you liked the most this tournament?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think, Mightyena didn't get any extra buffs, did it?
No.
No, so I want to say Mightyena, just because it's the one that's the MVP for me with Padaman. But I think I'm trying to think now which one hasn't actually got the buff, because I keep thinking of the unique Pokemon. I've really enjoyed just seeing Altaria.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I know it's been our #1 Pokemon coming into the day 2 usage, but I think the reason why I've enjoyed it so much is because of how flexible we've seen it in play. Whether it's there for the fast attacks, Dragon Breathing things down, or whether you're banking all that energy for later to be able to apply a lot of pressure, because its move pool is so diverse in lots of the ways it can deal out the damage. I think it's just been really, really impressive. And a lot of the time in Pokemon Go, you do have a Pokemon we keep seeing cropping up again and again, like Licky, right? But I'm not sad to keep seeing Altaria. Licky, I'm kind of happy it got a little bit dethroned coming into day 2, I'm not going to lie. But Altaria, I'm quite happy to see it grace the skies for a little bit longer. What about you, Leo?
Oh, I love Altaria too. I think it's on most of the winning teams we have so far in this tournament. We can actually check out the winners bracket just now, see where these players were coming from. But Altaria, it's just so incredibly safe, especially due to the changes of charm, right? Wigglytuff is on very, very few teams right now. Primary Fairy type is Tinkaton, and you can at least hit that for a super effective flamethrower. So there is some play in that matchup. And if you're looking at the flying types, they don't really hit you for some super effective damage, like a Togekiss. So that's also great for Altaria. Now, you already know the next matchup. It's going to be Anikor versus Chris, 2 fantastic trainers once again. Both of them having a great season. I feel like they have stepped up their game even more coming into the 2026 Pokemon Championship season.
And Anikor is running probably the most incredible team that I've seen in a long time. There's such innovative combination. You've also got the Kingdra, but you've got this Hisuian Electrode that I did not know was going to be such a hot favorite coming into this tournament from Anikor's perspective. And it's been great to be able to see it do a lot of great things, as well as showcasing the Fearow. You were just asking me about Pokemon that didn't get buffs. Fearow got an incredible buff, and I think was really tipped to be one of the superstars. In day 1 in particular, a lot of trainers were bringing it, but it doesn't seem to have had that much success coming into day 2, unless your name is Anikor.
Yeah, I think Fearow is a really, really good answer to Shadow Sableye, a Pokemon many players were afraid of, that it would go out of control a little bit since, you know, the Wigglytuff disappearance in the meta, now that it deals even less damage with Charms. Oh, we are ready already. So we're going into this match. One of the few Medichams still in competition, might be the only one. Medicham can, of course, outpace Altaria to hit it with an Ice Punch. So I think in a zero shield scenario, Medicham should be golden.
Yeah, no time to waste. Trainers getting straight into it, and Medicham ready to go as well, being able to unleash his Ice Punch onto the unshielded Pokemon in the sky. Altaria takes that damage, and now you've got the Blastoise in play, facing down against the Seaking. This is something we saw in a run back of Anicor's previous game as well in the Battle of the Water Types.
I think Chris is quite happy with this, the catch attempt of Anicor. We have seen him so many times swap in this Blastoise, catch a attack and sneak a rollout. But Chris knows this is not a Skull Bash Blastoise, so all of its charge attacks are resisted on the Seaking. And now he can threaten with neutral pack damage and Drill Run.
And Seaking can retaliate with this Drill Run, doing a sizable chunk of damage into that Blastoise, but look at the energy it's got ready. These Hydro Cannons can come through. Even though it's going into a Water type on the opposing side, this still will be putting a dent into it, making it a lot less viable for the rest of the game.
I love that especially Anicor is rocking that cool Blastoise with the shades, because I think Anicor is one of the coolest trainers out there. I've said it. Chris is now taking the switch advantage, taking out this Blastoise, wants to swap out immediately again, goes back into the matchup that Anicor pivoted out of before, knowing still exactly how much energy is on this Medicham.
These Psycho Cuts as well, so fast to pace up to the charge attacks. Looks like the Altaria is trying to blow away this opposing Medicham before it can unleash another Ice Punch, but Medicham gets there so quickly, forcing that second shield to come through on Chris's side.
I love that Chris is protecting this Altaria because he feels that there is the Hisuian Electrode in the back, so a super effective Flamethrower would hit rather hard. However, I'm not even convinced that this Sky Attack is going to take out the Medicham. Anicor still decides to shield it, which deal a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, and it was actually only the first shield on Chris's side. The second one, however, on Anicor's side has been utilized now. You've got the Medicham finally being able to find its mark again with this Ice Punch down onto the Altaria, and that is going to knock it from the sky.
Question is, how fast can Chris get rid of this Medicham? An Ice Punch is being thrown into the Primeape, trying to avoid a possible catch on a Dynamic Punch there. Really like that play.
Yes, exactly. The Primeape able to take this really well as well. Not the Shadow variant, so it still has a little bit of its defense's capabilities, but can retaliate with a devastating Rage Fist. This is going to be doing so much damage into the opposing Medicham and giving the Primeape an attack boost to boot.
Oh, it does not knock out, though. There is going to be another attack that is stored on the side of Anicor. However, Chris now with a boosted Ice Punch. This is not a Shadow Primeape, so I reckon it would not knock out, but it's going to be super close.
Yeah, just at +1. Maybe needed the +2 to get the edge with the Grass typing on the Hisuian Electrode really being detrimental to it. But before it is felled, it is able to get to a charge attack.
Chris finds his way to another charge attack, farms down the Hisuian Electrode in one, has the Rage Fist ready against the Medicham. Charge attack priority, no way, takes it out, and this is going to be game one for Chris.
That was such commanding play with the Primeape. This is a Pokemon that Chris was talking to me about in the interview earlier, has been his MVP throughout this tournament, and you can see why. Being able to be so in control of this match, applying pressure with those Rage Fists, even though it wasn't able to get the KO on the Medicham because it was the first time it was able to get the boost, it still then applied so much pressure to the other Pokemon throughout the rest of the match, and was finally able to get the KO on the Medicham with the Rage Fist in the end.
Anicor is facing a surprising amount of Primeape. Yeah, he's also played versus it in Stone Collection's matchup. However, Stone Collection did not decide to bring it every single game. This time around, we find Chris immediately throwing that Primeape in there.
Another interesting thing about this matchup generally from both our trainers is there are no Shadow Pokemon in play. All 12 of them are not embracing those purple flames, so we're not going to be able to see those adjustments to attack and defense accordingly. And that can be something that you have to factor into your calculations of how much damage you know something is going to be capable of dealing.
I like it that we always call the Shadow Pokemon, or we sometimes do it the angry version of a Pokemon.
Yes.
I think Primeape regular is angry enough.
I think so too, definitely. And then you've got a nice contrast with the adorable little Furret, for example, who looks nothing but intimidating, but can be so ferocious, particularly if it wants to get some of those Trailblazers up to be able to boost up its attack even further. And Swift, hitting so many Pokemon for some good neutral coverage, can be what swings momentum in a game.
I would be quite curious about how good a Shadow Ferret would be, because sometimes too swift really don't knock out a Pokemon. That could change, but we're going to see the next matchup in the skies. Fearow versus Altaria. Altaria, of course, getting outpaced here, but it outboots the Fearow. However, I think that Fearow has the advantage in the Zero Shield scenario, because 2 Drill Peck could knock out.
We're airborne once again, jumping into this next game of the winner's semis. As you can see, damage going down onto that opposing Altaria, but Blastoise is now here to play, trying to use those rollouts to knock it from the sky, but instead going to be taking down onto the Seaking. This is a little bit of a run back of what we saw in game 1.
It's the same old song again. Throwing those Hydro Cannons doesn't even matter if they're resisted to Anikor, because he just knows this is such an efficient attack. Blastoise is a bulky Pokemon, so you don't expect too much damage from it anyways. The chip damage that the Hydro Cannons do, that's just fine.
Drill Run comes through as well. Blastoise can kind of shrug that off a little bit, but it has to watch out because a few more pecks and another Drill Run is going to be difficult for it to deal with. The Hydro Cannon we know is not going to knock out the Seaking, but is going to do a sizable amount of damage to it. And with the pacing that you can get to a second Hydro Cannon, it might put the Blastoise in a difficult spot, particularly as you're considering that the Seaking already has that energy ready.
Yeah, the Seaking is very unlikely to get to another charge attack though, so this is a tasty, tasty farm down range for Anikor. I think this is what he wanted to set up. Some of these Pokemon are so super safe in these matchups that you can just give up Switch and then try to farm down something, but Chris decides to give up the Switch advantage that he just gained by swapping in this Altaria.
Look at the energy on that Altaria though. It was already at that charge attack, now at a second Sky attack before the Fearow is able to blink. Anikor deciding to save up all the energy, utilizing a lot of defensive capabilities onto this Fearow. Gonna see another shield come through.
Wait a second, are we trying to go for a full pack down? Is that the win condition that Anikor spotted? He didn't have it in the first game. Goes already up to 2 Drill Packs. How much time left on the timer? Because let me tell you, this Primeape is not going to appreciate 3 charge attacks, has 2 shields left, but I think he really wants to get a catch in this game. Now, the timer wasn't up yet. Chris tried to catch immediately. Is it going to be up now?
We'll have to have a look. 1 Drill Peck down, goes down into the shield. But are we going to see the switch? There we go. The Seaking comes in, eats up all of this energy on the Fearow side of things.
Huge catch. Chris also identified the win condition that Anikor had and knew, I really, really want to get in for this catch. So he got that energy off of the Fearow. Fearow swaps out. Medicham is now in. Medicham has a decent matchup. However, how decent is it being 1 shield down? First Rage Fist connect. That's already quite the chunk of damage. Karate chops don't add up, but a second Rage Fist would.
Fearow wasn't able to get the job done against this Primeape, but now Medicham going to be doing all that it can to try and get that knockout. Ice Punch, however, goes down into that shield that Chris still had nice and handy, and we've got the Rage Fist locked up as well. It's already a +1 attack. I feel like this is going to be able to get the knockout.
I think
it's going to be close.
Barely does. The first one didn't do quite as much. Let's pay close attention. This Medicham does not hang on. And now, of course, another Rage Fist double resisted is going to take out that Fearow. And Chris is going to meet his friend, his rival, in the winners finals.
Oh my goodness, this Primeape was unstoppable. Everything that Anikor threw at it, it threw the Fearow, it threw everything, but unfortunately was not to be. Anikor will be dropping down into the loser side of the bracket, but Chris advancing with that Primeape, the MVP that he said has been running for him in this tournament by his side, facing down, as you say, against a good teammate, a good friend in the name of Pataman.
Chris with such a fantastic season now in this winners finals. We've talked about it yesterday, right? Chris has been known in past years as the good friend of Pataman, who also has solid performances. But now, in the winners finals versus Pataman, he has the chance to prove that he is not just Pataman's friend. To be honest, I think he has absolutely proven that, but that he might be the superior Spanish battler.
Oh, we'll have to find out when we get into our winners final a little bit later on. But I mean, that match, there was so much pressure coming down from that opposing Primeape. And I really like the way that Anikor was trying every utility to go and deal with it, trying to get the full farm down, to get all the extra energy, the charge attack pressure on the Fearow. You had the Medicham with the Psycho Cuts as well, trying to get that damage on the board. But it just was not meant to be. Game 1, I think the Electrode had such a difficult time. It took so much damage from, I believe it was the Ice Punch earlier on, that just meant it could barely get going. At least it was able to get this charge attack off, however, and burn through a shield.
I mean, that was the case, but then the knockout on the Fearow happened. It was a boosted Ice Punch as well. I'm very impressed that it actually got to hang on to that. And there you could see Anikor spotting the win condition, knowing, hey, I can perhaps fully pack down this Altaria, come out with 2 charge attacks, and Chris knew he needed to get that catch, there it is, the winning catch. And even though he got that catch, it still was quite close, but Primate could absolutely pull through for Chris and get the knockout with a double Rage Fist.
Yeah, the Sea King surprise, as it were, just coming in, taking all of that energy up. I mean, it was fantastic by Anakor to identify that win condition already, but even more admirable for Chris to be able to identify that that was what his opponent had to execute a victory, and so was able to adapt accordingly.
Yeah, it's one thing to understand how you want to win the game, because you can see your energy, right?
Yeah.
You know which Pokemon you still have. You don't know necessarily what your opponent has. So then understanding what your opponent has to do in order to win the game versus you is a whole different level than just executing your own strategy.
And sometimes you see this most clearly in these best-of-3 scenarios as well, where trainers are able to adapt to the playstyle and strategy that their opponents are using. And that's where you often see some great adaptations between Games 1 and Game 2 in terms of the Pokemon. For example, Anakor benching that Electrode, I think, was a really wise idea, but just wasn't necessarily enough to be able to get that victory. But in several other scenarios, that could easily have been a game-winning call.
That's true. If he did not play versus Chris, who's going to face Patoman in the winners finals of the Turin Special Championships. But since we've determined the winners finals already, we're going to move on to the losers bracket next. Looking at that, which players do we still have waiting in our next matchups? They are so incredibly stacked.
Honestly, these names are just so inspirational. Obviously, coming down into losers round 4 with the trainers who lost in their winners semis matches, Viantiga and Anakor, but then the trainers battling out to meet them in that round, Paul Asher and Stone Collection, as well as Arceus, Aurelius, and Cuvier as well.
And their opponents, for whoever wins those matches, they are already waiting. It is going to be an absolute blast, an absolute pleasure to look at those games. I always love to watch top-tier Pokemon competition.
Me too, and I think our next match is going to be the one with Kaifier and Arceus Aurelius as well. Two trainers who really want to try and go all the way and earn themselves that champion title at the end of this tournament. For both of them, it would mean so much to get that accomplishment, to really seal a little bit of extra confidence going in ahead of the World Championships.
Yeah, Arceus Aurelius just barely scraping by this tournament, flying in spontaneously, basically, and now making it this far. Losers round 3 of day 2. So far, I think this is already top 8 now. So that's a very, very strong accomplishment versus Kaifier, a trainer who has had crazy deep runs already. In tournaments, he was incredibly prepared for. He's always done well at tournaments, but when he didn't put in the time, the effort, the preparation, it was oftentimes a goodbye on day 1 already. But when he's prepared, he's running.
Proof that hard work can indeed reap rewards. And one of the Pokemon that just was on the screen there that I want to talk about is that Jumpluff, because Jumpluff has been a Pokemon that was very dominant in day 1. Coming into day 2, haven't seen it being utilized too much, but could be in a great position to try and deal something into this Guzzlord.
The Jumpluff of MW gave quite some problems to Stone Collection before, but he managed to overcome this, so this might be the strongest Jumpluff in the tournament so far. Kaifier, he is running that Guzzlord again. He loves this Pokemon so much. Back in the day when this Pokemon wasn't as flexible with energy management, he still ran it, even though that means sometimes you get charmed down by a Wigglytuff. But now, Guzzlord actually, when it's not facing a Shadow Fortress team, does seem like a quite neutral pick.
It does. It gives it a lot more flexibility for sure. Kaifier was actually saying as much as he's loving being able to use the Guzzlord, seeing that Charm has gone down on Wigglytuff, it has made Sableye that little bit extra strong. But that's something that, you know, he's also identified as something beneficial for his team, running that Shadow Sableye himself. He has to watch out for the Shadow Sableye on the opposing side though as well for Arceus Aurelius. That's a Pokemon with a Shadow Claws that could be very difficult to deal with into the Sableye, but possibly if you can find its matchup against the Guzzlord, it can give you a bit of flexibility.
I'm missing Dazzling Gleam on those Sableye, because this just absolutely takes out a Guzzlord. However, most of the time the Guzzlord has some shields, so that might not always come through. But also with Drain Punch, you do have quite some flexibility there.
That's true, and Drain Punch does give you that boost as well that we have seen be quite beneficial to Sableye, particularly when your opponent is trying to farm it down. Even with something like a Bug Bite, being able to give yourself that defense buff can potentially keep you in the game to farm up to your own charge attack in retaliation. But look at that, the two Pokemon we were talking about, it's almost like we have a crystal ball. They're out front and center in this losers round 3.
Jumpluff with the super effective Fairy Wind damage, Sableye with higher damage output still from Sableye tries to catch a Acrobatics or Energy Ball on this Corviknight. Arceus Aurelius doesn't fall for it, swaps in the Altaria, so he has the momentum going for him, but Gaife outbases to a payback.
A little bit of a pensive thought there for Arceus Aurelius as this payback will come through, connect down onto the Altaria, but Altaria is doing everything it can to get up to this flamethrower and deal some super effective damage in retaliation. Kaifia now has to decide, are you going to be able to take this attack? Are you going to utilize one of these pressure shields? Yes, so something like the Sableye or the Cradily in the back isn't going to have those benefits.
Oh, I think that Kaifia realizes that he really wants to have a solid answer for this Jumpluff, wants to keep the Corviknight around, even though his Cradily looks quite good in the back. Now goes for another payback, but I am afraid this is not going to knock out. Are you getting to another Flamethrower? He's on charge attack priority even. It's going to deal massive damage. Kaifia, if he can farm this down, that's going to be a lot of energy though.
Yeah, the resilience of this Altaria, very admirable indeed. Getting a couple more Dragon Breaths down before it is felled by the Corviknight just to chip it away at it. But this opens up the opportunity for this Stunfisk, for example, to try and get that farm down. But no, Kufia is like, I'm going to keep that Corviknight nice and safe in the back. Let's bring out this Sableye.
It's an interesting play. Doesn't want to get much shot down from a Unova Stunfisk. Arceus Aurelius bringing in the Jumpluff immediately. He says, hey, this was our elite matchup, but you have just used 5 Shadow Claws worth of energy on that Stunfisk, not dealing a lot of damage. I'm going to throw an Acrobatics at you.
Also, Jumpluff wants to take advantage of the fact that the Corviknight is tucked away in the back. It can face down against the Sableye a lot more comfortably, but the shield goes up on Arceus Aurelius' side.
The beauty of Drain Punch, threatening a lot of damage, not throwing the damage attacks, but boosting your own defense. This is good for Sableye. It will need that defense because it doesn't have any shields anymore. Now Acrobatics connects. Look at how much damage this does despite the double boosted defenses.
The Fairy Winds really trying their best to get through this opposing Sableye, chipping away at it, but now you're down against your nemesis on the opposing side. It's this Corviknight taking the Air Cutters down. But as you can see, Jumpluff's bulk actually enabling it to take this reasonably comfortably while getting that farm down.
Full-on farm down with the Fairy Wind on the Corviknight. Now Gaifia has to wait and see. Which Pokemon are you going to bring in? Is this the Sableye that still has a little bit of energy? No, brings in Cradily immediately. Tries to go for a farm down now, but Arceus Aurelius is already throwing in Acrobatics and possibly swapping out afterwards.
This is nice for the Jumpluff that the shields are down as well, because Jumpluff's not going to be appreciating taking those acids, so it gets a little bit of damage down on the Cradily, and then you bring in the Stunfisk that is in a much better position to take those fast attacks.
Gaifia is now throwing the Rock Tomb bait. Arceus Aurelius calls it, still having a shield up. That didn't do a lot of damage, but now your attack is debuffed. And Galarian Stunfisk already doesn't have a lot of that, but Earthquake still such a strong attack. Got recently buffed, dealing a good chunk of damage. That's going to be Rock Slide range.
Certainly puts Cradily in a little bit of a pickle, but Sableye comes in. Nodding heads come through from Arceus Aurelius. Really happy to see this come in, and we've got the shield up in play.
But this was a huge charge attack priority catch from... No, it wasn't a charge attack priority catch. Arceus did fall for it. He is going to throw that Rock Slide. Gaifia almost got in with the trophy move, but now Arceus Aurelius is going to take out Shadow Sableye. There is going to be a Grass Knot reached quite soon, but how much damage will it do on the Stunfisk?
This is going to be some good information to glean. Grass Knot coming through, no Protect Shields on Arceus' side. The connection is not enough to be able to get the KO, however, so the Stunfisk is going to be able to retaliate with this Rock Slide.
Cradily is gonna fall down, and Arceus Aurelius with another win going into this matchup versus Gaifia, leading 1-0, puts down the phone already, says, my job here is done for the moment.
Start focusing, however, because it is a best-of-3 set. You can take down game 1, but that doesn't mean that you're advancing quite yet. I have to say, I love the way that Stunfisk was played. It almost felt like it was such a thorn in Kaifia's side. There seemed to be no real way to utilize getting through it. Yes, you have that Grass Knot potential with the Cradily, but it came in so late in the game, the Stunfisk had already kind of had its moment to shine.
And the Steel typing, the defensive one, really stops the Grass Knot from dealing super effective damage, so the knockout wasn't quite threatened in the end there. However, still decent chunk of damage. That's not the easiest matchup, but the good thing for this Unovan Stunfisk, and this is why this pick of Arceus Aurelius really amazes me, there are so many bulky Pokemon in the game. Usually you would say it's all about pacing in this game, but Galarian Stunfisk, while it also has fast pacing to Rock Slide, actually gets to use the Earthquake buff quite a lot. We've seen it land Earthquakes on Licky Licky, on, well, okay, you don't want to Earthquake Altaria, I will give you that, but on Unova Stunfisk as well. There's so many Pokemon that you can really hit hard.
And I think when we're looking at, for example, the Drill Run that's being a little underwhelming in the damage, seeing Earthquake do extra is really, really nice. But look at this. We've got Guzzlord on the field versus down the Sableye. Sableye gets out of there.
Oh, Arceus Aurelius is seeking for a way out of that matchup in the late, and I think he's found it. He's bringing in Seeking as the safe swap. Already has an Icy Wind loaded now, and Kaifia so far is staying in that matchup, swapping out into the Corviknight. The thing is, if you give some energy to that Seeking, your follow-up matchup that you're bringing in is going to have such a tough time because it's going to get debuffed immediately.
Honestly, Seeking has so much flexibility here. The Icy Winds you pace to nice and quickly with this pack. Yes, obviously Drill Run isn't something that you're going to have to want to throw into the Corviknight, but with the Icy Winds you're getting sizable damage and you're getting the attack drops.
Now Arceus Aurelius decides not to throw a charge attack just before that payback lands, so didn't want to be... 2 times debuffer, swaps into these shadows. Sableye wants to keep this energy for the endgame, knows the timer is misaligned. He has stopped Kaifia from swapping out immediately into his Corviknight. Now another payback, once debuffed onto this Sableye. He knows that this is not his win condition because the Guzzlord is going to come in soon. Guzzlord gets a full Dragon Tail through after this Drain Punch is thrown.
It's not going to appreciate this Drain Punch, however, and Sableye is going to be able to reap the benefits of getting its defense buff up, which is exactly what you need in the face of a Pokemon that can go for a potential brutal swing.
However, I don't think at this HP range the boosted defenses are going to save you. Sableye goes down. Kaifia also still has some energy left, and now the big win condition for Arceus Aurelius. 1 shield left remaining is his Unovan Stunfisk. Can he much shot down this Guzzlord into Rock Slide range before it deals too much damage?
The Brutal Swing does come through and connect, but look how easily that Stunfisk can take it. It already has the Rock Slide ready. It has now been unleashed. Arceus Aurelius will be able to find his mark. Kaifia is going to let this come through, preserving one of the shields for later on. Rock Slide comes down, not enough to get the KO, but can we get that little bit of extra farm down? No, it's in the back.
Did not knock out, and there is a Brutal Swing stored on the side of Kaifia's Guzzlord, so it is going to come back for revenge later. Another Rock Slide being thrown into this Corviknight. Corviknight overfarms so much, possibly gets much shotted down, can't reach the payback, has to throw an Air Cutter. Does Arceus Aurelius? No. Yes!
Yes, exactly. Making this call perfectly, but Rock Slide twice on the double, not able to get the job done on these Pokemon, constantly forcing the Stunfisk to have to try and mudshot things down, including this opposing Sableye getting that chip. Here we're going for another Rock Slide, forcing another shield coming up from Kaifia's side.
There is 2 charge attacks stored, maybe almost 2 charge attacks on that Seeking. Goes in, throws a Drill Run immediately. Is he going to get a shield with that? Yes, so no debuff, did not throw an Icy Wind. He can throw the next attack. The question is, can Kaifia now farm this Seeking all the way down and then throw a heavy-hitting foul play into the Galarian Stunfisk in the back?
Seeking is going to be doing everything it can to avoid being farmed down. It tries to lower the attack of these Shadow Claws coming their way, but look how devastating they are. Only takes a couple for the Sableye to get the knockout, and now it has so much energy on the board. This Drain Punch coming through. Yes, you have 1 shield, but I think the Sableye is going to be able to pace to another one.
Yeah, both trainers on 1 shield, knocking it down to the red with the Drain Punch. But keep in mind, there is also a Brutal Swing stored on this Guzzlord. So even that shield, even if you can knock out that Sableye in the process of the next charge attack, you are going to have to face a Brutal Swing.
That's the thing, you have to go for your energy on this turn. There's no way you're going to be able to get through the Sableye otherwise, particularly with those Shadow Claws really pressuring the KO. And it's not even enough again. Rock Slide so underwhelming in this match. Yes, it can chip away, but I think if you're Arceus Aurelius, you needed it to get knockouts in this game.
But I mean, that was double Drain Punch Sableye, right?
That is true, that is true.
So usually it should deal about a little bit less than 50%, the Rock Slide on the Shadow Sableye, but with the Drain Punch boost, all of a sudden, it's so tiny, but it feels like Mega Sableye all of a sudden because of the crazy defenses.
I know what you mean, popping out that gem, keeping it as a little bit of a protective shield, Drain Punch, kind of utilizing and working in the same way. Coming forward into this next game, you know, one of these trainers, they're going home at the end of this, Leo. We're in the loser's side of the bracket. One trainer will continue their dream still alive to become the Turin champion at the end of the day. So now you have to make these critical decisions. How do you make the adaptations? Guzzlord, I think, has been a really strong Pokemon for Kaifia here. Arceus Aurelius needs to find an answer to it. I don't know if the Fairy Wind on the Jumpluff, for example, is enough.
Fairy Wind on Jumpluff is making this matchup incredibly strong for Jumpluff. However, against Cradley Corviknight, and Kanto Ninetales. Do you really want to risk bringing your Jumpluff? It is so tough to play it against. This, I think this is also part of the reason why Gaifia put the Guzzlord in this team specifically. I think both players have utilized Shadow Sableye to almost perfection in this tournament so far, so it wouldn't surprise me to see both of them bringing it to Game 3, trying to get the advantage out of drain punches or foul plays. Let's see Game 3, a rather neutral lead.
Battle of the Dragons here. We've got Guzzlord versus the Altaria, and Dragon Breath going to be coming down thick and fast into that opposing Guzzlord that can retaliate with the Dragon Tail. But look at the energy. Guzzlord gets there first with that brutal swing. Oh, but we see actually Altaria getting the edge.
Gaifia trying to avoid something like a catch here. Let's Arceus Aurelius throw first. Deals a decent amount of damage, but you of course get massively outpaced. Gaifia with a bulky Guzzlord throwing a brutal swing, taking a shield immediately. We have seen so many games where people keep their shield until the very end game. Now Gaifia is throwing another brutal swing. The question is he going to swap out after that? Because into what could you swap here? Another shield! Arceus Aurelius realizing this Altaria needs to stay. I can get a full farm down here perhaps. No! A brutal swing! He reaches it. Altaria almost falls.
Honestly, the investment that Arceus Aurelius put into that Altaria, going for both shields, hoped to get the full farm down, but it was not to be. Yes, it has energy on the board now, so you can try and force the shield coming through on the Sableye, which is exactly what happened, but Arceus would have really liked to take down that Guzzlord to get momentum and a foothold in this game.
And that is the situation that you want to be in as Gaifia. Double shield advantage and scratchy Shadow Claws from the Shadow Sableye. Now this Pokemon can show what it can do best, sweeping teams.
That's the thing, there's no more shields now. They're gone. Altaria took them with it. And so now you just have a free opening if you are Gaifia here to go for these drain punches.
Do you even want to shield this? A Rock Slide would not deal a lot of damage, but a potential Earthquake could get you into a precarious situation. Gaifia says, I'll play it safe. I will shield that. You can Earthquake me later, but I will have double boosted defenses.
That's the thing, if you're getting Drain Punch after Drain Punch, as you said, defenses are stacking up, and that's going to make things even harder for this Stunfisk to go through. Mudshot, Earthquake, Rock Slide, whatever it throws this way, this Sableye is going to be able to take it.
Shadow Sableye, double defense boosted, takes an Earthquake like it's nothing, only 50% of max HP, throws a foul play immediately into the Shadow Sableye that Arceus Aurelius brought himself, and that is going to deal so much damage. The question is, can he farm down? He doesn't want to find out, brings in his own Corviknight.
That would have been so nice to get some farm down energy on the opposing Sableye, but Gaifia has the utility to flexibly switch things up on the field. You've got the Corviknight in play. The foul play does a sizable amount, but honestly, the Corviknight with these sand attacks can just start chipping away in the opposing side, getting up all of that energy, and now can even pressure with this Air Cutter.
Corviknight is very close to a triple KO in the end game of Game 3 here in losers round 3. But the Altaria is pacing fast through a Flamethrower. Can it reach it? No! Air Cutter is just barely reached before Arceus Aurelius puts down his phone. Gaifia with perfect energy management, because that Flamethrower would have knocked out the Corviknight.
This has been one of the most interesting Pokemon in this day too, the Corviknight, a Pokemon that Gaifia is still believing in, as you said, getting the triple KO.
What a match. It looked so dire for Arceus Aurelius after investing 2 Protect Shield into the Altaria. Gaifia, he is a big Guzzlord fan and he has an incredibly defensive one. Hanging on by a thread, throwing that brutal swing, taking out so much HP, but then against these sand attacks from Corviknight, Arceus Aurelius almost reached that Flamethrower, but it wasn't enough. It got outpaced, and then in the end, none of his Pokemon really had HP anymore.
You could see the vision. You could see all the investment with those shields, but it just felt like the strategy was hanging on a precipice, and just unfortunately for the Altaria, it wasn't quite able to get over the edge. It stumbled backwards, and it really just became an uphill battle for Arceus Aurelius from there.
Going down 1 shield in the lead matchup, it's okay. Going down 2 shields in the lead matchup and then just barely winning it, that feels so overforced. This is, at this level of play, a mistake that you cannot make. You cannot give any of these trainers anymore an advantage of 2 shields and then barely making it through the first matchup if you do not have a Bastiodon in the back for a Talonflame.
That's very true, and I think as well, you're really kind of showing your hand when you're utilizing both of those Protect Shields, kind of when we're saying to your opponent, I am putting everything onto this Pokemon, and particularly when it's such an early doors approach, your opponent can read into that and make adjustments and look at, well, situation you've landed yourself in. Taking a little look at the replay, however, this jump off I thought did some great work in that game one, where you were able to apply a lot of pressure and deal suitably well with the opposing Pokemon on Kufie's side. And also, this Stunfisk did so much work for Arceus Aurelius in game one. There really wasn't a way that Kufie was able to find a way through it. Yes, you had that Grass Knot, but as you can see here, the Rock Tombs were coming down through first, the fast attacks were doing absolutely minimal damage, so it was just able to be such a great presence on the field.
But also don't underestimate the impact that the shield call had from Arceus Aurelius in that one game where he no-shielded the Rock Tomb from Cradley on his Unova Stunfisk, because he did not live this game with a lot of HP. So that was also a really, really nice call, well done by Arceus Aurelius. Now, there you could see the Guzzlord hanging onto Rockslide, but the Guzzlord in that game wasn't even utilized in the end game, if I remember correctly. And here you could see this brutal swing with 1 HP, or actually, if you look at Guzzlord on this HP, this is probably still about like 25 HP.
I think Brutal Swing earned its namesake a little bit here. It was dealing out brutal damage, just constantly applying that pressure onto Arceus Aurelius' side and really dipping away at opposing Pokemon that really did not want to suffer that additional damage.
And I was really, really surprised to see the early shields on the Altaria versus Guzzlord, because he had Shadow Sableye in the back. Usually you want to keep your shields for your more fragile Pokemon, especially when you can boost the defenses. Plus, in this situation, when you see a Guzzlord in the lead, you know that your Shadow Sableye is usually kind of safe from it, no?
That's true, and I think sometimes those are the moments that you can look back and reflect on and think, how could I have adjusted in that match? And that could be something that Arceus Aurelius will utilize to potentially go forward in his next battle. But he certainly put on a great showcase throughout this weekend. He achieved what he needed in terms of the qualifications race, so that's something I'm sure he'll be taking away and be very happy about.
Yep, I think he's in a good mood. Yesterday he was already happy. He said, the job is done. I potentially got the championship points that I was hoping for. So he should be able to maybe make it, but we will see about that. There's plenty of trainers who have succeeded in getting some points in this tournament and possibly qualifying for the World Championship. So congratulations to them. I was before this tournament on 65th place, so let's see how that worked out.
That'll be something interesting to go check out as well. And I know for a lot of our trainers, it's not just about the competitive realm for Pokemon Go, but also there's the Pokemon Go Fest where trainers can go and meet members of the community and partake in catching loads of awesome Pokemon, partaking in some really great missions as well. This is taking place in Chicago over the course of this weekend. And actually at the end of today's broadcast, the Pokemon Go Fest Chicago will also be hosting their own very special broadcast. It's going to be Speediest Chief and Gabby Schneider are going to be hosting and presenting this and keeping us entertained as we get a little bit of a sneak peek into what Chicago is doing with Pokemon Go Fest.
You can already see so many cool Pokemon on that graph, right? The Blazing Breed Tauros and the Reverum. Reverum, really, really good guess in the game that was played before by Farid and with Arceus Aurelius and Vampirist.
I don't think I've ever heard Reverum actually mentioned so many times on a broadcast before. This could be a new record.
That is maybe true, a Rever record.
Rever record indeed. And speaking of records, we've got some trainers who are doing their best to try and get to their #1 spot, including the winner of that last round. So let's take it to the couch with Jox for an interview.
Positive records indeed. And if there's anyone that's trying to get an even more positive record, is Kufie, who just won a hard-fought battle versus Arceus Aurelius. My friend, I gotta ask you about your team building. I feel like you're such an inventive team builder, and you're picking up some of the meta staples like Sableye, but then that Guzzlord played such a pivotal role in this matchup. Can you talk a bit about how fun was figuring out the puzzle for this meta?
Figuring out the puzzle is, I think, one of the best parts about figuring the meta. Everybody always complains about, oh, team building is so difficult, but it's like one of the joys of playing Pokemon Go. And seeing Guzzlord, I was looking at top usage, and it was all about what dark type is the best dark type in this meta. It might be the Shadow Mightyena of Pato. And I was like, oh, you know what? Instead of one dark type, how about 2 dark types? So I went out and like tried out Sableye plus Guzzlord, and it turned out to be an insane combination for me.
Yeah, and of course, with Wigglytuff being nerfed in this Forever Forward meta, it makes those combinations of multiple dark types, multiple weakness to charm more viable. Kufie, this has been the best performance so far this season. Of course, you were on fire on the season prior. You were top 3 in UIC. You were on top of the leaderboards. This season, I feel like you're slowly but surely building up. You were top cut in UIC, and now top 8 and potentially even more. And you are looking with such confidence into your opponents. Are you back, Kufie?
I think I'm back in form. I finally have time to practice again. In the beginning, I had to focus on work because I started out a new job. So I was putting all my attention towards that, but I'm happy to be able to do the thing that I love doing again and putting time into it, and it's showing, and I'm really happy about the consistency so far.
You are so excited and it's visible. The intense stares are so entertaining. I feel like you want to show dominance even when you're not sure about the outcome. But before we let you go, any final shoutouts? Anyone that helped you along the way to go so far in this Turin Special Championship?
I gotta thank a few people here. I gotta thank out Keelio for the Guzzlord pick. He also told me, it's a good pick, you should try it. So shoutouts to him. Shout out to Bets for the scrims. I really appreciate it. And then shout out to, everybody who knows, who needs a shout out. Shout out to you guys.
Guys, this is probably not the last time we're gonna see of Kaifu. He's been on fire and he's hungry for more. One more win and he gets his medal. Let's see if he can get there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kaifu is back, and we are back with another match. Stone Collection versus Paulasha coming up right now. Those trainers, they have played each other plenty of times in the past and was always a firework of Pokemon Go PvP action.
They are two titans of the competitive metagame, and I absolutely love seeing them battle it out, and particularly with such interesting teams. Obviously, Stone Collection running this rainy cast form that was utilized in his previous event as well, and Paulasha on the other side, when it talks about rain, we're here with the Politoed, another water type that, can be so ferocious as well, can do a lot of good damage on the field, and I just want to see how these two battle it out.
This is the Sevilla champion versus the Seattle champion.
Oh, I see a theme, an S theme.
Yeah, right.
Turin does not start with an S, but it's close in the alphabet.
I hope I was right about this one. I sometimes mix these events up, but I think I got it. Paulasha bringing the trusted Furret, a Pokemon that jumps in and out of the metagame, but some people stay loyal to Furret, and it always delivers somehow, because this normal typing defensively is just so good, while opposed to Licky Licky, it is such an offensive threat.
I think as well, it's one of those Pokemon that's very close to Paulasha's heart. You can see the plushie as well behind her incredible accomplishments here. Stockholm Regional Champion, Turin Special Champion as well back in 2023, defending the title here, as well as EUIC and World Top Cut placements.
So triple champion already. Paulasha, 97, truly one of the greats. We're talking so much about Padaman, but Paulasha really also got it. Stone Collection just recently won the Seattle Regional World's Top 16 as well. And something we don't see about a lot of people, because they're just honestly aren't a lot of people, the London LCQ Masters 2 champion. He won the last chance qualifier back then in London to qualify for the World Championship with his trusty Samurott.
That's got to give you a good boost then going into the tournament as well, if you've come out the champion in that last chance qualifier. But it truly is another last chance for both of these trainers here. We are in losers round 3. One of them will go home at the end of this best of 3 set. The other will continue to advance and battle it out in another round in their contention to be the champion. Having a closer look at these matches again as well, this Primate, particularly the Shadow variant, has been so strong across the course of this weekend, and I wonder if it's going to be in a position to help out the Stone Collection here in this match.
I think the Primate is going to be an absolute threat. And now, first of all, we're seeing the Hammer Mirror match, Tinkaton versus Tinkaton. That one typically can be decided by the Charge Attack priority event, because a Gigaton Hammer deals a ton of damage.
Well, Gigaton Hammer has been activated on Stone Collection side. Paulasha, of course, comfortably going to be able to let this go through. I don't believe she selected one of her charge attacks here, so we're going to be able to see it go for a little bit more energy, but the Gigaton Hammer is now coming through on that side.
Let's see if we can see a catch later on. There is a cast form on the side of Stone Collection, so that might be a Pokemon you want to catch a Gigaton Hammer on, saving up some energy on your own side, because no matter how much it is resisted, it's still going to deal some damage. Paulasha deciding a Bulldoze might be enough, trying to not risk it.
This is going to be dealing super effective damage into the opposing Tinkaton here, but it's not enough to be able to get the KO, and in retaliation, the Gigaton Hammer can be unleashed on Stone Collection side.
I feel like when Tinkaton came out, Paulasha posted that she had one of the best Tinkaton ever, so might not want to risk losing the Charge Attack priority event here. Now the Politoed is swapped in, gets one Mudshot advantage, and now this is the battle of the water types, but Water Gun, while it is not the best attack in the game, it adds up.
Yes, just consistent rainy damage trying to ruin the day on Polash's side of the field, but the Weather Ball instead going to be chipping away at the cast form. Both of these trainers actually getting to their charge attacks very, very quickly, and now if you're that cast form, you have the pressure of something like that Thunder.
Yeah. Thunder is a strong attack. It would knock out the Shadow Politoad from that range 100%. However, it costs so much energy. You're also already a double Weather Ball, and there is only barely one Thunder. Paulasha calls it, lets it go. It is only a bait, but it still deals quite some damage.
That's a confidence boost for sure. Your gut telling you that was not Thunder coming its way, and it's going to be another Weather Ball that Paulasha is letting go through here into the Politoad that can just honestly absorb all of these attacks.
Oh, but Politoad wants to go for double Weather Ball. Does this even knock out, or is she trying to then swap out and go in for the Sableye? Okay, Stone Collection decides to shield this up. Paulasha immediately throws another Weather Ball that she has, and Stone Collection goes for a double shield.
Yep, not utilizing these Weather Balls on one of the Pokemon in the back. Instead, wants to try and get rid of this cast form, but Stone Collection says it is here to stay. 2 shields utilized on it, and now the little adorable Raindrop can start going for some damage of its own.
Keep in mind, Paulasha's Sableye does not have access to Drain Punch. Stone Collection throws in that Licky. That is usually a positive matchup, but there is quite the energy advantage on that Sableye already, and a shield advantage too. So how much damage can you realistically do?
The Power Gem is something the Licky is going to be happy to see, but it still has to take one of these foul plays. Putting it down not quite to 50%, going to have a few Shadow Claws to get there.
Stone Collection is throwing a Body Slam. Immediate shield by Paulasha. That is a huge call for Stone Collection. Great bait here, but how much damage can Paulasha do with a Power Gem? That is the harder hitting attack. Will it knock out the Licky, or will Licky retaliate with the Shadow Ball immediately?
Let's have a look. Power Jump connects. There's a huge amount of damage, putting it right down into the red, but the energy on that Licky is primed. The Shadow Ball is going to come through. No Protect Shields remaining on Paulasha's side.
How much HP will the Sableye still have? Can the Water Gun down happen? Swaps in the Politoad. Politoad is trying to reach for that Weather Ball. Doesn't find it, but there is a little bit of fast attack damage. Can Sableye Shadow Claw down? No! It's the day of the cast form! Knocks it out. Water Gun reigns supreme on Rainy cast form. Takes it out, and Stone Collection leads 1-0.
Absolutely love to see that. Such an unassuming looking Pokemon, but the fact, as you said, it's got that Water Gun that can just stack up damage after damage and farm up all of that beautiful energy has put it in a prime position in this game. I think beautifully showcased, saying so calm, so resilient against the Pokemon like the Politoad, getting damage down on the board with Weather Ball after Weather Ball.
So many of these matches today come down to a fast attack down, and then there's always this one moment where you do not know which Pokemon just won. I love the tension in these games. This is the highest form of competition you can have. You can find in Europe. Paulasha versus Stone Collection, 2 champions, 2 veterans, 2 titans fighting against each other.
And one of them will be going home very, very shortly. So at this point in time, Stone Collection going to be trying to draw on the powers of the skies, get the storms raging down and enabling this cast form to unleash once again into Paulasha's strategy. But she is a champion in more ways than one and will have a plan to adapt accordingly. I think a Pokemon like Tinkaton with the Gigaton Hammers, that's a fantastic way to deal with a lot of Stone Collection's team, but the issue is when you come down against your mirrored counterpart, it means it can be a little bit more difficult to deal with the remaining Pokemon on the team.
Yep, that is true. If the Tinkaton gets neutralized, how are you going to use it afterwards? A different lead each game. Shadow Primeape versus Shadow Politoad, and we have seen that before. In the last time we've had this matchup, Paulasha decided not to shield the first Rage Fist and then swapped out immediately to not get farmed down.
I mean, you know you can take the first Rage Fist. It's not attack boosted at this point in time, and you've allowed yourself a little bit of energy up on that Politoad as well. It can retaliate, however, straight away with the Weather Ball, and the shield goes up on Stone Collection side.
Are we seeing again a swap out, or will Paulasha play it out differently this time? Tries to stay in here. Another charge attack priority event. Paulasha wants to put up a shield, wants to take a shield from Stone Collection too.
But look at those Karate Chops. They were really stacking up on the Primeape, and now it at +2. You will have to utilize another shield here if you're Stone Collection. You want to be able to reap the benefits of that +2 attack on the Primeape, and a couple more Karate Chops will be enough to deal with this opposing Politoad. So you do see the switch from Paulasha, but again, look at these fast attacks charging down on both sides of the field.
This is where Shadow Primeape wants to be. Another attack goes unshielded. Paulasha wants to keep that shield advantage. Stone Collection now is open to a bulldoze. It's not happening. Swaps in the Rainy Cast from knowing that he can take a Gigaton Hammer for resisted at least.
Primeape regathering its thoughts, taking a break in the back as Gigaton Hammer comes through. That's not very effective. You can see how that Dewdrop is just able to eat it up, but it still takes a sizable amount. Weather Ball, however, primed. The Water Gun's chipping away. Is it now in KO range?
Oh, he is throwing a charge attack priority. Gets off this Weather Ball first. If Paulasha would decide to use a shield, she would have to use her Gigaton Hammer immediately. But now Paulasha is coming into this Altaria, and you can actually see that the matchup for Cast from there is not the absolute worst. Yes, everything you do is basically resisted, but the water guns, they do add up a little bit.
They do. They keep stacking up, and this could open up a window of opportunity for a Pokemon like the Licky Licky in the back. You can go for those rollouts and deal super effective fast attack damage while charging up nice and speedily to a Body Slam and a Shadow Ball. Both of yours are utilized. You know the Licky Licky has the bulk to be able to attack any of the onslaughts Altaria throws its way.
Paulasha now has the advantage of having a sacrificial swap in the back because Licky Licky has a weird timing. You know when Licky Licky can throw the charge attacks. Altaria is really, really hard to catch on. Altaria shields up this Body Slam. Now Stone Collection just needs to connect a Shadow Ball. Are we going to see a tried catch attempt? Another Body Slam is being thrown, but Paulasha gets to connect the Sky Attack first.
Trying to remove a little bit of cloud from this Altaria, weaken it up substantially, but the Altaria landing this Sky Attack first actually gets out of there. The Politoed comes in and takes up this Body Slam instead.
Stone Connection is going to connect the Body Slam, knock out the Shadow Politoed, but he still has this Primeape in the back. Goes for another Body Slam with the Licky Licky. This is dangerously close to a knockout. He has so much fast attack pressure in the back as well. Can this Altaria pull it off?
We know that the Dragon Breaths can be fast and furious, but look at the Water Guns absolutely reigning supreme here. Stone Collection takes down Paulasha, the reigning champion, in a 2-0 set.
Stone Collection, another win against another top trainer, advancing even further here at the Special Championships in Turin. What a trainer! One of the few trainers in the world who actually can make Rainy Cast form work. He sometimes sees these incredible Spice Pick and then just plays them to perfection. An absolute masterclass. Doesn't matter if you're a Dragon or another Water type. Water Gun will always deal at least 1 damage per half second.
And I think this is one of our other hot takes with Lou and Leo that we said earlier, are that water Pokemon are pretty good in Pokemon Go. But I guess an even more hotter take, something that we didn't even consider, was that Rainy Cast form could be one of those Pokemon choices to keep an eye on.
I think that's actually a hot take for
it actually is.
Because Rainy Cast form just seems so good. It is very bulky. It takes 2 Gigaton Hammers from a Tinkaton, and that is something very, very valuable to have on your team. You can see here Paulasha trying to avoid the charge attack priority event. Stone Collection getting rid of her Tinkaton with his own Tinkaton, giving 1 match-shot advantage, but that was okay for the Rainy Cast form here in the end game. He won both games by winning the end game with Water Gun.
I love that, actually. I think it's a great highlight, as you said, of this cast form as well, and I think it's always great when you have a Pokemon trainer that's brought something a little bit more niche, something a little bit spicy into a tournament and showcases it so beautifully. It's not just there to kind of be a fun favorite or something you're trying out. It's actually something you're utilizing to try and win the tournament. You have a game plan and a strategy, and it's executed to perfection.
Yeah, look at this one catch here. He did not even bother to throw the knocking out Shadow Ball because he knew his trusty cast form was in the back. And the way to win this game is by chipping all of the Pokemon of Paulasha, knowing I have a yellow HP Primeape in the back, I have my yellow HP Cast form in the back. Even if you get to a charge attack, one of my remaining Pokemon will do the job. They don't even need to reach a charge attack anymore. They can just fast attack you down. It's the tapping condition.
And that lineup that Stone Collection had as well, I thought was so versatile. You had the Primeape applying so much offensive pressure, let's say, being able to go for those Rage Fists, getting up to, I think it was +2 attack before it switched out. That already really put Paulasha on the back foot. Then you have the Licky Licky, a Pokemon that can be so defensive, can eat up a lot of the attacks, particularly if it's something like the Politoed coming through. You can just take those Weather Balls and at the same time retaliating with those Shadow Balls. And then of course the cast form, really the best of both worlds, could be there to eat up those Gigaton Hammers and at the same time use the Water Gun to just chip away and enable a victory for Stone Collection.
All of those Pokemon can really set up and uplift the Shadow Primate. It is so cool. It's a little fur ball, but it acts like a snowball in some of those games where you can, if there is no hard answer immediately, just run away with boosts. And then this is such a cheap charge attack, the Rage Fist. We saw this on a Tinkaton, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that there is in the Great League right now. So much damage, 50% HP from an attack that you reach in 8 turns, which is 4 seconds. That is absolutely crazy. If you're getting this much value out of your attacks, it's really hard to stop you.
It certainly has been a wild ride for some of these Pokemon, and so many incredible matches for us to follow along with and kind of sink our teeth into. But of course, within a couple of matches, we will find out who our next champion is going to be in Italy. And to get a little bit more familiar with the local Italian scene, Jox decided to check them out.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I have a familiar face here with us today, a mind joke that has been competing in the Turin Special Championships. And of course, if you follow the stream, you always see a mind joke on the top of the leaderboard. He not only does well in the championship series, but also has to do a ton of local tournaments. Alessio, speak to me more about your local scene here in Italy.
Okay, in my case, I'm from Prato, which is next to Florence. So we have a local scene which is between Prato and Florence, and Lucca, which is another town like close by. We have plenty of leagues where we can host locals, and like every single week we host at least a challenge or two, the cup when we can, and usually we're not too many, but sometimes we are just 4 or 5 players. Sometimes we even get like 9, 10 players, and there are some friends we are also here in the Turin that I hope they did better. They didn't do so good, but sometimes they came to other tournaments and they did pretty well. And when they do good, I'm proud of them because they're also my locals. So.
And of course, here in Turin, we saw some familiar faces and also some new Italian faces coming through. You get to face some of these players every single week, like you were mentioning. If you had to mention someone that's the next Italian trainer up, who would you say it is?
I just say Philbeg, just because, of course, he's the only one of us who managed to actually win a tournament. And also, I think he always performs very well. He just doesn't play enough tournaments. I think if he would play more, it would be definitely one of the top players, like not only in Italy, but like in Europe and in general.
Philbeg, this is a call-out. We need you in more tournaments, dominating and showcasing the power of Italy. Trainers, the show doesn't stop here. Let's go back to the action on stream.
We've had so much action here. Great to hear from some of our local players. Unfortunately, there are no more Italians left in the event. Paula knocked out Philbeg. We've just seen Stone Collection knock out Paula. Next up, it's going to be Anacor versus Calfia.
Anacor has been in such a run lately. I feel like he was 5th in Utrecht, if I remember correctly, and now showcasing that Firo once again.
I love that pick.
Firo has been updated in a recent Forever Forward meta that we're just seeing. Drill Run now paces ever so fast in only 10 turns. That means that Firo is such a great safe swap. Of course, he's facing Kaifia, who just eliminated Arceus Aurelius and has been on fire. His first top 8 of the season, and he's hungry for more.
Now, we know that Calfia is really enjoying his Shadow Sableye pick. Firo looks like it's being one of the best answers in a meta where we've had almost no fairy types other than Tinkaton. There are a couple of Tinkaton still left. But I want to ask you a question, right? Before we get into this game, I'm going to ask you whether or not you would put Shadow Kanto Ninetales on Fraud Watch. I believe this is the only one left at this stage of the tournament, and personally, I don't think it's impressed me that much.
I think just like when Tinkaton was introduced, people are over-preparing for that Kanto Ninetales. Of course, it was second in usage on our day 1. And people knew it was coming because it has such a roll compression roll that it puts some of those common scores like the Tinkaton Water core that we were so used to seeing on check. So I feel like players over-prepare for it, but just like Tinkaton is now proving dividends, showing how strong it can be even in its toughest matchups. And I feel like maybe Ninetales has its time to come.
And I think Anacor will be well prepared. He has so much success already, but he has not got a title to his name. He'll have to get through the loser side of the bracket if he wants to change that here this weekend. Calfia, also a very accomplished player, and he's professed his experience, as we've seen, knocking out great players such as Arceus Aurelius.
Of course, Kaifia we were saying in the beginning of the season that he didn't start the season off as strong. He was on top of the leaderboards the previous season, but now he got that top cut in UIC, and then he did very well in his next tournament, and now he gets his first top 8. The momentum maybe is building just at the right time as we add forever forward into the San Francisco World Championships.
Now, we've talked about that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and I do think that Anacor has enough tools in his arsenal to deal with it. Rollout users in Licky Licky and in Blastoise, and arguably the best counter to Shadow Kanto Ninetales in that Kingdra pick as well, which we haven't actually seen a huge amount of so far on stream. Anacor really does seem to like his Licky Licky and his Blastoise instead. For that reason, I wouldn't be surprised if Calphia starts to look at Pokemon like his Guzzlord. It's one of the Dark-type Pokemon on his team that he's been seeing a lot of success with this weekend and really enjoying. I'm really enjoying seeing the way he's piloted it alongside that Shadow Sableye.
And of course, Guzzlord is one of the few Pokemon as a dragon that can wall that Ishuian Electrode. Electrode has been such an interesting core breaker from Anacor, getting access to that newly improved energy ball that allows it to throw it in neutral matchups without needing to debuff itself with the wild charge.
Now the players look locked in on this loser side of the bracket. They cannot afford to lose this match. Let's get straight into game 1. It's the shiny Licky Licky up against the Shadow Sableye.
I feel like if you're Anacor, you're pretty happy that your Medicham gets to avoid the Sableye. But of course, this matchup is kind of tricky because if Sableye boosts its defense just enough, it can come out of this matchup so heavily boosted that it's hard to take out of the field of battle.
There's not a huge amount of fast attack pressure available to Anacor in Licky Licky and in Medicham, so if the Sableye hangs on, it will be Fearow that is needed to come in, and there is a great answer to Fearow on Calphia's side. It is that Corviknight in the back which will resist the whole attack set of that Fearow. So let's see how these players play out this lead.
I like this play by Anacor, throwing the Shadow Ball in alignment because he wants to make sure that Calphia can't boost again with that Drain Punch. Drain Punch, though, proving dividends because it made that Sableye tank the Shadow Ball just fine. Gets the foul play on this incoming Fearow.
Foul play will do a decent amount of damage, so Anacor is going to put up a shield very, very quickly. And as the Drill Pecks start to get loaded up, Corviknight is going to come in to prevent them doing meaningful damage.
Of course, Drillpack and Drillrun are both resisted by the Corviknight, but Drillpack has such great stats and Fearow has such high attack that I feel like they're starting to chunk along with the packs.
And it's worth mentioning that the sand attack pressure from the Corviknight is doing no damage to the Fearow, really. And that means that the charge attacks are going to need to be thrown to see this matchup out, which gives the players time to pivot if needed. Anacor's switch timer is almost up. He's charging up a ton of energy. He's going to let this attack go through, but Payback would knock out if it lands. And so he does need to shield it if he wants to keep Fearow on the field. He does do so. I wouldn't be surprised to see a pivot now into one of his backline. There comes the Licky Licky, and the switch timer is also up for Calphia. He comes in with the Guzzlord to start sponging these body slams.
That's such a massive save of that Fearow by Anacor. Those double Drillbacks will come in clutch in the end game for sure. Licky Licky gets met by the Guzzlord, one of its hardest checks, but of course it can chip it away with the body slam.
The difficulty here is that Medicham is running Psycho Cut. Double resisted by Sableye, double resisted by Guzzlord, and single resisted by Corviknight. So there is absolutely no fast attack pressure available to Medicham here, and he's going to have to rely entirely upon the dynamic punches and ice punches instead.
I believe what Medicham has to do here is build up as much energy as possible because the switch cog is coming up for Calphia, and the Sableye may be sure to come, of course, over farming as much as possible because the Brutal Swing, even though it's neutral damage, it doesn't really add up.
Here comes one more brutal swing, and Anacor is really powering up this Medicham. He needs to try and get it effectively, but look at that! The Shadow Sableye comes in, snipes the Medicham with this foul play. This should be enough to knock out. It is a charge attack priority event in any case, but Medicham loses all of that energy, and I think Anacor knows that there is a little more he can do because Corviknight plus a shield will comfortably take on this Fearow.
Fearow is at max energy though. He's going to throw the first drill pack, and ever so fast is going to pace to another back-to-back drill pack. So Corviknight pulls up the Protect Shield because it knows he's going to eventually have to invest.
Option for Calphia to throw the Air Cutter into this Fearow and then rely on fast attack pressure perhaps from the Guzzlord. Drill Peck won't be enough to knock out, but one more will, and the Air Cutter is thrown just before Anacor is able to reach it.
Question is, can this Air Cutter not do enough damage where the Fearow can overfarm just enough to throw another Drill Peck? I don't believe that's what it takes. He's going to get Sand Attack down by Calphia. Calphia puts his first win on the board.
One win for Carpio means one more needed for him to progress on the loser side of the bracket here in Turin. Anacor will need to win back-to-back if he wants to keep his tournament dreams alive.
And kind of a tough matchup for Anacor. He's been relying so much on that Firo. It's been his MVP for the entire tournament run, especially because there's not that many Corviknight on the tournament besides one, Kaifius.
Opportunity now for both players to make an adjustment if necessary. They've had a chance to look at the opposing teams. They've had a chance to look at which Pokemon their opponent is leaning into. Anacor did not get a lot of value out of that Medicham. The question for him will be whether it comes again. Kalfia, on the other hand, as we've said so many times before, likes that Shadow Sableye and Guzzlord core. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings it once more.
And of course, there's always that pressure of the Cradily lingering in the back, because Cradily is also not a common pick in this tournament, and has that rock grass coverage that covers so much of Kaifius, of Anacor's team. Of course, only has to fear the Medicham that's coming always. Can Anacor pilot his Medicham to avoid that Sableye and meet that Guzzlord, that Cradily that oozes so much pressure into his team?
Anacor nods. He is ready to go. Kalfia has also locked in. We are starting game number 2 of these losers quarterfinals.
We got Medicham lead into the Cradily. This is very nice for Anacor, but of course, catching Kaifio in a slight interesting team comp, because both the Guzzlord and the Cradily take super effective damage from the Dynamic Punch. Of course, also Ice Punch is super effective on the part Dragon type. Gonna pull the first Protect Shield out of Kaifia.
It's almost a bait there, though the efficiency of Psycho Cut means that the next Dynamic Punch would still take the same number of Psycho Cuts, going to preserve the health on that Medicham and sponge this damage on the Licky. But let's bear in mind that the switch clocks are now slightly misaligned, and Anacor will not want that Cradily to be up against his Blastoise, so he'll probably prefer to come out on top in this middle matchup.
And my question is, can Guzzlord pull enough weight to flip this Licky and potentially allow Kaifia to align the Sableye onto the Medicham? Because if not, Medicham's Dynamic Punch coverage is going to prove dividends into that Cradily.
Licky gets that first body slam. It's got a lot of energy loaded, and now the Cradily comes back. Licky forced to throw Shadow Ball instead. Remember, normal is resisted by the rock typing of Cradily.
And of course, the Shadow Ball chip is very nice, because now in comes the Medicham, and a Dynamic Punch does threaten the KO if it's thrown before a potential Rock Tomb Diva. Charge attack priority on the grass knot. Medicham does win that. This Dynamic Punch will threaten a knockout, and Kaifia no shields.
I like that. Anacor confident in the attack of his Medicham. It does naturally win charge attack priority against Cradily, and now it has enough energy to quickly throw an Ice Punch into this Sableye that is double resisting the Psycho Cuts and single resists the Dynamic Punch.
And I believe this was the plan by Kaifia. He wanted to draw out that Medicham back into the Cradily so he can get so much farm on that Sableye. Double Ice Punch coming through. Kaifia is secure that it's going to be able to tank it, and now hoping to get the farm down before the next Ice Punch is reached.
Switch timer's almost up, and now Blastoise comes in aggressively. It does have 2 shields. One could be used for this first foul play.
I believe Foul Play is the most damaging move left in the game. Investing shields on the healthy Blastoise. No, another Foul Play coming through. That reverse farm on the Medicham coming in so clutch into Kaifia. Maybe Kaifia trying to delay the switch clock to come back into his Guzzlord.
Let's remember that this Blastoise does have Ice Beam that will threaten a knockout against this Guzzlord. Guzzlord now throwing a brutal swing. It wouldn't knock out the Blastoise, but it would put it in range where Dragon Tails will really start to add up. Blastoise is going to be able to reach an Ice Beam beforehand, but a Hydro Cannon bait is lent for instead. But the Guzzlord actually is going to throw the brutal swing first.
And of course here, Blastoise investing in a shield because he needs to get off energy to get rid of this. But Guzzlord, it does get the bait, and can Blastoise resist enough of the Dragon Tails to get off another Hydro Cannon or potentially an Ice Beam? Here comes the Medicham though.
The Medicham is just going to reach this Ice Punch in time. Will it be enough to knock out?
If it's not enough to knock out, Guzzlord will be able to farm down this Medicham, but it's ever so slightly not enough. Guzzlord endures.
Does Licky Licky come back in here, or will it be the Blastoise? We can see Kafia leaning for that Sableye. The Licky Licky comes in. Is it going to reach a move in time? No. The Sableye gets to this Drain Punch, and now Blastoise is going to have to put everything on its shoulders. It doesn't have much health. The defense is boosted of the Sableye. That means it might hold on to a rollout. Yes, it does, but actually all it means is that Blastoise has an attack loaded, and now Hydro Cannon is there, but there's a charge attack priority, and Guzzlord just wins it.
Guzzlord, time and time again, winning that charge attack priority by the Blastoise, surviving, lingering on that Ice Punch from the Medicham, and the Core tried his very best. But Kafia survives and is moving on. He gets his first ever medal.
Amazing performance from Kafia as he progresses into the losers semi-finals here in Turin. Guzzlord with a sliver of attack more than the Blastoise, but all it needed to win that charge attack priority event and take victory for this player.
Kafia is building so much momentum, facing Anakar, who honestly has been on fire for the last few months. This tournament, he piloted Firo with such precision, but it met his foe in the Corviknight. And right here, Medicham couldn't even take out the bulky Guzzlord.
Shadow, Sableye, and Guzzlord. Double darks in the absence of the fairies in this forever forward meta. Could that be the play for those of you playing in the Go Battle League at home? Maybe now is the time to capitalize on those dark type Pokemon.
Of course, we've seen a display of dark type Pokemon, as Kafia was explaining in his interview earlier on. Potoman in the winners finals with that Shadow Mighty, and of course Guzzlord provides that dragon coverage that gives it coverage versus those elemental types that Anakor was banking on, that Electro completely walled. Blastoise has to rely on that ice coverage to do any meaningful damage, but of course the fighting type Medicham was hoping to meet the Guzzlord more often, but Sableye is there to protect it so well.
Great pivots in and out of this game, great recognition of win conditions, and a good showcase. Even though none of the Pokemon that Kafia was bringing to this game were ones that really benefited from the attack update that we've got in the Forever Forward season. They're Pokemon that have benefited instead from the shift in the meta that came as a result. And I think that this is one of the great examples of how players use the little time they've had to really adapt into this season and take full advantage.
Speaking of taking full advantage, I believe Kafia has been one of the trainers that's been using Drain Punch not only defensively but offensively a lot. You've seen him in previous games, and just now to end this game, use that Drain Punch offensively because it's just enough to do that chip damage, but it allows that survivability to do as much Shadow Claw damage as possible. That put Blastoise low enough where a Brutal Swing was just enough to get the knockout.
What did you think of the Blastoise pick?
I think Blastoise is really interesting. I believe, of course, the rollout of choice is Licky Licky, and rollout, even though it's focused on energy generation, is non-same type attack bonus on most of these Pokemon. So it allows you to get the moves fast, but getting the farm on, just like versus that Sableye, was very hard, and sometimes it can pull the Blastoise back in terms of meta game.
I really like the Ice Beam option on that Blastoise, allowing it to do super effective damage to Pokemon like Jumpluff and Altaria that have really started to shine in this Forever Forward season. Now, if you missed the attack update, then pay attention where we will break it down fully just for you.
What's good, trainers? A new moveset update just dropped, and we're here to see it live in action already. My name is Martijn, you may know me as Inadequence, and I'm here to walk us through the changes. The latest moveset update is a rebalance between Fairy, Steel, Ground, and Bug-type Pokemon. Who are the biggest winners here? Probably every Pokemon weak to the Fairy-type Fast-Tech Charm. Wigglytuff has struck fear into the hearts of Ghost, Fighting, and Dragon-type Pokemon for a long time. But now that Charm deals less damage, it frees up a lot of those Pokemon. And indirectly, that may mean that Steel-type Pokemon may not be as necessary as they used to be. But what if you need to deal with Steel-type Pokemon anyway? Sidespeed Toad now has Icy Wind, and Earth Power costs less energy. Looking for a more neutral approach? Pokemon like Quillfish and Sylveon now have access to Shadow Ball. There's so much you see this weekend, but still so much to try out too. And if you're competing at NAIC next weekend, make sure to familiarize yourselves with the likes of Quillfish, Kecleon, Sylveon, and Lopunny. NAIC features a limited meta format that you can also play in the Go Battle League right now, so you can join in on the fun too. There's so many more Pokemon that could shake up things. What are you the most excited for? Or do you think is the best Pokemon right now? Join us in the action on Pokemon.com/compete. Good luck in this new season of Forever Forward.
And of course, as mentioned by Kaifia and now by Inadequance, that Wigglytuff nerf has been pivotal because it frees up so many options like that double dart type strategy by Kaifia. Sableye Guzzlord, if there's no Wigglytuff around, can do so much.
Yeah, Guzzlord is a great option for those of you that don't have a Guzzlord. Yeah, it is an Ultra Beast. It's one that you might want to trade to try and maximize its bulk, and it's always running Dragon Tail and Brutal Swing, and then an option for its charge attacks. We saw Kaufia has opted for Sludge Bomb, but Dragon Claw is another option available to it.
I feel it's so interesting because Sludge Bomb was so pivotal whenever Tinkaton wasn't around, because Tinkaton, thanks to the part Steel typing, is able to even resist the Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb cover is to no avail in that matchup. But before, when Togekiss was the most prevalent, even Wigglytuff, Sludge Bomb came in clutch. Since Tinkaton came, trainers have sometimes been pivoting into that Dragon Claw because, of course, with Brutal Swing, you do super well into your best matchups like the Ghost types, like the Galarian Corsola, but with Dragon Claw, you can hit heavily on those ground types like Quagsire and Unova Stunfisk.
Yeah, it is interesting, and perhaps if we get an opportunity to speak to Kaufia again, we might ask him for his decision-making on Sludge Bomb versus Dragon Claw. Sludge Bomb obviously a lot better versus the grass typing of Jumpluff, but Dragon Claw would give you a much better matchup into Altaria. It didn't almost matter when he played against Arceus Aurelius, because did you see how many Brutal Swings he reached in that matchup?
Yeah, those Fairy Winds didn't add up quite enough, let's say.
But we've got an Altaria back here for Fiantiga.
And Fiantiga has been turning some heads with his performance in that back of that Bug Bite Shadow Fortress, who's been a staple for many turns, but of course, his pivotal pick has been that Poliwrath. Poliwrath has been core-breaking so many opponents, and once again, in this matchup, it looks quite interesting.
It looks pretty strong again. Stone Collection does at least have Mud Bomb on his Quagsire, so the charge attacks aren't fully walled by Poliwrath like Stone Edge and Aqua Tail combination would be. Stone Collection also still shining with that Weather Ball Rainy cast form, needing the Thunder if it wants to hit back against the Poliwrath. But we've seen that the residual pressure from that Water Gun, particularly against Paula, his last opponent, can prove pivotal.
And this Poliwrath has opted for Mudshot, making it such a flexible pick, even coming in as a safe buff with Fiantiga so often. But versus that Rainy Castle, the Mudshot don't quite add up. So it means that it kind of has to rely on that dynamic punch damage to do significant damage in that matchup.
It's a meta where we've spoken so much about Licky Licky because of the absence of fighting type Pokemon. But we both have fighters here, don't we? Say Fiantiga and Stone Collection, Shadow Primate for Stone Collection, and that Poliwrath that we've mentioned for Fiantiga. So perhaps Licky Licky isn't as safe of a swap as it otherwise might have been.
I believe for Stone Collection is less safe because Poliwrath, besides having that fighting type damage with Dynamic Punch, it also has the bulk to endure several moves of Licky Licky. On the other hand, Karate Chop from Primate adds energy so fast that it can beat even the Flyers, but versus the Licky Licky, Ice Punch sometimes comes up short.
Yeah, no close combats or cross chops on the Shadow Primate that we've been seeing a lot of this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do still see Shadow Primate in this matchup. The players look locked in, they are ready to go. Game 1 underway, we have Shadow Sableye up against Shadow Sableye.
Of course, charge attack priority can prove pivotal here, but we've seen before that by landing a Drain Punch, sometimes you can survive the second foul play, so it wouldn't matter this time. Fiantiga going straight for the hard-hitting foul play.
Yeah, I think Stone Collection generally runs a much bulkier Shadow Sableye, and he's going to let this first foul play go. He's actually thrown a Drain Punch, so if this goes unshielded, then Fiantiga is going to have a massive momentum, but the first shield does go up. But because the first foul play wasn't shielded, Stone Collection's going to have to pivot out into this Licky Licky, and now it can have shield advantage once this Fortress comes in.
And of course, here Fiantiga, interestingly, opting to go with the Fortress when he had Poliwrath in the back, maybe potentially reading that Rainy Cast Form in the back and trying to avoid it with the Fortress. Fortress, pacing ever so fast to that Rock Tomb, is going to throw it just before another Shadow Ball is reached.
Rock Tomb will guarantee an attack drop. It doesn't do as much damage as it did a couple of seasons ago, but Shadow Fortress is still proving really, really strong. The bug bites now adding up, and one more shield here will allow the Fortress to fully farm down, but Fiantiga's gonna let this go.
And I really like this no shield by Fiantiga because now he can potentially come in with the Poliwrath, gather as much energy as he wants for the backline matchup. Stone Collection reading into that, comes in with the Primate right away, but the Icy Wind is just shielded. Stone Collection maybe on the back foot.
Now Rage Fist, we know, boosts attack, but Icy Wind has already brought it down a stage, so this first Rage Fist wouldn't even do a lot of damage. It doesn't need to be shielded by this Shadow Sableye that resists the Karate Chops anyway. So the Shadow Claw pressure against this Shadow Primate, it's going to start putting Stone Collection in a little bit of an uncomfortable position.
And of course, Drain Punch is being thrown. Very interesting. Maybe trying to pull the West Protection out of Stone Collection. He does get that. And now Primate will have a hard time to Karate Chop down. I think he will have to throw another Rage Fist if he wants to get rid of the Sableye before another move. Here it comes.
This Rage Fist, if shielded, would allow Shadow Sableye to reach an attack against the Shadow Primate, and that is why we see that last Protect Shield go up for Fiantiga. And so there is a pivot straight into this Licky Licky. It's going to take the foul play. It had reached a body slam, so Fiantiga's going to at least ensure that the Licky Licky goes down.
And now that the Sableye is energy dry, it will potentially allow Primate to come back in. Here comes the Poliwrath though. No close combat to heavy, hard-hitting damage, so a first Rage Fist is going to come through.
And the problem with the non-same type attack bonus Mudshots means that Poliwrath will need to throw an attack into the Shadow Primate if it wants to take it down. Fiantiga going immediately for that Icy Wind.
I believe now Poliwrath is energy dry. Can the Sableye endure enough Mudshots to reach a charge attack priority event and win the game for Stone Collection?
The problem is, even if it does, I think it's going to take a Shadow Claw from the opposing Sableye. We might see a draw here, going for the Drain Punch to try and ramp up the defense. I don't think it's going to be enough. There might be a tie in this game.
Is Drain Punch enough for the Sableye to resist the one Shadow Claw needed to get the win for Stone Collection? It's going to be so close.
Both Sableye desperately holding on, neither remain on the field. The first game is a tie, and that means it will be replayed. Neither player gets a victory. It's as if game one didn't even happen.
I feel like both players are laughing and bringing aside a relief that at least they're not on the back foot. They didn't lose this matchup. It's like it never happened. But now you have a bit more information. You know what some of the picks that your opponent is trying to rely on to face your team. You can take that information and build upon this new game number one.
Information can be key, and the information that each player will have taken away from that first game is that Shadow Sableye for Fiantiga wins charge attack priority in the mirror. Stone Collection knows that that means his own Shadow Sableye is less effective in the lead, particularly if it has that mirror matchup straight away. That might see an adjustment on his side. What will Fiantiga do in response?
And Poliwrath put in so much work versus Stone Collection. I wonder what adaptation he's going to have. He does bring the Fairy-type Tinkaton, but it's met by Fiantiga. Fiantiga is in Stone Collection's head.
What great anticipation. Stone Collection adjusts to the Tinkaton, expecting a Shadow Sableye lead. Fiantiga knows it. He leads the Stunfisk, and now when the Shadow Primate comes out, it is met by this Shadow Sableye.
The swap allowed some Karate Chops to be built up by the Sableye. This means that it's gonna outpace potentially the Sableye to another move. Drain Punch coming through, trying to increase the survivability of the Sableye. No shield from Stone Collection. This one does matter, but there's massive damage still. Look at that Shadow Primate go though.
A big call from Stone Collection. Foul play would have been enough that a Shadow Claw would have then definitely knocked out the Shadow Primate, and Rage Fist does not care about that defense boost. Shadow Primate takes the zero shield scenario. That is great positioning for Stone Collection, who can now ensure that Tinkaton does not see that Stunfisk.
And of course, not being Quagsire in the back is good news for Fiantiga. That's been this energy from Stunfisk can prove dividends. Here comes a discharge into the Shadow Sableye. He's getting chipped up, but he just about survives. He has the foul play loaded, not before another discharge is reached by the Unovan Stunfisk.
Now, for those of you that were paying attention to Fiantiga's match against Nezabethan earlier today, could have noted that this Unovan Stunfisk held on to 2 foul plays. That means it is an extremely high rank Unovan Stunfisk. The difference here, however, is it took a tiny bit of damage right at the beginning, and so these foul plays are going to be very, very comfortable, and neither player, Stone Collection in particular, is not willing to use his second shield because he needs to match the parity of the 2 shields that's still on Fiantiga's side.
And now can this Fortress pull enough weight with the shield advantage to take out that Tinkaton? Sableye trying to reach a move, doesn't quite reach it. Here comes the Tinkaton. Sand Tomb is ready. It's going to be thrown. Super effective damage into the Steel type. No shield by Stone Collection.
Now, Shadow Sableye would always win charge attack priority against the Fortress, but if this Tinkaton is forced to throw a Bulldoze, it would do more damage if this Bulldoze is able to get a defense drop. So if Fiantiga shields this, which he's not going to because he's expecting this Bulldoze, let's see if we do get that defense drop happening.
Stone Collection gets that defense drop again. It was so vital versus that Mantine earlier on. Gets the defense drop again. Maybe a silver lining for Stone Collection in this matchup.
Sand Tomb guarantees a defense drop against the Tinkaton, which otherwise was only taking 1 damage from each Bug Bite. And it looks like Bug Bite is now starting to chip up a little bit more than it otherwise would have. Tinkaton reaches another Bulldoze. Is this going to draw a shield? No, it's actually not. Fiantiga still has 2 shields available and refuses to use one of them.
And I believe this is very interesting because I feel now even the Fairy Wind is going to add up so much. 2 shields now, the first one is being used, but I believe the damage has been done. Can this Tinkaton Fairy Wind now? Here comes the Sableye, double Shadow Call. Even one is enough with the defense drop. Stone Collection puts the first win on the board.
Fiantiga didn't use a shield, and the Sableye comes in and aggressively farms down. Fiantiga's just questioning to the judge, but I didn't see anything wrong with that. That 1 Shadow Claw was enough to take out the Fortress after the defense drops, and 1 Bug Bite went through. It would have taken a turn to use the actual charge attack, so the Shadow Claw damage would have been applied. Stone Collection puts his name on the scoreboard. It's 1-0.
And this iteration with Tinkaton is so interesting because you never want to shield a Bulldoze because it's such a low damage move, and you're hoping that you no-shield a Bulldoze. Even if it gets a defense drop, you're all right. But if you no-shield multiple and the defense drops keep adding up and adding up and adding up, even those Bulldoze will start to do massive damage, and the Fairy Winds were adding up. Fiantiga chose to withhold his Protect Shields, and that proved to be costly because in the end game, Fairy Wind plus Shadow Claw pressure was just enough to get the knockout.
Will we see an adjustment going into this Game 3? Fiantiga loves his Shadow Sableye. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out in the lead again. The players look like they are locked in. We've got Quagsire on one side, and there is the Shadow Sableye. Shadow versus Shadow in this game number 2.
And of course here, Shadow Quagsire has access to Aqua Tail that faces a bit faster than the foul play from the Shadow Sableye. He's going to try to put pressure on the Sableye. First Aqua Tail comes through, no Protect Shield by Fiantiga.
1 Aqua Tail puts Shadow Sableye deep into the yellow already. Another Aqua Tail on charge attack priority would be enough to threaten a knockout, whereas foul play will not threaten a knockout of this Shadow Quagsire. So there will be a shield decision to make for Fiantiga as this next Aqua Tail comes through.
Will now Fiantiga choose to shield his Shadow Sableye to try to get switch advantage and some energy to boot. He chooses to let go, instead maybe opting to go with the farm on a Shadow Fortress. Is met by that Primate. Primate resists the Bug Bite, but on the Shadow Primate, they are doing so much damage.
Bug Bite is a 1-turn fast attack. That means it applies damage every half second, and despite the resistance, you can see it shredding through the very, very fragile Shadow Primate. Sand Tomb now coming through. This might threaten a knockout, but I don't think it would be quite enough. But these Bug Bites will now absolutely shred the very, very fragile fighter.
I'm now wondering, can Fortress put enough pressure on this Primate where it can farm down after this Protect Shield? Hoping, maybe Fiantiga is hoping for that. He pulls up the Protect Shield, investing on his Fortress. It's going to do so much damage. Look at those Bug Bites go!
But it looks like the Rage Fist will be reached, and this catch on a Stun Fist, is it a catch that is actually beneficial? I'm not so sure, because this is a really boosted attack now, and that is a lot of health on the Univern Stun Fist gone, which Quagsire might look to try and take advantage of, but it doesn't reach the Aqua Tail, and that means his Stone Collection has just given a ton of farm to the Univern Stun Fist.
Fiantiga bringing a sign of relief. That Quagsire barely didn't reach that Aqua Tail. Now it has energy to boot to throw at this Wiki that is so healthy. These Mud Bombs won't threaten a knockout for now, but they will add up.
A Rock Tomb on the side of that Fortress might be the heaviest hitting attack available, and maybe Stone Collection is saving a shield for that. Double Body Slam should be enough to take out this Univern Stun Fist, but it's going to reach another Mud Bomb first.
Another Mud Bomb coming through. Of course, that Rock Tomb is so close to being loaded on the Fortress. Still quite healthy as well. Wiki adding as much energy. Is that max energy? It's going to throw that Shadow Ball on charge attack priority. Farid, I don't think this is quite enough to knock out.
I don't think it is either. Shadow Ball will do a decent amount of damage, but it's not like you can even roll out a Univern Stun Fist, so perhaps 2 Body Slams would have been better. Let's remember that Shadow Fortress is very, very close to a Sand Tomb, and if it were to come in at any point, it would start to put a lot lot of pressure. And now the Primeape comes in, and the Fortress comes, and it has now the Sand Tomb loaded. There is going to be a charge attack priority, which Fortress will win, but this won't be enough to knock out the Licky Licky. Shadow Ball will be enough to knock out the Fortress, and then it's a question of whether the fast attacks from the Licky Licky will be enough to take out the Univan Stunfisk.
So close to the knockout, but not quite. Shadow Ball coming through is going to get rid of this Bug Bite Fortress that put in so much work. Can the Univan Stunfisk resist enough rollout to get the Thundershock down? It's so close to the discharge, it does reach it! Fiantiga ties up the score!
Just as the next rollout tries to come through, Thundershocks charge up to the discharge, take out the Licky Licky, and Fiantiga makes it one game apiece.
Fortress, time and time again, even versus some of its worst matchups, fighting types, it doesn't matter. Altarias, it doesn't matter. Those Bug Bites will run through your team.
Stone Collection had such a good opportunity to comfortably take that game, but bringing in the Shadow Quagsire, giving the free farm to the Univan Stunfisk, completely changed the momentum. Univan Stunfisk, such a bulky Pokemon, it charges quickly already, and once it had that energy head start, it was an uphill climb for Stone Collection.
Stone Collection now gets to recollect his thoughts. He knows that he potentially miscalculated that bringing up the Quagsire barely didn't reach that Aqua Tail that was so close and would have flipped the game on its head. But now, both backs against the wall. If the trainer that wins this game will earn a medal for their efforts at minimum, they're trying to get to gold. Can they earn this spot on the medal ceremony?
Fiantiga is already locked in. Everything on the line. The loser goes home. The winner, we're going to find out. It's Poliwrath up against Quagsire. This used to be a very dominant matchup for Poliwrath when Quagsire runs Stone Edge. That here, the Shadow Quagsire has access to Mud Bomb. That isn't enough for Stone Collection. He throws a Mud Shot and then comes in with this Primeape. And I don't think he really meant to do that, because that means the Icy Wind landing first is going to debuff this attack before the Rage Fist is able to be thrown.
That extra Mud Shot was costly on the pacing of the Primeape. The catch on the Univan Stunfisk, catching the Rage Fist. This is a very nice catch, because now you get to preserve HP on that Poliwrath and you don't take super effective damage on the Univan Stunfisk.
Will another Rage Fist come through straight away? Yes, it will, and Thundershock doesn't do a ton of damage, so the Shadow Primeape isn't that worried about the fast attack pressure. It will need to use a shield if it wants to prevent this Stunfisk from taking it out.
And now that it's double boosted, I think it's going to pressure a shield with the last Rage Fist, but Fiantiga, smelling that fear, is going to throw that discharge.
Maybe getting this Univan Stunfisk off the field is what Stone Collection really wants, because the Licky Licky looks relatively safe in the back to take on that Shadow Fortress. Mud Bomb coming through from the Univan Stunfisk, and Shadow Quagsire now could farm up a little bit, try and get an energy head start before the Poliwrath comes back in.
And now with the Primeape out of the way, I believe this Fortress is pretty much free into Stone Collection's team. Here comes the Poliwrath, gets the catch of the Aqua Tail. Fiantiga fighting for his life. He wants a medal for his efforts.
Stone Collection not as locked in as we usually see him. He actually did another Mud Shot before throwing that Aqua Tail, so he should have had time to be able to anticipate. And Fiantiga's job now is to capitalize on each and every opportunity he can, because he needs to play his way out of an uncomfortable position. He's got that Dynamic Punch loaded. This will be enough to knock out the Quagsire. Stone Collection recognizes that, uses his first Protect Shield.
No shield on the Poliwrath means that 2-shield Fortress is potentially the play for this game for the Fiantiga. It's not going to reach another move on the Poliwrath. So much farm on this Quagsire. It's loaded with energy.
Aqua Tail coming through. This will do a little useful chunk into the Shadow Fortress, and that's why we see that first shield go up. But once the energy is offloaded from this Shadow Quagsire, we wouldn't be surprised to see the Licky Licky then try and come in and start throwing Shadow Balls. 2 Shadow Balls would be enough to take out the Shadow Fortress.
But of course, as soon as you do, oh, no shield, that's very interesting, because now potentially it's in Shadow Ball range for the Licky Licky, of course, behind the protection, trying to race to that Rock Tomb just before the Shadow Ball comes through. Stone Collection guessing that Fiantiga is going to pull the protection, so baits with the body slam, gets the bait through.
This is a really strong bait. It might not even have been a necessary bait, but it definitely helps him. It allows him to reach that Shadow Ball 1 rollout. Earlier rollout will do a Rock Tomb will do a lot of damage, and it will lower the attack of this Licky Licky. But I think that the rollouts and a Shadow Ball will still be enough to take out the Fortress. So there is the catch option available, and that is exactly what Fiantiga goes for. He also has energy to use, so this Mud Bomb's going to come through. Stone Collection, you would now expect to see him either charge up a lot more with the Licky Licky and either bank the energy if he can come back in with his Quagsire, because there you go. Now the Licky Licky can clear that debuff, and I think Stone Collection is in a good position here. This discharge is going to be undercharged because Fiantiga doesn't want to allow the Licky Licky to throw a body slam into the Stunfisk and then a Shadow Ball, but there's actually nothing Fiantiga can do here because the Quagsire now has enough energy. I think he's recognized that this is a really uncomfortable position. His only chance was to try and prevent Licky Licky from going back to back, but honestly, there was just way too much energy on the side of Stone Collection. Mud Bomb looks like it will be enough to take down Shadow Fortress. It will be enough to take down Fiantiga. Stone Collection proceeds further here in Turin.
If that body slam was a check, that discharge cast was a checkmate play by Stone Collection, putting Fiantiga in a spot that there were no win conditions left. Stone Collection adds another medal into his collection. But now Fiantiga, of course, he has some momentum to build upon for future tournaments. His best ever run, and what a run it was so close, one win away from getting a medal. But this will not be the last time we see Fiantiga, I hope.
Really strong plays from all of our competitors, especially at this stage of the tournament. We are down to our final 4 competitors here at the Turin Special Championships, and we cannot wait to see who is going to take it all. We know that Pataman and Chris are waiting in the winners finals, and here Fiantiga goes down to Stone Collection, who puts his name into the losers semi-finals against Kaufia.
Loser semi-finals, that means that Stone Collection can't breathe just quite yet. He has another tough opponent coming through, but of course here, the fight that he put up versus Fiantiga, of course, the series was so close because it was that game 3 that was very close, 1-1 to a piece, and they even had a draw on the first ever matchup.
Poliwrath with a great performance, but Shadow Sableye seems to be shining. What are your thoughts on that Ghost and Dark type Pokemon in this meta?
It's just incredible. And now with the addition of a Drain Punch, I believe it was Rhino that used it in a tournament for the first time. And some trainers looked at it and say, wait a minute, I can make my Shadow Sableye even bulkier while keeping all that attack from the Shadow Boost? That's such a great idea. It became such a strong generalist and a meta staple. The main Ghost in the meta, I'd say.
And I've been enjoying the way Stone Collection has actually gone for Shadow Sableye plus this Shadow Primeape. We know that his Shadow Sableye is a much bulkier one. Shadow Primeape, on the other hand, wins charge attack priority against pretty much every single Pokemon in the meta. How far can Stone Collection go? He is going to be up against a Guzzlord next. That's a good matchup for the Primeape, and not a great matchup for that Shadow Sableye. But as you say, now that most Shadow Sableye seem to be running Drain Punch, it does give it much better coverage into the Dark types that it would otherwise be forced to run Dazzling Gleam for.
And I feel like this is such a double-edged sword team comp by Stone Collection because, of course, Shadow Pokemon use so much pressure when you pivot them well in good matchups. They put in so much work. But then again, if you're stuck in bad matchups, sometimes you have to play around so much. But then again, Stone Collection is one of the main dancers in our circuit and has been piloting them so well. He even got a medal for his efforts.
Yeah, really impressive from Stone Collection. Unfortunately for Fiantiga, he drops out of the tournament. And if you're currently viewing, waiting for your drops, remember that after this stream, we will have the GoFest Chicago broadcast, which you can watch if you want to get involved in some of the prizes from watching that stream for at least 45 minutes.
Yeah, those prizes are so essential. For example, Rage Fist from that Primeape, you need an Elite Charge-Yam or to evolve it in a special event to get it. And that makes that Pokemon going from just a standard fighting type that sometimes gets hard walled by a couple Pokemon like that Azumarill, but Rage Fist in the Shadow variant, you can even power through Azumarill. Triple Rage Fist is just enough to KO the bulky Fairy type.
Now, Stone Collection, he's not a player to rage, but he has absolutely been powering through the competition here in Turin. He's down for an interview with Leah.
Thank you indeed. I am joined by, I think at this point, Medal Collection. Robin, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling, I don't know, I cannot describe it. It's, I feel amazing.
You've been a dominant force in Pokemon Go PvP for years now, but this season, something seems different. You won a tournament and another medal now. What changed?
I think the amount of tournaments I went to actually increased. So I did every single European tournament. I did the ICs, so LAIC and EIC I always do, but I'll be there next week in NAIC. And I also travel to take part in Toronto and Seattle. So maybe it's just that I'm playing more, maybe. that's the reason I'm more consistent. I don't know, maybe.
Well, if you play more, you win more tournaments. It's also more practice. Now, what I find very interesting about your teams is that you are very loyal to some picks. Doesn't matter if the season changes. You are running Rainy Castform again. Talk me through it. Why?
Rainy Castform, that's a pick that Frika and I worked on for Utrecht, because in Utrecht the meta was still like full of forages. I mean, Rainy Castform is not that good against forages, but there were a lot like Licky Lickies, there were a lot of Togekiss, there were a lot of Quagsire, and Castform is a pick that's the bulk is fine, but it deals constant damage, so it's not like all or nothing. There's a lot of Pokemon that either knock out the opponent completely or don't do anything. Like, for example, Tinkaton. If you no-shielded Bulldoze, it's okay. If you no-shielded Gigaton Hammer, you're pretty much knocked out. So we were looking for a pick that's viable, kind of viable, and is just consistent. So we agreed on Castform. We practiced it. We wanted to use Lantern in the beginning because it has better bulk and better typing, but it wouldn't reach, or it doesn't have enough attack to confront the meta. And also it paces way slower, so Lantern needs 15 for each serve, and Rainy Castform does 12, 12, 11, so it has way better pacing.
Weather Ball is just such an amazing, efficient attack. But you have another water type on your team. You have the Shadow Quagsire. In the last tournament with Aquatail Mud Bomb, I would have said, yeah, of course, that makes sense. But in this one, this is maybe the meta of Altaria and Jumpluff, so why are you still running it?
Yeah, I decided on Quagsire with Mud Bomb because looking at the team, I was kind of weak to Empoleon and maybe also a bit to Tinkaton. And although Quagsire can outperform Tinkaton even without Mud Bomb, it's way more dominant. And yeah, also Empoleon was a huge problem, I think, in Prague and in Utrecht. So I was like, yeah, what can I do to be better against it? So I removed my Togekiss, and before the meta change happened, I actually wanted to use Corsola. But everybody was picking up Shadow Sableye because of Nether Beefens, so I was like, I can't bring this here. And Kaifia, who I'm housing with and I'm gonna be playing next, actually told me just play Sableye.
Sableye is good, and you have had good results with it in the past as well. Now let's talk about the matchup that you just played versus Fiantiga. In the last game, there was a Poliwrath lead. Poliwrath, not the most meta pick, but it was quite some trouble for your team. What goes through your mind when you see it?
Yeah, I was actually scared of him bringing Poliwrath as a lead. And I was like, yeah, when I saw lead, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get wrecked here. But, I mean, turns out I don't know what he expected in the back, maybe a Tinkaton. So he played really conservatively, and I mean, he even did an aggressive switch with the Poliwrath into my Quagsire to catch the Aquatail, which was fine for me because I knew I needed 2 moves anyway. So I knew that if he does that, I'm fine. If there's Altaria in the back and he just RPSs me, aligns my Quagsire into Altaria, I was like, yeah, there's no way. But in the end, it worked out. I was happy for that switch. And yeah, sometimes you have to be lucky, right?
That's definitely true. But is there a Pokemon in this meta that you really do not want to see with your team? Because you just mentioned RPS a little bit. Is there one core breaker that you want to avoid?
I mean, if you've seen my game against Anikor, who I was also housing with, and yeah, the Fearow kind of messes my team up. And I don't know if there's any Fearow left. Do you know?
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I hope there's not, because I can't handle it. It's too strong.
What about the Hisuian Electrode, though? That also looked very strong into your team.
Yeah, it disables Quagsire and my Rainy Castform. But I think because Sableye can boost its defenses with the Drain Punch, and I think the other picks were quite neutrally. For example, Lickitung and even Tinkaton, although the typing is not that good. Gigaton Hammer being resisted into Electrode. Still, it does like, I think, 60%. And if they want to hurt my Tinkaton, they have to throw Wild Charges, debuffing themselves. So I was like, yeah, this is fine.
You can definitely handle it. Stone, you are making one more deep run again in this season, last European tournament of the season. Do you have any shoutouts to make?
Yeah, shoutouts to my roommates, Kaifia and Anikor. Of course, I'm gonna beat Kaifia now. Yeah, and Frika for the teams, and yeah, my friends, family watching, everybody, and yeah, probably my barber that I'm going tomorrow too. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Getting that slick cut. All right, thank you so much, Stone Collection. We are just ahead of the next battles. Top 4 are already determined, so we're going back to the caster's desk.
Absolutely love that from Stone Collection. Really insightful interview. And he did promise me, he said, if I get a medal here in Turin, I will go and get a haircut. And I think that that is absolutely for the greater good. Do you reckon he could rock the jocks?
I mean, I think anyone could rock the jocks, but no one likes jocks to rock it. But I'll say some with so much, and some with so little.
There we go. Well, Stone Collection up against Kaufia. They are rooming together this weekend. So who's going to go home in tears and who's going to go home with the better lid? We'll find out.
Pretty much who's gonna sleep in the sofa, am I right? Because
so it wouldn't be the first time for Stone Collection. I think there's a famous story, for those of you that don't know, that there was an event where he wasn't able to get accommodation in time. He slept on a park bench and then he ended up doing pretty well.
I mean, I remember that, but I feel like that gave him some endurance to realize that if I'm willing to sleep on a park bench for it, I can beat any adversity in these tournaments. And he's been going so far, tournament after tournament after tournament. Like,
yeah, please don't do this at home. Make sure you get your bookings. But speaking of losers, let's take a look at the losers side of the bracket, where we have progressed all day today here in Turin, and we are at the final stages now. Stone Collection is going to play against Kaufia. The winner of that match will play the loser of the winners finals, Pataman and Chris, to be played later on. The loser will drop down, play the winner of Stone and Kaufia before we start to progress towards the grand finals here in Turin.
Of course, interesting to point out that both these trainers came from the winners bracket. They won their respective groups, and they had a grueling lower bracket run. Kaufia, for example, had to beat the likes of Anacor. That gave so much problem for Silicon. So I guess he kind of has to thank Stone Collection to not be facing Anacor, because that Firo got some hands.
Yeah, Firo is out of the tournament, and Stone Collection will be happy to hear it. The flyer that he's going to be up against is Corviknight, but it's that Shadow Sableye Guzzlord core of Kaufia that's seen him rise to success so far this weekend.
And of course, he's going to be happy that both his double water core of Quagsire and Castor are so well protected from that Cradily, because Primeape has a very dominant matchup since Cradily is so slow to get to its move, and Ticketant walls its entire energy.
Now, we mentioned the Mud Bomb of Shadow Quagsire being useful against Poliwrath. There is another Pokemon that it's going to be helpful against, and that is the Empoleon of Kaufia. Tinkaton, another Pokemon that I would really like to see more of in this game. That Gigaton Hammer is just so strong, even when resisted. Corviknight, one of the best answers to Tinkaton, but Gigaton Hammer still puts in work.
And I think that Mud Bomb Quagsire is going to be able to put in some work, because most of the flyers that Stone Collection has been facing resist both Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb. But Corviknight takes neutral from it, meaning that Quagsire can be rather flexible in this matchup. Even versus the likes of Cradily, it does resist the Acid. It does have to avoid that energy ball from that Kanto Ninetales.
Cradily, one of Kaufia's favorite Pokemon, and the Pokemon it'll be looking to avoid is that Shadow Primeape. Both Guzzlord and Cradily will really struggle against the fighting pressure and the ice pressure of Shadow Primeape. Let's see how Kaufia adjusts. The other thing to look out for is their classic Kaufia stare. When he throws a charge attack, when he shields a charge attack, you'll often see him fixing eyes with his opponent, trying to play that mental game as well. The players look ready to go. We are locked in. Shadow Kanto Ninetales, it gets the lead it wants. It's up against Tinkaton.
And of course, Kanto Ninetales is one of the Pokemon get at pace as fast as Primeape. So here comes the Licky Licky safe swap instead. It would be able to tank and Weather Ball, but it's going to chunk. The Shadow variant, it packs up a punch.
Licky Licky coming in. It will still sponge a lot of this damage and start to slowly ramp up. Body slams would be resisted by the incoming Corviknight, so forcing the Stone Collection to go for these Shadow Balls.
And of course, Shadow Ball is for neutral, but it does hurt the pacing of this Licky Licky. Corviknight has been proven to be such a tank for Kaufia, and now that the Weather Ball chip came through, it puts this Licky Licky in payback range, so Kaufia can overfarm ever so slightly and then deploy that payback.
We've not seen a lot of Corviknight so far this weekend, but we do have one in the medal placements. This was a Pokemon that was absolutely dominating the scene last season. Still to be questioned whether it deserves to be top of the meta, still implying such a good defensive typing, and the brilliant pacing of Air Cutter allows it to put a lot of pressure. Tinkaton, despite its attacks being resisted by the Corviknight, also resists the Air Cutter and payback in response.
I feel like this is such an interesting play by Stone Collection, because now you can gather up a lot of energy versus Corviknight. Corviknight won't want to switch out because that's the Sableye in the back that wants to avoid the Tinkaton at all costs. Payback is reached, a parting payback, but it's resisted by the Fairy type. Double Bulldoze will be coming through versus that Ninetales.
And this is the interesting thing. Tinkaton is able to sponge an absolute ton of damage from this Corviknight, fully load up on energy, and now these super effective bulldozers will start to land on the Ninetales. They're not particularly powerful, but they do come with a chance of a defense drop.
And of course, if the defense buff comes through like has been coming for Stone Collection time and time again this tournament, that plot armor coming through, Bulldoze would threaten a knockout. Here comes the protection from K9.
Kanto Ninetales will be able to get to that Weather Ball before the Tinkaton is able to get to another Bulldoze. So Shadow Primate comes in to start to put a little bit of pressure onto Calpia's Kanto Ninetales. Weather Ball will do a lot of damage in return to the Shadow Primate, and it's met by this Shadow Sableye that resists the fighting type damage but takes neutral from these Rage Fists.
And of course, Stone Collection here will want to delay the switch call to potentially bring back that Tinkaton in versus the Sableye. Sableye already has a Drain Punch load. He's going to throw it. We've seen so much damage this does into a Shadow Primate. It's gonna go no shit. Can he tank it to reach another move? I don't think it will. It's so close. Can he reach? It does reach the Rage Fist.
Comfortable hold for that Shadow Primate, now pressuring the final shield from this Shadow Sableye. But Tinkaton has health, and that's why Calpia doesn't really want to use the Shadow Sableye. Can he hold on? You see him stare at his opponent. It's going to be Ember, Burst, Fairy Wind, but Weather Ball is so fast to pace, and now he's at 2. He has done it. Calpia gives his opponent a smile. Back-to-back means that the first will go shielded, the second will land, and Calpia is about to put his name on the scoreboard here in the losers semi-finals.
Kanto Ninetales met its target, and it's making an appearance, justifying why it's valuable in this meta. Of course, the Shadow variant only really relying on that Weather Ball damage neutrally, but sometimes if those water types come through, Energy Ball will come clutch.
When we looked at the usage at the beginning of day 1 here in Turin, we saw Licky Licky and Shadow Kanto Ninetales and regular Kanto Ninetales ahead of the pack. Licky Licky doesn't want to face Pokemon like Tinkaton. Calpia, he didn't even bring a Licky Licky, he brought a Guzzlord instead. He goes, if I'm going to go weak to Tinkaton, let's go as weak as possible, because I brought one of the best responses to it. This Shadow Kanto Ninetales on the side of Calpia paces so quickly to those Weather Balls, faster than any other fire type we would ever see in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and he's showing just how important that typing and pacing really can be.
And this maybe makes Stone Collection think that on the lead matchup, he needs something that is able to keep up pacing-wise with the Kanto Ninetales, because if I do lead the Tinkaton and I need to switch back, I won't be able to keep up.
The players need to adjust. We're still in a best of 3 format. That means one more win for Calpia will take him forward to play in those losers finals. Stone Collection, on the other hand, needs to win both of these games. If he can get this first one, he will also need to get the second. The players are locked in. They are ready to go. It's a Tinkaton lead again. This time it finds its match. It's up against Shadow Sableye.
And of course here, Calpia does have 2 counters in the back. He tries to go into the Kanto Ninetales, and it's met by the Licky Licky. Smart play by Stone Collection, because he knows, thanks to that Energy Ball coverage, Quagsire isn't that reliable of a check.
Interesting when a Shadow Quagsire can't reliably swap into a Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Licky Licky, on the other hand, can start to add up that rollout pressure, and maybe one Shadow Ball will put real pressure on the shields of Calpia as well. Ninetales, it paces so quickly. It's already at another Weather Ball, and now there is the opportunity for Calpia to shield up this attack from Licky Licky and start to go for an Ember down. Will he put up a first shield?
Calpia trying to play around with the shield. He pulls it up last minute. I believe another Shadow Ball is going to come through, but the Weather Ball is great counting by Calpia, because he knows that Licky Licky will get off that Shadow Ball.
So interestingly, if this Licky Licky throws the Shadow Ball immediately, which it does, that Ember that goes through for this Ninetales means that even if you hard swap into the Quagsire, you would charge attack priority on the Aqua Tail versus the Energy Ball. And that puts Stone Collection in a little bit of a tricky position because he's not going to throw on charge attack priority knowing that that would be the case. He's going to shield up this Energy Ball and continue to farm. I wouldn't be surprised if Calpia now pivots out of this Shadow Kanto Ninetales knowing that it still has value, and he does exactly that. Shadow Saberline now comes in. The difficulty here is that Shadow Quagsires are back-to-back Aqua Tails. The first one will land. I'm expecting a charge attack priority event for the second, where Calpia will win with the foul play because he doesn't want to risk going down. And they actually both do an attack first. The foul play does now come through. This won't threaten a knockout, though.
Stone Collection surprised seeing that Calpia didn't throw the foul play right away. Quagsire just tanky enough to get the move off still. Aqua Tail is going to land, is going to KO this Quagsire, and now the question remains, can the Tinkaton have enough leverage to take out both Kanto Ninetales and the Corviknight?
This is an interesting decision here from Calpia to come back with the Ninetales because it wouldn't have reached a Weather Ball before the Aqua Tail. Not sure if that's a miscount or a calculation because he might be comfortable knowing that Corviknight generally has an okay matchup into Tinkaton. But let me tell you, now that an Aqua Tail has been banked, Tinkaton's Gigaton Hammers will add up. 2 Gigaton Hammers and that Aqua Tail will be enough to take out the Corviknight. Can Calpia hold on with the Corviknight? That's going to be the big question. That's what he needs if he wants to take this game and this series.
And of course, we know that Quagsire is going to win charge attack priority versus that Corviknight. Question is here, though, can Gigaton Hammer add up just enough to get the knockout? Look at that damage. 2 Gigaton Hammers are going to put the Corviknight in Aqua Tail range, I fear.
Look at that. Gigaton Hammer, as you say, does a huge amount of damage, even though it's resisted, and this has been a brilliant addition to Tinkaton's arsenal since its community day, putting on a ton of work, taking Corviknight into the red. And I think the key thing here is because Corviknight just can't really hit back. This payback won't even be enough to take down the Tinkaton. Aqua Tail is still loaded on that Quagsire, and here it comes out. A little bit of a risky option there, if I'm completely honest, because that switch means that you take the sand attack, and you potentially take 2 sand attacks as you throw your attack anyway. So you could have lost that Aqua Tail. Plays off for Stone Collection.
Stone Collection now was able to level the score. This was such a close game, and it was such a risk by Stone Collection. Shadow Ninetales put in so much work into him, and he chose still to lead that Tinkaton. It paid off because it met its foe into the Sableye. Now the question is, will the Tinkaton come back and fear potentially that Shadow Ninetales, or will it be bench and potentially some of the water types coming through to pressure that Shadow Ninetales?
I agree, there needs to be a little bit more respect for that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. And just to give you a little bit more color as to what would have happened, if Tinkaton leads into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, there's a really difficult decision for Stone Collection to make, because bringing in that Quagsire, even though it would outpace to an Aqua Tail, it is in threat of a one-hit knockout from an Energy Ball. And if Calpia was able to manage his energy correctly, that Shadow Kanto Ninetales could have gone to town. Stone Collection might need to make an adjustment if he wants to try and suppress the firepower of Kanto Ninetales. He might bring his Shadow Primate back, because that is a Pokemon that has even better pacing than most of the Pokemon we're seeing so far in this meta, and could give Stone Collection a step up in this final game of 3.
Stone Collection was with the nervous laughter. He's having a good time with his friend on stage, but the stakes are so high right now. Another placement in the losers finals on the way. We get the Primate Bleed into the Sableye. This is a very interesting matchup. Of course, the Stone Collection doesn't want to figure that out. He's going to come into the Licky Licky safe swap.
Foul play coming in first. This will do a decent chunk of damage. Licky Licky is very, very bulky, double resisting these Shadow Claws. It is able to take 2 attacks. There wasn't a Drain Punch there, so the Sableye isn't interesting in boosting its defenses. It's going to dip straight out into the Corviknight.
Corviknight has shown his defensive prowess with the Steel Flying type, and of course its natural bulk. He's able to tank multiple neutral moves from that Licky Licky. Now it can build up a lot of energy because this Licky Licky is already in payback range. It does have to watch out for that pacing though.
One more Shadow Ball lands, the Corviknight back into the red. It seems to be doing most of its work when it's in this health range, and it's farming up all the way up to this payback. This will comfortably take down the Licky Licky, and Stone Collection is going to let it go.
And now the question is, did the Corviknight farm just enough energy to be able to outpace this Primeape? Primeape comes through, not before an air cutter comes through from the Corviknight, gonna pressure the Protect Shield out of this Primeape.
It's the first air cutter. Its attack isn't boosted, but Primeape doesn't want to take that super effective damage. And now the Karate Chops will take out the Corviknight and load up a Rage Fist for this Shadow Primeape. But an instant pivot into the Rainy Cast form, anticipating the Kanto Ninetales. But Kalfia will be delighted to see that the Ninetales is protected in the back. The difficulty is he cannot pivot it, so Shadow Sableye is going to do all the work here. It's got 2 shields to hide behind, so it looks pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I believe the Shadow Sableye will have to put up the Protect Shield because this is not a comfortable Ember down range for that Kanto Ninetales. The Protect Shield come through. Kaifia was leaning to press on that Drain Punch, but instead choosing to throw the foul play, maybe potentially fearing Drain Punch wouldn't be enough. Castform has a decision to make. Will it put the Protect Shield? No. All chips on Primeape.
This is going to be tricky now. There is a shield apiece. Energy head start on this Primeape. Rage Fist will be enough to get a knockout. Its charge attack priority. If you shield here, that means you will not have a shield available for a boosted Rage Fist later. Drain Punch only boosts your own defense. So if this Primeape shields, which of course it will, it then is able to farm up again. Will a double boosted Rage Fist be enough to take out the Ninetales? Let's find out.
I think Kanto Ninetales needs to charge attack priority versus the Primeape. I believe a single boosted Rage Fist won't be enough, and that's what Kaifia read. Being able to charge attack priority with the Weather Ball means the second Rage Fist won't come through. Kaifia is smiling because he's seeing that he's got his place on the losers finals thanks to this Kanto Ninetales putting in so much work for the Stone Collection.
Really smart play there from Kaifia. If he had stayed in with that Shadow Sableye, there would have been another attack stage boost on the Primeape. He didn't let that happen. Comes in with the Kanto Ninetales, confident that although he loses charge attack priority, that charge attack priority would prevent Stone Collection from throwing back-to-back Rage Fists. Kaifia has put his name into the losers finals.
And Kaifia matches his highest ever positioning in an official tournament. Of course, he's known for getting that 3rd place finish in UIC a couple years ago, and now gets at least a bronze medal. He's gonna be waiting for the battle of the 2 Spanish brothers to see who comes to meet him, but he's on top form. I believe he's still a threat to get the win here in Turin.
Really smartly played by Kaifia, and it just shows how fast these matches can pivot. If you thought that Stone Collection had Kaifia in a bind, you would be wrong. Kaifia showing how strong of a player he is. He's got his medal. He wants to go further. He's going to have an opportunity as he prepares for those losers finals. But for now, he's going to have an opportunity to also sit back and watch some of the best players in the game. We're preparing ourselves for Pataman up against Chris.
Of course, offensively, this Kanto Ninetales put in so much work versus the team of Stone Collection core breaking that Water plus Tinkaton core, but Corviknight, I believe, was also the star of the show because it was able to neutralize that Licky safe swap that has been so reliable for Stone Collection, but being able to comfortably tank 2 Shadow Balls and deploy heavy damage with that payback proved to pay dividends here for Kaifia.
Now, at the beginning of this match, I questioned, should Shadow Kanto Ninetales be put on Fraud Watch? But this seemed to be the match where it really did shine, when it finally gets to line up against Pokemon like that Tinkaton that otherwise would really threaten to knock the Corviknight out of the sky. Kaifia putting a Shadow Kanto Ninetales not just into the medals, but potentially one stage further. Potentially, it will have a chance to feature in this weekend's Grand Finals.
And of course, this might have been one of the rare situations where an air cutter from Corviknight can pull a Protect Shield. That proved vital for the end game because there was no Protect Shield for this Primeape to hide behind the wrath of this Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Kanto Ninetales that had to move so fast into that Primeape because it moved 1 second later, double Rage Fist will be coming through.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the pacing of Shadow Primeape. It reaches just in 8 turns, it can reach that Rage Fist. And for much of last season and seasons beforehand, that put it 1 step ahead. Now, we saw that Paula brought the Shadow Politoed that has the same pacing, but Shadow Kanto Ninetales, let's take another look at that Pokemon, because Ember into Weather Ball has given it great pacing for a long time, but now that it also has 5 Embers to an Energy Ball, the coverage it needs against Water Pokemon is here.
Of course, these Bug Steel Pokemons like the Fortress or, for example, Tinkaton with the Fairy Steel typing love to be protected by those Water types. But Kanto Ninetales has become a pseudo grass type per se, because it puts so much pressure into that core. Even if you, for example, safe swap a water type of Feraligatr, let's say, into the Kanto Ninetales, since that turn advantage is so crucial, it's going to be able to throw that energy ball.
And not just that, the fact that you are able to bait with the Weather Ball, even in even shield scenarios from 0 energy against a Feraligatr, if you can draw 1 shield from a Weather Ball bait, you will still then outpace the energy ball. That will knock out particularly a Shadow Feraligatr. So Shadow Kanto Ninetales in the right meta could go really, really hard. It just needs to avoid those Dragon-type Pokemon.
Yeah, it has such a high compression roll that I feel like the meta adjusted a bit around it. Those Dragon types were a bit outside of the meta, because as we saw on the graphics, for example, for Indianapolis, there were even 4 Fairy types in the top 12. That's crazy. That was never seen before. But even then, Kanto Ninetales put in so much pressure that Altaria had to make a return into the top of the usage.
So Shadow Kanto Ninetales, definitely one to build. If you haven't got it already, you might need an elite fast TM for that Ember attack, but it's definitely worth it. But I think you've heard enough from me and Jox for now. We have something special for you with Lou and Leo.
Something special indeed. We're reaching that part of the tournament where it's just the losers finals, the winners finals, and then the grand finals. These are best of 5 sets, so we want to make sure our trainers get a lot of rest and get to focus in ahead of the final stage of the competition. So now we're going to give you a little bit of hot takes with Lou and Leo, where we find a way to pretend we are not stating the obvious. Leo, what hot take have you got for today to kick us off?
So my first hot take is, I think actual hot take. Ledian has the best defensive typing in the game. Right now, you see so many trainers, so many Pokemon fainting to ground-type charge attacks. Let's take, for example, Stunfisk or Forretress. They use ground-type attacks, so Ledian actually triple resists ground typing. So I think might be the best Pokemon in the meta defensively.
It's just not one that our trainers have picked up on this weekend, but that's a hot take from Leo. From me, we're always talking about the mud boys of the game, and we know that these water and ground types are always out there, but if you cast your mind back to the very first game that happened on the course of this weekend, there was a Gastrodon, an East Coast Gastrodon no less, and that's a special thing to note. It's one of these Pokemon that can take a lot of attacks, it can deal out some great damage. Mudslap may not be what it used to be, but it is still viable. If Wigglytuff can be viable, then Gastrodon can still be too, and I think a lot of trainers are sleeping on it. Possibly going into the next tournament, you want to pick it back up.
Yeah, Wigglytuff is super viable, especially now that you hit Earth Power. After 5 Mudslaps, you can use this Gastrodon to full potential. Next hot take. Shadow Starmie is actually insane. And I think it really is, because against some important Pokemon from the meta, you can have a Psy-Wave breakpoint, meaning if you have enough attack on your Starmie, Shadow Starmie that is, you're gonna deal 1 more damage per Psy-Wave. And that comes really clutch in matchups like Empoleon or Clodsire.
I think these water types are definitely a hot topic of conversation, and water is good in Pokemon Go. Whether it's going to be Azumarill, Empoleon, or even the Seeking, a lot of these trainers are picking up a water type, so you need to have coverage. You need to make sure you've maybe got your Stunfisk with those Thunder Shocks, even the cast form with a Thunder.
You know what water is also good at? Hydration. If you're playing these big, long tournament days, make sure you are plenty hydrated, because otherwise you will lose your mind. You cannot focus anymore, and then you will make misplays.
So you need to make sure to stay hydrated. Also, viewers at home, good for you to take note of that as well. Sticking with the water theme, you can't spell Seeking without King. It's potentially a Pokemon that's going to go all the way. It's reigning supreme in the oceans as it is. And across this weekend in Turin, it's also been a #1 superstar. So another hot take to bear in mind for the future.
Seeking might try to be the king, but I think that Kingdra is actually reigning the oceans right now. We saw it as normal Kingdra and Shadow Kingdra. The fast attack pressure that it has is magnificent. You have good access to water coverage in Surf, but outpacing other Pokemon with Swift is just sublime.
We're going to leave the ocean behind and we're going to move forever forwards into the new Pokemon of this meta, and the #1 standout, Jox and Fareed were just talking about it, is this Ninetales. Fiery, incredible Pokemon, so majestic, so beautiful. The Embers getting it all fired up to go for a powerful Weather Ball or an Energy Ball to take down those water types. Ninetales shows no fear.
Coming in even hotter, even if it doesn't have anything to do with fire types, is Fearow. Super fast paced. Now actually beats so many other Pokemon when it's used as a safe swap because it outpaces other Pokemon to Drill Run, hitting for super effective damage. Fearow is strong.
I think as well, you've got that fire, Fearow. I'm noticing a theme, the letter F. And if we're going into that mystical world of the alphabet, let's take a look at Pokemon Padaman. I'm sensing a connection.
Padaman might be the perfect Pokemon player.
He might indeed be. He is in winners finals after all with a Mightyena. This might actually be a hot take coming into this weekend. Not a Pokemon I had on my radar, but one I'm going to keep an eye on forevermore. Those sucker punches just coming out of nowhere and taking you down.
Next hot take, when we're talking about Spain, the land of the sun, perhaps, I don't even know if that's true, but his opponent in the winners final is going to be Chris, his friend for such a long time. And now Chris wants to prove that he is the better Pokemon player.
I think that actually brings us perfectly out of our hot takes. Glasses up, Leo. We're back into caster mode because the tournament is about to continue. So we're going to get going and we're going to get you to the Pokemon action.
Was needing, and thank you for those hot takes. Were so hot actually that I actually need to a sip of my water. Thank you so much, Lou and Leo. And of course, what do you think of some of those hot takes? I mean, Shadow Starmie, of course, maybe it can do enough damage versus Shadow Sableye, surely, right? There has to be so much attack you can reach that you actually do something in that matchup.
I like Shadow Starmie. Do you know what? I think that they were just masking some of their takes under this guise of hot takes so that you wouldn't know if they were ironic or not. But Shadow Starmie, I think it's good.
Man, maybe that's just a hidden way to diss you a bit, but I'm looking forward to see you proving them wrong in the Go Battle League.
Yeah, just you wait, guys. Just you wait.
And of course, hot takes. We are out of hot takes because on Scream we have two of the best, and it's not a hot take. They do deserve to be here, though. There's a lot on this match of the line because these two trainers have claimed before that they are best friends, that they team build together, that they inspire each other. But now, who gets the bragging rights?
Well, honestly, it looks like they may have team built together for this event as well. 4 of the same Pokemon. Primeape Primeape and Furip are the only differences on Chris's side against the Shadow Fortress and the Shadow Mightyena for Pataman. But Furip is another Sucker Punch user, so the only real difference there that we're seeing is that Primeape and Shadow Fortress in terms of offensive pressure. Shadow Mightyena, we have to say, it is the better Sucker Punch user. And I was actually looking earlier to see if I could build my own. I don't actually have one built, so definitely one for you at home if you don't have it. Pataman's about to show you why you should change that.
You gotta eye it on those Team Rocket runs, the dark types that have that Shadow Poochyena available. Kind of interesting that you mentioned 4 of the picks are the same, but Chris has a pick in the Trailblaze Ferret that loses to both Fortress and the Mightyena because of the resistances of both the charge attacks or the fast attack, depending on who you're speaking about, and of course that Primeape that beats both of them. So maybe Chris was potentially eyeing this matchup whenever he was team building. I'm going to share a bit of my team, but I may have the secret source versus yours.
Yeah, and it's interesting here that Chris's Primeape is going to be a regular, I believe, not a Shadow. Let's bear in mind, though, that the Furret does have grass coverage, and that does give it better play into the Univern Stunfisk and into the Seaking on Pataman's side. Chris looks like he's already ready to go. Pataman has locked in as well. This winners finals is a best of 5, remember, so let's get straight underway with game number 1.
Of course, we have the Altaria Mirror. They not only team build together, but apparently think alike. Similar team comps, Altaria Mirror coming through. And we gotta look into the backlines. What do you think each of the trainers want to do? I believe Chris wants to avoid that Mightyena with the Ferret at all costs.
Altaria Mirror is tricky because one Sky Attack starts to put you in range where you can maybe shield and just Dragon Breath down, but it is going to be a decision for these players on how they want to pivot in the backline because Mightyena definitely usually needs shields if it wants to see success.
And now Pataman is at back-to-back Sky Attack. The question is, will Chris hop to throw his move, or will he attempt a catch? No, he doesn't attempt a catch of the Sky Attack, resisted on the electric type.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Chris pivots out into the Univern Stunfisk, doesn't allow the energy of that Altaria to land anywhere meaningful, and now the Shadow Mightyena gets to hit the field.
Of course, Stunfisk space is a bit faster than that Mightyena, so it already has double Mud Bomb reach. Patoman should do overfarm a lot, potentially trying to use 2 Protect Shields to cover this Mightyena. Choose to no shield instead, trusting the bulk of the Mightyena. Takes that move quite well. On charge attack priority, it does use the crunch.
Now, Poison Fang is a poison type attack that's resisted by the ground typing of Univan Stunfisk. Crunch would have been enough to knock out the Protect Shield, goes up correctly, and now a discharge is going to be thrown that will take down this Mightyena.
Patoman thinking through. He does use the shield on the Mightyena. He was a bit more chipped. And here comes the Sky Attack that was banked earlier on, trying to get this Mightyena out of the field. Question is, will Mightyena double shields, trying to sucker punch through this Altaria?
Wow, generally speaking, players usually let Pokemon that are already in the red go down when a charge attack is thrown, but Patoman believes there is still so much more work that his Shadow Mightyena can do. And now a Poison Fang is thrown when Univan Stunfisk is in the red. And now Chris is the one that is Protect Shielding his Pokemon deep in the low health.
This was charge attack priority, so Stunfisk will be able to throw this discharge because the Poison Fang that was banked on the Mightyena won't be able to be used. Now Fortress in the end game versus the Ferret. Will it be able to debuff the Ferret just enough? This Unova Stunfisk won't be able to reach a move because of the Poison Fang, and now Fortress is a bit ahead on energy versus the pacey Ferret.
This is a good position for Patoman. Let's bear in mind that both charge attacks on this Ferret are resisted by the Shadow Fortress, and even more so when the Rock Tomb lands and lowers the attack of the Ferret.
And of course, the fast move pressure on Patoman's team is incredible. Does get that Rock Tomb just before the Trailblaze. Trailblaze is going to raise the attack, but it's back to normal because it was debuffed by the Rock Tomb.
Now, there isn't really much hope here for Chris, as these bug bites will add up even before the Ferret is able to reach a Swift. Chris's Ferret goes down, and Patoman takes game number 1 of these winners finals.
And Chris might be thinking, I was able to nullify your Altaria energy, and Mightyena and Fortress's pressure was so much that even with that advantage, my Unovan Stunfisk couldn't do enough. Question is now, will the Primate potentially come through? Because it does resist the heavy fast move pressure of both Fortress and the Mightyena.
Yeah, bear in mind, but because this is a regular Primeape, it might not take as much damage from that Shadow Fortress bug bite as we saw from a Shadow Primeape. But Ferret really didn't have anywhere to maneuver. Both Fortress and Shadow Mightyena have strong matchups into it. Will Patoman continue to suppress the flexibility of Ferret, or will he make an adjustment, anticipating an adjustment on the side of Chris as well?
And I'm so surprised by the team choice by Patoman. Of course, he chose to play that mirror out, right, with the Altarias, but what if there was a Primeape in the back? Team reading comes through here because there wasn't indeed, but now that's where the mind games come through. Will the Primeape come up? And if the Primeape come up, will the Seeking with that pack pressure come through as well?
Yeah, we've seen Seeking a number of times being used as an answer to the opposing Primeape. Will we see it as an answer again right now? There is the Primeape. Bear in mind, because this is a regular Primeape, not a Shadow, the Ice Punch won't threaten a knockout on an Altaria, and so Patoman is happy to stay in and take shields potentially with Sky attacks before it's able to do so. The first Ice Punch is coming through.
First Ice Punch coming through, getting the Protect Shield out of the Altaria. Of course, the Dragon Breaths are adding up. This Primeape is so slowly but surely getting his HP reduced. Another Sky Attack! Catch Chris's and Patoman's head!
Lightning usually doesn't strike twice, but Chris's Univan Stunfisk begs to differ. The electric ground-type Pokemon coming out and taking that Sky Attack. Patoman looks like he's going to charge up a ton of energy, but he's not actually pivoting out either. He's going up to maximum energy and forcing energy instead from Chris. An interesting decision here.
Discharge coming through, and now I wonder if Patoman will store all this Altaria energy to be able to deal with the Primeape later on. In comes the Shadow Fortress. The Fortress is gonna bug bite all the way through, not before a couple of Mud Bombs that are gonna come through.
Mud Bomb will put a decent amount of pressure onto the Shadow Fortress. Shadow Fortress as a bug and steel type takes neutral from those, and with the Thunder Shocks, maybe one more Mud Bomb wouldn't be able to take it out, and so Chris is going to go for a double discharge instead.
Double discharge coming through if Patoman chooses to not throw his Sand Tomb after one turn. I believe not discharge coming through. Say that again. Chris catches one more time.
Look at that. So many catches for Chris. And Patoman can do nothing but respect the caliber of opponent he is up against. Chris doing everything he can to take advantage. And now, although another Sand Tomb is reached, Rock Tomb is not going to be able to be thrown. A huge advantage for Chris here.
But of course now with the Sand Tomb debuff that was knockout on the outside. This Sky Attack will do meaningful damage. First Sky Attack coming through from Patoman, and he has another one just ready. Will it be thrown? It is indeed. Will pressure the shield out of Chris.
Shield going up for Chris. Altaria putting in a ton of work on either side. Seeking in the back for Patoman. Still that Primeape available. And now we've got some more energy being thrown. Taken out this Altaria from the side of Patoman. And he's going to put everything on the back of his Water-type Pokemon.
Seeking now as a chance to build up a bit of energy. Here comes the Primeape trying to avoid that farm round. Rage Fist is locked and loaded. Gonna throw the first one. Since it's the non-shadow variant, it won't put that much of a dent. No shield by Patoman.
I think Seeking is not that far away, maybe a couple more pecks away from a drill run that will take out the Primeape. He won't want to throw on charge attack priority. Instead, he's going to shield and fully peck down and try and use his energy into the backline. Let's bear in mind that one Icy Wind will take out the Altaria and one drill run should be enough to take out the Univan Stunfisk. So Patoman might still come out on top in this game.
There's still a shield for Chris here. The first move is coming through, shield deployed. I believe Patoman has that back-to-back. Will he throw it, and will Chris read into this, potentially try to catch on Altaria? No, it was indeed charged that priority, and that's gonna clip the Seeking out of the field of battle. Chris is able to tie up the score.
Brilliantly played by Chris. The shield retention until the end. Perfect for that Univan Stunfisk. Brilliantly executed, and now it is one game apiece.
Chris is playing out of his mind right now, and maybe not out of his mind, just in his own skin. People call him Patoman's friend for the longest. This season, he said, this is the first season I'm going to heavily invest, and he's proving he's one of the best trainers Europe has to offer. He's not Patoman's friend, he is Chris.
4 medals already this season, but one, the color is still to be determined. This is a best of 5 series. That means you need 3 wins to progress to the grand finals here in Turin. The loser will drop down and play against Kaufia in the losers finals.
Patoman has been here before time and time again. A number of first place finishes, a bunch of second place finishes. But Chris might be his hardest foe yet, because he knows how Patoman runs. Let's see who gets the advantage here on game number 3.
Yeah, locked in for game number 3. It's the Shadow Fortress again for Patoman. It's up against the Primeape. Let's see how much this Bug Bite damage really does. Patoman is choosing to stay in, and honestly, those Bug Bites still start to shred. Primeape is such a fragile Pokemon.
And Chris is able to catch Patoman, weak to Primeape in the lead, and in the back there's a Shadow Mightyena lurking. Seeing that Patoman is staying in with that Bug Bite for this might give some indication to Chris on what's in the back.
Now, you don't need to shield this Sand Tomb, and you can pull a shield away with the Rage Fist if you need to. Alternatively, Patoman might let the Fortress go down, knowing that the Mightyena has one of its hardest matchups taken off the field, essentially.
And investing instead on the Fortress, but Chris doesn't want to find that out. In comes the Univan Stunfisk. I believe it did not come quite fast enough. Here comes the Sand Tomb. It's going to be super effective damage, and it's going to lower the defense of this Univan Stunfisk.
Sand Tomb will be super effective, but it's not a particularly hard-hitting attack. However, that drop to the defense is exactly what is perfect to set up this Shadow Mightyena, which relies on its fast attack pressure. 2 discharges should be enough to knock out the Mightyena, but it's going to go shielded the first one anyway, and Univan Stunfisk, there's no way it's going to reach 3.
I like the recognition by Chris that one move wouldn't be enough to get the knockout. Instead, trying to go for triple discharge. Patoman hoping to potentially, with the Sand Tomb debuff, trying to Sucker Punch all the way down this Stunfisk. I believe he's going to be able to get it. This Mightyena is absolutely loaded, but Chris has 2 protect shields.
Poison Fang, often the attack of choice on a Mightyena when it needs to guarantee a hit. But this is an interesting position, and it looks like Mightyena is forced to throw into this Primeape. Primeape, can it reach a Rage Fist if it can hang on to a Sucker Punch? But there's also catch options available.
Of course, Patoman trying to get rid of this Primeape, so deploys all of the energy of this Mightyena, but now there's that Altaria in the back. Altaria potentially can go for the full farm down. Let's see if Patoman does allow it. Now in comes the Seeking. Seeking has that Icy Wind cover, super effective into the Flying Dragon type.
And I like this. Sky Attack lands on this Seeking before Icy Wind can be thrown. The next Sky Attack should be able to be reached before Seeking can reach another Icy Wind. Icy Wind double super effective against Altaria. It'll do a ton of damage, and that is why Patoman is going for the Drill Run bait. He knows his only win condition is to charge attack priority on the Icy Wind. And now this is going to be a race that I think Seeking might just win. It is charge attack priority. Brilliantly played by Patoman.
Patoman, the Spanish prodigy, learning, understanding his wind connection. That bait was so crucial. Gets off this icy wind bait and gets the icy wind off. It deals a massive damage on the Altaria, and I don't believe it has what it takes to hang on with the Fortress and the Mightyena.
Superbly played by Patoman. His only win condition was to try and land an icy wind on the Altaria. It takes 6 pecks to reach an icy wind, but only 5 to reach the newly buffed drill run. And that bait, Patoman knew there's no point charging. If this drill run's not shielded, I've lost anyway. Everything relies on this bait, and he pulled it off to perfection.
And of course, that energy reduction on the drill run before, it had the same energy as Icy Wind. We saw that showcased in the UIC meta that Patoman also won, of course. But we know now that with the drill run bait, you're able to save ever so slightly that extra pack that you needed that allowed that charge attack priority. The damage was hit on the Altaria, allowing it to be farmed down even by the Bug Bite Fortress.
One more win for Patoman and he will take this series. Chris is playing brilliantly. I mean, if I'm honest, it does occasionally look like his fast attacks are slightly behind where he'd expect them to be. He's taking maybe 1 turn longer each time he's coming in. I'm not sure if that's really making a difference at the moment, but he has his back against the wall here. If he wants to progress on the winner side of the bracket, he'll need both games to be won for him if he wants to progress straight to those grand finals.
And so interesting that even though there's that primate pressure on the team of Chris, Patoman is not afraid of using Bug Bite Fortress as a potential primate counter. Let's see if it meets its check. Bug Bite Fortress does meet the Altaria, and that's a very reliable check as well.
Great matchup for the Altaria with Flamethrower. It can absolutely knock out a Shadow Fortress. Univan Stunfisk comes in as a safe swap, and finally Furret gets a matchup that it really likes to see. Super effective Trailblaze available to it, but not before a Mud Bomb's going to land.
Of course, the first Trailblaze not being same type attack bones won't put that much of a dent on the Univan Stunfisk. Stunfisk has a bit of an energy lead and will be able to pace to at least 2 Mud Bombs. Can it reach a third before Furret gets to the Swift?
Furret charging up, and the Sucker Punch will now start to do a little bit more damage, but perhaps not enough to get a full farm down before the Univan Stunfisk reaches 2 attacks. The first one is going to come through, and now the Furret does have an attack loaded. So once this lands, either Chris gets the opportunity to shield and throw a Swift. He's going to just throw it straight away. So he's going to make sure that this Univan Stunfisk leaves the field. Patoman with an undercharge on the discharge there, hoping that he can come in with his Mightyena and get a greater Sucker Punch down. Chris isn't going to allow that, so he's going to come in with his Altaria. It was actually the Fortress that came in versus the Furret. Now the Mightyena comes in versus this Altaria. Fortress is going to be free in the back. It's just going to have to face that Univan Stunfisk. And with shields up, Shadow Mightyena beats most of the unresisted meta.
Of course, Poison Fang will come in clutch as well, because being able to reduce the defense of the Altaria is going to be able to do well in this 2-shield matchup. Here comes another Sky Attack from the Altaria, and Patoman invested double shield into the Mightyena.
Heavy investment into Shadow Mightyena can often go a long way, particularly when the crunches from this Mightyena cannot be resisted on the side of Chris. But you're going to need to throw energy here. Poison Fang would lower the defense, and Chris is going to save shields for his Pokemon in the back. Altaria has done more than enough work. Now Univan Stunfisk comes in. 1 Poison Fang bait will guarantee a defense drop. Will Chris call it? This is a pretty big shield decision, potentially.
Shield, Chris does indeed shield the Poison Fang, but he has a silver lining. He has still that Furret in the back that potentially cleared the debuff. Another Poison Fang coming through now. That was debuff. This time Chris calls it. That is trying his best to get the win out of Patoman, but that's a Shadow Fortress in the back. And now, with no Protect Shields for either side, I wonder what he can do.
Double defense dropped. He does need to think about a pivot into the Furret to clear that debuff. Otherwise, these Bug Bites are going to do a ton of damage. They are absolutely shredding through this Fortress. Chris is going to try and charge up as much energy as possible. He's going to shield this Sand Tomb, and then does he now pivot into the Furret, or does he just stay in, knowing that the Fortress still needs to charge up a ton? I actually would just stay in at this point. Just go for double attacks, and then you might get enough. Discharge is going to land. 1 more discharge after this, and then going into the Furret should be enough for Chris. I think he's in the driving seat here.
Gets double discharge off. This will not be enough to KO.
Oh, he could have thrown
the Mud Bomb. This might be a crucial misplay by Chris, though the Furret's going to come in. Will this Fortress reach a move to KO the Furret? It's going to be so close, Tomahawk.
Oh, I think Fortress is going to make it. And Chris knows that if he had just thrown a mud bomb there, that game would have been his. Bug Bite likely to take out the Univan Sunfist before the Univan Sunfist can Thundershock it down. Pataman claims victory. He progresses to his next Grand Finals. He's wanted a regional win all season. Will this be the weekend he gets it? Pataman victorious once more.
You give Pataman an inch, and he's gonna take your whole arm. That play by Chris, not throwing the mud bomb, proved to be costly because that would have won, that would have flipped the script of this game on his end, and potentially going into the game 5, anything can happen. But now Pataman is in the winner's side. He's already a tough opponent to beat. Even in a lower bracket, he has one of the deepest lower bracket runs ever in his UIC title earlier this year. But now he's on a winner's bracket chilling, waiting for the winner of Kaifia versus Chris.
And we heard the crowd cheering behind us. He has so much support. He has friends and family here. Chris, of course, is one of his friends, so there will be a bittersweet taste in Pataman's mouth, I have no doubt, as Chris drops into the loser's side of the bracket. But Chris's tournament run isn't over. He is going to play against Kaifia, and the winner of that match will play against Pataman in the Grand Finals here in Turin.
And commiserations to Chris, but I believe he put up his best effort. Some of the first few games, he was catching moves left and right, even catching Sky Attack again and again on that Univan Stunfist, revealing that he knows Pataman quite well and his tendencies, so it could be his hardest foes. Pataman gets the first strike. Will Chris get the opportunity to get the second chance versus the UIC champion?
Now, Kaifia would have been watching that match with bated breath because Chris really did play very, very well. We saw a ton of catches there. Kaifia is no stranger to these kinds of technical plays, and there will be catches, I'm sure, as we start to prepare for our losers finals.
Kaifia has had the chance to get a breather, and I wonder if that's beneficial or not. Some trainers prefer to just play all their matchups straight up because they're locked in, they're focused. But our trainers do need appreciate the chance of taking a breather because some of these matchups are so intense under the severe heat of Italy that you might need some time to at least hydrate.
Yeah, it's warm out here, and I think a lot of players have been appreciating such a beautiful location to play. And obviously, as we get towards the summer events here in the European season, there is so much to enjoy about getting to travel to all of these countries, all of these locations. There's going to be even more sun, I'm sure, next week in New Orleans and San Francisco in summer. That's going to be pretty toasty.
Oh man, but I can't wait. I believe the only thing that will be toastier than the weather outside will be the battles inside the venue and potentially Pokemon XP as well to look forward to. It's going to be such a hype end of the summer.
Yeah, it has been on fire here in Turin. Pataman puts his name into the Grand Finals. Kaifia and Chris prepare for the losers finals, but we have seen so many different players performing. We've seen so many different Pokemon in this Forever Forward season. Some old names continuing to be great. That Altaria was amazing. Univan Stunfisk has shown to be brilliantly flexible as well. But there are some new faces on the scene. Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, probably one of the stars. I think Jumpluff's pretty good as well.
What do you mean? Weren't you just dissing that Kanto Ninetales until Kaifia put on a show with it?
Hey, I questioned should it be on Fraud Watch, and it proved me wrong. It's got its place into the losers finals. Let's see if it can go further. Access to a cheaper energy ball gives it brilliant play against those water type Pokemon. It'll give it more play as well against Univan Stunfisk.
That Altaria reached winners finals with Pataman. Chris trying to make a double Altaria mirror in the final, but there was another dragon in play by Kaifia, that Guzzlord. Guzzlord, besides having that dragon type that resists the elemental types, it also has a great matchup versus the likes of Licky Licky, resisting that Shadow Ball that usually does such nice neutral damage in all matchups. So let's see which is the better dragon here.
Yeah, so many dragons. We've been using dragon-type Pokemon in Pokemon Go for so long. I actually remember catching my first ever Dragonite back in the day when you would run out and everyone would be telling you where it is. It is the 10th anniversary of Pokemon Go this year, and it has been a brilliant journey. We've got Lou down on the floor to talk us through that.
Hey Pokemon trainers, not only does this year mark the 30th anniversary for Pokemon, but it also marks the 10th anniversary for Pokemon Go. So I thought I'd grab some of our amazing competitive Pokemon Go trainers and ask them to share their favorite memory across the past decade. So trainer, tell us, what has been your favorite memory from Pokemon Go over the past 10 years?
So if there's one I have to pick, you know, I grew up with Pokemon, but it doesn't necessarily have like as much of a nostalgic feeling for me. So for me, my most important memory was driving with my brother, just driving somewhere like random, and then seeing a Gabite appear on the little like unknown Pokemon thing. And so we were like, okay, we've got to go to the park. Yeah, we've got to go grab it. Unfortunately, I was a bit of a higher level than him at the time, so I was able to catch it successfully, and he wasn't. But it did end up being really, really good CP. I used it in Master League. And although my brother didn't catch it, the thing I remember the most is actually just being with him and like the shock on our faces. So yeah, I'd say that would be it.
So it's like a core family memory between you and your brother, and then already locking into the CP idea for competitive future?
Yeah. I mean, we were already like competing at the time anyway, so a bit unfortunate for him that he didn't manage to get it, but you know, we ended up competing together for many years after that, and so, you know, I'd say that's like the beginning, you know?
So it's the start of the Pokemon Go legacy for you and your family. I think that's a great memory. Thank you so much for sharing it with us and the viewers. Pokemon trainers, don't forget to let us know as well your amazing Pokemon memory. I'm sure there's many out there on the floor.
My memory was Dragonite Gibble there for Anacor and his brother Garchomp. Such a brilliant Pokemon. Recently received another Mega Evolution in Garchomp. Why? I'm excited to see if we ever see Garchomp here in the Pokemon Go Championship Series.
It actually got recently buffed because I believe the legacy move for Garchomp, the Community Day move, is Earth Power. Earth Power got a energy reduction, right? So it's easier to get to, and Garchomp has that Mud Shot that generates energy so fast.
Perfect energy efficiency with Twister and Earth Power. With that Garchomp, I have actually already run it in the Go Battle League. It does triple resist electric damage. It's pretty fun. I wouldn't say it's going to be super meta relevant because it's relatively fragile, but it's definitely a fun one to use.
Though I believe the younger brother, is it Gabite? I believe that it's called. I believe Yunkas, our fellow co-caster, has ran it along in some YouTube video in that Mud Shot Twister Flamethrower, I believe. And that's such an interesting coverage because just like Altaria, that Dragon plus Flamethrower coverage for the Steel types, I mean, it's probably a bit bulkier than the Garchomp. Maybe it could have some play.
Yeah, so there are so many cool dragons available. We've seen a few of them this weekend in Turin. I'm sure we're going to see a few more next week at the North America International Championships, which many of our players will be waiting for. North American International Championships is such a brilliant event. If you don't remember what happened last year, then keep your eyes peeled for this.
Does get the Sparkling Aria. This is resistant damage. Is it enough to knock out? Looks like it takes down the Goliathapod. Parabolic Charge is loaded here, but there's only 1 HP remaining on this tiny little Dedenne. Itzaxon is going to take a 3-0 series sweep.
Rise for Itzaxon. He is your 2025 North America International Champion.
Pika Diff looking for an opportunity to get in. Rayquaza's getting shrunk down real low. It's on the back of Overlord, the best player in the game. The overheat is there. The overheat's the chairs. Luminosity Gaming is going to go scramble to score. They've got a ton of shields.
The prophecy from Luminosity, a 3-1 victory as LG wins LAIC. LG wins EUIC. LG wins NAIC.
one of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Kenji tying the game up at 2 prize cards apiece. What's going to happen here?
See what the top deck is here.
It's the boss's orders. Here comes the Pheasantipin EX, Adrenabrain, and Annabelle Ono is your North America International Champion.
Quick search being used. What do you think we're going to grab? Boss's orders. Boss's orders, Pheasantipity. There we're going to see the big burning darkness. There's the KO. Undefeated, unstoppable, undeniable. Ice in the veins. Gabrielle, you are a North American International Champion. Latin America, Europe, and now the North American International Championships. A Grand Slam.
Heal this active Gardevoir, leave himself with no damage. He knows his opponent doesn't have Boss's orders. Is that the move?
Oh, he's going to take the 2 damage, move it over. He's got 2 more to work with. He's got the Psychic Embraces. He just needs to attach the Dark Energy here, and he should be able to make this happen.
That's going to be it. The next Adrenabrain, perfect match. Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
It could all come down to this particular turn. Miraidon able to move fast, does go for the Electro Drift and find its mark down into the Rillaboom, but the Assault Vest really paying off, keeping it in the game. With a critical hit though, such a valiant effort coming through from Miraidon, but the Woodhammer comes through, seals the game, and Joaquim Roquette takes the title in the junior division to become your champion at the North American International Championships.
Apollo is able to fire off one final Moongeist beam with this Lunala and actually gets the critical hits. But you're right, the Weezing hits the field, a Protect available on both Pokemon. And so we'll see this as the final moves of choice. Isak has attended 3 international championships this season, able to get top cut in both of the previous ones, and leaves this one as a champion at last. Congratulations to Isak Moreira, your 2025 North America International Champion.
Here is the one thing you can hope for is that Federico makes a mistake and goes on the offensive with this Lunala using Moongeist Beam to stop very effective damage onto that Pokemon, but Federico doesn't. He goes for the Moonblast. Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
I was really nervous going into that just because it was my first finals. I just had to still process everything, but it feels great.
It feels amazing to kind of leave a legacy that I think no other team will be able to replicate.
UIC, LAIC, and NAIC, now we're going to work.
Dude, I don't think I could have ever imagined this.
Thank you for everybody.
This feels incredible.
Able to win this tournament, it's just couldn't be happier.
Yep, I got absolutely crushed at Ring Toss by the Abomasnow, but those NAIC videos, they get you going, huh? This is some hype next weekend. Make sure to tune in. NAIC is going to happen again, but for the moment, we are very close to finishing the Special Championships 2026 here in Turin.
I can't quite believe we're at this point of the competition already. When we started off yesterday, all fresh-faced, ready for the forever forward meta to sink our toes into what that new meta was going to look like, we now are coming out towards the other side. Only a couple of trainers left in the tournament, and one of them will become our champion at the end of the day. It's been hard fought. The meta has been so up and down, but it has been incredible to see them get to this point this weekend.
And now we have two very, very decorated players
already
in the losers final. We have Gaifia versus Chris, and Chris has gotten 2 medals already this season. 2 4th places. Didn't get any further so far. This is already his best record at one of these regional championships or special championships. Kaifia, however, hasn't ever gotten a medal before. Best place was 5th place. However, 3rd place at EUIC back then, so he doesn't have a medal, but a trophy yet, but none of that matters because now they are going to absolutely get a medal.
Exactly, now you can have a medal and a trophy for your collection. And as we're jumping down into the loser side of the bracket, we can recap how the losers run has been going on through. And you can see some of the trainers that have unfortunately been knocked out of the competition along the way. Trainers like Stone Collection with that adorable little cast form, and Arceus Aurelius, who was in a prime position to try and lock in that World Championship qualification.
Well, in the end, you can only have one winner, right? And these winners, they will be absolutely justified on that position. So there have to be losers as well. Actually, way more losers than winners in a tournament. Apart from that, I think in Pokemon Go, everyone's a winner, no?
Oh, definitely. And we've been winners as well this weekend, being able to have a front row seat and the privilege to watch these incredible matches. Paul Asher as well, being knocked out of the competition by Stone Collection, the reigning Turin champion here. Will not be able to defend her title, but I know she's going to be a hot name to keep an eye on in all future competitions.
And I crushed Kaifia and Stone Collection in Censure Ski Ball.
That is also an MVP moment of the tournament, a highlight, worthy of the highlight reel, I'm sure, at the end.
Yeah, that was almost my best moment of the weekend. Speaking of which, gameplay-wise, when you were watching these matches, is there any particular game that really stuck out to you?
I think, honestly, Padaman's game yesterday with the Mighty Enna was really great to see. It was my I keep kind of singing from the same book here because it really is one of those Pokemon that caught me by surprise, and seeing Padaman in his prime being able to go undefeated has been great to see. Yeah. I've also really enjoyed watching Anacor being able to go with that Hisuian Electrode, a Pokemon that I've been able to now experience and see and get a feel for a little bit more. And a lot of these trainers just being able to showcase some of the unique Pokemon they've brought has been really great. And coming up to our losers bracket, we actually have a battle of kind of MVP Pokemon. Chris really championing this Primeape, and then Kaifia also going for this Guzzlord.
I really enjoyed when Stone Collection played his cast form so strong, even won a game by water gun farming down an Altaria. And Altaria has been basically the name of the game for this entire weekend. You see it so much as a safe swap. Very few answers to it in the meta. Yes, the key win, the best matchup for Altaria would be a Gastrodon. What are we thinking of that, Lou?
I think it's a little bit rude, I'm not going to lie. Gastrodon can't be defeated by anything as far as I'm concerned. But we do have to let Altaria, number 1, I believe, in the day 2 usage for Turin, have a small victory. And taking down a Titan like Gastrodon is always something to be proud of. But its key loss is against a fellow Water-type Pokemon here in the form of that Azumarill. I guess the play roughs can hit really, really hard and disrupt that Dragon-type.
I think the Ice Beam even hits harder for the double super effective damage. However, sometimes the matchup is a little bit awkward because Azumarill just paces so incredibly slow. So if you have shields up, you can also, even without a shield, take one Ice Beam. You can farm up energy. You can sometimes swap out of that matchup. You can dance around a little bit, and in the end, if you are shields up and your opponent doesn't have any, you are not suffering in that matchup. If you're just at 15% HP and you have 2 shields up against an Azumarill from 75% HP, those are made-up numbers. I think you could still clutch out those games. So that is not the hardest loss of all the matchups. Other than that, I think with the, I want to say, downfall of Wigglytuff, this is really the rise of the Altaria in this meta, because there's very, very few fairy types that are still seeing play. Togetic and Togekiss have completely vanished from the meta game. I don't know, actually.
They're hiding.
Even against them, Altaria has some decent play. Versus a Tinkaton that has been seen on many teams, you have Flamethrower to hit for super effective damage. However, none of these are here right now.
One of the other things I like about the Altaria in particular is the running of that Flamethrower. It has great coverage into a lot of the steel types we see running around. Most notably, of course, that Forretress doing so much super effective damage. But if we take a look at Chris's Altaria here against Kaifia's team, you have Pokemon like the Corviknight and the Empoleon. Although Empoleon does have its water type to kind of help it out, it still doesn't appreciate taking that Flamethrower damage.
That is true. That is a odd matchup, Empoleon versus Altaria, because you would say that the steel type has the big advantage, but it's actually quite neutral. Now you can see Chris's team again. Empoleon, a Pokemon that came out of nowhere. Nobody saw it coming, and then all of a sudden it was top tier meta in Pokemon Go PvP, accompanied by Seeking. Another favorite in this competition, Primeape, Stunfisk, and the Altaria.
Yes, Empoleon rising up from the deep and being able to get so much disruption on the field with those fast-paced Hydro Cannons. Metal Sound also being used this weekend to great effect to try and farm down the last bit of chip on remaining Pokemon, not only being able to get a knockout, but critically getting that Hydro Cannon pressure back up in full. The little sucker punching Farret as well has been so great with that Trailblaze, giving it a little bit of an additional boost, and the Trailblaze being really important for dealing with Pokemon like Empoleon and these water types. But on the opposing side, for Kaifier, this team with this Corviknight and the Guzzlord in particular has been such a showstopper this weekend.
Yep. Also Shadow Sableye, the star of the Utrecht Regional last time here in Europe. It is so good against most of these teams. Barely an answer to be found anywhere in the meta, so it has been utilized by so many different trainers. But Kaifier and Chris, they are ready and they're going to deliver a heck of a losers finals.
Remember, this is also going to be a best of 5. Jumping straight into it here, we've got the Altaria versus down against that little Sableye.
Sableye in this situation does not have the power jam, notably, so that it cannot force a shield with the first charged attack. So it's rather chill for Altaria. You know you're going to throw a sky attack here. Kaifier has not thrown the first foul play yet, so maybe we're going to see a swap out at some point, or maybe we're just trying to farm up to 2.
Throws up the shield first, now does indeed throw that foul play, trying to get the damage down on the opposing Altaria. Chris very happy to let this come through, just chip away and put it down into the yellow. But these Dragon Breaths stacking up again. Energy banked on the Sableye though, as the Guzzlord comes in. It is going to have to take all that Dragon Breath damage, but it's also trying to get itself put up into a pressure position.
The energy of Guzzlord goes everywhere on Chris's team. That's why he wants to bring it in aggressively and get some energy head start. Now the Stunfisk is being brought in. That's such an interesting move from Chris, because from this range, I don't think a Mud Bomb plus Thunder Shocks do knock out. So this is going to be a very, very efficient use of a Guzzlord.
You might have needed to get a few more Dragon Breaths on it before switching in the Stunfisk, although it is doing a diligent effort here, being able to get up all that energy. But once again, Guzzlord in prime position to be able to go for this brutal swing, and brutal it will be, taking that little Stunfisk down into that deeper yellow area as it is able to retaliate with the Mud Bomb.
Lou, I know where you're coming from, but that damage on the Stunfisk did not look too brutal to me.
I thought it was going to be worse, not going to lie.
But there's so much... Oh, wow! Nice play of Kaifier, farming up to the brutal swing, swapping in Shadow Sableye, trying to go for the combo play and forcing a shield on the Stunfisk from Chris.
Shield goes up though, all this energy still on the Stunfisk, trying to get the knockout here. We're going down for the discharge, and there's still 1 shield remaining on Kaifier's side. Do you want to keep the Sableye in the game, using these Shadow Claws to farm up lots of energy? Looks like we're getting this charge down, but it is going to get the KO.
Decides to let it go, and there's going to be 1 rude awakening for Kaifier. The last Pokemon in the back is the Empoleon. A hard counter to the Cradily.
These Metal Sounds are going to be putting in work against the Cradily. You have to utilize that shield that you didn't use on the Sableye to keep the Cradily in the game. You're trying to farm up as much energy as possible to get this grass knot down. This will be decent into the opposing Empoleon, but these Metal Sounds putting in so much effort to whittle down this Cradily.
Chris calling a potential Rock Tomb here. Can that prove costly in the end game? Because Kaifier still has a brutal swing, swaps in the Guzzlord, tries to go for a charge deck priority catch or for a combo play, but gets hit with the Hydro Cannon. That is so much energy denied.
Really nice and clean, washing away the Guzzlord from play as the Cradily comes back in action. It's got that grass not ready to go, but there is still 1 shield remaining on Chris's side, and it goes for the Hydro Cannon first, gets the edge.
Hydro Cannon is going to cleanly knock out that Cradily, and Chris, with a dominant Game 1, is going to take the lead against Kaifier in this losers finals. 3-0 with 1 shield up. That is a statement.
Such a commanding opening here from Chris. I really liked seeing the way the Altaria was playing at the beginning, going for those Dragon Breaths, farming up lots of energy against the Sableye, but also critically putting that pressure down onto the Guzzlord. Even though the charge attacks on the Altaria are really null and void into that opposing Guzzlord, the Dragon Breaths did start stacking up.
Definitely. Kaifier now has to decide on a strategy that gets him back into this best of 5, actually. Kaifier, he is known for incredible losers runs. Most of the time when he performs well, he loses rather early, and then he plays so many battles that get him going, really. He needs to play more in order to play better. So without a doubt, he will find a way to get back into these games. But Chris has been on a roll this season. So can this momentum that Kaifier will try to build up be enough versus Chris?
It's a good question, Leo. these trainers are going to have to utilize this opportunity to make adaptations to keep themselves in the game. Chris wants the opportunity to get redemption against Padaman that knocked him down into this losers bracket, and Kaifia wants to be able to go one step further and increase the color of the medal that he has earned this weekend. Once again, we're going to see the Dragons on the field, Altaria versus Guzzlord.
How much attention did Chris pay to the Guzzlord of Kaifia? Because we have seen a matchup, and that was Arceus Aurelius versus Kaifia, where Arceus Aurelius used 2 shields on the Altaria versus the brutal swing of Guzzlord, and then still ended up taking a 3rd one because he couldn't farm down after 1 Sky attack.
That's very true. The brutal swing does come down, putting it down into the yellow, but all the energy is up on both sides of the field, actually. Altaria going to be able to go first here, will be going for the Sky attack into this Guzzlord, putting it down into a more vulnerable position, but the energy is up on that Guzzlord as well. It has a brutal swing ready to go.
Already in the red, so there's not a lot of energy on that Guzzlord left, not a lot of HP on that Guzzlord left. Might be a nice farm down for a possible Empoleon, but Altaria hangs on to this. Can it farm down? No, but with 1 HP left remaining, it gets off the Sky attack. So Chris tries to keep the switch here, will give off minimal farm to Kaifia.
That's a lot of energy utilized out on the Altaria. It gets 1 less Dragon Breath before it's able to retreat here, and now the Stunfisk is in play. Going to be going for these Thunder Shocks, getting himself into a position to try and get these Mublums, so you got to avoid the foul plays coming through from Sableye.
First foul play will go unshielded, so you cannot avoid that, but a Mud Bomb is stored. And I think that Chris has the slight energy advantage here.
1 shield coming up on the Sableye side as well, so weakening some of the defensive capabilities that Kaifia has to utilize in this second game. Empoleon makes an appearance, however. The Metal Sound starting to chip away at this opposing Sableye, but Sableye is not that Power Gem variant. Instead, it is the one that has the Drain Punch, so this is something the Empoleon wants to avoid. Chris quite wisely goes for the shield.
Oh, Kaifia swaps in immediately into his Empoleon. Now the Hydro Cannons will be resisted, while the Sableye is chilling in the back. Kaifia very happy probably to avoid the matchup versus the Stunfisk with his Empoleon. However, now that the shields are mostly down, connecting a Hydro Cannon is much more likely.
This is just slowing down the pace of play, letting both these Empoleons throw some Hydro Cannons across the field, and critically, I think, resetting on those switch timers as well. I think if you're Kaifia, if you can get that Sableye in to go for a couple of Shadow Claws, try and farm up a little bit more energy and get a knockout, it can put you into a good position. Looks like Chris, however, here's blinking, bringing in these Stunfisk, trying to go for these electric type attacks into that Water Penguin.
That was huge. Chris actually tried to catch an attack, but Kaifia did not throw immediately. He overfarmed fully and is now throwing another Hydro Cannon, pulled off a shield first, and now Chris with his back against the wall needs to try and find a way to play through this Sableye and this Empoleon, while Kaifia has a shield advantage.
This is the thing, there's so much energy up on Chris's side of the field, but he's so vulnerable without these shields. The Hydro Cannon will come through, but going in as a resisted attack. It does manage to get the KO, but now you have to deal with the Sableye that has a lot of health remaining and a shield.
I think that was it. Chris still has some HP left remaining. The last Shadow Claw is not going to knock out. He throws the first Hydro Cannon. It is going to be shielded, but he has another one stalled. Chris is at back-to-back, throws the Hydro Cannon. This is exactly 50% HP for that Sableye. I doubt that it can hang on to this.
Let's see if Empoleon can do it for Chris. Hydro Cannon comes down. It's going to connect down into this opposing Sableye, but can it get the knockout? Yes, it can.
2-0 for Chris. Pure dominance so far, even if Kaifia did not let himself get fooled by this catch attempt from the Stunfisk. The chip damage that Chris did with these Thunder Shocks and before onto the Sableye, they were so important.
Once again, coming right down to the wire here in this losers finals, Chris now finds himself in a position where he is 1 game away from jumping back into the competition, facing down against Panaman and trying to get revenge for that previous match in the winners finals. Kaifia, however, does have an uphill mountain to climb, but we have seen reverse sweeps before. They are epic, they are legendary, and Kaifia is one of the types of trainers who is more than capable of achieving that feat.
Yep, he's best with his back against the wall, but Chris is best when he's dominating, and that is what he has been doing for the entire tournament. Just fell very closely short to his friend Patoman, friend and foe, now with this tournament result. But Game 3, Chris already locked in. Kaifia still deciding on the line that he wants to run. He needs to find adaptation. He needs to find a different way to play this matchup, or else Chris is just going to advance to the grand finals without Kaifia having a say in it.
Kaifia needs to find a way through this Altaria. It's been a superstar for Chris throughout this set, but right now it's not doing very effective damage at all into this imposing Empoleon, eating up all these Dragon Breaths, and in return, Empoleon is ready with these charge attacks.
the matchup for the Altaria is still fine. You're getting outpaced and you're dealing resisted damage. Somehow, these Dragon Breath still deal more damage than Metal Sound when you're adding those up. And Chris with the hard-hitting Flamethrower can put the Empoleon very, very low.
Empoleon going to be able to take this Flamethrower, keeping those shields that you might critically need on his Shadow Sableye that's waiting in the back. Possibly on Empoleon's side, you're trying to get the damage dealt onto this Altaria to make it a bit easier for a Pokemon like Guzzlord with those Dragon Tails to be able to clean up.
Guyfia throwing immediately, knowing he won't knock out at all. Chris aggressively pivots into his own Empoleon, wants to farm up some more energy, and Guyfia does not swap out. He stays in and wants to throw a resisted Hydro Cannon, and then he's perhaps pivoting into the Guzzlord. No, goes aggressively into the Shadow Sableye.
That Empoleon was so grounded, so resolute, staying on the field. Now it's switched out and we have this Sableye in play. Sableye in a position where it has to go for the shield, doesn't want to take this same type attack bonus Hydro Cannon coming through this way, and wants to be able to utilize those Shadow Calls to get up energy of its own. Here we've got the Drain Punch ready to go. I think this is a wide shield on Chris's side.
Drain Punch gonna wrap up those defenses so that the Hydro Cannon are just a little bit less threatening. Now Guyfia is deciding, does he want to shield this or not? Put everything on the Guzzlord? No, wants to stay with the strategy of the Shadow Sableye. Now a hard pivot into this fur. It does not want to take any sort of damage from those Shadow Claws. However, Guyfia has a Dragon lingering in the back. That is so good against Furret.
Look at that foul play as well. It does so much damage into this little Furret, and Furret with the Sucker Punch is not going to be doing too much to the Dark type Guzzlord on the opposing side. The Swift as well isn't going to be able to cut the mustard against this Guzzlord.
This is close to Brutal Swing range. However, with one more Sucker Punch, Chris is actually going to get to another Swift. Guyfia deciding it is worth it to go for another Dragon Tail to get more energy, because Brutal Swing might not have knocked out. Rather take that damage instead of wasting the energy, and now massively over farming here after 2 Dragon Tails. Now at 2 Brutal Swings takes out the Furret.
Guzzlord has so much room to maneuver right now. It has all the energy in play. No, there's the one shield remaining on Chris's side, but not for that Furret in that turn. It does get KO'd, and now you have the Empoleon back in play, but Guzzlord has so much energy in this game.
Last shield is used by Chris. The trusty Guzzlord is taking it away. He has so much HP on that Shadow Sableye. I think it's looking really, really good for Guyfia. Potential catch attempt from Chris brings in the Altaria. Altaria now versus Empoleon, who also went for a catch attempt. Can he reach another attack? What is the next move going to be? Sky Attack onto this Sableye. Is this going to knock out?
Altaria just in the last moment able to use this Dragon Breath to farm up the Sky Attack. It will land down onto the Sableye, but it's not enough to be able to get a KO. Shadow Claw as well, getting that knockout.
Oh, that is a crucial draw of Sableye versus Empoleon, but Guzzlord in the back is remaining strong. The energy advantage of Chris did not matter anymore, because Shadow Sableye still had enough HP to take down the Empoleon with it.
What is it about this set, Leo? Every single game coming right down to the wire with these fast attacks, giving us so many last-second solutions. Really love to be able to see this high level of play here in the Losers Finals. This is what I'm talking about.
This is absolutely crazy. Guyfia found a way to get back into this game after the first 2 games where Chris was so incredibly dominant. Guyfia brought the Guzzlord, and it looked so good against the Furret, especially. This was, I think, in this set, the first time Furret was brought. It immediately found its hardest counter on the team of Guyfia. So, is he going to bring it again?
That's a good question. Could indeed be a strong strategy to go for. I like the way Guyfia as well was bringing that Empoleon on the lead, and it just stayed so grounded and stoic in the face of Chris's adaptations on the field. Constantly applying that Hydro Cannon pressure just meant that Chris had to make adaptations. At the same time, it then meant that once the Empoleon was down, Guyfia had to figure out a plan B. What's your strategy going to be now that you've taken down that one Pokemon? And the utility of the Guzzlord and Sableye, I think, was beautifully synergized.
Question is, what is the punish for Guyfia to bring that Guzzlord? Primeape could be a hard answer if Chris doesn't find a neutral way to pilot versus it, but the Guzzlord finds the Furret again.
Furret does not like to see this Guzzlord in play. Wouldn't be surprised to see it run in fear as Empoleon comes back into the fray. Going to be using these Metal Sounds to just farm up as much energy as possible. The fast attack's not doing too much, but the Hydro Cannon pressure is always real. But the pressure is going to come through from this Guzzlord first and foremost.
Now, if you're looking at the team of Chris, Guyfia brought the Shadow Ninetales that does not have a real target to look for. Chris is now going to use a shield against this Brutal Swing. But I think Gaifir will need to align his own Kanto Ninetales onto the Ferret for it to have some play at all.
That's the thing, it'll be a disaster if it finds its line against a Pokemon like the Altaria. So if that Ninetales is going to be utilized successfully, as you said, it needs to find its mark down on the Ferret. But right now, we've got the Empoleon versus this Guzzlord, getting some decent damage into the Guzzlord, but at the same time, this Guzzlord has to ask the question, does it want to stay in the game or does it want to have to use one of those shields? Gaifir thinking, I've got 2 Shadow Pokemon in the back, they need the shields more than you, my friend.
Okay, if you're losing alignment with this, brings in the Sableye, knows he can use just 1 shield and then try to fully farm down this Empoleon. He needs to be ready for the Altaria in the back. He also needs to be ready for that Ferret. Sableye will have to find the Ferret here. Sableye wants to play versus Altaria. Gaifir could now, after this hard swap out of the Empoleon, go into the Kanto Ninetales to avoid the Altaria matchup. If he reads it, he does! Chips it with the foul play, and now the Kanto Ninetales is chilling.
This is good information for Chris, though, knowing that's the 3rd and final Pokemon on Gaifir's side of the field, knowing the Altaria has a good win condition to that if you can find the alignment later on. But right now, Ferret has to do what it does best, not get itself KO'd here in this situation, but Ninetales ready with this energy. Look at this.
I think that's exactly what Chris wants. He wants this Ferret to get KO'd as fast as possible so he can bring in the Altaria and get 3 Dragon Breaths in, as many as possible, before Gaifir can find its way out of the matchup to get into that Shadow Sableye again. Let's see if this Weather Ball is going to stall the timer enough to bring in that Shadow Sableye. Not quite. That is a big amount of farm on a big dragon.
This is just an open field for the Altaria right now. Another Weather Ball will come through, start wasting a few more seconds on the clock, but we know this damage is just going to be absolutely negligible onto this Altaria that's been able to farm up so much energy as the Sableye comes back in, but Altaria getting the edge here with the Sky Attack.
Gaifir immediately puts down a shield, doesn't want any of this. Now the question is, did the Weather Balls do enough damage to put this in 1 foul play range? And I think yes, so Ninetales has done quite a good job. Now Gaifir is going to bait with the Drain Punch. Chris shields this. This could be huge.
This Sableye is up to some tricks. The Drain Punch stealing away that final shield on Chris's side of the field, getting the defense boost up as well, so these Dragon Breaths are not going to be doing nearly as much as before. The Sky Attack as well. Now, this is where the defense buff really gets called into question.
How much damage does this do? Is this farm down range? This is so little HP. Gaifir is going to get farmed down. Dragon Breath down brings in the Kanto Ninetales again, but this is also so low. Dragon Breath down. Chris goes to the Grand Finals.
It wasn't enough on the Sableye. The Altaria, the MVP throughout this set for Chris, was just the thorn constantly in Gaifir's side. Incredible plays from Chris. He'll be going into the Grand Finals against Padaman for a rematch.
What a game. What a run by Gaifir as well. But Chris just coming out on top. Did never get intimidated by the strong Belgian. He just had his eyes on the prize. He was locked in once that rematch versus Patoman.
And I did like seeing the way that Guzzlord, a Pokemon that we said had really been Gaifir's kind of sidekick the whole way through this tournament, one that he had championed, was showcased in that match. But honestly, the way that the Altaria was able to play around it, the way that even the Ferret was able to navigate out of its path, really was expert play by Chris.
Yep, and it was so nice to bait out that Kanto Ninetales in the end there with the Ferret. Having the Altaria on this Kanto Ninetales for so long was so important, getting that energy up. Then in the end, 1 defense boost from that Shadow Sableye was just not enough to withstand the Sky Attack.
It was a really beautiful play going for that bait, as you said, but the fact that Altaria can just be so fast, so furious with these Dragon Breaths, and the fact it had the Sky Attack ready to go as well, just was absolutely sublime. I think critically, it was the Ninetales in a way that was detrimental to Gaifir in those final moments. Altaria being able to capitalize on the lack of pressure Ninetales exhibited and getting up all of that energy so that when Sableye came in, it didn't really stand a chance.
Gaifir gave us plenty of examples why Kanto Shadow Ninetales can be so good in Forever Forward season. However, now Chris showed us why Altaria might be even better just because it's such a hard answer. And you can win games solely on the back of that Altaria beating down on a Kanto Ninetales.
And I like the way that Altaria came a lot in the lead here for Chris, being able to immediately try and see, hey, can I get this Dragon Breath pressure up? Can I try and already start putting on my charge attacks? But then critically he switched it out, banked a lot of energy, and that turned out to be a really critical thing for later in the endgame, hybriding the flexibility of this Ninetales. You can see those final moments there as well, while the Altaria is primed to try and get the damage down.
What an endgame. Gaifir even got the Drain Punch bait here, but Chris knew it doesn't matter what I shield, I will get a Sky attack off, and then hopefully this is going to be enough to put that Sableye into farm down range before he foul plays me down. And if worse comes to worse, you still have your Empoleon in the back to Metal Sound down the Sableye or the Ninetales, because the Ninetales was just really incredibly low.
Unfortunately, I don't think it was quite the call to bring the Ninetales into that game, but it was incredible for Kai to showcase it throughout the weekend. And still, commiserations, you're knocked out of the tournament, but congratulations on your very first medal.
And now we have two Altaria in the Grand Finals. We have two friends in the Grand Finals. We have Chris from the loser side versus Peak Patoman, one of the greatest to ever do it. So many accomplishments, and he just wants one more title.
I mean, they're calling it the forever forward meta, and we will forever be going forward with these friends together in competitive Pokemon. These two are names that we've been able to feature on the broadcast multiple times, and now in a position where they're able to battle out for the second time today. What an absolute treat we have.
Watching Patoman play when he is in form as well is so incredible. He always finds the neatest of win conditions. The smallest things can lead to a Patoman victory, but it is just the same with Chris, right? Chris always plays to such perfect precision. It's just astounding.
And when I was talking to Chris earlier as well, I kind of asked, coming into a new meta, how do you prepare? And he was talking about some of the theories that you kind of have, but he also kind of made a note about his instincts. It's not just about preparing every single meta, because at the moment you don't have a crystal ball. You're not going to know exactly how every Pokemon shapes up. You will not know the perfect play. But if you can go with those instincts and kind of learn as you go, make sure that you're adapting, make sure that you're adjusting, that is what is going to make him a potential champion at the end of the day.
Yeah, Chris is a potential champion, but Patoman is already a champion, and we want to show you a little bit more about what a player like Patoman can do in tournaments.
Please welcome to the stage your Pokemon Go finalists, your champion from Spain, Patoman!
My name is Leo, and I'm from Spain. I will be the water type, just because it's the type that it's the Pokemon Psyduck, which is my representative Pokemon. My first time competing was in Liverpool 2023, where my dad came with me to Liverpool, and I also got second place, and then I won the Gdansk regional. I would love to repeat that and win the next World Championship. So actually this season I didn't have a gold medal, but I had a gold trophy, which was the EYC one. So I'm really proud of that.
Patoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
It was like a really fun experience, because also the final was against a really good friend of mine, which is Cisuailus, and I actually lost a final against him in Barcelona, in my home city. So I'm really proud of that, and I think it's a really memorable moment.
Patoman, he is going for the triple crown here.
Basically, my team has Holy Support, which is a really good Pokemon for this meta. So I think my team is really fun to play.
3-ball flex from Patoman, he is so on point.
So if I had to say an MVP for this weekend, I would say Ghost Corsola. I really like that Ghost type for this meta. It is really helping me to get this far in the tournament. Yeah, actually I was really worried about the Moltres, and I had to face a Moltres in the grand final, so that wasn't really good for me. And then maybe Scizor, because I didn't have a real response, but I think that's all, because my team, I think it was really safe into a meta.
Execution is just on another level.
So the grand final was the most difficult matchup I had this weekend, because of the Moltres, and also Belzeboy is a really good player. So I had to play around that. Also his Annihilate did really good bench pressure, because the counters to the Moltres, which are not really counters, got really outplayed by the Shadow Annihilate. So I had to manage those two, and also Steelix and Lapras, which were like really good into my team, and I think I don't really have that much of play against that.
We're here to kick it off for the grand finals of Pokemon Go. Oh, no way! Can he swap out? Oh, he did! We go! The
I feel good, but also maybe not disappointed, but like feeling that I could have done more. But still, I'm really proud of myself and happy with this tournament. My most memorable moment on this weekend was Saturday when I qualified to the grand finals in the women's bracket, because I feel like I had all the momentum I needed, and everyone supporting me really helped me to feeling more confident for the next stage. I think it's like the love I have for Pokemon, because I really like playing the game, and also the community, the Spanish players that always support me, also a friend of mine, and I appreciate a lot, so that will be the main reason why I keep traveling to this event. You have to be competing constantly and never give up. That's the way to fulfill your dream, and that's what I want to do for the next season.
The 2026 European International Championships introduced a new limited meta to Pokémon Go PvP. The field was swarmed by bugs, dragons, and normal-type Pokémon, but it was Spiritomb that proved to be the key piece of the format. 3 European trainers dominated the competition as they made their way to Championship Sunday. Europe's final boss, Colin 6, 2026 Lille champion Hikami, and boy wonder Pataman for his 5th consecutive Championship Sunday. Colin 6 kicked off the day with a statement 3-0 win to send Hikami down to the losers finals. There, Pataman lay in waiting, having already won 14 rounds back-to-back. In a stunning showcase of experience and expertise, Pataman also claimed a 3-0 victory to set up a grand finals for the ages. Colin 6 vs Pataman, a match worthy of the World Championship stage. Pataman quickly reset the bracket with a 3-1 win, leaving everything to play for in the final best of 5. The 2 finalists fought it out until the 5th and final game, exchanging blows amidst cries and cheers alike from the London crowd. As the dust settled following an explosive ending, it was Pataman who emerged victorious. The reigning champion defended his crown and cemented his name in EUIC history.
Winning for the 2nd year in a row! Back-to-back EUIC champion, Pataman claims the title in London. Nobody's ever done it like the Spanish prodigy.
To keep up with all of the incredible action, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete.
That must be really intimidating when you're so close to your first grand final at a special championship and you see those 2 videos about your opponent.
That is very true. Pataman has a legacy behind him of incredible accomplishments, not only winning EUIC once, but twice. I mean, I've got chills rewatching that. That was such an intense set against Colin 6, and if that's anything to set the standard for what we're about to behold, it's going to be awesome.
Oh, I hope so, and I'm pretty sure it is going to be awesome. But I have one question. If you are as good as Pataman at anything, how do you ever have a conversation about the matter without sounding arrogant? I think if you're just saying that, yeah, I won this, and then I won that, and then I was almost world champion, but then I won the IC again, my friends would never hear the end of this.
But the thing is, when you actually get to speak to Pataman, you can see how humble he is as well. He doesn't take every win as a guarantee. And, you know, there's still things for him to accomplish as well. He is at the beginning of his Pokemon career in many ways. Yes, he got runner-up at Worlds, but I know he's someone who wants to be able to go even one better and call himself a world champion.
Yeah, I think that has to be the goal for Pataman, but I think in one way or another, this is the goal for every competitor in Pokemon Go. And all the Pokemon games, actually, you want to be world champion at the end of the day. But some players are talented enough and working hard enough to make it happen.
That's the thing, though. It does take a lot of expertise and a lot of wisdom to be able to go very far in the competitions. But we have also, even this weekend, had some incredible breakout performances from some newer faces, possibly at their very first event. Maybe they've just only been to locals before, and now they're trying to step up into these regional and special championships as well. Really, really proving their worth. And also, when you're working against some of these other great contenders, even if you do come up against Pataman and he does take the win from you, at least it's a learning experience you can take forward to your future battles.
Yeah, Andy Rashi with a phenomenal performance. Great debut, but in the end, it was Pataman who won his group. Now, Pataman and Chris, both winning their respective groups, are sitting in the grand finals. Actually, not quite there, sitting in the interview area, so we're going over to the grand finalist interview.
Hi, trainers. And of course, we're reaching the end of this Turin Special Championship. And with such hot battles, through the fire and the flames, 2 players remain. Of course, we have the inevitable Patoman and first-time Grand Finals participant, Chris. Pato, let's start with you a bit. Of course, we've mentioned and we've seen a lot of content about you. You've made 5 day 3s in a row. But with all those Grand Finals in mind, you're facing now your best friend. Does that feel extra sweet to you?
To be honest, this feels amazing. I mean, it's like the dreamed final, I think, for both of us. So, like, I mean, obviously I want to win, but whatever happens, it's gonna be super good for me. I want myself to win a regional. I want my friend Christian to win a regional. So I'm super happy about this situation.
Yeah, of course that whenever you face friends and even brothers, you've been through so much together. It's always bittersweet when you have to finally face off. But that means you've both been doing so well. Of course, Chris, you already faced Pato in the winners finals. You ended up going into the lower bracket as well. But this is the first season that you kind of actually invested in trying to go into a lot of championships, a lot of regionals, and you were able to do so well in your first season. Does this pinnacle, this grand finals versus Pato, is it your favorite moment of the season so far?
Of course, it has to be the best moment of the season. I said many times that I didn't want to try hard many other seasons because I couldn't afford going to Worlds. Now I'm 19.
19, yeah.
I'm 19 years old. Have more money to afford these travels. So I wanted to show everyone, but especially wanted to show myself that I can do great things as I'm doing today. I think this is the best way to do it.
Yeah, of course, going back again to you, Pato, you've been vocal before about the metas and the state of the meta and how that improves or not your chances, about having neutral play and showcasing that you're indeed one of the best player in the world. Now that we are in this forever forward meta, and if it is Open Great League in the World Championship, I don't think we know yet. Does this give you confidence, this performance, and the meta in general? Is it in a good state where you can showcase the best of your ability to try to go for that World Championship?
So, yeah, we don't know if it's gonna be Open Great League, but we know it was the last update before Worlds. So, actually, when I saw the update, I really liked it because, I always like new things into the meta. I don't like play always the same. So yeah, I just wanna do the best I can in the World Championship. Obviously, becoming a World Champion is like the highest dream I have on my life right now. So yeah, I'm happy about that. But besides thinking about the World Championship, I now can just think about this moment, which is super special for me.
Of course, a core memory unlocked in your long album of grand finals and just performances. Chris, back to you. Something curious about both your team and Pato's is that you have a lot of similar picks, 4 of them to be precise. You have that Ferret, that's kind of a core breaking potential, is a pseudo grass type, let's say. And of course, you also have that Primeape. Primeape that actually hard counters both of Patoman's most polarizing picks, which is that Shadow Mightyena and that Shadow Fortress. Was that a premeditated pick, thinking about Patoman's team facing him down the line, or you just like the look of Primeape into the meta?
I said it in a past interview today. I brought Primeape on the team because I spoke to Boom like a week ago, and I thought it could be really nice in the meta. Also, I wanted to go strong to Empoleon because I saw it was really hard Pokemon to beat in this meta. So I wanted to bring something for it, and I thought it would be a really strong pick. I have to say that it gave me a lot, especially on day 1 versus GK. For example, he didn't have any counter for it, and it could give me that win easily.
Yeah, it's always nice when you have those big, and some of those matchups that you played, you had such a solid strategy, that Altaria lead with the Primeape safe swap. If they didn't lead the Kanto Ninetales, that was the only thing that could keep up pacing wise, and that's why you had that Altaria lead. Primeape safe swap was so hard to contain. That was such a nice pick by you. Pato, speaking again a bit on the meta, because we know that you want to make it potentially 6 day 3s in a row. And in a week's time, we're going to have the North American International Championships. Of course, with the new update, a few meta staples maybe are changing around. Kecleon maybe made an appearance into the meta. It has access to Sucker Punch, super effective damage into those psychic types like Grumpig that look to be very strong. And of course, Sylveon as well. I think Sylveon could be interesting as well. Do you think the update being so near the tournament kind of put your preparation on hold? Do you anticipate like a hard week ahead of you in terms of preparation to be ready for a potential 6 day 3 in a row?
So obviously I have that goal on my vision, but I have to say that I will have likely 1 or maybe 2 days to prepare for NIC, just because I didn't start preparing. I just want to focus on the next tournament I have to play. In this case was Turin, because I wasn't planning to go to Turin, but like I thought, okay, I need to win a regional, you know, because I don't win a regional since 2023. So I still have that goal. Having that possibility against my friend Christian is super special for me. And also something I wanted to talk about the team, because you asked about it. It was super funny. We didn't counter each other. Actually, the Primeape, it was an idea that we both had with Boom as well, because we saw that Boom was playing that Primeape. But also, it's funny because we are like in the same accommodation. So when Christian came to the hotel, he said like, "Bro, Seeking is super good Pokemon. It's super good anti-meta pick." So like, we just put the Seeking on the team. And in my case, I was gonna play as well the Primeape, but I thought, okay, I had the Magina idea before thinking about anything. I never follow my ideas, and then those ideas end up winning the tournament. So I think, okay, I wanna play Magina, I wanna play Seeking, and I made like a last second team. That's what I played in this tournament, and yeah, we can put that in practice right now.
Yeah, and of course you guys already played in the winners finals. Chris went 1-3 there, but the games were closer than it looked. Even in the final game, you both were discussing, oh, I had the mud bomb loaded, I didn't realize. We were just discussing it here in the couch that you didn't realize that the Thunder Shock would amount to that mud bomb being loaded. So I believe that there's as much of a chance as anyone to beat Pato, because you guys prepare together, so you know his tendencies very well, and you're such a capable trainer yourself. Before you let you guys go, unwind and prepare, do you have like any shout-outs that you like to give? Of course, you've already talked about how pivotal Boom was for your team building. Mentioned girlfriends, spouses, anything else that you'd like to say before we head into the field of battle?
My first shout-out is gonna be for my girlfriend Yuma. I'm sure she's watching me right now. Also to my family, and just talking about people who helped me preparing this. I have to say that I never spent a lot of time trying to practice or something. I just focused on building something solid. But I talked with Boom, as I told you, and also Sardi. I asked him to build something, and I think that would be all.
So I want to shout out, obviously, my girlfriend that is always seeing me in the tournaments. I love you so much. Also, my family that came here, my brother that is in front of me right now. Hello, Jorge. Also, my Paulasia that is right there as well, my good friend. Also, my dad, my whole family that is always watching me and supporting me in these tournaments. And obviously, Boom, all people that helped me practicing and preparing matchups. And of course, Christian, because he's my best friend.
I'm here.
You
don't need to.
But I will shout out anyway. Yes. I love you.
Me too. I love you more.
So sweet from these trainers just before they have to face each other in the grand finals. As we say that whatever happens, you both are winners already. We can't wait for you guys to put on a show for us, because if the winners finals was any indication, we expect some fiery battles. Back to the casters, and let's go have some fun out there.
I'm gonna need a minute after that. That was the most wholesome, beautiful epitome of teamwork and the heart and essence of competitive Pokemon. Chris and Padaman, you are two of the most worthy grand finalists. I loved being able to hear your journey, your teamwork. I mean, it got us so emotional here, and I know everyone is rooting for both of you in this final.
Yeah, if the power of friendship means anything, right? That is just right. That now I will stop thinking about that interview, else I'm gonna start crying for real.
It's not a good trait for a commentator to be lost for words, right?
Yeah, that is true.
It's kind of step one of the job.
I mean, there is so many emotions at those tournaments, always so many great friendships that have been built up over years, and it's just amazing to see both of these trainers in the grand finals. They were friends in the interviews, they're gonna be foes now in the grand finals, but yeah, there is so many more things to talk about from this tournament. We have seen plenty new Pokemon, but let's talk a little bit about the teams of the trainers that we just saw. What's your favorite Pokemon for both of their teams?
I mean, I think we know on Padaman's team, I really like that Shadow Mightyena. I've really been impressed by the fact that you have those Poison Fangs that are able to get that drop as well. And then just, you're still going, I know, don't look at me.
Okay.
And being able to go for those Sucker Punches as well to keep getting up a lot of that extra damage on the field. And then on the opposing side, I mean, Chris mentioned the Pokemon himself in the interview with me earlier, and then again just now with Jox, that Primate, I think has been really incredible. Some trainers are opting for the Shadow variant. Chris has actually gone for no Shadow Pokemon at all in the team, which I also think is a nice team building tech in here, having that extra bit of bulk, I guess, running throughout the team. But the fact that the Primate can do so much damage with these Karate Chops and critically boost up with the Rage Fist, it can make it so strong. But we can take a closer look at both of those Pokemon. Actually, I know I was going to mention the Mightyena, but I didn't quite remember that Jox had the Primate, so I'm 2 for 2 there.
Yeah, that was a really good call from Jox and yourself, of course, even though if you're making predictions and you're calling that Padaman is gonna do well, how much did you really win, right? Farid went for the Celio of Ethan, which was also really strong, but you saw that it also reached its limits, right? In the matchup versus Jumpluff from, I believe it was Arceus Aurelius, you saw that it does not hang on to 2 energy balls. So in fact, you're losing the zero shield scenario if you're behind on energy if you're starting. And then we also had the Shadow Politoed from a Mindchoke. A Mindchoke knocked out rather early today. Paulasha was also bringing that Shadow Politoed, but it reached its limits against Primate.
It did go quite far in the competition though, not necessarily with the Mindchoke though, unfortunately, but Paulasha certainly was able to make it work. And Ethan with that Celio as well did give us some very intense matches in day 2. The focus and precision that trainer in particular has when watching him play competitive Pokemon is always something to be admired. So all 4 of those trainers were really great to be able to watch throughout the course of this weekend, and 2 of them are now in our grand final.
Yep, 2 of them are also already champions, Ethan and Padaman. We have said this so many times now, how much of a champion Padaman just really is. And I think both of those trainers, we've just heard it in the interview. Oh no, I'm gonna start crying again. Both of those trainers, they are just super happy about them being in the grand finals together, because how beautiful is that story that you're sitting in the grand finals of a tournament, of a big tournament, with your best friend.
That's the thing. Not only are you potentially going to win the tournament, and that's a great thing to celebrate, but you're going to watch your best friend potentially also win if it's not you, right? And you could see that wonderful moment from Padaman where he said, obviously, I want to win. He's a competitor, you know, he's very professional in that regard. But at the same time, if his best friend Christian wins his first title as well, that's something that Padaman is going to be able to celebrate and enjoy. And sometimes with your friends, particularly the ones that have helped you prepare for a tournament, their wins sometimes feel like your wins as well. And you can celebrate that pride all together. So either way, both of them are coming out as winners.
But there's no freebies. There's nothing to give away for Pataman. As you said, he is a competitor at heart. He wants to win every single game that he's playing. And if you're considering the win rate over all the tournaments he's played so far, doing a pretty good job at winning every single game. It's incredible. We started off back in one of the first seasons of the European Pokémon Go Championship Series, where he played his first tournament and made it all the way into the grand finals and then lost against the catcher. I forgot the rest of the name. Oh my goodness, no, it was a Shadow Charizard. Oh no. Oh no, but then again, he went into another grand final that he lost, but then finally against Tonton Batus in Gdansk, Patoman. It was Human Catcher Bug, sorry.
I was going to say Human, but then I was like, if that's wrong and I've merged two names, that's just going to make it worse.
Oh, sorry, Human Catcher Bug. I'm so sorry, it's been a while. But then he won against Tonton Batus for his first title, then everything started to snowball.
But it's time to lock in, trainers. We're here in our grand finals here at the Turin Special Championships. Pataman and Chris running it back from a rematch from the winners' finals earlier on today. If you're just joining us, these are two titans of the competition. Chris chasing his very first title, Pataman wanting to add another first place to his cabinet. But both of them rooting not only for themselves, but also for each other. It's a conundrum, but one that a champion will be able to overcome.
But I don't think any of them is going to take this meta less serious than it is. The least Chris, he is going to really want to have this title. I think for Pataman, the situation is more chill. He's like, it's going to be fine, whoever wins this. But I think Chris really wants to have it maybe a little bit more. He is lacking that title so far. But look at this powerhouse of a team. Shadow Fortress, Empoleon, Seeking, Shadow, Mightyena, Altaria, and Stunfisk.
Fortress was one of the key components in Pataman's victory over Chris in those winners finals as well. The bug bites was so ferocious, being able to absolutely start tearing through the Pokemon in the end game of those matches. Critically as well, you have a lot of stat manipulation with the Sand Tomb and the Rock Tomb respectively, either lowering defense or lowering attack. And it's a really nice way for Pataman to try and manipulate the pressure that Chris is capable of dealing out.
Yeah, I have seen this Shadow Fortress in person, and let me tell you, this Bug Steel type is not messing around at all with its fast attack. Pressure can flip almost any two-shield scenario against almost any Pokemon. It is incredible. And then you're checking out Chris's accolades. EUIC top 16, Lille Regional top 4, Frankfurt Regional top 8, and the Barcelona Special Championship top 8 back then.
This is the thing, Chris has come so close before, within touching distance of being able to make a grand finals. He's now already got that one hurdle overcome, but now it's time to see if he's going to be able to become the champion. It's within his fingertips reach. The critical thing you got to remember as well is we are now in a best of 5 with a bracket reset. So not only has he got to win 1 best of 5, but he's got to win 2 against Pataman in order to get that title. His team, no Shadow Pokemon to be found, but some really great attackers here. You've got the Seeking with those Pecks getting up to the drill run, and the Icy Wind. Icy Wind again being able to be disruptive into Pataman's team, but critically it's that Primeape. Primeape having some really good usage into Fortress, Empoleon and Mightyena respectively.
Primeape, yes, has so many good targets, but I would give a little bit of a team advantage to Pataman actually, because that Primeape is really strong into 5 out of 6 Pokemon on the side of Pataman. However, Pataman's answer to Primeape, which is the Seeking, is really good into basically every single Pokemon, or at least neutral. So there is, if he gets to use the Seeking as an answer to the Primeape, there is so much advantage he can get from that.
That's so true. The Pecks can really step up, and that kind of fast attack damage can really start toppling over opponents a lot here as well. Drill Run as well can do very decently into Stunfisk and Empoleon, of course, and the Icy Wind most critically on Pataman's side, going to be trying to target down the Altaria. We have seen time and time again throughout this tournament Altaria run away with the matches. There's one apiece here in this game. I wonder if one of these trainers will be able to keep that sky-high Pokemon in play.
I would very much guarantee you that we're going to see Altaria perhaps from both players in every single game, because it just doesn't have any two negative matchups anymore. In every single matchup that is unideal, Altaria still finds play. There is no Charmers, there's no Fairy types around. Pataman versus Chris. Big lead for Pataman. Finds the Primeape with Seeking.
This is exactly what Seeking wants. It wants to go for those Pecks. Primeape gets out of there. Instead, Chris makes the adaptation to bring in the Stunfisk. Going to be able to apply pressure with these Thunder Shocks, chipping away at the little fish, but the fish is fast. It gets to that Drill Wind.
That is such a huge start for Pataman. Chip and dipping perhaps into the Altaria now, dealing so much damage, making this matchup easier than it was supposed to be for the Altaria. But the timer is a little misaligned, so there is a potential chance for this Primeape to farm up energy in the mid game and then run away with boost.
You've got to remember that Primeape in the back, and we have seen it come in late in action. Discharge coming through now, though, from the Stunfisk, chipping away at this opposing Altaria, but Altaria really trying to farm up as much energy as possible with these Dragon Breaths. At the same time, though, the Thundershocks are putting in a huge amount of work, and now Chris is applying more pressure with a second Discharge, but Pataman preserving these shields.
Pataman had the advantage from the start, and I don't think he's trying to let Chris get back into this game. He's overfarming so much energy, even throws the resisted Sky Attack. Perhaps this might not even knock out, so you can get extra Dragon Breath in. A shield is being used by Chris. He really wants to switch, but Pataman throws the next attack. A Flamethrower this time. Double shielding from Chris. He wants this Primeape on any other Pokemon.
Pataman being so cognizant of the counts on Chris's side, stops before that the Discharge is able to come through again, but now you've got the Fish in the fray. This is also a Pokemon that doesn't want to take this electric type attack, goes for a shield on Pataman's side.
That is so interesting. Pataman is shields up now, and he brings in the Seeking aggressively instead of waiting for the matchup versus the Primeape. No, he says, I lose switch anyways here. I'm going to get energy on the Seeking. Stunfisk swaps out, and now he's going to be able to throw super effective charge attacks into everything.
That was so much damage with the Drill Run as well into the Empoleon. I think Pataman with the Altaria putting in work to get rid of these shields on the opposing side does make things a little bit more happy for this Seeking in play. It's going to be, first of all, coming through, however, this Drill Peck that the Seeking has to contend with.
How much damage is this going to do? Are you going to be able to farm down the Empoleon fully, or are you farming up to 2 attacks and then swapping out? No, Pataman has max energy on Seeking. It is so good against everything. Icy Wind being thrown immediately into that Primeape, basically negating the Rage Fist that hasn't even come out yet.
Pataman maneuvering so well around the counts on Chris's side, being able to utilize that charge attack perfectly and farm down with the Seeking. Now, Seeking once again on the rampage. No Protect Shields remaining on Chris's side. You got the Icy Wind for the debuff. Now you can follow up with the Drill Run for the damage.
Chop, Primeape, you gotta get going in this matchup. Trying to swap in the Stunfisk. Wants to farm down the Altaria. Is there still one win condition left? The Stunfisk of Pataman has been revealed, but it is just so incredibly bulky. Can Chris actually put this in Ice Punch range?
You have the charge attack potential, the Mud Bomb doing super effective damage. You know that the Ice Punch is exactly where you want to get aligned on this Pokemon. So it's up for the Stunfisk on Chris's side to put it in that range, just like you said there, Leo. Mud Bomb coming through, though, from the Stunfisk on Pataman's side.
But this Stunfisk is way too healthy. He says no more Thunder Shock damage. Thunder Shock's down even before the Ice Punch is reached. Doesn't even get into the danger zone. Pataman plays this game so incredibly clean. If you give him one advantage in the lead, he's gonna run away with the game.
He did not drop his guard once, as you said, had the advantage from the leads and just maintained that so majestically throughout the game. Pataman now one game closer to being able to crown himself the champion, but this is a best of 5. Chris still has plenty of time, plenty of opportunity to swing the momentum.
Take a deep breath. Focus, what are your win conditions, and what, most importantly, are your lose conditions? And one of the lose conditions for Chris is getting that Seeking onto that Primeape early. Primeape, if you have it in the back, you can get energy from somewhere. You might have potential to sweep that matchup even. The Seeking, you can beat that if you are enough energy ahead. Chris just needs to avoid playing the even matchup from Seeking versus Primeape, because if he starts with that and then has to swap out, wants to change that matchup, he needs to go down in shields. It's so tough.
Those decisions are why I do not envy these trainers in this position. They have to make sure that every moment counts and every second is worth it. We're jumping into game 2. It's going to be that Shadow Mightyena facing down against the Furret.
That's even worse! Resisted Sucker Punches from Furret do nothing to the Mightyena. Mightyena just Sucker Punches onto this poor Stunfisk. Stunfisk outpaces, so no chip and dip from the side of Pataman. Throws a Mud Bomb, goes unshielded. What is Pataman's plan here? Wants to keep the shields for another Pokemon, perhaps. Throws in a Crunch. Do you want to shield this as Chris?
Let's have a look if the shield comes up. Yes, the Stunfisk doesn't want to have to take the same type attack bonus crunch that would have done significant damage. It is really a shadow Pokemon show, however, for Padaman. Switches out one for the Anella with the Forretress in play. These bug vibes absolutely rampaging through the Stunfisk. You know that the Forretress is going to be able to take one of these Mud Bombs quite comfortably, so Padaman not going to be going for the shield.
Oh, you can almost take 3 with the Forretress, and you're putting your opponent very, very low. This is definitely Sand Tomb range already, but I'm not even sure that Padaman wants to throw it this early. I think he wants to chomp a little bit more, but then all of a sudden the Ferret gets swapped in. Ferret is very close to knocking out this Forretress already, and the timer is not up quite yet.
Forretress doesn't want to be too greedy and munch down with these bug bites too many times. Instead, decides to go for the Rock Tomb before the Sucker Punches can finish the job. Forretress goes down. One little 12 from the Ferret means it gets a little bit more energy up, and that Swift is ready. But once again, Ferret's facing down against the Mightyena. This is not optimal.
Yeah, but at this range, a Swift would knock out even if it's debuffed, so Padaman has to put down a shield. Ferret doing a better job than expected from the lead matchup. Now Ferret is reaching to another Swift. Padaman wants to farm down. He wants to debuff the last Pokemon of Chris. He needs to get those poison jabs in, but he has to use a shield for it. Now Chris, with his shield advantage, brings in the Altaria, his win condition.
Altaria in a prime position to eat this up, goes unshielded, so the Mightyena is going to be able to land the crunch down onto this flying dragon, does take it quite comfortably, and then you can use the Dragon Breath to try and farm down, but switches left, right, and center. We're now going to see the Stunfisk in against the Sea King.
That is so much damage from that crunch already. Puts it definitely in icy wind range. But first, Chris brings in the Stunfisk. Puts down a shield. Knows he's shields up. He can get some damage from that Stunfisk onto this Sea King. Now lands a discharge. He's even going to outpace to the second one. Can the Stunfisk finish the job?
I mean, if you can get a few more Thundershocks and one more discharge, that is indeed going to finish the Sea King off. It's just taking too long to pace up to those charge attacks. Looks like the Stunfisk is in the driving seat.
Oh, Chris finding the angle here, getting that debuff. Does not matter to him. He knocks out the Sea King, and now Mightyena comes back in. But it is so low on HP that the Altaria is not going to have a hard time farming it down, and Chris ties it up.
Dragon Breath doing what it does best, coming in at the end and just cleaning up the Pokemon that its partners have been whittling away at. Fantastic adaptations by Chris. I really felt for the Sea King on Padaman's side. It did do a valiant effort and a good job within that game, but it just ran out of oomph towards the end, wasn't quite able to get all that energy up, and just left itself so vulnerable facing down against that Stunfisk.
I wonder if throwing an Icy Wind there was the correct decision by Padaman, because if he went for a drill run, yes, the discharge would have done a little bit more damage, but he would have outpaced to the second one. Because he was one pack ahead, they would have actually charge attack priority tied there. Then the question would be, can you outpace the Altaria to that Icy Wind? Or did the Altaria already have quite some energy there to outpace you anyways, and you would have to play to that win condition of having more HP. But we're going into Game 3 now. This is not the decider yet. This is a best of 5. And if Chris manages to win that, it's also still not over.
Exactly. Padaman has to be able to win this first best of 5, or if he loses it, as you are allowed a 1 loss in a double elimination bracket, they then will run it back in the bracket reset. But we're still here in the first round, 1 apiece for these trainers. They really are neck and neck, so close, not only as friends, companions, but also at their elite battle level.
But one of these trainers has the champion shirt already, and one of them does not. It is now in his hands to get it. Chris, this could be your day. This could be the moment where you can finally have the gold medal. But the opponent in the grand finals is none other than Padaman, one of the best trainers in the world. Game 3 is starting, and the lead is going to be a Primeape versus the Stunfisk. This is a rather neutral lead, but it helps the Primeape that it has Ice Punch coverage.
It can be dangerous as well for Padaman if this Primeape is able to get going. It's already at that 1 Rage Fist, but it also critically has that Ice Punch to apply some good damage into the Stunfisk. Padaman letting this go through.
Padaman actually deciding to throw a Mud Bomb here, not to try and outpace, which doesn't work anyways because it's 5-4 to Ice Punches for Primeape, but he's dealing more damage with a Mud Bomb.
Yeah, Mud Bomb connects, does a significant amount to that Primate, but Primate, once again, with these karate chops, can try and get up to a Rage Fist. It's got some energy back. His adaptations happen on the field. You've now got the Altaria with that critical flamethrower that would be devastating into that opposing Fortress.
Rather slow reaction from Chris. Now Patoman is actually outpacing with the Shadow Fortress to that Rock Tomb. But Chris does have Flamethrower already stored. Uses a shield, says, hey, I don't want to take too much damage from this. Also, I can throw a Flamethrower and you will have to shield. This is why he's throwing a Sky Attack. He wants to outpace even further. Patoman falls for the bait. Very little energy saved with this, but it could be important in the long run because now you're outpacing to a Flamethrower before the second Rock Tomb. Genius play by Chris.
Yeah, these Dragon Breath's putting in so much work. Now you have the Flamethrower, Patoman wisely protecting, but having fallen for the bait is now completely down shield in this match. On the Fortress, it now has to try and find a way to deal with this Altaria once and for all. The Rock Tomb will come through, it will connect, get some decent damage onto the Altaria, but it's not enough to be able to get the KO. Altaria's in the back to maybe try and clean up later. Now you've got that Primate back on the field. No Protect Shields remaining, meaning the Rage Fist is going to come through. It's going to get an attack boost.
Super risky swap from Chris. Yes, you're going to get in that Primate. It's going to be resisted bug bites, but you're still going to get farmed down. This low HP Fortress has so much energy, so much pressure, such a big agenda. Is now going to also Sand Tomb that Stunfisk. All the eggs in one very, very flat basket for Chris.
It's going to have to take that damage. Super effective, but not really that monumental at this point. But the Mighty Enna might be able to use that to his advantage. Going for these sucker punches. Look at them absolutely tearing through the Stunfisk, but the energy is fresh on both sides of the field. The difference is Chris does have this shield to utilize.
Stunfisk has so many things going for it, but heavy damage on charge attacks is not one of those things. Can you knock out the Shadow Mighty Enna with double discharge? You got that shield advantage from your Altaria.
Ooh.
This is looking mighty good for Chris. Throws another discharge, overfarms a little bit of energy. Can Patoman get somewhat?
I think this might be it, though. You went for the 2 Thunderstrokes to try and guarantee that this would get the KO, and it does. The Mighty Enna falls. Now Patoman has to bring in one of the Pokemon from the back. The Fortress is really on its last legs here. Not going to be able to get too much done with these bug bites, but at the same time, you need to keep your Stunfisk in the game for this Altaria.
I don't know if it's looking that bad for Patoman because he gets the farm down now. With the Stunfisk, can he outpace to a Mud Bomb? Yes, he can! And that is going to be it for Game 3. Patoman outpacing here, threatening a bug bite down with the Fortress, forcing the Altaria in, bringing in his own Stunfisk, not dealing enough damage with the bug bites first, farming down, outpacing.
What an incredible endgame there. Being able to get that Altaria in, then being able to see the Stunfisk come in, but it goes down. So many things happening all at once, but Patoman coming out on top. This is championship point for Patoman.
Might as well call him a cucumber because he is so calm and collected all the time in this endgame. Being so fast with the reactions, with the game plan, knowing I can take out this Altaria, but I cannot deal too many bug bites. So I have to swap out immediately when I see the swap out. All of this with so little HP, it was magnificent.
It's one of those things where you see the Fortress in, the Altaria comes in, Altaria's going to be happy trying to get rid of this Fortress, but then the Stunfisk appears, and suddenly it's absolutely game over for Chris. And Patoman is one step closer to being able to become the champion. We have seen Chris being able to even at the score before, however, so he has the options to do it. You can see what it means to these trainers on their face. Chris, knowing that if he loses this game, it is game over. There's no way to come back. Patoman will be the champion. But Chris has already demonstrated he has the capability to be able to overcome Patoman's strategy. Can he read and get into the mind of his best friend and overthrow him at this point?
If he knows one player, it is Patoman. They have scrimmed countless times, so he must know how it works to beat Patoman. But it's a whole different story at these tables. It's a whole different story on stage. At this point, how many more matches did Patoman play on stage than on the tables? It is incredible how many times this player has performed to perfection. Both trainers are still contemplating what are they locking in. Championship point for Patoman versus Chris in the grand finals of Turin.
Let's get into it, trainers. Seeking on the field, facing down against that Stunfisk. This is a good lead for Chris.
It's definitely favoring him. Patoman immediately pivots out. And then there is the Altaria. What answer does Chris have? It does not look like he has the best one. He might as well just stay in with this matchup. But what are you doing then? Or are you pivoting out into your own Altaria?
As you can see, Discharge really not doing too much. So as the pivot happens, we've got both of these Pokemon airborne. Looks like the Altaria on Padaman's side is going to go for that Sky Attack first, get that damage on the board, but we know that Chris is going to be pacing fast to match it.
Classic chip and dip strategy from Chris. He wants to keep this Stunfisk on the Seeking, but we have discussed this before. If the Seeking gets to some energy first, you're all of a sudden very much in trouble. This is why Seeking is so incredibly strong. Pataman uses a shield, wants to change, switch, now throws another Sky Attack. Will he get it? No. Chris decides to even the shields.
Exactly, one shield down a piece here, and we're going to see the Seeking regain the match. It wants to be able to try and get to that Icy Wind to apply more pressure to the Altaria, but Altaria just gets the edge on it here with another Sky Attack. Padaman deciding to use that final shield on the Seeking here, keep it in play, and keep that Icy Wind pressure locked on.
Padaman knows he is going to have to shield an attack that does not deal undebuffed damage. Now is going to debuff that Stunfisk. We have seen this before. Stunfisk with shield advantage still doing a really good job against Seeking if it's not behind too much on energy.
Seeking is exposed at this point in time. Discharge will come through, but despite it being super effective, it's still in the game, still got energy, and is pressuring with two super effective attacks down onto this opposing Stunfisk. Just before the Stunfisk can get to the discharge or unleash it, it's going to be the Seeking going in once again with this drill run.
What's really incredibly interesting is the matchup in the back. Pataman having the Shadow Mightyena without a shield versus the Primeape from Chris. But Chris does not want to risk anything, swaps in the Altaria. Now, Primeape matches the Altaria, and this is a great situation to already get a boost because it is so incredibly low. Pataman's switch timer is still running now. What is he going to bring in against this boosted Primeape that is up? A shield?
This is where the Primeape can start setting up for the endgame. It's got all the tools and utility to deal with the Pokemon on Padaman's side, and you have the shield for a little bit of defensive coverage. As the Seeking comes in, going for the Icy Wind, it won't get the damage, but it will, of course, get the debuff, and that could be critical as the Sucker Punches come in. But look at these Karate Chops. They are stacking up against this Mightyena. You have the Ice Punch as well.
Now, both of those Pokemon are incredibly fragile. Can this Ice Punch knock out or put it in Dragon Breath range at least? Oh, Mightyena hangs on, actually looking fairly healthy. But this is only a Poison Fang. How much damage is this really going to do? There is also a Altaria in the back for Chris. Are we leveling the score on the side of Chris? Karate Chop, it gets knocked out, but this is one Dragon Breath for victory to Chris. And he levels the score 2-2.
Every single moment of anticipation is building and building and building in this grand finals. Padaman takes the first game. Chris evens the score. Padaman in touching distance of the title. And Chris says, not today, not right now. We're going to play it out for another game.
This is the full length. This is what we're all waiting for, the grand finals, toe to toe for both of these trainers, showing that they exactly know what the opponent is doing at any times. Both trainers are bringing some new Pokemon in every game. It's rotating a little bit, but Altaria is staying in for most of these games. I think the only game we didn't see Altaria from Chris' side was the first game.
I like the Primeape adaptation, though, on Chris's side as well. I think being able to have it coming in when it did, to start applying that pressure, getting the Rage Fist boost up quite early on as well, so it was already offensively a little bit more of a powerhouse, gave him a lot of momentum, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Primeape come again into this next match. It is still, however, a championship point for Padaman. If he wins this next game, he will win the best of 5 and will win the tournament, but Chris has the opportunity now to reset the bracket. Can he do it, Leo?
This is what we want to see. We want more of that Pokemon Go action. The lead in Game 5, it is Seeking versus Stunfisk. Advantage to Chris once again. Will Padaman pivot out fast? Yes. Are we going to see almost a replay of Game 4?
It is definitely feeling quite familiar here as the Altaria is going to have to take another one of these discharges. But critically, of course, it's getting up that energy. It's getting itself into a position to go for those Sky Attacks. But maybe it doesn't have to utilize them just that. Possibly an adaptation as Padaman can bring that into the bag and use something like the Seeking to get that Icy Wind pressure onto the Altaria a little bit earlier. But for now, they're staying airborne.
Padaman throwing that first Sky Attack here. Is he in range of a Sky Attack from Chris's Altaria? It almost doesn't look like a winning charge attack parity. Also important information, but Padaman puts up a shield.
This has often been detrimental to Padaman when he loses those shields very early on and then is vulnerable towards the end game, and Chris capitalizes on it so beautifully. But a shield comes up on Chris's side as well, so both of these trainers using the Altarias to try and remove the defensive supports from the match.
Padaman immediately swapping in the Sea King again. He wants to outpace here. Sky Attack is being thrown. So far, this is, I think, 100% a rematch from the last game, but a different decision now on the shield. No, shields up this as well. Altaria getting the shield advantage again, and now an Icy Wind onto the Stunfisk, but Stunfisk does still knock out with 2 discharges.
Stunfisk is also not going to appreciate taking this Icy Wind. Of course, it would have got the KO onto that Altaria, so Stunfisk at least is still in the game. But as you mentioned, 2 discharges is going to be enough. It's already at the 1. Is it going to be able to pace to a second one before the Sea King can finish it off?
Chris will have to shield the drill run before if he gets this thrown at him on charge attack priority as well. Padaman making the most out of his Sea King. This Stunfisk is quite low, but the backline Pokemon of Padaman changed. Perhaps this is exactly what he wants. Chris throwing the discharge now. Are we going to see Padaman's last Pokemon, or is he going to bring in the Altaria again?
Well, this KO is inevitable right now. The discharge coming through, forcing Padaman to reveal that third and final Pokemon with the Fortress, but it's found itself down against the Primeape. The Karate Chops are stacking up. This is the perfect opportunity for the Rage Fist to start coming through and boost and boost and boost this Primeape.
But how much time do you really have to boost up? You don't run close combat. This is pitiful damage from that Rage Fist, and Padaman, he can throw Sand Tomb or Rock Tomb, decides to go for Sand Tomb. It is not resisted damage, but it is going to lower the defenses. Is that a chance for the Altaria to sweep in the endgame? Maybe get to an attack as well.
The defense buff as debuff is actually really hurting into that Primeape right now. As you said, it can go for another Rage Fist, but to what avail? It's facing down against that Fortress, but it does get the knockout.
The timer is still not down. Padaman gets the farm down on the Altaria. How important is this energy going to be? The Stunfisk is coming in. It still outpaces the Altaria. Goes for the discharge, and the Altaria is so low. Chris LB7 resets the bracket.
Altaria, one of the standout Pokemon for Padaman, goes down, and Chris, in dominant form, resetting the bracket, has evened the score with Padaman, and we're going to another best of 5. The tournament is not over yet.
No undefeated trainers anymore in the Special Championships Turin 2026. 2 friends in the finals, a 3-2 for Chris, who has found his way around the win conditions. Finally, Stunfisk lead against the Sea King. It is not an easy match to play out, but with the backup of Altaria always getting this shield advantage in the finals, Chris is playing this calmly.
Both the Stunfisk and the Primeape were really incredible for me in that game. The Stunfisk constantly finding its mark down against the Sea King, pressuring with those Thunder Shocks, getting the 2 discharges exactly where he wants it. But also critically, the way that Chris was able to take down Padaman's shields a little bit early on was really impressive. It just meant constantly that the Pokemon were vulnerable in the back, including that Fortress. The other addition is the fact that Chris is not running a Shadow Primeape, something that we've seen a lot of trainers possibly opt for. But the fact that it doesn't have that defensive weakness means that the Fortress wasn't able to bug bite quite so ferociously through it, keeping it in the game, enabling it to go for these Karate Chops and Rage Fists. And even though the Rage Fist isn't exactly monumental, once you keep getting the buffs up as well on the attack stat, that's where Fortress, maybe with its weakened defenses being a Shadow, will suffer more.
Yeah, and I think the key to success for Chris is just to avoid seeking with the Primeape. You said it, there was some time to ramp up on this Fortress for the Primeape, but look at the other Pokemon as well. You have some time against the Empoleon as well if you're up a shield. Mightyena is also not the worst thing in the world for you, and Stunfisk, you're also going to outpace the 2 Ice Punches. So it's just that seeking that is bothering you. Altaria has a decent time against Primeape if it's not down shields, because you can at least connect a Sky Attack at some point, and Ice Punch won't knock you out in 1. But can Chris find his way around dodging the Sea King again with the Primeape?
I mean, he's definitely got the roadmap to success, has been able to take these 3 games off Padaman at this point and deny him the championship title twice in a row. Can you now take that momentum and keep going through? The critical thing is Padaman has been in these positions before. He's been able to have redemption moments, and as much as Chris has been able to read Padaman and come out on top, Padaman is more than capable of completely doing the exact same thing to Chris.
I remember that Pataman lost 2 finals coming from the winner's side and then won his first tournament coming from the loser's side. So maybe that is a sign. What I found really interesting is that we have talked all tournament long how safe Altaria is in this meta. And now Pataman used it as a safe swap twice in a row. But how safe was it really? Because if this is like the Lickitung conundrum from back in the day. If you safe swap your Lickitung, that's great. But if you get some damage on it and then swap into your own Lickitung to answer it, then you're still going to keep switch. Because how safe is Altaria really as a safe swap against other Altaria teams?
That's the thing, the Dragon Breath starts stacking up, the die attacks do a significant amount of damage, and then you put in the fact that you've got 2 Pokemon on Chris's side with the Sea King and the Primeape that can run these ice type attacks as well. Stunfisk as well with the discharge, putting in work, just constantly adding up all these discharges, not only applying pressure to Altaria, but to that pressure Sea King as well that Pataman has liked to utilize. But we're jumping into the bracket reset of the Grand Finals. It's Stunfisk versus Furret.
That is such a tough lead. Chris really has a big advantage here, and Pataman acknowledges that, swaps out immediately. Did not bring the Altaria this game. Save swaps into the Shadow Fortress, which is answered by a Stunfisk, funnily enough, because that is not the most positive matchup. However, I think if Chris wants to, he can go out of this with shield advantage.
Going to be the Sand Tomb coming through on this Fortress as well. Is going to find its mark down onto that opposing Stunfisk here and get some good damage on the board. One of the Pokemon that was the thorn in Pataman's side throughout that game, putting it down into the yellow and critically getting that drop.
The only thing that Shadow Fortress doesn't have going for it in the matchup versus Stunfisk is that it's always like super close to knocking out with just Bug Bites, and then you have to throw a Sand Tomb, which costs you a lot of energy because Bug Bite, quite frankly, doesn't generate as much. Look at this. Oh, a catch! A critical catch. The discharge caught on the Stunfisk. That is, of course, great for the energy management from Pataman. No damage at all. But Chris brings in the Primeape. What is happening? Does not want to bring in Primeape against the Sea King that he's reading in the back there.
This is the thing, you're able to use up a lot of your opponent's energy here as well, and Pataman has benched the energy on that Fortress as well for a little bit later on. However, Primeape, doing what it does best, has those Rage Fists in play, is going to start getting these attack boosts up.
This Rage Fist is an investment to the future. With the chip already on this Stunfisk, the next Ice Punch would probably knock out the Stunfisk, and then you are boosted for the next matchup that is already coming instead of just throwing 2 Ice Punches. A very, very strong foresight from Chris, playing to every single win condition, but a combo play from the Fortress, trying to get another shield off of this Primeape.
Both of these trainers just switching in their Pokemon left, right, and center. Fortress coming in, going for that Sand Tomb, lowering the opposing defenses here, making it a little bit more vulnerable. But of course, where it's losing its defenses, it can gain in its offenses here with another Rage Fist, securing the KO and giving itself another attack boost.
What an angry ape. However, in the back for Chris, while he's down shields now because he had to save this Primeape, is still lurking the Furret. Oh wow, that is a lot of pack damage, by the way. Takes out the last shield, and now Chris puts it all on the Furret. Furret can carry entire games. We've seen it so many times. Now it's even going to reach the Trailblaze at the same time as the Icy Wind, however loses charge attack priority. That's huge.
The Furret isn't going to worry too much about the damage coming through from these charge attacks, but it does still have to contend with the defense drop that will be the attack drop, sorry, that will come through from this Icy Wind. The Trailblaze, however, going to be able to neutralize that, bring it right back up to neutral.
Yes, but the damage of the Trailblaze is going to be lacking a little bit. However, when you're looking at the next charge attack that can be thrown, I don't think it matters too much. Has to throw immediately here, but Chris, he's getting outpaced. The Drill Run. Drill Run is going to be able to knock out that Furret.
Drill Run comes through, does secure the KO on the Furret, and now 2 Pokemon remaining in the back for Chris on such low HP. Is it going to be able to be enough? The pacing on the Stunfisk on Pataman's side is going to be able to get the advantage and finish off its counterpart.
Pataman finding a way to win this game again after this terrible lead in the beginning. Furret versus Stunfisk, the Sea King just carried through. Thundershocks down the Primeape as well. Great combo play in the mid to end game there with the Shadow Fortress, knowing, okay, I am down shield, so I forced this Primeape to shield once, and then I throw in my Shadow Fortress to drag another shield while applying a defense debuff with a Sand Tomb.
And that energy preservation on the Fortress is what enabled that strategy to succeed. Being able to bring it back in and go straight away for the Sand Tomb, had to force that final shield to come through from the Primate. Otherwise, once again, you could have seen Chris in a position where the Primate was boosted up and had a shield to give it some defensive support as well. And that would have been devastating for Padaman. But Padaman staying, like you say, cool as a cucumber throughout that game, adapting beautifully, preserving energy, and once again takes an early game lead in a best-of-5 set.
I wonder when we're going to start seeing Altaria leads, because Altaria is very safe in those matchups, and if you lead it, you cannot get into that situation where you safe swap it and then get chip and dipped into the mirror. So I think that leading Altaria could actually be a very interesting way to approach those games. However, more risky for Chris, since there is the Seeking that has been led so often.
Coming into this next one, these trainers know that this is the final match of the entire tournament. There is no margin for error. Every single game counts as they go one step closer, one moment closer to lifting that title at the end of the day. Padaman and Chris look over at each other. They're both locking in. They're both ready to go into this game 2 of the bracket reset.
Looking at the leads, it is going to be Stunfisk versus Stunfisk. Which one of them has more attack? I'm sure these players know. I don't know if we have seen this before.
Something that they might be able to have the advantage over here, but as we're jumping straight into it, the Stunfisk on Chris's side is going to be able to go for that Mud Bomb first. Padaman happily letting this go through, going to be likely seeing some more energy regeneration coming up as Padaman banks it, brings in the Altaria, and then Chris brings in, as an alternative, this Primate.
That is a very, very late swap of the Primate into the Altaria, having to put up the first Protect shield here. Immediately goes down a shield, but of course is threatening with those Ice Punches. I find that very interesting because Chris now says, I want to put that Primate in the situation where it does not face the Seeking. I think Padaman expected that, did not bring the Seeking.
This is the thing, you're now in a position where these Ice Punches can start getting rid of the shields on Padaman's side that we've seen be detrimental in the past, but Padaman was able to get a bump on energy on this Altaria. However, Primate, with these Karate Chops, is now at a second Ice Punch. That's 2 shields already gone for Padaman here.
I think Padaman is going to try and level shields here with the Sky Attack. However, he throws that a little bit early, so Chris might opt to let this go. Play for shield advantage once again, but due to the 2 shields that Padaman put down, this Altaria is mighty healthy.
This is the thing, now Dragon Breath can just start tearing through the opposing dragon in the sky. Padaman, once again, with that energy bump, is able to get here to the sky attack. But Chris is in a prime position to be able to take this attack and just retaliate the exact same way, and there's nothing Padaman can do about it. No shields remaining. The thing you're forced to do is switch into this Fortress.
Chris wanted to get a head start on energy with the Stunfisk versus a potential Seeking, but the Shadow Fortress is the answer. How good of an answer is it? We're going to find out very soon. Now, the race, so much damage is being done, negating the defenses soon with a Sand Tomb. Really interesting question for the endgame. Is Altaria or the Stunfisk of Padaman going to be able to carry versus the Stunfisk?
I think it depends how low the Fortress can get this Stunfisk in play. If it can get it within a few ranges of those Dragon Breaths, then we know that Altaria has the capabilities to clean up. But first of all, Fortress has to get it there. Stunfisk coming through with the discharge.
This does not knock out. Can Padaman find a way to another Phantom? No, but he forces the energy, and that is huge, because if I remember correctly, Padaman swapped out immediately after taking 1 Mud Bomb, so he should be at exactly 5 Thunder Shocks on his Unnovan Stunfisk.
And this is where the Stunfisk is energy dry on Chris's side, so he makes the adaptation, brings in the energy-rich Altaria, but we're going to see the switch on Padaman's side.
Masterfully caught the Sky Attack on his own Stunfisk, catching an attack in a 1-turn fast attack mirror match. Now charges up to another discharge. Now Chris needs to decide, does he want to shield this? Because if he does, he cannot shield his own Stunfisk. Altaria hangs on, goes for a flamethrower with the 1 HP!
That clutch survival there for the Altaria means it's going to be able to get this flamethrower down onto the Stunfisk, put it into range of being KO'd by a few more Dragon Breaths, but no, it goes down from the Thundershock.
Padaman now is throwing the discharge, saying this might knock out, and it's a little bit more energy efficient, so I don't want to get far down. Swaps in his own Altaria, now is racing to that next charge attack. Sky Attack is reached, and it is going to come through. KO the Unnovan Stunfisk, putting him at match point. Padaman 2, Chris 0.
Altaria, the supreme, the superb, takes to the skies, brings that Sky Attack down, and as you said, Leo, puts Padaman 1 step closer to becoming the champion. He has championship points galore right now.
The resilience of this trainer, the mental strength of Patoman is incredible. He has been performing for so many tournaments, and now after resetting the bracket, after Chris has reset the bracket against him, he's still staying strong, saying, hey, I think in those 5 games, I figured out the matchup.
I mean, sometimes when your back's against the wall, you can really come out swinging and have so much momentum in a match. And that's what Patoman has done here. He took his first loss in the tournament at this late game stage, but now has come out absolutely not messing around, going 2-0. But Chris still has the opportunity to go for that reverse sweep. I think Chris was very surprised not to see the Sea King in that previous game.
I think that's exactly what he played for, beating that Sea King in the end. And now that's even tougher mind games for Chris, because he knows there is a chance that the Sea King isn't coming. What if you under-prepare for it now? There's so many risks he needs to consider now. And Patoman, he just brought this Shadow Fortress. This Shadow Fortress gave so many players nightmares already. It is so strong, especially when used by its beloved trainer. Are we going to see it in Game 3 of the bracket reset again? Who knows?
I think above all else now, these trainers need to draw on the power of friendship and try and figure out what their opponent is going to bring. They know each other inside and out. They have the capabilities to predict what's happening. And we're going to see a Sea King and a Stunfisk. Chris gets the lead here.
We have seen this so many times. They swap out into the Altaria again. Chris is immediately answering this with his own Sea King. Sea King now, of course, not outpacing to the Icy Wind yet. So a first Sky Attack is coming through. Chris now needs to decide whether he wants to shield or not.
Looks like there's going to be no shield. The Sea King is able to take that attack, and it can retaliate immediately with this Icy Wind. Patoman going to have to use a shield to protect this Altaria from taking some insane, super effective damage.
Now the question is who is going to come out ahead in this matchup. Chris, of course, he's being rather low now. Sky Attack is being reached first by Patoman, so threatening a knockout. Chris needs to use a shield as well. But after that, I think that Patoman might have the chance to fully farm down this Sea King unless Chris swaps out.
Well, this is the thing. You had to go for the shield to enable this Icy Wind in play. It forces Patoman to take your second shield, even if, as Chris, you've had to sacrifice one of your own. Just being able to leave Patoman more exposed can be crucial in this endgame.
That is so interesting. Now we're seeing the reverse matchup. This is absolute mirror teams, just aligned differently. Sky Attack is going to connect. No shields left remaining for Patoman, but he is immediately going to throw the Drill Run. Will Chris shield this or no? Is he calling this genius move that happened already in the winners finals? But Drill Run is going to be shielded. And now Patoman is going to outpace to the Icy Wind. That is going to be charge attack priority. Genius plays. That is a trophy move.
Absolutely beautiful from the Sea King, utilizing that shield on the Drill Run, but now is free to connect with that Icy Wind. Super effective damage. A couple more pecks are going to seal the deal.
The Altaria is getting pegged down. Now one Thundershock advantage for Patoman, but he got the shield in that matchup. He got the switch in that matchup. He got rid of the Altaria. Now goes back into the mirror match. Keep in mind, he has a fairly healthy Altaria in the back, while Chris only has a red HP Sea King.
We're slowing down the pace of play with this mirror of the Stunfists at the moment as these trainers gather themselves for what could be the final race across the finish line.
The Drill Run bait in the finals versus an Altaria. That is so brave. Does it pay off for Patoman throwing a Mud Bomb here in this mirror? This mirror is rather straightforward, but how are the players going to play out their endgame?
Patoman obviously letting the Stunfisk take the Mud Bomb damage. It's going to be able to come through, connect, put it down into the red. But if you're the Stunfisk, you just need to try and find a way to clean up on the opposing side. We're going to see the Sea King come in here.
Sea King trying to catch this discharge or this Mud Bomb, but now there's a Mud Bomb onto the Stunfisk of Chris. Patoman is so close to winning yet another title. Mud Bomb is going to connect. Not going to knock out quite yet, but he has another one. It is peak. Patoman again going for the triple Mud Bomb, knocking out the Stunfisk. Turin Special Championship champion, Patoman!
There you have it. Patoman is the man, your Turin Special Champion here for 2026. Commiserations to Chris, but what a valiant battle between two friends, two comrades, both of them. Absolutely incredible, inspired, one for the history books.
What defines a Pokemon Go PvP tournament? One could say it is hundreds of people preparing, putting their hopes and dreams into their teams and strategies. And in the end, Patoman wins.
mean, what can this trainer, is there anything this trainer cannot do? What is going to be next for him to accomplish? He ends the season a champion. That has got to be a boatload of confidence ahead of NAIC and more critically ahead of the World Championships. He was runner-up at the last World Championships. Can he this year go all the way? After a performance like that, I would believe anything. I'm rooting for him. He's one to keep an eye on. Congratulations, Padaman. You are the champion.
At this point, he needs to win the World Championship. He is so incredibly good at every single tournament he shows up. He does well. And now in this historic final versus his best friend, Chris, he gets bracket reset there. And then all of a sudden, he 3-0s him.
This is the thing, Chris really pulled out all the stops in that first best of 5 of the grand finals, really took it down to the wire, and then often when you are able to reset that bracket, you can use that momentum to go all the way. But Padaman had a plan, was able to utilize these Pokemon so beautifully, particularly making sure that this Altaria was in the prime position to start cleaning up.
Blue, he won the last game in the grand finals after a bracket reset by throwing a drill run. Double resisted into an Altaria instead of the double super effective Icy Wind, calling a shield knowing that he can then outpace. That is absolutely magnificent. The bravery that you have to have in your heart to get there. Look at this, to just outpace then is absolutely incredible. And then even the debuff still mattered because he could just pack down the Altaria, the Dragon Breath. Chris had the win condition that he then farms down the Sea King and uses the Flamethrower. No, that was not even enough. Couldn't even farm it down anymore. Padaman, look at him smiling in this situation because he knows he has once again overcome himself. How good can you be? Padaman says yes.
And honestly, I sometimes feel like the wheel win between these two trainers has been their friendship at the end of the day, because regardless of who our winner and our runner-up are, these two are going to be best friends forever as we keep advancing throughout the forever forward meta. It's certainly an inspiration point, one that I'm going to remember for a very long time. But you called it, Leo. You said in that moment where we saw the bait coming through and utilizing that final shield on Chris's side, you said that was the championship winning move, and ultimately it turned out to be.
Definitely. I mean, we call this season the forever forward season, but this is something that Padaman will look back at for a long time, and I think Chris will too. Absolutely phenomenal performance by both of these trainers, delivering us one of the best finals. But the strength of Padaman, the knowledge in those matchups, like who comes up with that? Yeah, that's an Altaria, so I swapped in a little bit late, so I'm gonna throw a drill run.
I mean, sometimes those wild plays are what can really throw your opponent off their game as well and can be surprising. It certainly kept us on the edge of our seats as well, and your opponents on your toes when you're able to make those adjustments. And it really is sometimes those openings that trainers that are as experienced and wise as Padaman are able to foresee, and to great success.
And he did it twice. He did it in the winners finals too versus him. That is absurd. That is crazy. But there were so many great battles, so many crazy upsets. Let's take a look at the losers bracket of the tournament to see who else made it to day 2, what they had to go through, who won perhaps the most games in the entire tournament, because you can see, oh, almost falling here. As of losers round 2, Stone Collection was here, and then he had to win 3 games in a row to go to the loser semifinals and then lose to his friend Kaifir. This is also such a great accomplishment. Actually, speaking of Kaifir, he won 4 games in a row.
I was about to say, Kaifir had to go through a really long losers bracket run there to be able to get the 3rd place finish here in Turin. But of course, again, some other great names on here that had some great battles. Paul Asher, the reigning champion from this event, was able to come down into losers round 1 early, battled it through a few great games, a clean 2-0 there against Philbeg, but then Stone Collection was able to take that title away from her, not going to be able to redeem it, because now it's Padaman's show.
As always, I would like to say Padaman is so incredible. I know we're saying this quite a lot, but what is this Padaman going through? Winners round 1, winners round 2 versus Kaifir, then Fiantiga Firan, and then versus Chris in the winners finals, then losing the grand finals to Chris. But of course, this is double elimination. If you lose once, you're still golden.
But also, it's actually only the grand finals reset that Padaman had the clean sweep victory. All the way through, it was 2-1, 2-1, 3-1, 2-3. There were always moments where Padaman had to adjust, had to really look at what happened in a match, had a game slip away, but then was able to still pull it back. But towards the end, really finishing on a high.
There were in the past some crazy teams from Patoman that were insane meta reads where he just completely ran through opponents. I remember his team in Birmingham. It was filled with core breakers with an Abomasnow, and back then Shadow Fortress with Bug Bite was not the absolute staple play, and he just ran through teams through this entire tournament. This time around, there were no easy matchups. Everyone could fight back versus Patoman. Everyone caught some games, but in the end, it shows how great Patoman is by not having easy matchups, but also losing some games and then adapting to their strategies.
Do you know one thing I am slightly sad about, though, with Patoman's victory? When Patoman was actually winning his first title, he won with a Charm Alolan Ninetales. Considering the Ninetales is pretty good in this Forever Forward meta, I wish it would maybe made its way onto the team, because I think that would have been a really nice run back, you know, just changing form, but still running with that Ninetales by his side. Who knows, maybe in the future he'll find a way to maneuver onto the team.
Well, back then in that finals, he won against a Sea King, and now he used one. So I think that's also quite the beautiful story, having that Sea King on the team. Actually, Sea King on both teams in the finals. So this Pokemon profited way more from that drill run change than anyone expected, I think.
Of course. And I think, Leo, it's now time to open up that Hall of Fame and etch Patoman's name into the history books. Let's go over to our award ceremony to look at our winner.
They say all roads lead to Rome, but this weekend all eyes turned to Turin as our European players had one final shot at glory here in Italy. It's been a long weekend, and this season saw the Forever Forward season land. And we do have a lot of exciting things to come, but let's first use this moment to celebrate our players and their journey here in Turin. Coming in 4th place, a player that has already seen success this season in Seattle. Give it up for Stone Collection. Well, I know it's been a good season for you. You're going to be competing in NAIC next weekend. How are you feeling about that quick turnaround?
I'm feeling kind of confident. I haven't looked at the meta at all, to be fair, because this meta has only been out for a couple of days. But I got a couple of friends who are willing to help me with that, and also, for example, Frika, who I'm built this team with. He's also joining me for NIC, so we got a lot of time to build a team and to perform well.
And would you like to give a shout out to any of those friends and anyone else that supported you on this journey?
Yeah, everybody from my Battlefronty team, Waste Potential, and my Gym Breakers team, Kuchen, and all my friends, family watching. Yeah, literally everybody.
Thanks very much, Robin. One more time for Stone Collection. Next, we have a player that is not shy of a scrim. He's already got a trophy in his cabinet, but he didn't have a medal until today. Let's hear it for Kaufia. Congratulations. Now, I know if I had to ask you for shout-outs, there would be hundreds of people you'd want to give thanks to, but are there a couple that really shine in this moment?
I think Stone Collection as well. He's a really good friend of mine. We were always discussing these matchups, these damage rolls. Boom, also big shout out to him, always helping me like look at stuff and keeping me from using Urshifu, for example.
Sensible. And I know that this is your first medal. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. It feels absolutely amazing.
You've really deserved it. Congratulations again. One more time for Kaufia. Now, whenever he competes, he seems to make day 2. He already has some medals for his collection, but today he took it one step further. His first ever Grand Finals. And what a performance it was. Let's hear it for Chris. I know it's a bittersweet feeling when you get so close but don't quite make it, but you have put on a performance that I know everyone watching would be really, really proud of. How are you feeling in this moment?
To be honest, I feel kind of sad because, as you said, I was really close, and it's one of my biggest goals to show everyone, especially to myself, that I can win a regional. This is my first season trying really hard for it, but to be honest, I can feel mad at myself for losing against my best friend, also the best in the world. I mean, I think it's fair.
I'll be honest, I've actually been in a very similar position, playing here in Italy in the grand finals against my best friend. I also lost, but you have an opportunity at Worlds to make a showcase for yourself. How are you feeling for that tournament?
I'm feeling really good because I think I'm improving every tournament. Feeling good with my plays, with the teams I build. So I think the time will come. I hope sooner. But yeah, now I have to conform with the second place.
I can't wait to see you in San Francisco. Please, another round of applause for Chris. EUIC 2025 champion. NAIC 2025 third place. Worlds 2025 runner-up. LAIC 2026 runner-up. EUIC 2026 champion. And now, your Turin winner. Put your hands together. It's Pataman. Congratulations. Now look, I'm struggling for words. Do you have anything to say after that win?
Honestly, I mean, I cannot say I'm not happy because I'm super happy about winning finally a regional after a lot of second places in regionals. But like, I also wanna make people know the name of Chris because he, for me, is not one of the best on Europe, but one of the best in the world. Also my best friend, so huge shout out for him. Obviously so happy for the win.
And I know that that means so much to you. And if you could have written the script at the beginning of this season to be able to play against your best friend in a grand finals, you've taken home first and second. You definitely have shouted out Chris so many times that he's more than deserving. But let's take a moment to celebrate this success. What a season you are having. How are you feeling going into NAIC and then the World Championships this summer?
As I always say, I always want to win everything, every tournament I go to, because I'm a really competitive person. I want to become not the best in the world, but the world champion all the times I can. Obviously, it's so hard. It's a really hard task, but I think I really trust myself, and I will do my best, for sure.
I know everyone here supports you. They love you a lot. Let's hear it one more time. Your Turin champion, it's Pataman! Wow. Well, that wraps up this weekend, and I'm not going to take any more of your time because we have so much more still to come. It's the end of our season here in Europe, but it's not the end of all of the different Pokemon action we have this season. Don't go anywhere. Join us for the outro, and then we've got some more surprises coming up.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships!
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
Well done for not going anywhere. We're going to whip up our wrap-up of Turin as we close out the European Championship season. Now, Lou and Leo, you obviously casted those grand finals. You did a great job, by the way. Jox, what was it like for you watching that Pataman victory?
That was breathtaking. I felt like Chris was going toe-to-toe with Pataman, but Pataman getting so many games against Chris, it was able to adapt and overcome. That drill run bait with the Seeking, that was nasty plays.
Really, really impressive performances from all of our trainers. Let's take a quick look at the snapshot of our top players here this weekend. Pataman, Chris, and of course, Kaufia.
Fantastic teams as well. Seeking on the both two teams in first and second place. A Shadow Fortress, of course, from Pataman. He's played it so many times. And a crazy team from Kaifia bringing this Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and having a Cradley in Corviknight.
Really impressive Pokemon as we venture into this Forever Forwards season. And Pataman finally puts his name on the regional winners, not as the international champion, but as the champion of this Turin Special Championships.
I do love how you still see his face twice on this image, though. However, you're able to see Pataman winning the internationals, regaining that title, and now, as you mentioned, closing this beautiful final chapter for the 2026 EU season in Turin.
And like we say, this does close out the season. It has been a long, long journey. We've had so much fun commentating it behind the scenes. We hope you've had fun watching it from the very first event in Frankfurt all the way through Europe, Latin America International Championship, European International Championship, the final Special Championship here in Turin. Next week, it's the North American International Championship in New Orleans.
Then, of course, Worlds in San Francisco this weekend. In Europe was the last chance to get some points to qualify for the biggest tournament of them all.
Now, I know everyone at home, you've been watching religiously, and I've really appreciated everything that you've given us this season. We still have more content here on Twitch for you to keep hold of whilst the regional schedule finishes.
This is the thing, throughout the rest of the week, you can take a look at some Pokemon Black and Pokemon White broadcasts. You can actually get a preview show rerun of the upcoming 2026 NAIC. This was showcased on Friday, and if you missed it, you have a chance to be able to watch it again. And then on the weekend, some live, intense competitive Pokemon action with NAIC.
North American International Championships will be the final international championships of the season, and I think a lot of players will have watched Pataman's victory this weekend. I know he says he hasn't a lot of time to prepare, but my goodness, he's made day 3 in almost every single IC he's played recently.
That would mean it would be 6 day 3s in a row. Can the Spanish prodigy do it one more time? He's already in the history books, and can his story continue?
But before we turn to NAIC next weekend, it is going to be the Chicago Go stream today, straight after this broadcast. And one of the best things about watching a lot of our Twitch streams is some of them come with drops, ways that you can earn items in-game by watching content, and these items will be available. We've got a star piece, a lucky egg, a rare candy XL, an incense, and 50 of each Pokeball, Great Ball, and Ultra Ball. Make sure that you are tuned in and watching if you want to receive some of these fantastic prizes. We've got some friends out there also playing in that GoFest as well, so we're hoping that they're going to have a lot of fun. Any of you guys played in a city GoFest?
I did Osaka back in 2023. That was an absolutely fantastic GoFest experience, some great memories. You can be able to connect with people all around the place who have come there, and it's just brilliant fun.
It's a great way to stay connected with your community. If you want to stay connected with our streams, make sure that you check out all of the action that takes place on Pokemon.com/broadcasts. It lists all of the stream information if you've missed anything, because we have had some amazing events this season, and we're going to be really excited for everything that is still to come. Make sure that you're following the channels /play Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon Go on Twitch as well. Any final words from our commentators as we finish everything here in Europe?
Pataman is the perfect Pokemon player, perhaps?
That might be a hot take. Continuing maybe in a future regional to come.
Pataman's the GOAT. I mean, he truly is, but also the Forever Forward meta. Really looking forward to seeing how that fully shapes out.
So many exciting things that have happened this weekend. We've crowned champions, we've celebrated new Pokemon, but now, well done for staying on screen, because we are going to give you the City Chicago GoFest stream coming up next. Don't go anywhere.